Chapter 191 The Changes Brought. Honig and his men hurried to the beach and saw Wilton's body with their own eyes. The latter was tied to 2 wooden boards, in the same position as the young sailor named Booker whom he killed. Even the wound on his abdomen was exactly the same. This scene seemed indescribably ironic. But the difference was that Wilton's wound was added later. What really killed him was the bloody hole on his back, which seemed to be left by an arrow. Like the dead sailors on the Skull and another pirate ship, the perpetrators did not leave any identity information. But now even a blind man can tell who did it. The Skull had just arrived in Nassau for less than a day, and the only person they had a conflict with was Zhang Heng. The 2 sides fought at the port, and Wilton was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. The flagship was crippled, and eventually had to unconditionally release the crew of the Breeze, and the feud between the 2 sides was formed. At that time, many people had a premonition that the matter would not be resolved so easily. But no one expected that the first person to take action was Zhang Heng, who had always had the upper hand. And he was so decisive. Wilton was already cruel enough. He cut open the stomach of the female businessman's crew alive in front of her, and kept a smile on his face throughout the process, which made everyone present feel cold in their hearts. He was a real madman. But Zhang Heng's way of revenge was simpler and more direct. And it took less than 3 hours. More than 200 people on the 2 ships were slaughtered silently by him and his men, leaving no one alive. When the first rays of sunlight fell in the morning, the fishermen who went out to sea saw Wilton's body on the beach and realized what had happened. Then the whole of Nassau was in an uproar. In the past, there were conflicts between pirates on the island, but most of them were at the stage of arguing and blaming each other. In serious cases, there would be fights between crew members, and the worst was a duel between captains. But there had never been a complete annihilation of an entire pirate group by another pirate group. Of course, it was another matter after going out to sea. On the vast ocean, anything could happen without other witnesses. But now this scene is happening in the port of Nassau. Honig's face is very ugly. In just one night, the development of things has completely gone beyond his control. Zhang Heng seemed to have accepted his warning last night, and was ready to expose the feud with Wilton. Under the mediation of Black Prince Sam, he agreed to let the matter end here. Compared with Zhang Heng and his jackdaw, Honig is actually more worried about the group of people on the Skull, especially Wilton, whose cruelty and brutality are rare even among pirates. Birds of a feather flock together. The crew members who followed him were naturally not easy to deal with. Honig didn't know what trouble this group of people would cause in Nassau later. In comparison, Zhang Heng, who seemed very quiet at the time, was subconsciously ignored by Honig. Honig looked at Wilton's body on the wooden plank again. The latter obviously made a mistake. Otherwise, he would have killed Zhang Heng first on the beach at the cost of losing his flagship. Where is he now? Honig turned around and asked his men behind him. The old pirate was a little angry. Zhang Heng's behavior was equivalent to openly challenging his authority. It seemed that the other party didn't take his warning seriously at all. As soon as he left, Zhang Heng led his men to directly sneak onto the Skull and killed all the people on it, leaving him no face. However, his men were a little hesitant when they heard this. Seeing that Honig's expression was getting more and more unfriendly, they had to speak up. Someone saw the jackdaw's people at the second-hand goods trading place of that female businessman before. It seems that they have made a good harvest this time. They should be dividing the money now. Honig snorted and said nothing more. He walked towards the second-hand goods trading place. His team of men looked at each other, and one of them was smart and ran back to the fort to inform Domingo, while the rest of them followed Honig reluctantly. The old pirate saw Zhang Heng talking to Karina in front of the warehouse from a distance, and decisively quickened his pace. Zhang Heng also noticed the angry Honig at this time. Honig was the most experienced pirate on the island, and he was generous when he was a captain, often giving the robbed ships to his men. It was rumored that almost half of the captains on the island had some relationship with him. Although this statement was exaggerated, it also proved his connections on the island from the side. Therefore, Zhang Heng was still very polite to him, took the initiative to walk over, and politely said, "Captain Honig, what's the matter?" Honig originally wanted to confront Zhang Heng about what happened last night, but when he saw the latter again, he could not help but remain silent. After seeing the scenes on the 2 pirate ships and Wilton's body on the beach, I don't know if it was because of Honig's preconceived notions. When he looked at Zhang Heng again, he felt that some changes seemed to have taken place in him. Although the jackdaw has been very famous on the island in recent times, It has risen too recently after all. A large part of the reason for its fame is due to the conflict with the Black Merchant Alliance and the lack of sufficient accumulation. Many old people on the island like Honig actually don't take John Hung too seriously. But after what happened last night, Honig has subconsciously regarded John Hung as someone of the same level as him. In addition, Honig also noticed the sailors, who were queuing up to receive gold coins not far away. Judging from the weight of their money bags, their harvest this time was obviously quite rich. The pirates watching around were drooling at the sight of those golden coins. John Hung once again proved his ability to lead people to make money. So the only thing that the jackdaw lacked from being a top pirate was reputation. It was not the gossip attention attracted by the Black Business Alliance, but the reputation accumulated through hard work. There was no shortcut to this kind of thing. But this time his last shortcoming was also made up. After what happened last night, John Hung not only solved the threat brought by Wilton, but also established his reputation on the island at the fastest speed. Now, when he and the jackdaw are mentioned, no one is watching the fun anymore. This can be seen from the reactions of Honig's men before, when they heard that Honig was going to cause trouble for John Hung. The reason why they hesitated more than one was actually a manifestation of fear. This all was earned by John Hung with more than 200 lives. Except for Blackbeard, who bombarded Charleston and killed 2 governors before. No one in Nassau is more awe-inspiring than John Hung now. Chapter 192 Win-Win. Are you going to explain what happened on the beach? Honig said with a bad look. Beach? What happened? John Hung asked back. Honig cursed inwardly for being shameless. Everyone knew who did what happened on the beach. But John Hung did not leave any direct evidence. More importantly, Wilton and his pirates were all dead. And there was no evidence. Honig did not want to argue about this issue, and said directly, bombarding the ships anchored in the port and killing the entire pirate group. Aren't you worried that your actions will cause public outrage on the island? Who would be angry about this? Honig was speechless for a moment. He was only angry about the trouble John Hung had caused. But he didn't have time to think about it. The 2 problems he mentioned were indeed quite serious for the pirates on the island. After all, who doesn't have 2 enemies these days? No one wants to have their throat cut while they sleep. But the key is that the identity of the skeleton group is not pirates on the island, but a group of outsiders. And their previous arrogant behavior has actually aroused the disgust of many people. From the onlookers on the beach this morning, it can be seen that they have no sympathy for Wilton's death, but are shocked by John Hung's decisiveness. Of course, there was some vigilance, but it was not too strong. John Hung said, Captain Honig, I know you have made a lot of efforts to maintain order on the island. Because of you and your crew, Nassau has been peaceful until now. I am grateful for this like everyone else on the island, and I have no intention of undermining your efforts. You have also come into contact with Wilton, so you should know what kind of person he is. With all due respect, your expectations were impossible to achieve from the beginning. He and his group of people will not stay on the island honestly. So I should thank you for helping me solve this problem? Honig said sarcastically. To be fair, would you rather see his body on the beach and argue with me when you wake up in the morning? Or see my body and argue with him? John Hung said calmly. Honig was silent. Even if he was angry now, he had to admit that compared to the skeleton's group of completely unreasonable barbarians, who only cared about whose fist was bigger, at least John Hung was willing to reason. But when he thought about the latter, who was reasonable and had just wiped out Wilton's group, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his balls. But by this time, his anger had almost subsided, and John Hung had not done anything too extreme. Although the whole of Nassau knew who killed the skeleton, at least John Hung had never admitted that he did it. The problem now was how he should deal with the impact of this incident. If it were in the past, he would not have to worry so much and could directly hold John Hung responsible, or even use his prestige to drive the latter out of the island. But now with John Hung's reputation, it is difficult for him to do this. But if he gave in and did nothing, it would seem too weak. He didn't know if he could still hold the fortress in the future. He has been used to life on land and can't go back to the sea. Honig was in a dilemma. But John Hung on the opposite side spoke first. Many people don't realize the importance of you, Captain Honig, to the stability of Nassau. Only when you and your men guard the coast can we go out to sea with confidence. But guarding Nassau should never be the responsibility of just one person. Honig raised his eyebrows and waited for John Hung's words. And the latter did not disappoint him. John Hung paused and continued. I am willing to issue a statement to jointly guard the fortress with you, Captain Honig. Of course, The fortress is still controlled by you and your people in normal times. Only when there is danger will my people join the battle. And any provocation against you will be regarded as a provocation against the jackdaw. As soon as Zhang Heng finished speaking, he saw a group of people rushing towards this side, with murderous intent in the distance. The leader was Domingo. Although he was drunk, he was still shocked when he heard that Honig was looking for Zhang Heng to ask for punishment. What Zhang Heng did had spread on the island. Although the jackdaw had few people, no one dared to underestimate him now. Domingo was worried about Honig's safety and almost brought everyone in the fortress. Everyone was ready to face a fierce battle. Although their strength had degraded to a certain extent over the years, they did not have any problems with loyalty. As a result, when they rushed here, they saw that Honig and Zhang Heng did not seem to be on the verge of a fight at all. On the contrary, the two of them were talking happily. Domingo was a little confused, but he didn't care. He was relieved to see that Honig was fine. I'm old now, and it's time for you young people, Honig said with emotion before leaving. You and Sam are the future of Nassau, and we old men can only stay with a pile of broken stones. But don't worry. As long as I'm in that fortress, I will guard the rear for you, so that you can gallop on the sea without worry. The reason why Zhang Heng chose to kill Wilton so decisively was because he knew very well that the two sides had a life-and-death hostile relationship, and there was no room for maneuver from the beginning. If he didn't kill all the people on the Skull, then when Wilton repaired the ship, his body would be on the beach. Therefore, Zhang Heng took action decisively when no one expected it. In addition, he also wanted to use Wilton's body to convey a message that anyone who dared to touch Karina's transport ship would end up like this. He has completely broken with the Black Merchant Alliance. Now it is not only Karina who cannot do without the jackdaw, but the latter is equally important to the jackdaw. The female merchants are the only channel for the jackdaw to transport the spoils out of the island. Zhang Heng must ensure the safety of this channel. As for the conflict between him and Honig, it is not about the matter itself. The key lies in Honig's control over the fortress. This problem is not difficult to solve. Zhang Heng and Honig's alliance is the result of thinking. Among the two major pirate elders in Nassau, he is broken up with Fraser. At this time, Honig's support is particularly important to him. On the other hand, Honig's prestige is still there, but his strength can no longer be compared with a few years ago. With the powerful new ally of the jackdaw, he can also consolidate his control over the fortress. Zhang Heng himself has no interest in the fortress. At his age, he can't learn from Honig to stay in it and rot. On the contrary, having an ally who controls the fortress means more to him. In short, this is a win-win choice, and Honig has no reason to refuse. Chapter 193 Expansion. And suspects. Thank you. After everything was over, Honig left, and the pirates of the Jackdaw received their share of the profits. Karina walked up to Zhang Heng and expressed her gratitude. The businesswoman couldn't imagine what would have happened if Zhang Heng hadn't returned in time on the beach last night. Her mind had always been on business struggles. How to compete with Malcolm for the captaincy. How to compete with the acquisition price. And how to break through the blockade of the Black Market Alliance. At most, because of her father's experience, she paid attention to the port problem and avoided the ports where Malcolm's family had the most influence. She never thought that the other party would tear off their faces and send pirates to kill the breeze. This kind of thing hasn't happened on the island for a long time. The pirates that Malcolm contacted didn't belong to Nassau, so there was no need to worry about breaking the rules of the island. Last night was also the first time that Karina really came into contact with the dark side of this world. She has changed a lot in the past few months in Nassau. She blushed when talking to men at first, but now she can bargain calmly with a group of fierce captains, and has received praise from Malone and others. The businesswoman also feels that she has integrated into the place. She even forgot that she was facing a group of ruthless pirates. And last night, the guy named Wilton successfully aroused all the fear in her heart on the beach. The knife in the other party's hand was less than 2 centimeters away from her neck. This was the closest Karina had ever been to death. I am also responsible for the incident on the Skull. I asked you to remain aggressive. I underestimated the danger. I didn't expect Malcolm to act so quickly. Zhang Heng looked around. The second-hand goods trading office had been very busy since it opened in the morning. There was a long line in front of the door. It seems that you have done a good job recently and brought a lot of pressure to the Black Trade Alliance. Karina smiled bitterly when she heard it. It just looks busy. But in fact, You can't make much money. Now it's just barely breaking even. In the end, you still have to rely on your jackdaw. How many captains have privately contacted you during my time at sea? There were 4 people who wanted to cooperate with us before. And there are still some who are interested. We are in negotiation. However, since Malcolm issued a statement later, only 2 are still willing to cooperate with us. The others have turned to wait and see. But now the situation has improved. Especially after you killed Wilton's group. Many people have begun to believe that we can stay on the island. Just now, a captain even expressed his willingness to give up the Black Traders Alliance and establish a long-term cooperative relationship with us. Although their strength is not too strong, it is much better than these guys. The businesswoman raised her eyebrows at the ragged pirates in front of the second-hand goods trading office, who complained that they didn't get 2 more copper pesos. But there is a problem now. If we expand further, 1 transport ship is not enough. Wilton has 2 ships. His flagship skeleton needs to be repaired before it can be used. But the other ship is intact. The firepower on that ship is not as good as the skeleton. But it has more space. It should be suitable for use as a transport ship. The only problem is that the ship used to be a pirate ship. If it is recognized in the port, it may cause trouble. That's nothing. Wilton said that he rarely leaves people alive when he robs. Not many people have seen that ship. I will have people modify the ship before it leaves the port, so that even those who have seen it won't recognize it. The businesswoman had obviously thought about this problem in advance. As for manpower, we can recruit on the island. In fact, these guys are not bad. Many of them are young. Pirates don't make much money. As long as they have a job to make a living, they are willing to be sailors on transport ships. The salary requirements are not high. And the most important thing is that they are from the island. Even if they are not doing well, they have many relatives and friends on the island. If the situation last night happens again, the people on the island will not sit idly by. Zhang Heng nodded and added, if there is any emergency during my absence, you can also go to Black Prince Sam or Honing. They will help you. In addition, you'd better recruit a team of people to protect your safety. The number of people does not need to be too large. 4 or 5 people can deal with some emergencies. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he saw that Karina was hesitant to speak, and asked again, what's wrong? There is one more thing. I don't know if I think too much. I cooperated with several pirate ships before, and I didn't think I could keep it secret from the Black Merchant Alliance. But we did take some confidentiality measures. Malcolm shouldn't have discovered it so quickly. But he warned me not long after we started. At first, I thought it was leaked from the pirate groups we were working with. You know, it's hard for those pirates to keep secrets. With a glass of rum and some special services from a brothel, they reveal everything they know. But then I realized something. If it was really from them, Malcolm should have only got information from 1 or 2 groups. There's no reason why he knew so much about my actions. Although he didn't say it explicitly when we met, he always gave me the feeling that he knew everything I did. So do you think it was someone from our side who leaked the information? Zhang Heng asked. I don't know. I selected people I can trust and tried to reduce the number of people who were exposed to this matter as much as possible, including most of the sailors on the breeze. They didn't know what they were transporting. The businesswoman said, are there any suspects? Karina hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Jim. He is very young and can read. He was originally the accountant on the breeze. Malone recommended him to me. After my father went to jail, most of the capable old sailors on the breeze left, including some who my father had originally valued and offered high salaries. However, Jim stayed. He had just joined the ship last year, so he should not have such a strong sense of belonging. Moreover, with his ability, he would not have trouble finding a new job even if he left the breeze. I don't know much about him, but he stayed when we were in the most difficult time and helped a lot. Marlon and I trusted him very much because of this. In addition, he was very serious about his work. I asked him to leave the breeze and follow me to count the goods, including the spoils acquired privately. He knew where these things came from, and he was also one of the few people who knew the sailing route of the breeze. Chapter 194 Trader and Bait. Malin was lying on the bed in the brothel, asking a special worker who was close to him to apply medicine. Before the breeze was caught up by the skull, he threw out his identity as a black businessman in Nassau. But the other party ignored him. So Malin, the captain, led the sailors on the ship to bravely resist when the other party boarded the ship. However, due to the huge gap in strength between the two sides. They only lasted less than 3 minutes before they were all put down. After that, there was a beating and kicking. Malin was punched in the stomach by Wilton and fell to the ground. He could no longer hold the dagger in his hand. However, the attack did not stop. He didn't know how many kicks he had received. It was not until he was dragged into the bottom of the ship and imprisoned that Malin had time to check his body, and found that his back had become blue and purple. For a while, he thought he was dead, just like everyone else on the ship. On the way back, the skeleton also robbed another merchant ship. Malone witnessed how Wilton and his crew treated those poor captives and tortured them for fun. Malone, an old sailor who had been drifting on the sea for decades, was terrified and even had the idea of committing suicide. He couldn't believe what was happening until he was released. The first thing Malone did after confirming that he was safe was to find a tavern and have a big drink. Then he staggered to the brothel he often went to, and finally found the long-lost peace again in the familiar softness. The next day, he slept until almost noon before opening his eyes. Not long after, he saw Karina again. "Wait, do you suspect Jim has joined Malcolm?" The special worker had left the room half a minute ago. After listening to Karina's words, Malone shook his head, which was still a little heavy after the hangover, and said with surprise while getting dressed, "To be honest, if there is no real evidence, I find it hard to believe this accusation. Jim is a good kid. When I recruited him, I talked to his neighbors and the place where he worked before. Everyone said he was a good kid. He worked hard on the ship and never slacked off. Although he was a little boring sometimes and didn't understand some jokes that men should understand. This didn't stop me from putting him on my list of my favorite people." "Did I tell you about his sister?" "What sister?" Karina asked. "Jim has a sister. Not his parents' biological child, but adopted along the way. She is 2 years younger than him. At that time, their family was well off, and Jim learned to read at that time. But the good times didn't last long. Not long after that, his parents had an accident, and they were the only two left at home. The economy began to become tight. Someone suggested that he send his sister, who he had not been with for a long time, to an orphanage or a monastery. But Jim firmly opposed it. He sold everything that could be sold at home, and started to work odd jobs everywhere, barely supporting the two of them. He was only 14 years old that year." Malone sighed. "But he suddenly stopped talking here. What happened?" "Speaking of his sister, I did hear recently that she seemed to have a serious illness. Jim spent a lot of money to treat her. I asked him before if he needed help, but Jim told me that the debt had been paid off. He had a distant uncle who sent him some money to help him deal with this crisis. Could this person be Malcolm? I didn't think about it at the time. I still don't believe that Jim would betray us and tell Wilton and his gang the route of the breeze." Malone shook his head. He had already put on his clothes and moved his shoulders. The previous injury made him grit his teeth. "Have you talked to him about this?" "No. I don't want to alert him. We don't have any evidence now. Once he becomes alert, it will be difficult to catch him." The businesswoman stood up and poured a glass of water for the captain of the breeze. "This matter is very important to us. Although Wilton's group is dead, if we can't find the traitor, the breeze will still be in danger next time it goes out. And the most important thing is that Malcolm will know our every move." "Wait, Wilton's group is dead?" Malone was surprised. He had slept until now and knew nothing about the news that spread on the island this morning. "How is this possible? Are you kidding me? If you didn't get drunk and insist on releasing your male instinct, you should know more, Uncle Malone. And now, you may be the last person on the island to hear about this." "Huh. This is really the best thing I have heard in a while." The captain of the breeze pretended not to hear the female businessman's ridicule, and a hint of joy appeared on his face when he heard it. On the way back, "I kept cursing those bastards. Cursing that they would all be swallowed by the sea, even if it meant my life. But now this ending is not bad. So how did they die? Who did it? What method did they use? And how many survivors are there? To be honest, I still can't believe it. Wilton had more than 200 people under his command. All of them good hands. How did he die under their protection? You can go out and find out about this yourself later." Karina interrupted Malone. Back to Jim. "Do you have anything else to add?" "Let me think about it. That's about it. During the time I knew him, he has always been a good employee, a good brother, and a good neighbor. I personally don't think that kid is a spy. About the last point, I believe we will find out. What are you going to do? Send someone to secretly watch him? Malone took the glass of water and rinsed his mouth, completing his morning wash. No. I plan to give him full freedom, Karina said. I just pretended to accidentally reveal a message to Jim that 2 powerful pirate ships are considering leaving the Black Traders Alliance and cooperating with us. If he is an insider, he will tell Malcolm this news. Then what? Malcolm will not sit idly by this time. Compared with those private cooperation, what he can't tolerate most is that other powerful pirates openly stand on our side. So he will definitely stop it before this happens. He will personally go to the captains of the 2 ships to persuade them. And we just need to keep an eye on his actions during this period. Once he meets the captains of the 2 ships, we can arrest Jim. Chapter 195 Sleeping Posture. Zhang Heng handed the matter of the traitor to Karina. He had not slept since the Jackdaw returned to the port. Therefore, after everything was settled and the statement was issued to jointly defend the fortress with Honig as agreed, he went back to his residence and to catch up on his sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dusk. Zhang Heng glanced at the red-haired girl, who was still sleeping beside him. The latter's sleeping posture was extremely dishonest. 1 foot and 1 hand were on his body, and saliva was still dripping from the corner of her mouth. The most amazing thing was that, and put her foot on Zhang Heng's chest and her hand on Zhang Heng's thigh. Zhang Heng had no idea how she had unconsciously tossed herself around while sleeping. And the red-haired girl's legs were also restless. And Zhang Heng woke up because she kicked him in the chin. Zhang Heng spent some time slowly moving the latter's legs and hands away, trying not to wake Annie up. But he was obviously overthinking it. The red-haired girl's sleep quality has always been very good, and she can sleep even if someone beats a gong in her ear. But on the other hand, she has a keen sense of smell for danger like a wild animal. Even in deep sleep, she would open her eyes immediately if there was danger approaching. Zhang Heng didn't know how to explain this phenomenon. He could only attribute this behavior to instinct, and had an innate wildness. What the red-haired girl said to him that night reminded him of the little fox in The Little Prince. Because the little fox fell in love with the little prince, he was willing to be tamed even though he knew that separation was coming. Just because he wanted to remember the color of the little prince's hair when he saw the wheat field. Zhang Heng picked up his coat from a chair nearby and gently put it on Annie. Then he went downstairs with his upper body naked, picked some vegetables from the small vegetable garden he had built, and dug out a few potatoes. During this time, he saw the little girl from the neighbor's house again. Zhang Heng picked a few cactus fruits for the latter. Before this round of dungeons, Zhang Heng had never eaten this kind of thing. As the name suggests, this thing is the fruit of the cactus, which is native to North and South America. It usually grows on the top of the cactus. The skin is covered with barbs. When eating, you need to cut off the tail first, then peel off the skin, and pick out the star anise thorns inside. The taste is sweet and sour. It was a bit strange when I first ate it. It is said that the Indians like this kind of fruit very much and use it as medicine. As a result, the little girl ran away before he walked over. Just like the previous times, Zhang Heng didn't care. Parents of girls of this age often teach them not to contact strangers. Zhang Heng took the cactus fruits and vegetables back to the living room. Compared with eating them raw, he preferred to dig out the pulp, mash it, mix it with honey, and drink it with water. When Annie got up from the bed, Zhang Heng had already prepared dinner and sprinkled salt on the grilled fish. Life in the 18th century was not as interesting as in later times. There were no mobile phones, no computers, and even few books. Especially after each trip to the sea, a lot of mental stress would accumulate, and everyone had ways to relieve stress. Like Annie, who could keep her mood happy by fighting. Billy liked to stay with his family, and Zhang Heng also had his own way to adjust his mood. Taking care of the small vegetable garden and cooking were his 2 favorite ways to relax. The former is a hobby he developed during the first round of dungeons. At that time, he was alone on a deserted island. In addition to the need for survival, he also had to constantly find things to do to keep himself motivated. Repairing and expanding the vegetable garden not only brought him points, but also gave him satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. Watching the seeds he sowed with great effort grow and eventually bear fruit is a healing process in itself. The same is true for cooking. Unfortunately, the pace of life in modern society is getting faster and faster, and fewer people are doing things that require energy and calmness to reap happiness. On the contrary, now that he is a pirate in the Caribbean, He has more time to spend on the trivialities of life. Because the game time, this time is unprecedentedly long. After reaching level 2 in swordplay and sailing, John Hung has been planning to learn something else, among which language is his first choice. After several rounds of games, he has fully realized the importance of language. Communication is definitely one of the most important skills for humans. In the Mannerheim Line dungeon, he suffered a lot of losses due to language barriers. Although he has mastered 2 foreign languages, which is better than most ordinary people, it is obviously not enough because of the uncertainty of each round of dungeons. At this time, the advantage of teaming up is revealed. At least everyone can choose to specialize in a foreign language. So a team of 6 can master 6 foreign languages. Single players, like John Hung, can only rely on themselves. But fortunately, he has enough time. John Hung has planned to use these 10 years to learn French, Spanish, Italian, Dutch and Latin, at least to the level of being able to communicate and understand text. If John Hung remembered correctly, the early 18th century should be the last glory of Latin. As the official language of the Roman Curia, it has occupied a mainstream position in European countries since the 1st century BC. At that time, the status of French, Italian and Spanish was probably only equivalent to local dialects. However, with the decline of the Roman Curia and the national awakening brought about by the Renaissance, Latin gradually lost its international status. Until modern times, only the Vatican is still using Latin in the world. Of course, the language at that time was quite different from that in later times. But basic communication should be no problem. John Hung was still waiting for the Black Prince Sam to recommend him to join the island's parliament. But he unexpectedly received a system prompt that the main task was completed the next morning. After eliminating several suspected factors by elimination, the most likely possibility was that Billy had just completed the recruitment of a new batch of personnel. The crew on the Jackdaw exceeded 70 people. John Hung did not expect that the so-called criterion for establishing power on the island was actually a simple requirement on the number of people. It seems that he had thought too much about the problem before. Combined with a year of normal game time, this is indeed a more realistic goal. However, since it has come to this point, John Hung has no intention of giving up. After all, he will stay in this world for almost another 10 years. The preparations John Hung is making now are also for this goal. Whether it is joining the parliament and supporting Karina to fight against the Black Merchant Alliance, or choosing to ally with Honig and help Larry, it is also laying a foundation for himself. Chapter 196: Monsters Living Under the Sea. What do you mean your residence was invaded last night? John Hung asked Vincent, who seemed a little nervous across the desk. To be honest, I don't know what happened. I went to bed early last night. I opened my eyes in the middle of the night and saw the window was wide open. A dark figure stood by my window with his back to me, searching for something in the cabinet. How do you know he was looking for this thing? John Hung pointed to the love poem collection brought back from Clark's ship on the table and asked. Because he turned my bedroom upside down. I put the 33 Spanish gold coins I got for this voyage in the cabinet. But he didn't touch them. There was some change on the table. And he didn't take a penny. He only took the supply record and the cargo list from the bookshelf. But I put the love poem book under my pillow. Wait, why did you put this thing under your pillow? Annie raised her eyebrows. The young doctor's face turned red, and he opened his mouth. But he couldn't say a word for a long time. John Hung sensed his embarrassment and took the initiative to change the subject, asking, "Did you see his face?" Vincent nodded, a trace of fear on his face. He is not human. His clothes are wet, as if he had just been fished out of the water. And there is a strong fishy and salty smell. Water drops drip down his sleeves and trouser legs to the ground. And there are seaweed and shells hanging on his hair and clothes. The young ship doctor couldn't help but shiver again when he recalled the horrible scene before. I pretended to be still asleep, but secretly opened my eyes a little, and saw his hands and side face, which were covered with scales. Then he seemed to have noticed me, turned his head and grinned at me, and I was scared to faint. When I opened my eyes again, it was already dawn, and I ran out of the house quickly. Vincent took out 3 notebooks from his pocket. Actually, I have almost translated these things. There are only a few pages of supply records left. I am sorry that I did not protect them well. No, you have done a good job. Thank you for your hard work during this period. John Hung took the notebook. I have another unwelcome request. Can I go to your place to take a look? Of course. The young ship doctor nodded and said, Welcome to visit us." The three of them came to Vincent's residence. It was a small wooden house, but it was enough for one person to live alone. There were many plants planted nearby, including some rare species on the island. John Hung remembered that Billy had said that Vincent liked botany when introducing him. The walls of his house were covered with vines, which looked very beautiful. Next to it was Billy's house, separated by a fence. The helmsman of the Jackdaw was walking in the yard with his 2-year-old daughter in his arms. When he saw the three people coming from not far away, he greeted them, handed his daughter to his wife, and then walked over. "You are here for that matter, right? Can you wait for me for a moment?" Vincent opened the door, glanced at him beside him, and said a little embarrassedly, "This is your home. You have the final say," John Hung said. The young ship doctor showed a grateful look on his face, slipped in through the crack of the door, and then closed the door as quickly as possible. After a while, there was a clanging sound from inside. Taking this opportunity, John Hung asked Billy, "You live next door to him. Did you notice anything unusual last night?" The latter shook his head. "I sleep very soundly when I return to land. It was not until this morning when he knocked on my door in his pajamas that I knew what happened. The child was really scared last night. I have never seen him so panicked." After a moment's hesitation, Billy asked again, "Do you think this incident is related to the ghost ship?" "I'm not sure yet." John Hung thought of the strange storm that the Jackdaw encountered on its way back to Nassau. All signs showed that they did encounter supernatural phenomena. So the most reasonable explanation was that the owner of the ghost ship wanted to take back his things. But for some reason, he always felt that something was wrong. That's why he suggested going to Vincent's house to take a look. After a while, the young ship doctor reopened the door and invited the three people to come in awkwardly. During this time, Vincent had cleaned up the living room. He also found a bag of tea and soaked it in water. But John Hung didn't have time to drink it. The three people walked into the young ship doctor's bedroom. The first thing that caught their eyes was the dense plant specimens and sketches on the wall. And then, there were clothes and boots scattered on the floor. Vincent looked a little embarrassed. He hadn't had time to clean up here. But for a bachelor, his bedroom was actually not too bad. John Hung had seen more terrible dormitories when he lived in school. John Hung just glanced at the plant specimens and then moved his eyes away. He squatted down and touched the floor with his fingers. There were water stains on some places, which were still a little damp. They should be the places where the uninvited guests stayed for a long time, including the cabinet and the bed. In addition, John Hung also picked up 2 small pieces of shells and a scale on the ground, which seemed to confirm the story told by the young ship doctor. As for the fishy and salty taste, it had become much lighter due to ventilation. John Hung walked to the window again. This was also the place where the uninvited guests came in and left. There were 2 pots of plants that he couldn't name on the windowsill, but one of them was knocked over. There was a small garden below. "Is it okay?" John Hung glanced at the young ship doctor. After getting the latter's permission, he climbed up the windowsill and jumped into the garden from here. John Hung tried to step on the soil under his feet twice. "How often do you water it?" "Well, once a week. I ask Nettie when I go out. She last watered it 5 days ago." Nettie is also Billy's wife. She helped Vincent a lot after he moved in. This is why Vincent was willing to be the ship's doctor on the Jackdaw after Billy asked him to do so. John Hung walked around the garden and saw several residents nearby, so he and Annie visited them one by one. But unfortunately, they did not get any useful information. Vincent's residence was invaded late at night. At this time, everyone was usually asleep, and no one saw the suspicious figure described by the young ship's doctor nearby. Lunch was eaten at Billy's house. Vincent was still a little dazed. Obviously, what happened last night had a great impact on him. It was not until the young ship's doctor got Billy's permission and agreed to let him stay at his house for 2 days that he showed gratitude and cheered up a little. Chapter 197: The Dropped Objects. Do you think that the creature that broke into Vincent's house last night was not a monster? After coming out of Billy's residence, and asked. At first, I thought it was something from the ghost ship that came to him. But after visiting his residence, I am more inclined to this view. John Hung handed over the shell in his hand. What? Annie took it and looked at it for a long time, but didn't see anything worth noting. This kind of shell is from the nearby sea area and is very common on the beaches of Nassau. Well, I seem to have some impression of what you said. Harry seems to have picked up a lot of these things. I probably can't understand his hobby. and said, "And scales." John Hung handed over the scales as well. "These are the scales of golden barracuda, which is also one of the fish that fishermen in this sea area often catch." "Why do you know such things?" the red-haired girl exclaimed. "Well, I once studied a fish. But this is not the point." At the end of the first round of the dungeon, Bell had taught John Hung some common edible fish. After he went back, he also looked up some information on the internet. Now he can identify more than 200 types of fish. But that ship has been wandering around all the time. It is not impossible for it to appear nearby. "You are right," John Hung said. "So I went to check Vincent's yard again. He said that he watered it once a week. The last time Nettie helped him water was 5 days ago. I asked Nettie, and it hasn't rained on the island recently. The land in his yard also proved this. But there is an exception." "Huh?" After seeing Vincent's house, I kept thinking about what he said before. He said that when he saw that thing, it looked like it had just been fished out of the water, and its clothes were dripping with water. But Vincent's house is not close to the coastline. If that thing really came from the deep sea, even in the middle of the night, it would still be a big risk for it to walk all the way from the beach. And most importantly, it shouldn't have much seawater left on it after such a long distance. This kind of thing can't be judged with common sense. Right? Is it possible that it is cursed and will always remain drowned? I seem to have heard some such stories when I was a child." And shrugged. "I consider the possibility you mentioned. If that is the case, the speed of water dripping from his body should be the same. But in fact, the soil in one corner of the garden is different from other places and is very wet. Do you suspect that someone went there and deliberately wet himself, then attached shells and scales to his body, disguised himself as a monster, and crawled into Vincent's bedroom to find the 3 notebooks? But why? Why did he do this? Are you asking why he was looking for the notes? Or why he disguised himself like this? If it's the former, I don't know the answer. But the latter is obviously because he was worried about his identity being exposed," John Hung said. "I should have thought of it earlier. I checked everything I brought back from the ship and found nothing unusual. But we encountered a storm on the way back. It wasn't until now that I knew what I left behind." "What? That box of silverware and rings and necklaces are not all the things we brought back?" Annie raised her eyebrows. "There were 7 people on board at the time, including me. Someone took something else without telling the others. He was the one who sneaked into Vincent's room and tried to steal the 3 notebooks," John Hung said. "Is that why you didn't say this inference at Billy's house before?" John Hung nodded. "The 2 of us were together last night, so we can rule it out. The remaining 5 people are possible. I don't doubt his loyalty. But that person may not realize how dangerous the things he took are. The last person on the Clark ship was also missing, which is likely related to that thing. Fortunately, the scope has been narrowed down to a very small extent now. Next, we just need to investigate one by one. Maybe it won't be that troublesome." And said, "I have a rough idea of who that person is." "Huh?" At that time, people on the ship were basically working in groups of 2. And it was not easy to hide something from another person. Seth and I were checking the cargo hold on the floor below you. But then I heard you banging on the door. And I thought something dangerous was happening over there. So I ran up. Seth was alone there during that period of time. And if anyone could hide something from others, it was only him. And I saw him on the deck later. He looked a little dazed. But everyone was not in a good state at the time. So I didn't think much about it." "What was he doing when we encountered a storm on the way back?" John Hung asked. "I didn't see him. It was his turn to rest at that time. And he was not on the deck. But now that you said that, I remembered it. When I saw him again at dinner that night, I found a bruise on his face. I asked him what happened, and he told me that he accidentally fell," the red-haired girl said. "Private fighting is strictly prohibited on the ship. But I did hear that some people don't follow the rules. After all, we are a new ship, and we only recruited people recently. Every time we dock, we will add a new batch of people. Some people know each other, and sometimes have some grudges before boarding the ship. Seth was one of the first people to board the ship. He just got married not long ago. He redeemed a person from the brothel. I heard that they have a good relationship. But there will inevitably be some gossip from other people. Do you know where he lives?" "I don't know. But I know someone who does." Annie found another pirate named Sean, who was a gunner on the Jackdaw. He had a good relationship with Seth. They had worked together on the same ship before, and often went out to have fun together on the island. Sean knew where Seth lived and took them there. However, when they got there, they found that furniture was piled up everywhere inside and outside the door. Seth poked his head out from behind a wardrobe and saw that the three people looked a little surprised. Especially when he saw John Hung. A flash of panic flashed in his eyes. But he quickly covered it up. "Sorry. I'm preparing to move." Sean was stunned when he heard this. Then he said happily, "Not bad. You just got married and moved to a new house. But why didn't you ask me for help? It's not a lot anyway, so I won't bother you," Seth said. Then he looked at John Hung and Annie. "It may be a little inconvenient for me today. Captain, can you come back tomorrow?" Chapter 198 Betty. "It's okay. We don't have anything to do, so we just came to help you," John Hung said. Seth's smile was a little forced. And then a woman's voice came from the house. "What's wrong, Seth? Are there guests? It's Sean. And, two friends. Aren't you going to invite them in?" "I almost forgot." Seth patted his head. "The house is a bit messy. Don't mind it." After saying that, he moved the chairs outside the house back into the house. And John Hung and the other two followed him and walked in together. "Tracy, go make some coffee for the guests," Seth said to a plump woman in the room, who should be his wife, who had just married him not long ago. She nodded and walked into the kitchen. After a while, her voice sounded again. "Seth, do you know where the coffee beans Beth just sent are?" "Oh, I know where they are. I go get them." Seth went upstairs while talking. Half a minute later, the woman named Tracy came out of the kitchen with a plate of mangoes in her hand. "Sorry." Seth put away all the kitchen utensils, and now there are only some fruits left at home. John Hung thanked her after receiving the fruit. He chatted with Tracy for a while. Tracy was very talkative and basically answered all the questions. She was not wary at all. After a few words, John Hung was almost certain that Seth did not tell her what happened on the Clark ship. She was not aware of what happened last night, and just thought that Tracy spent the night in the new house. John Hung and Annie looked at each other, and were basically sure that Seth was the person they were looking for. They just waited for him to come downstairs and confront him. However, Sean muttered, "Does it take so long to get a cup of coffee?" Tracy was a little embarrassed. "I go and urge him." After that, she walked to the storage room nearby. Sean reminded her, "Seth is on the second floor." "Second floor?" Tracy was stunned. "But we just cleared the second floor. There's nothing there." John Hung rushed upstairs immediately after hearing that. But the second floor was empty. The window of one of the rooms was wide open. John Hung saw Seth running wildly on the street below and looking back at this side through the window. And turned to Annie. Separate and Chase. This can't be completely blamed on him for not being cautious. After all, John Hung only planned to talk to Seth this time. And he didn't plan to use any tough measures. The latter didn't do anything too extreme except breaking into Vincent's residence at night and scaring the young ship doctor half to death. Logically, there is no reason for him to run away as soon as he met. But it's useless to talk about this now. Annie has already rushed downstairs. And John Hung has also climbed out of the window and jumped to the top of another house with a cry of surprise. He didn't play Assassin's Creed on purpose. Mainly because this area is a bit like Smoked Fish Alley, both of which are famous slums in Nassau. However, unlike Smoked Fish Alley, the buildings here are mainly residential, and the layout is messy, which is very beneficial for escapees. Moreover, Seth has lived here for a long time, and is more familiar with the terrain than John Hung, who has just arrived here. John Hung can only use this method to occupy a favorable observation position, and ensure that he does not lose people. In comparison, it is much more convenient for Annie. She only needs to follow John Hung on the roof. Seth also saw the pursuers behind him at this time. But he did not stop but ran faster, constantly changing direction, using the surrounding terrain to block the view behind him. Unfortunately, he could not get rid of John Hung, who was looking down at him, and he became more and more impatient. John Hung was moving on the roof, so he did not have to face the complex environment on the ground. He could just move in a straight line. His balance had been well trained in the past year and a half of life at sea. Although the place where he landed was uneven, he could always keep his center of gravity stable. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Seth, John Hung estimated that he could jump off the roof in 10 steps. But he didn't expect that he would fail at the most critical moment. The roof he just jumped on was probably due to disrepair, and it suddenly cracked in the middle. Zhang Heng reacted as quickly as possible and grabbed a wooden beam while falling. But the next moment, the wooden beam also broke. Seeing Zhang Heng fall into a small building, Seth's face showed a hint of joy. But then a figure rushed out from the alley on his left, and the other party kicked Seth in the chest without saying a word. The latter's body flew up uncontrollably and hit a wooden frame next to him. Seth ignored the pain in his back and quickly climbed up from the ground. But he limped less than 2 steps and a saber appeared on his neck. After a while, Zhang Heng also came out of the small building next to him with a dusty face. He compensated the old man who was basking in the sun at the door with 2 gold coins, and then walked to Seth. "Why did you run away?" Seth kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything. "You were the one who sneaked into Vincent's room disguised as a monster last night," Zhang Heng said again. Seth finally showed some expression on his face after hearing this, and began to show panic. "How did you do that storm we encountered at sea before? Is it related to what you found on the Clark ship?" Zhang Heng continued. This time Seth finally couldn't keep calm anymore. He had a glimmer of hope that Zhang Heng came to him for something else. After all, he was the only one present when the incident happened, and no one else should have seen it. And the storm afterwards? Most people would not associate him with it. Seth didn't know how Zhang Heng suspected him. It must be said that after 2 successful voyages, Zhang Heng's prestige among the crew has indeed reached an astonishing level. Seth hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. "I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't find the thing. She found me." "She?" Annie raised her eyebrows. "After we separated, a woman's voice sounded in my ears. She called herself Betty. I searched the warehouse but couldn't find the source of the voice." Betty? Zhang Heng was not unfamiliar with this name. This name had appeared countless times in the love poetry collection. Before, Zhang Heng thought Betty was the captain's wife or lover. But now it seems that the owner of this name is probably not simple. "Why didn't you tell us about this at the time?" the red-haired girl asked. "I thought there was something wrong with my own mind at the time," Seth said. "The woman named Betty warned me that if I told you about this, you would treat me as a lunatic and throw me on the ship." Chapter 199 Celtic Ancient God. "We went down to the cargo hold again, but we didn't see you until we gathered on the deck. What were you doing during that time?" Annie asked. "I went to the stern, and the woman named Betty told me she had something to show me." "What was it?" Zhang Heng said. "A gift." "Gift?" She said she was an ancient Celtic god who controlled the storms on the ocean. If I chose to worship her, I could get some of her power. Seth hesitated for a moment, and reluctantly took out a shell from his pocket. Zhang Heng took the thumb-sized shell. From the appearance, there was nothing special about it. It was exactly the same as other white shells that can be seen everywhere on the beach. However, the system prompt that sounded in his ears made him confirm at the first time that this was indeed a game prop with supernatural power. Betty's shell, unidentified, it is temporarily impossible to determine its purpose from the name. In addition, Zhang Heng also noticed the Celtic ancient god mentioned by Seth. Celtic mythology is one of the 3 major European mythological systems along with Greek mythology and Norse mythology. It was originally circulated among the Celts. Strictly speaking, the Celts are not a race. They are a national group formed by a common culture and language in ancient times. They were the first group of people in Europe to use iron tools, and also had considerable architectural skills. The Seine River and the upper reaches of the Loire River in eastern France, the Rhine River and the upper reaches of the Danube River in southwestern Germany are the birthplaces of the Celts. They infiltrated and expanded throughout the European continent as tribes, crossed the Alps, and were once everywhere. They were warriors, merchants, blacksmiths, bards, and artists. Today, France, Spain, Portugal and other places are all their areas of activity. Until the rise of the Roman Empire, Caesar occupied Gaul, the cultural center of the Celts, and killed more than 1 million Celts, which also caused the Celtic civilization to gradually disappear on the European continent. Many Celtic legends were lost, which is why Celtic mythology is not as famous as Greek mythology and Norse mythology in later generations. To this day, the only Celtic mythology that is still well known is the story of King Arthur and the sword in the stone. Zhang Heng is not familiar with Celtic mythology either. His father majored in Greek and Norse mythology in college, and his mother majored in Christian mythology. When he was a child, he listened to these 3 kinds of mythology stories more. This is why he still didn't have much thought when he saw the name Betty in the love poetry collection. You said she wants you to worship her. How to do it? Jong Hun continued to ask. Seth's eyes flickered when he heard this question. I don't know. I need to complete the test first and find the 3 notebooks. Then she will tell me what to do next. Heh. Do you still want to lie at this time? And looked unkind. And the saber was closer to Seth's throat. Wasn't the previous storm related to you? Jong Hun also said at this time. I can promise in the name of the captain that I will not pursue your previous actions. But you must tell me what you did. You also saw the scene on the Carrick ship. You don't want everyone to disappear for no reason because of you. Feeling the chill on his neck, Seth didn't dare to play any tricks anymore. I engraved her name in Celtic on the top of the mast of the Jackdaw according to her request. Which means that from now on this ship will be under her protection. And I asked her. She said that what happened on the Carrick ship was an accident. Accident? The people on that ship were too greedy. For so many years, they had been using her power to summon storms and sailing twice as fast as other merchant ships in that sea area, earning huge profits. However, there was a price to pay. Controlling the storm required anger from the bottom of their hearts. They lost themselves in anger and ultimately could never escape from the storm. The crew nailed the doors and windows shut, but they could still hear the thunder and wind outside, and finally could only jump into the sea in despair. Jong Hun did not comment. One last question. How did you contact her? Did you see her? I can't contact her. I can only pray to her. But she decides whether to respond. She only responded to me once after I got off the Clark ship. Just like before. Only with voice. I have never seen her. After Seth finished speaking, Sean and Tracy also rushed over. The two did not know what happened. Seth suddenly left from the second floor, and Jong Hun and Annie chased after him. They were both confused. But when they saw Seth being forced into a corner, they showed worry on their faces. Jong Hun glanced at Annie, who put away the saber in her hand. Jong Hun said to Seth, Don't gamble secretly on the ship anymore. Since it's your first offense, I won't pursue it this time. The next time you go out to sea, your spoils will be halved, in order to avoid causing unnecessary panic among the crew. Jong Hun didn't plan to tell anyone else about this. He wasn't worried that Seth would say something. The latter secretly kept Betty's shells and carved Celtic words on the mast, which brought danger to the crew on the Jackdaw. If he was smart enough, he should continue to keep silent. Sure enough, Seth didn't say anything after hearing this, and just tacitly agreed with the gambling theory. After the 3 people left, the red-haired girl spoke again. You don't seem to completely believe his statement. Do you think he is lying? Jong Hun shook his head. It is unlikely that he is lying in this case. But the other person may not be. That Betty? She obviously lied to Seth about the Clark ship. Those who disappeared did not commit suicide by jumping into the sea. At least not all of them. Because this cannot explain the locked captain's room and the scratches on the bottom cargo hold. Can gods lie? It depends on which mythology system the god belongs to. Jong Hun said. He was not familiar with the Celtic mythology system, but he was familiar with the Nordic and Greek gods. The guys in them were more powerful than gods. And Zeus, who thought with his lower body, was a representative. Each one lived more freely than the other. However, this ancient Celtic god named Betty should not be among them. Her style of behavior seemed to be very cautious. There were 7 people on the Clark ship at that time, but she only chose to whisper to Seth, who was alone. Jong Hun didn't know whether it was because of her original personality or she was avoiding something. Chapter 200 Showdown. Jong Hun and Annie found the reason for the storm. But what happened on the Carrick was probably only known by the ancient god named Betty. Jong Hun didn't know if it was because he was on land. The other party didn't come to him after he got the shell. But Jong Hun didn't take it lightly. He returned to the Jackdaw as soon as possible, cut off the ancient Celtic name on the top of the mast with a knife, and then found the merchant and asked her to send people to the colony to find tule trees. According to the bartender, the wooden box made of the latter can isolate supernatural forces. It just so happens that this tree grows in Oaxaca, Mexico. If Jong Hun remembers correctly, it should be a Spanish colony now. If everything goes well, he will be able to get the wooden box of the tule tree when he returns from the next voyage. It's a pity that this thing is not a game prop. Otherwise Jong Hun really wants to take a pack out of the dungeon directly, so that he won't have to worry about the storage of game props in the future. Before that, in order to prevent the ancient god named Betty from tempting other people again, Jong Hum could only carry this thing with him temporarily. On the other hand, Karina's investigation of the inner ghost finally came to fruition. The people she sent out to monitor reported to her that Malcolm had just left the manor in a carriage in a low-key manner and visited Captain Barber. This was also one of the false intelligence given by the businesswoman. However, Malcolm was obviously very alert. 10 minutes later, he left Barber's residence and did not go to find the next person on the list. Instead, he visited an irrelevant person, trying to confuse the site in this way. However, Karina had basically determined the target. She found Malone, who, for the first time, was not hanging around in the brothel. Instead, he was well prepared and took out his long-and-used saber from the box. When he took out the short musket from the bottom of the box, the businesswoman took a deep breath and stretched out her hand. Malone handed over the short musket in his hand. "Are you sure it's just the two of us? And I don't need to send a few more people on the ship?" The businesswoman filled the gunpowder and bullets into the barrel and said, "If you are right, he did this for his sister. I don't want everyone to know about this. After we finish asking what we want to ask, we can just let him go. Besides, Jim has been doing bookkeeping work and has no force. The two of us should be enough." Malone nodded. "That's the best. Don't worry. I'm not that old yet. I'm confident that I won't lose to anyone in a one-on-one fight. If your belly was a little smaller, it would make this statement more convincing." Karina finished loading and put the short musket behind her. There was nothing unusual from the front. She asked Malone, "How do I look now?" "As leisurely as taking a walk in the park." The latter praised. "Let's go. If it's too late, Malcolm might send someone to tip him off." Karina was the first to go downstairs. After receiving the news, the two did not waste any time and rushed directly to Jim's place. The latter was arranged by the businesswoman to inspect the new warehouse location today. As the situation on the island gradually opened up, the small warehouse of the original second-hand goods trading office was no longer enough. Karina was also looking for a new warehouse location during this period. She used this as an excuse to transfer Jim away alone. And the latter did not have any doubts. That place was not too far from the dock. There were two buildings in front and behind. And there was also a large open space, which was very suitable for a warehouse. But when they got there, Malone and Karina's faces changed. Karina saw a pool of fresh blood in the open space between the two buildings, and then a series of footprints staggered towards the small building behind. "Oh no! Could it be that Malcolm's men got there first?" Malone said, as he drew out the saber from his waist and ran towards the building behind. He immediately knocked open the door. But there was no one inside, and there were no footprints on the dusty ground. Malone's eyelids twitched, and for some reason, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He turned around again, and saw Karina holding a short musket and pointing it at him. Malone's smile was a little forced. "What does this mean? What do you think?" The businesswoman's voice sounded a little sad. "Uncle Malone, you and my father have known each other for more than 20 years. You have been here since I was a child. You are like a family member to me. I never thought that one day you would betray me." "What are you talking about? Wasn't it Jim who leaked the news?" Malone said, as he took a small step forward. But then Karina's finger was firmly on the trigger, forcing Malone to stop. "The name I gave Jim is different from the name I gave you. Or should I say the names I gave to everyone who might leak the news are different. I just didn't expect that the last person would be you." Malone raised his eyebrows. "You actually plotted against me?" "I just tried my best to consider all the possibilities. This is what you taught me before." "Uncle Malone, should I feel relieved? You have grown up too fast during this period." No wonder even Malcolm started to worry about it. "Even my father standing here now, I am afraid he can't recognize you." Malone sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, several people came out from behind this small building, including Jim, who looked confused. 4 sailors on the Jackdaw, and an unknown guy with his hands tied. He was a killer sent by Malcolm. He originally planned to get rid of Jim and pretend to kill him to silence him. In this way, Jim's identity as a traitor would be confirmed, and no one would suspect Malone. But in the end, he was intercepted by the sailors of the Jackdaw, who had been waiting here for a long time. "I have many questions to ask you, but the most important one is, does my father's imprisonment have anything to do with you?" "Uncle Malone?" Malone shook his head. "If Fagin was still here, I would never betray him. Malcolm's people found me after you, and I went to the island. I fell into a trap and lost a lot of money in the casino. A guy came to me and was willing to pay off my debts and even promised to pay me an extra sum of money. But the condition was that I would pass on information to him when necessary. By the time I regretted it, it was too late. This was not my intention. I thought you wouldn't stay on the island for long, just like everyone else. So I couldn't find a reason to refuse this proposal. Chapter 201: Karina's Determination. Marlon's betrayal dealt a heavy blow to the businesswoman. The former was the person she trusted most in Nassau, and it could even be said that he was the only person she trusted when she first arrived on the island. Unexpectedly, she was bribed early, although according to Marlon, he only passed messages to Malcolm 3 times in total. Karina felt nauseous when she thought that there was a pair of eyes watching her all the time. Perhaps the only thing to be thankful for was that the information Marlon had was mostly about trade. For things like meetings with black gladiators, the businesswoman was alone. Marlon had mentioned several times that he wanted to go with her in the name of protecting her safety, but she refused. She did not doubt Malone's intention at the time, but simply considered that bringing her guards with her might offend Larry. Otherwise, Malcolm might have known that someone had invaded his study. Karina tried to control her emotions and asked a few more questions. Then she handed Malone over to the 4 sailors of the Jackdaw, who would verify the truth of Malone's words and send him directly to the ship back to England afterwards. Malone had mentioned that he had a sister in Kent, so this was the best ending for him. Even if he wanted to come back, it would be a year later, and by then, Karina and Malcolm should have already decided the winner. When everything was over, the businesswoman felt deeply exhausted and threw the short musket in her hand on the side of the road. It was not until today that she understood what her father told her in prison, not to trust anyone on the island. The relationship between Malone and her had long surpassed friends, and was more like family and mentor. Losing Malone was far more than just losing an experienced captain who was familiar with the customs of various ports for Karina. If Wilton's blatant threat on the beach made her feel fear for the first time, then Malone's betrayal now made her feel another kind of cruelty. For a moment, she even wanted to give up. She was not sure what was waiting for her on this road, and what price she would have to pay to win the war with the Black Merchant Alliance. The businesswoman stopped in front of the carriage and looked around in a daze. She didn't know where she should go at this moment, until the driver coughed softly. "Miss Karina. Sorry. I'm going to Captain John Hung's residence." Karina made a decision, opened the door, and got in. She didn't look back. Those things that happened in the past should stay in the past forever. Since her father was imprisoned, she had no way out at all. In this case, she had no choice but to keep going. After half an hour, the carriage stopped again, and the businesswoman's expression had returned to normal. John Hung was learning Dutch with Vincent in the living room. He looked up and saw Karina standing outside the door. He nodded to the young ship doctor. "Let's stop here today." The latter put away the book after hearing this, and ran out to find Harry in the afternoon. So after Vincent left, only John Hung and Karina were left in the room. John Hung picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for the businesswoman. Maybe because he was an Oriental person, he still liked tea leaves more than coffee. "How is your situation going?" "The traitor has been found. It's Malone." Karina paused, and there was not much expression on her face, as if she was talking about something irrelevant. "The problem is not serious. It has basically been solved, and it will not affect what we are doing. But now the Breeze has no captain, and there is another transport ship that needs a captain after it is repaired. Do you have a candidate?" "I plan to let the former first mate take over as the captain of the Breeze, in order to prevent this incident from happening again. I will test him regularly. As for the other ship, it's a bit troublesome, because I plan to recruit sailors in Nassau, so I have to find someone who can subdue them. At the same time, this person cannot be a pirate. It is best if he is familiar with the customs of various ports in the colony. This requirement is not simple. I know that excellent captains are scarce no matter where they are, not to mention that almost all the outstanding captains in this place are pirates. But I will not treat him unfairly in terms of salary. I can offer him twice the salary of an ordinary captain." John Hung thought for a moment. Some captains of merchant ships lost their ships and cargoes after being robbed. They have no choice but to come to Nassau to pan for gold. Some of them should be able to meet your requirements, but many pirate ships that lack captains are also eyeing them. Let's do this. I will talk to Billy tomorrow to see if he has any suitable candidates to recommend." Karina nodded. "I thought about what you said before. We are competing with the Black Merchant Alliance. It is not enough to have the support of small and medium-sized pirates. I plan to contact the big landlords on the island and try to get their support by helping them transport the harvested crops for free. In addition, the things collected from the second-hand goods trading office are too fragmented. No one will buy them if they are directly taken to the colony. They will only be regarded as garbage. But it is a pity to throw them away like this. After all, strictly speaking, they are valuable. What do you want to do? I plan to open a grocery store in the colony and here, and sell these odds and ends there. I don't ask for money, as long as I can make up for the losses, so that we don't have to keep spending money on it, the businesswoman explained. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Why? I thought you would be hit by Malone's incident. But seeing how you look now, my worries seem unnecessary. At first, I was really angry and disappointed. But on the way here, I thought about a lot of things, and I'm not so angry anymore. There were many things I didn't do well in this matter. I was just used to asking him for help unilaterally. But I didn't pay attention to the difficulties he encountered. He owed a sum of money in the casino and borrowed from many people. But didn't bother me. He would rather accept Malcolm's recruitment. He probably didn't think I could help at that time. Karina laughed at herself. However, the businesswoman did not dwell on this issue anymore. She looked at Zhang Heng's eyes and said seriously, I want to defeat Malcolm. Not just to keep the second-hand goods exchange alive on the island, but to completely destroy him, drive him out of Nassau, and replace him as the most powerful black marketeer on the island. No matter what the cost. No matter what dangers are waiting for me ahead. I don't care. I won't stop until I can do this. Chapter 202 Night Talk and Visitors. Late at night, Terrence Manor. Malcolm's work and rest schedule has always been very regular, which is the secret to his ability to maintain his energy, especially during the preparation of the Black Business Alliance. Various situations emerged one after another, and Malcolm was always able to solve them one by one in an orderly manner without showing any signs of fatigue. Although he is already in his 40s, his body is still like a young man in his 20s. In the past, he would have been lying in bed on time at this time. But tonight he stayed in the study room for the first time. He picked up a book from the bookshelf and started flipping through it. The maids in the corridor didn't even dare to breathe at this time. Everyone knew that Malcolm was not in a good mood during this period. Malcolm was originally a serious person. His expression looked particularly old-fashioned at ordinary times. When he heard about the incident on the beach, his face became more serious. A terrifying momentum could be felt from a distance. When he was having breakfast before, a maid who served him was frightened and dropped the plate in her hand. As a result, she was dragged out and whipped by the butler next to her. From then on, the slaves in Terrence Manor became even more silent, seeing that Malcolm had been in the study for almost an hour beyond his bedtime. No one dared to remind him, but they were afraid that he would be punished because no one reminded him. The maids were very entangled, and finally focused their attention on a short black maid named Leah, who was also the one Malcolm liked the most among all the maids. Unlike other maids, Malcolm almost never punished her even if she made mistakes, and she was ostracized by some people for this. Leah said nothing, turned around and walked downstairs to the kitchen, then returned to the study with a cup of hot milk, tidied her clothes, and knocked on the door twice. Malcolm's voice came from inside. Come in. The black maid opened the door, and Malcolm sat on the velvet sofa without looking up, until Leah put the glass of milk on the table in front of him. Malcolm hummed. That's thoughtful. I'm waiting for a guest tonight, so I stay up a little later. Yes, Mr. Malcolm. Leah smiled, put away the plate, and was about to leave. But the next moment Malcolm's voice rang again. Has anyone else entered my study recently? Leah was shocked when she heard this. For a moment, she thought Malcolm had discovered that the letters had been stolen. She only took one letter from the study and returned it the next day. She didn't know how Malcolm discovered the abnormality. Could it be that her luck was so bad that Malcolm happened to check the old letters again on that day and found that one of them was missing? But there were so many letters there. How could Malcolm remember where each one was? The most important thing is, what should she do at this time? Should she fabricate a non-existent thief? Transfer Malcolm's suspicion to the other party to make herself safe? Or put the blame on someone else? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Leah's mind. But it was only a moment. When she turned around, her face was just right for confusion. Is there something missing? But according to your request, Mr. Malcolm, I am the only one who comes in every time I clean, Malcolm said. I'm just asking casually. Things haven't been peaceful recently. It's always good to be careful. After that, he pointed to the chair in front of him and said, "Since you're here, don't leave in a hurry. Come chat with me." Leah breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that she had made the right bet. Malcolm really didn't find out about the letter. She gathered her skirt and sat on the chair, smiling. "What do you want to talk about?" Malcolm put down the book in his hand. "Let's talk about books. What have you been reading recently?" "I'm reading the Bible because many people around me are reading it after I came into the world." "Well, the fastest way to integrate into a culture is to understand its religion. Have you seen the book of Exodus? What do you think? The Israelites could not bear the slavery of the Egyptians, so they escaped from Egypt under the guidance of Jehovah, followed the prophet Moses, went through hardships, and finally came to the promised land flowing with milk and honey. Does this chapter have any revelations for you?" Leah's smile became a little forced when she heard this. "Do you know what I like most about you? You rarely say things against your will. If it were those guys outside, they would definitely tell me that they like their current life and will never run away or leave." Malcolm adjusted his sitting position to make his waist more comfortable. "But in fact, no one likes to be enslaved." Leah was silent for a while and said, "Will Jehovah end the sufferings that my compatriots are suffering now?" "What do you think?" Malcolm asked back. "Thousands of years ago, those Israelites believed in their Lord. So their Lord led them to escape the rule of the evil pagans. But now you and I believe in the same Creator. Do you think He will liberate you from us? So where is our path? Will our descendants continue to be enslaved like us? It depends on when you can truly integrate into our world." The black maid wanted to say something, but Malcolm raised a finger. "What I mean by integration is not just language, food, clothing, etiquette, religion, etc. Although these things are also important. The most important thing is here." Malcolm pointed to his head. "You need to think like us. Only in this way can you be truly accepted as one of us." "But will we still be ourselves when that day comes?" Leah asked. "Good question. Civilization is the most barbaric thing in the world. It has only one theme, which is conquest," Malcolm said. "It will not stop until it reaches its goal. If you insist on not being assimilated, then the only way left is to be destroyed." As Malcolm finished speaking, someone knocked on the door of the study again, and the butler's voice sounded from outside. "Mr. Malcolm, the guests are coming." "Okay, that's all for today. You can go down." Malcolm waved his hand, and the black maid bowed and opened the door of the study. Not long after she left, a man in a cloak came in from outside. It was still drizzling outside, and he was also damp. When the door of the study was closed again, he took off his cloak, and Fraser's face was underneath. Chapter 203 Opportunity. "You promised me that nothing would happen this time," Malcolm said. Fraser hung his cloak on a hanger and shrugged. "If I remember correctly, our agreement was to sink the cargo ship, kill everyone on it except the insiders, and then turn around and leave quietly." "That's right. Then tell me what happened on the beach 4 days ago. Why did the Breeze and its crew return to Nassau? And why did that guy named Wilton use them to threaten Karina? I found the most ferocious pirates outside the island as you requested. But on the other hand, I seem to have underestimated their ferocity." Fraser also showed a helpless look on his face. "Things got out of control. That guy named Wilton was more greedy than I thought. Not only did he take our deposit, he also wanted to make another fortune with the crew of the Breeze. He did not abide by the agreement. I originally planned to find him the next day, but I heard about what happened the next morning. But the good news is that we should not have to pay them the balance." Fraser picked up the glass on the table. Malcolm pointed to the brandy on the shelf beside him. "So we went through so much trouble. Not only did we not get the desired result, but we also sent her another transport ship. In addition, the Jackdaw became more famous on the island. In terms of fame alone, they are now almost overshadowing the Black Prince Sam's band of thieves." Fraser walked over and poured himself half a glass. "I am half of his teacher, but I have never really seen through him. He is different from Blackbeard. But they have one thing in common. They both know what they are doing. When I heard that the Jackdaw returned to the port, I had bad thoughts in my heart. I should have warned Wilton in advance. I just didn't expect him to act so quickly. But thinking back, this is indeed the best opportunity to act." The old pirate took a sip of brandy. "And I just got some bad news." The Black Prince Sam is uniting several captains with seats in the parliament on the island to nominate Zhang Hung to the island's parliament. With his strength and connections, He has easily gathered 7 seats. So Zhang Heng's entry into the parliament is a foregone conclusion. Although he is reluctant to admit it, his influence on the island and his jackdaw is indeed growing. Are you still not going to consider my proposal? Malcolm glanced at Fraser. I'm a businessman, not Caesar. I came to this island to make money. Nassau has developed well in recent years. The total amount of goods is increasing every year, but the quality is declining. The top pirate forces are getting fewer and fewer. Blackbeard Teach disappeared after bombarding Charleston. Sam is the only top pirate on the island. The appearance of the jackdaw can fill this gap. Karina used to be able to survive on the island with only 1 pirate ship, which shows how strong the jackdaw's ability to make money is. The premise is that he is willing to cooperate with the Black Business Alliance. Malcolm did not comment. As long as we can cut off his channel for transporting goods out of the island, he will naturally turn around and cooperate with us. If you hadn't made such a low-level mistake, he should have been sitting at the negotiation table with us now. Fraser finished the brandy in his hand. What should we do now? Do you want me to find someone else to rob her transport ship? But the insider has been exposed, and they will be more cautious in the future. It is not easy to get their sailing route again. Moreover, they now have 2 ships. If one is destroyed, there is still 1 left. I heard that other captains have already contacted Miss Karina privately to discuss the possibility of long-term cooperation. The island's view of her is also changing. More and more people are beginning to believe that she is not just a passerby here. Let's put the robbery aside for now. Although the means outside the rules are the simplest and most effective, they also bring a lot of negative effects. The Black Traders Alliance was established not long ago, and I can't completely control it. There are many other voices in it. This kind of thing can't happen again. If we can't resolve it quickly, we need to find a new way. Malcolm's expression remained unchanged, and he continued, I just met her not long ago. I originally thought that she and her father were the same type of people. My previous arrangements were based on this, but later I found that I misjudged her. She and her father have almost nothing in common. On the contrary, she is very similar to me when I was young, but more ambitious and radical. I can probably guess what she is thinking at this moment. Oh, when she found out that Malone was bribed by me, she must be filled with anger and resentment. But then these anger and resentment will turn into hunger, and she will want to defeat me more than ever before. This hunger will give her extra motivation, but it will also make her more likely to take risks. Malcolm paused. So, I will give her a chance next. Fraser raised his eyebrows. What chance? The chance to defeat me, Malcolm said lightly. The jackdaw's repair time was very short. Less than a week. The breeze was robbed on the way, and failed to bring back new clues from the port. But the Black Prince Sam found Zhang Heng 2 days ago, and invited him to participate in a hunt. Spanish treasure ship? Billy repeated it to make sure he heard it right. You mean the Spanish treasure ship? The kind of galleon with 3 decks loaded with 80 cannons, and more than 200 fully armed sailors. Not to mention that they usually have frigates to sail with them. As far as I know, only Peter Hine has successfully seized the goods on the treasure ship and successfully transported them back to the country. And he used a whole military fleet to do this. Really? I don't know this story. But I did hear that when you were with Blackbeard Teach, you only used 100 men to seize the pride of the Royal Navy from more than 700 men on the other side. Sam said. Whoever told you this story? He certainly didn't say that we had the advantage of time and place at that time. And Orf's trick worked by chance. We finally rushed to the opposite deck. Captain Teach fought 10 people alone, and everyone burst out with all their potential. But even so, if it weren't for Zhang Heng's last shot, their captain was afraid of death enough, and we would still fail. So don't you want to experience this exciting feeling again? Black Prince Sam blinked. Chapter 204 Letter of Recommendation. Thank you, but no thanks. After that battle, I swore I would never want to experience this feeling again, Billy said. Just kidding. In addition to us, I also plan to contact 4 other powerful captains on the island. If we work together with 6 ships, we still have a great chance of winning, Black Prince Sam said. After the success, all the goods on it will be divided equally. That's a lot of money, equivalent to everyone's annual income. That means you can take a year-long vacation if you want. If you just want to make money, you should be able to find more suitable prey. Why are you so interested in the Spanish treasure ship? Zhang Heng on the side also asked. It is undeniable that the goods on the Spanish treasure ship are of the highest value, in addition to tobacco and silk. There are also gold, silver and jewelry. The Black Prince Sam said that taking down a ship is equivalent to a year's income. It is not bragging. Even if the 6 pirate ships are divided equally, the share in everyone's hands will definitely not be less. But at the same time, the danger is also very high. Unless it is for revenge like Blackbeard, generally no one will confront the military forces. Moreover, Spanish ships are notoriously difficult to deal with. Even pirates don't like to rob the Spanish because they rarely surrender. In many cases, they would rather be sunk than lose money to avoid disaster, even though they are clearly at a disadvantage. If you rob them, you will not only face fierce battles, but you may also end up with nothing. It's mainly because the opportunity is rare. Spanish treasure ships usually move together with dozens of ships. It's usually impossible to attack them. This time, it's rare to have a single ship, although there are 2 naval frigates. It's already the best opportunity, Black Prince Sam said excitedly. I paid a lot of money to get its route from a familiar intelligence dealer. How about it? Are you interested in doing this together? If successful, we will be the first pirate team in this sea area to successfully rob a treasure ship. This is what you really care about, right? Black Prince Sam did not deny it when he heard it, and his signature sunny smile appeared on his face. Life always needs some challenges. Blackbeard Teach was able to take down the Scarborough. There is no reason why I can't take down a Spanish treasure ship with so many people. John Hung asked Billy. What do you think? The Jackdaw's helmsman seemed a little helpless. I still prefer to rob merchant ships to make money, but we don't have any other clues recently. And I know that the bastards on the ship can't refuse such an opportunity to make a fortune. Their appetite is like a bottomless pit that can never be filled. But since the other side only has 3 ships, and we have 6, I think we can give it a try. How is our recruitment going? Can we be ready to go to sea in 2 days? John Hung asked. When he received the system prompt, the number of people on the Jackdaw had just reached 70. And the recruitment work did not stop afterwards. The target agreed by John Hung, Billy and others this time was 90 people. After reaching this number, boarding battles were no longer the shortcoming of the Jackdaw, although there was still a gap between them and those large pirate groups. It would not be as dangerous to be attacked from underwater as it was this time. So far, we have recruited a total of 26 people. 4 of us died in the previous battle, and 2 were seriously injured and got off the ship with pensions. So now there are 82 people on the ship. It is mainly because experienced gunners and carpenters are hard to find anywhere. But the manpower at this stage is almost enough. Billy paused. 2 days should be no problem. Procurement of supplies won't take that long. I immediately organized people to pull those guys out of the brothels and taverns. Great. I still have to notify the other houses. So let's meet in 2 days, Black Prince Sam said hurriedly. He turned and walked a few steps, but stopped again and put his hand into his coat. Oh, I almost forgot. This thing is for you. A joint recommendation letter signed by 7 people, recommending you to join the island's parliament. Sorry. It took a while. 2 guys are arguing over the distribution of a batch of spoils. They insist that as long as one party signs, the other party will resolutely not participate. I can find someone else to replace them. But then I can't use this matter to mediate the conflict between them. Thank you. You've worked hard. John Hung took the recommendation letter. You just need to give this letter to Speaker Clay, and then the Parliament will organize the members to vote. As long as your votes exceed 1/3, you can join the Parliament. Black Prince Sam added. Clay? Which Clay? The owner of the brothel. Clay King? Well, don't take this kind of thing to heart. The Speaker of the Parliament is just a formality. Anyway, there has been nothing to do in the past 2 years. The Speaker's job is basically to review the membership and so on. The real big things are voted on by everyone. Clay's popularity in the Parliament. You know, no one on the island doesn't like him. And he is willing to give all the members a 30% discount. So it's hard for you not to choose him as the Speaker. Heh. John Hung then followed the instructions of the Black Prince Sam and arrived at the brothel. He was warmly welcomed before he even opened his mouth. The main reason was that the sailors of the Jackdaw had been the main consumers of the brothel recently, spending a large amount of gold coins here. The madam remembered the boss's instructions, and her eyes lit up when she saw John Hung from afar. She immediately called out all the special workers, who had no customers, and even expressed her willingness to serve him for free once to thank him for his contribution to the brothel. But John Hung declined in the end. At this time, an old man with a thin figure and a pipe in his hand walked out of the house quickly. He was the owner of the brothel, Clay King, and one of the most well-informed people on the island. He had heard about Zhang Heng's plan to join the parliament. He took the recommendation letter with a smile and said, "Welcome to join the parliament. In fact, even if you don't come to me, I will come to you in a while." Recently, your name, Captain Zhang Heng, has spread all over the island. The construction of Nassau cannot do without excellent people like you. Mr. Clay is polite. But isn't it too early to welcome me now? Don't you need to vote to join the parliament? Zhang Heng asked. Don't worry about the vote. 1/3 of the members agree. This rule is just to prevent people from making trouble. In fact, the number of people who have not passed this link since the establishment of the parliament can be counted on one hand, Clay said. And no one will refuse to give face to the recommendation letter signed by Captain Sam. Chapter 205. Clay King accepted the recommendation letter. It may take some time to get everyone to vote. It's easy for others, but it's mainly captains like you. Some of them are not on the island now, but they should be back in a month. Then you will officially join the parliament. Thank you, Mr. Clay, Zhang Heng said. The brothel owner smiled and said, how about holding a dinner party here to celebrate when you officially join the parliament? The girls here have heard a lot of your stories recently and are very curious about you. Please come and show up. Before he finished speaking, a girl with a beauty mole on her lips, about 17 or 18 years old, poked her head out and asked curiously, they said you can summon dolphins when you are fighting and ride on them to chase the enemy. Is that true? No. The version I heard is that the ropes on their deck have magical powers and can fly up to trap the enemy. This is what a crew member on his ship told me. Another plump woman said, when will you tell us the story of your battle with the skeletons? I heard that you encountered a skeleton ship with more than 300 skeletons on it while sailing, and you and your crew bravely repelled them. The girls talked a lot until the brothel owner drove them away. I didn't know I had so many stories, Zhang Heng said. Don't mind. Every rising captain will be accompanied by a series of legends that even they themselves have never heard of. Clay King put the pipe in his mouth and took 2 puffs. When Captain Sam seized the Vita, some people still believe that he was a descendant of King Arthur. Before going out to sea, Zhang Heng went to the second-hand goods trading office to find Karina again. But the merchant was not there. Jim came up to her immediately. After clearing his suspicion, Karina gave him a raise and made him the head of the trading office. Mr. Bookkeeper also turned a disaster into a blessing. Zhang Heng asked and then realized how resolute Karina was. The grocery store she mentioned before, this one in Nassau, had already chosen an address right next to the market. The businesswoman was going to open it tomorrow. Zhang Heng thought about it and finally didn't bother her. The port was bustling on the day of the voyage. This was the largest joint hunting in Nassau in recent years. The participating pirate ships were all famous. I won't mention the Vita. Since the disappearance of Blackbeard Teach, Black Prince Sam and his men have become the strongest pirate group in this sea area. And the pirate groups he found for cooperation this time are also famous. The only one with relatively little experience was Zhang Heng and his jackdaw. However, they were now the most popular pirate group in Nassau, and the pirate group that men on the island wanted to join the most. They had brought back huge booty 3 times in a row, and wiped out a pirate group 3 times their size in one battle. Although the jackdaw's rise was short, every step was full of legends. Even among a group of famous old pirate groups, no one would ignore their existence. On the contrary, when they saw Zhang Heng coming to the dock, many captains took the initiative to greet him. In addition, Zhang Heng also saw Malcolm. This was the first time he met him after the dinner. The latter's expression did not seem much different from the past. Malcolm only stayed at the dock for a short while, and briefly said a few words to Black Prince Sam, wishing them a smooth operation, and then prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he saw Zhang Heng not far away and stopped again, and nodded to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng also politely returned the greeting. People who didn't know could not see the hostile relationship between the two. Black Prince Sam looked at the 6 pirate ships of different shapes anchored in the harbor with excitement. He was already impatient. He was very generous and had told the captains of the other 5 ships the route of the Spanish treasure ship last night. There was no need to keep this operation secret. With the firepower of the enemy, there was no possibility that someone would secretly regret and act alone, because that would be no different from committing suicide. Let's get started. If we succeed this time, even the Queen in London will know our name. From now on, passing merchant ships will surrender as soon as they see our flag. Were rats found on the ship? In the captain's room. Zhang Heng put down his Dutch learning notes and looked at the quartermaster and the cook in front of him. Let Mr. Ramsay tell us, Dufresne said. Strictly speaking, I didn't see those little creatures. But there was indeed a phenomenon of missing food in the kitchen. And it was getting worse. The chubby chef wiped the sweat from his neck. Rats are definitely one of the most annoying things on the ship. They will accelerate the consumption of food and water, and will also gnaw on the ropes and planks. But these are not the most troublesome things. The real danger is that they may also cause plague. This is a highly contagious disease. At first, it is often just a headache and fever. But soon you will feel nauseous. Bruises will appear on the skin. And then the lymph nodes will begin to swell and quickly fester and rupture. Within 3 to 5 days, you will eventually die from severe toxemia, pneumonia, or sepsis. Especially in this era, the spread of plague can only be controlled as much as possible through isolation. And there is almost no effective treatment. Zhang Heng knows the harm of plague better than anyone else. In the 14th century, 25 million people died of the Black Death in Europe, accounting for about 1/3 of the total population of the entire European continent at that time. The most recent plague occurred in London more than 40 years ago, which also caused considerable panic. Didn't anyone check before going out to sea? My negligence, Dufresne said. I checked it once a day before going out to sea, but I didn't check it again after the supplies were shipped up. If there were rats on the ship, they might have been shipped up with food or wood. It's not your fault. Time is tight this time. I heard that you were still looking for people to gather at that time. Fortunately, it was discovered early now. Let's hurry up and solve this problem, Zhang Heng said. I bought a cat when I went ashore last time, just to deal with this situation. I take it to search the cabin again, Dufresne said, and left the captain's room with the chef. However, what he didn't expect was that even with the cat, he still couldn't find the mouse that stole the food. So Zhang Heng had to mobilize everyone on the ship to search every corner. When they searched the wood storage room, they finally found something. But the result made Zhang Heng a little bit amused. Especially Annie, whose face changed immediately after seeing the scene inside. Chapter 206. This proposal is very suitable for me. How did you get up here? The red-haired girl said with a bad look. Harry in the wood storage room looked embarrassed. On his legs were a piece of hard bread and a half-eaten sausage. There were also 2 small wooden barrels beside him, one of which was filled with water, and the other was for his excretion. He scratched his head, not knowing what to say. No wonder you always asked me to take you on the boat during that period of time. You had already planned to do this at that time, right? And grabbed Harry by the collar and lifted him up from the ground. You're fine. You know how to scout the spot and use me. You're getting bolder and bolder. The latter was trembling like a little chicken. Calm down, boss. I begged you many times to go to sea with you guys. You always said you'd tell Captain Zhang Heng. But you never did. I really have no choice. I really want to work on this ship. You're only 7 years old. Isn't it ridiculous to go to sea now? Harry was shocked when he heard that. I'm 12. Boss. 12. I can't look 7 with my figure. Really? But why do I always feel like I'm only 7? The red-haired girl sneered. She turned to look at Zhang Heng not far away. Captain, according to the rules of the ship, how should we deal with intruders? Oh, killing them directly is the easiest way, Zhang Heng said indifferently. Then there is no other way. And drew out the saber from her waist while speaking, revealing a grim smile. You should have heard what happened on the skull. Harry was completely dumbfounded, until the red-haired girl put the saber on his neck and felt the fear of death at close range. Harry's psychological defense finally collapsed. Snot and tears sprayed out together, wailing, Boss, save me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Is that so? Is there any other way? And turned her head again, and her blade stopped at Harry's throat, making the latter dare not even swallow his saliva. That depends on the specific situation. If it is valuable, we can temporarily capture it and lock it up, and then use it to exchange for spoils of equal value. Zhang Heng cooperated. The red-haired girl kicked Harry. Did you hear that? Are you valuable? I am not. I am not valuable, Harry cried. I live with my aunt. Even if you kill me in front of her, she will not pay a copper peso. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Wait. Wait. I'm actually still a little valuable. I don't eat much. I'm nimble. And I work very hard. I can scrub the deck, climb the mast, and learn to steer the ship. Harry patted his chest and said, in short, I can do anything. Well, you stay on the ship from now on. Harry was overjoyed to hear that. But then he saw Anne sneer. Isn't this what you want to hear the most? This is not a punishment for you at all. It's what you've always dreamed of. Harry scratched his head awkwardly. Clean the toilets. Help in the kitchen. And then get off the ship after returning to Nassau. Annie was too lazy to pay attention to this guy and said directly, this is unfair. Harry protested. Boss, when you couldn't find a job, I was with you and never left you. Now Harry glanced at the red-haired girl's clenched fists and quickly changed the subject. Now I think this proposal is very suitable for me. With Harry's surrender to power again, the rat infestation on the ship was resolved, and then took him around the ship briefly, introduced him to the sailors, and emphasized his temporary crew status. The sailors looked at Harry with unfriendly eyes because they had been fooled for nothing. In the past 2 days, everyone had been rummaging through boxes and cabinets because of the rat issue, and the ship was in chaos. Now that they saw the real culprit, naturally no one would welcome him. It was a miracle that Harry didn't get beaten. The red-haired girl had no intention of speaking for him. Letting Harry feel the cruelty of reality would also make him determined to get off the ship. In fact, Anne had not really never mentioned to Zhang Heng about letting Harry get on the ship. But Zhang Heng still did not agree after thinking about it. 12 years old is a little too young. In modern times, he is still in elementary school. Zhang Heng didn't care if there were more or less people on the ship. But they were pirates. Every time they went out to sea, they had to face danger. Once the battle started, the people on the other side would not care whether you were still a child. So it was better to wait 2 or 3 years before letting Harry get on the ship. However, the latter did not seem to want to wait that long. After arranging a bed for Harry in the forecastle, and returned to the deck. At this time, the Vita in the front set out a flag signal to invite the captains of the other 5 ships to gather. Zhang Heng took 2 sailors to go over in a small boat. Eric, the black helmsman on the Vita, was an old acquaintance. He greeted him warmly. Captain Zhang Heng, how are you doing recently? Sam is in the captain's room. The other families have arrived, and you are the only one missing. Zhang Heng came to the captain's room of the Vita under the guidance of a young sailor. He opened the door and saw the Black Prince Sam and the captains of the other 4 ships sitting around the table looking at a nautical chart. Zhang Heng closed the door, and the Black Prince Sam went straight to the point without any nonsense. Everyone is here, so let me talk about our plan this time. At present, it is known that the target is escorted by 2 warships, and the cannons on the ships should not exceed 50. And the firepower of the treasure ship itself is even stronger. If we fight head-on, our ships can probably only withstand 2 or 3 rounds of bombardment. Even if we can win, it is likely to be a miserable victory. The Black Prince Sam paused and continued. But they are not without weaknesses. In order to protect the cargo inside, the hull of the treasure ship is designed to be very strong and can withstand a considerable degree of bombardment. But the result of this is that it is very difficult for them to turn around and turn. If we can avoid its broadside guns and directly attack its bow and stern, we should be able to get a good harvest. How do we do it? The captain of the warrior said. Although it is not as fast as us in turning, the sea is wide open. It still has enough time to adjust its hull when we rush towards it, unless we disperse and surround it together. It is accompanied by 2 warships. In this case, we may be defeated one by one. Good question. Black Prince Sam pointed to an island on the nautical chart. Parrot Island. We are less than 3 days away from this island, and the Spanish treasure ship will pass by here in about 5 days if nothing goes wrong. We can ambush it here. Chapter 207 Drawing Lots. How to ambush. Another bald captain said. The clue we got is just the approximate route of the treasure ship. Our ship can hide behind the island. But when the treasure ship passes by this island, how do we know how far away it is from us? If it is more than half a mile away from us, we still can't complete the sneak attack. His words were also agreed by most captains. So we still need a bait. Black Prince Sam said. We can't just hide behind the island. Someone has to take the initiative to attack the treasure ship and lure it to our ambush behind the island. What if it's just a warship? The captain of the warrior asked. You said there are 2 warships beside it. Then we kill the warship first, then turn around and take down the treasure ship. without the protection of the warship. We can surround it easily without worrying about being defeated one by one, Black Prince Sam said. For this we need 2 ships as bait. If we have 1 ship, there will probably be only 1 warship to deal with us. If we have 2 ships, the other side will have to send out 2 warships to be absolutely sure. And there is a high possibility that the treasure ship will also act together. Everyone had no objection to this. But when choosing the bait, everyone was silent. The risk of bait is undoubtedly the highest in this operation. The 2 pirate ships used as bait need to face the firepower of 2 warships and a treasure ship directly. And no one can help them before they reach the original location. In other words, they have to face all the risks before the siege begins alone. Black Prince Sam said, I wish I could be the bait. But my Vita is strong in armor and rams, not in speed. The treasure ship is also not fast. But the 2 warships are very maneuverable. So we need 2 fast enough ships and experienced captains. Only in this way can we reach the designated location. Considering the risks involved, I propose to modify the distribution ratio of the spoils. The 2 ships performing the bait mission can get half more spoils than the other 4 ships. Do you all agree? After a brief hesitation, the 6 captains in the room, including the Black Prince Sam, raised their hands one after another. Very good. Do we have volunteers now? Count me in. A moment later, a man with thin cheeks and deep eye sockets spoke. He had been sitting there like a log since Zhang Heng entered the captain's room, except for the time when a vote was needed. He did not speak at other times. But when he spoke, no one was surprised. Full Sail Brook is the holder of the fastest speed in Nassau. His swordfish was modified to have the fastest speed in the Caribbean at the expense of some firepower and armor. His famous work was to rob 4 passing merchant ships in different places in less than a day. And the title of Full Sail came from this. And his steering skills are also superb. Probably similar to Hutchison of the winter before. Therefore, this mission is very suitable for him. But only 1 ship is obviously not enough. Especially the relatively weak firepower on the swordfish. With only 31 9-pound guns on board, which may not attract 2 warships to chase. There is still 1 spot left. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? Black Prince Sam asked again. But this time, he waited for half a minute but no one spoke. None of the captains who could sit in this room were cowards. But that didn't mean they would take unnecessary risks to prove their courage. In fact, those who could lead a ship's crew to become famous in this sea area and survive battles of all sizes could not be just reckless men. Some people might look very brave, but they could also remain calm at critical moments. When Black Prince Sam proposed the condition of increasing the spoils by half, everyone silently weighed the pros and cons in their hearts. For Brooke, since he owns the fastest 3-masted sailing ship in the Caribbean, the benefits of being a bait are greater than the risks. But for others, increasing the benefits by half may not be enough for them to take such a big risk. In this case, we can only use the old method. Black Prince Sam took out 5 silver coins from his purse. Let's draw lots to decide. I will mark one of them. The person who gets that silver coin will be the bait with Brooke. This method cannot select the fastest ship. But it is indeed the fairest solution when no one wants to be bait. Although the silver coins minted in this era are generally similar in shape, they are limited by the minting technology at that time. And there are still many differences in details. Therefore, Black Prince Sam first marked them behind everyone's back, threw the silver coins back into the purse, and then let everyone choose one by one. And the last one left was his. After everyone had jumped the silver coins, Black Prince Sam spoke again. Who got the silver coin with 2 notches on the back? Everyone turned the silver coins in their hands over. And Black Prince Sam also took out the last silver coin from his purse. Zhang Heng's expression changed, and he threw the scratched silver coin in his hand back to Black Prince Sam. The latter raised the silver coin and announced, "The other ship responsible for bait work is the Jackdaw. Do you have any questions? Let's talk about the rest when we get to Parrot Island." Seeing that the results of the discussion had come out, the captains did not stay on the Vita any longer, and they all stood up and left the captain's room. Black Prince Sam rolled up the nautical chart on the table and called Zhang Heng, who was at the end. "How is it? Is there any difficulty in this mission?" Zhang Heng shook his head. His Jackdaw was a warship designed for combat, a first-class clipper. His sailing skills had also been upgraded to level 2. Except for Brooke and his swordfish, there was indeed no one else more suitable for the bait mission than him. Before, Zhang Heng just felt that there was no need to take risks for the extra half of the spoils. But since the result of the draw was like this, he would not refuse. If the jackdaw turned back to Nassau at this time, his reputation would become very bad, and no one would cooperate with him again. Well, we see each other on Parrot Island. For days passed in a flash, and John Hung had met with the other 5 captains again on Parrot Island to thoroughly confirm and perfect the battle plan. After that, he and Brooke left the island with their respective crews, about half a nautical mile apart, lowered the sails, and quietly waited for the arrival of prey. Chapter 208: The Eve of the Battle. The waiting process is always long and boring, except for the lookout, who was responsible for the alert. The others on the ship had nothing to do during this period. Some took a nap in the hammock, some gathered together to brag, and some checked their weapons and prayed. Although Harry had been a street bully before, leading a group of little ghosts to fight with the little ghosts on the next street, this was the first time he faced a serious battle, and originally thought that this guy would be scared to death at this moment because of his cowardly character. But she didn't expect that when he found the ladder. Although his expression was a little nervous, he was more excited. Harry was pestering the quartermaster, asking him to give him a weapon for self-defense. "Mr. Dufresne, I can fight, too. Captain John Hung always says that when the battle starts, everyone has no way to retreat." "Right. What weapon do you want?" "A musket. My size is a bit disadvantageous in close combat, but I have no problem shooting from a distance." Harry was full of confidence. "Have you ever practiced shooting before?" "No. But as the saying goes, everyone has a first time." Captain John Hung first shooting was not very good. In fact, when I first met Captain John Hung, his marksmanship was incredible. The quartermaster paused, then continued, "A musket is impossible. I don't want to be shot from behind by my own people when I charge." "Don't be so stingy. I won't shoot you." "I doubt it." Harry wanted to say something else, but then he saw the red-haired girl walking not far away, as if he had met his natural enemy. His face suddenly changed, and he wanted to run away immediately. But he was stopped by, and after running only 2 steps, the latter asked seriously, "Mr. Dufresne, did Harry cause you trouble again?" "No. On the contrary. Mr. Harry helped me a lot this morning, and worked with me to calculate the weapons reserves on our ship." The quartermaster's answer made Harry, who was crying, suddenly look proud again. "Is that so?" Annie curled her lips. Harry was speechless. "What the hell is this undisguised regretful tone of yours? Is it because you can't find a reason to beat me up?" Of course, he only dared to complain about this in his heart. And then he heard and say, "Come with me." Harry followed the red-haired girl and walked all the way to the kitchen. He was familiar with this place because he had been peeling potatoes here for a while and almost vomited, and said, "When the battle starts, you stay here with Mr. Ramsay and come out when the battle is over." "Huh? Huh?" The red-haired girl raised her eyebrows. Harry quickly explained, "I have no complaints, but I have been cleaning the toilet for such a long time as you asked me to do since I got on board, and I almost cut my fingers off while peeling potatoes. I think maybe I can take on more responsibilities." "What you said seems to make sense." Annie threw the dagger at her waist to Harry. "When the battle begins, stay here and protect yourself and Mr. Ramsay." "But what's the difference from before?" Harry's eyes widened. "What difference do you want?" the red-haired girl asked back. "Like, let me stay on the deck?" Harry begged. "This is my first time to go out to sea to participate in the battle. Please, Big Annie. Otherwise how can I tell others when I go back that I stayed in the cabin like a coward when the battle started?" After saying this, perhaps feeling that something was wrong, Harry turned around and apologized to the chef. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ramsay. I'm not targeting you." The latter was very generous and waved his hand. "It's okay. You are not the first, and you will not be the last. The real battle is not as simple as fighting on the street with a group of little ghosts. You want to join the battle? That's fine. But you have to wait until 2 years later." Annie was unmoved. On the other side, John Hung was playing with the shell in his hand in the captain's room. He has been carrying this thing with him for 3 weeks, and there has been no abnormal phenomenon during this period. At first, he thought it was because he was on land, but now he is on the sea, and the Celtic ancient god who calls himself Betty has never come to him. In addition, John Hung also asked Annie to arrange people to keep an eye on Seth, as the first person on the ship to come into contact with this thing. John Hung was not sure whether the Celtic ancient god named Betty would still affect him. However, After so many days, Seth also seemed very quiet, and did not make any suspicious moves. He seemed to have completely gotten rid of this matter, and returned to his previous life. John Hung was not in a hurry. At present, in addition to giving the worshipper the power to control the storm, John Hung did not know what other means the other party had. So it would not be too late to start researching after the Tule Tree wooden box was obtained. So the first day passed in peace. On the morning of the second day, everything was still normal. The weather was clear, the sea was calm, and the Spanish treasure ship still did not show up. Until the afternoon, when everyone was about to lose their patience. The lookout finally found something. John Hung also raised the copper telescope in his hand. At first, there were only 3 black spots in the distance, and it was impossible to see what they were. However, as time passed, John Hung could vaguely see the Spanish flag flying on the mast. At this time, the observation point on Parrot Island also used the mirror to send a message to the 2 pirate ships outside. The target is coming. Get ready. John Hung put away the telescope. Billy commanded the sailors to return to their respective posts. At the same time, the Jackdaw also raised the black flag. However, the next moment, John Hung and several old sailors on the ship raised their heads together. The breeze from the southeast gradually changed to the southwest. Billy frowned, which meant that it would take more time for them to approach the treasure ship. In other words, they might also be hit by artillery fire for a longer time. However, the distance between the 2 sides was very close now, and there was no way to make adjustments at this time. John Hung stood at the bow, holding the rope in one hand and the saber in the other, and issued a battle order. Adjust the sails and rush over as fast as possible. Because they had rehearsed the possible situations in advance, everyone on the Jackdaw knew that they were just bait in this battle, with the purpose of attracting the opponent's pursuit. So the key to success or failure was not how much damage they brought to the opponent, but whether they could withstand the opponent's firepower. Therefore, in addition to the person at the helm, the carpenter on the ship was under the greatest pressure. They had prepared wood and tools in advance and were on standby at all times, ready to repair the holes on the ship. Chapter 209 Contest. The Jackdaw and the Swordfish both raised their black flags at the first moment and rushed towards the Spanish treasure ship in the distance. John Hung and his men were closer to the treasure ship, but soon the Swordfish was faster and soon caught up from behind. However, Manthan Brook then slowed down the speed of the ship to basically the same as the Jackdaw. They obviously didn't want to rush too far forward, so that the opponent's firepower would all fall on them. In the end, the distance between the 2 ships was about 200 meters, which was a distance that could support each other without losing flexibility due to being too close. At this time, the 3 Spanish sailing ships on the opposite side also discovered the enemy. They immediately slowed down, then turned their hulls sideways and took a standard fighting stance. Billy and Annie were now standing on the deck, looking at the huge ship not far away, and everyone's face was involuntarily solemn. The intelligence that Black Prince Sam had obtained before was very accurate. But some things are one thing to hear and another to see with your own eyes. This was the second giant ship that John Hung had seen after entering the dungeon. The size of this Spanish treasure ship was only slightly smaller than the previous pride of the British Royal Navy, the overlord of the Caribbean Sea, the Scarborough. The battleship shape of the Jackdaw is already very oppressive when placed together with ordinary merchant ships. But it is not good enough to face this Spanish treasure ship. Are we really going to engage in a firefight with this thing later? A new gunner who was just recruited on the deck couldn't help but speak. It's not a firefight. As long as we attract its attention and lure it to Parrot Island, there will naturally be 4 ships ambushed there to deal with it, Dufresne explained. However, his words did not make people feel much more at ease. Looking at the densely packed gun barrels on it, many people swallowed their saliva. In comparison, the old man who participated in the battle to seize the Scarborough was much better at this time. 15 minutes later, the Jackdaw had entered the enemy's artillery range, but the other side remained calm. John Hung, Billy and others were not happy, but looked more solemn, because this meant that their opponent this time was difficult to deal with. Generally, the mistake made by newcomers was to hastily fire as soon as the opponent entered the attack range, thinking that this would allow them to get 2 more rounds of attack. However, they did not know that each artillery had a firing limit. Once fired continuously, the barrel would quickly overheat and had to wait until it cooled down before it could be used again. The first few rounds of shells fired are usually difficult to hit the enemy, And even if they hit by chance, they can't cause much damage. Therefore, truly experienced commanders will wait until the enemy enters the truly effective killing range before firing. In other words, once the enemy fires, the destructive power it brings is often amazing. Do you want to move forward? Billy asked. From now on, every step forward the jackdaw will face will increase the danger. Not yet. John Hung shook his head and said, at this distance, they can't hurt us badly, but it's also difficult for us to cause trouble to them. Once they open fire, it will be impossible for us to get close to them. Now that they give us a chance, let's move closer. The swordfish next door obviously had the same idea, so there was no sign of slowing down. The 3 Spanish sailing ships on the opposite side were also able to hold their breath and didn't fire a single shot. The 2 pirate ships sailed forward for a distance until they could see the figures on the opposite deck. John Hung and Brooke almost simultaneously issued orders for the ships to turn and enter combat status. At this time, the Spanish commander on the opposite ship showed a trace of regret on his face. Although both sides had not yet fired, the competition between them had already begun. He restrained his desire to fire, and was also luring the other side to continue to approach. This plan was about to succeed. As long as the other side approached 100 yards, he would be sure to sink the other side completely with 3 rounds of attacks. However, the 2 pirate ships seemed to have sensed the danger and stopped abruptly at the critical moment. The Spanish commander could not help but feel extremely regretful. But he did not waste the other side's great opportunity to turn around, and directly ordered, fire. The cannons mounted on the sides of the 3 Spanish sails spewed out flames at the same time, and the sound was like thunder. Some people lost their balance and fell to the ground in fear of the horrible noise. Everyone, be prepared for the bombardment, Zhang Hung shouted at the bow. As soon as he finished speaking, the shells flew over. At least a quarter of the shells in the first round of bombardment hit the 2 pirate ships, even without the previous round of shells to correct the landing point, which fully demonstrated the excellent strength of the opposing gunners. As Navy ships, these 3 Spanish sailing ships were different from the Scarborough, which was mainly composed of newcomers. They were obviously experienced veterans. At least 7 or 8 shells fell on the deck of the Jackdaw, which was blown into a mess. The sailor in charge of steering the ship was the most unlucky. He was stabbed in the throat by a piece of wood and fell headfirst on the rudder. The Jackdaw had just started to turn around, but he was about to swing about back. Fortunately, John Hung was right next to him and pushed the body away. Then he pushed the rudder to the bottom again, and the Jackdaw continued its unfinished turn. The second round of bombardment followed, and this time more shells hit the Jackdaw. Not only the deck, but also the hull of the Jackdaw suffered some damage. The carpenters who had been on standby immediately took action and repaired them in order of importance. John Hung shook off the sawdust on his head, while continuing to stabilize the rudder. He looked back at the situation on the deck. The enemy's firepower was not beyond expectations, but the accuracy was terrible. If this continued, he had to reevaluate the timing of retreat. However, when the third round of bombardment came, only a few of the flying shells landed on the Jackdaw, which was beyond Billy and others' expectations. With the level of accuracy shown by the opponent in the first 2 rounds, even if it was inaccurate, it would not be inaccurate to this extent. But then they thought of something and their expressions changed immediately. They hurriedly looked at the swordfish on the other side. The latter was suddenly fired upon by 3 Spanish sailing ships, which was unprecedentedly miserable. Although Brooke avoided many attacks with his excellent steering skills, there were too many shells. The swordfish was modified to an extreme level, sacrificing many protective functions for speed. In this round of attack, the bow was directly smashed and 2 masts were broken. Chapter 210 Paralysis. The swordfish was severely damaged in this round of bombardment, but taking advantage of this opportunity, the Jackdaw on the other side finally completed the turn and got rid of the dilemma of being hit unilaterally. The muzzles on one side of the ship had been opened long before, and the gunners had already taken their positions. With John Hung order, the Jackdaw finally began to fight back. After the first 2 successful sea raids, plus the killing of more than 200 people in Wilton overnight after returning to the port, the Jackdaw was the most popular in Nassau, which also brought great convenience to the subsequent recruitment. As long as John Hung is willing, he can directly expand the crew of the Jackdaw to the maximum of 200 people in half a day. But there is no point in doing so. With the increase in personnel, the income shared by each person will decrease each time he goes out to sea to rob. Compared with the simple increase in the number of people, Zhang Heng is more concerned about the quality of the sailors recruited. Therefore, the recruitment threshold of the Jackdaw will be significantly increased every time it returns to the island. The level of the gunners on the ship is completely different from that of the first voyage. In addition, the Jackdaw itself is a warship with excellent firepower configuration. Once it opens fire, it immediately attracts the attention of the 3 Spanish sailing ships on the opposite side. However, at this time, the Spanish commander still focused his attention on the Swordfish, whose hull was seriously damaged. It was the best time to take down the opponent in one go. It would be a pity to give up and let the opponent run away at this time. Not to mention changing the target and readjusting the firing angle and distance. Therefore, the 3 Spanish sailing ships temporarily ignored the Jackdaw on the other side and prepared to concentrate their firepower to take down the Swordfish. At this time, Brooke obviously also noticed the opponent's tactical intention and decisively abandoned the original plan. Although the Swordfish had aimed its side at the Spanish treasure ship, it did not fire, but continued to turn left, preparing to turn around and escape. The Swordfish was in a very bad state in the last round of concentrated fire, with severe damage to the hull and a part of the power lost. Fortunately, the main mast was still there, and Brooke responded in time, turning around under the fire and retreating before the next round of fire. His excellent steering skills were also fully demonstrated at this time. The 3 Spanish sailing ships launched 2 more rounds of artillery fire, but this time, the Swordfish avoided most of the shells with its coquettish sailing trajectory. However, the Spanish commander reacted quickly, realizing the opponent's cunning, and immediately changed his strategy to adopt a covering attack. This time, no matter how good Brooke's steering skills were, they were useless. The stern was hit by 4 shells, but the Swordfish still did not sink. And at the cost of this, it quickly distanced itself from the 3 Spanish sailing ships. On the other side, the fire of the Jackdaw became more and more fierce. Zhang Heng chose a frigate as the target of attack. This time, he did not hold back. The gunners on the ship had been bombarded for so long and had accumulated a lot of anger. After receiving the order to fire, they immediately joined the battle. The main gunner aimed and lit the match. As the shells were fired out of the barrel, the deputy gunner immediately refilled the next round of ammunition. The gun smoke from the muzzle filled the sea. After 2 rounds of shelling, the deck of the frigate was also in a mess. The hull was also hit by several large holes in the 24-pound cannon. Fortunately, they were all above the water level, and there was no danger of sinking for the time being. But the latter couldn't hold out for much longer. The captain on the ship had already started to send a distress signal to the commander on the main ship. The Spanish commander looked at the Swordfish, which was swaying in the distance, with a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. The opponent was obviously at the end of its strength. As long as there were 2 more rounds of attacks, this cunning opponent could be taken down. After that, he would turn around and deal with another pirate ship. And then he could catch all the hateful robbers in one fell swoop and wipe them out. There was nothing wrong with the plan itself, but he didn't expect the firepower of the Jackdaw to be so strong. If it continued like this, even if the 2 pirate ships could be killed, he might have to pay a frigate. He didn't want to pay such a price. So he used flag signals to inform the other 2 ships to change their targets, preparing to abandon the Swordfish and attack the Jackdaw instead. But by then, Zhang Heng had already achieved his strategic goal, turning the rudder and maneuvering the Jackdaw out of the battle. But he temporarily changed the direction of retreat, and did not lead the target to Parrot Island as originally planned. Captain? Billy's face showed doubt. The enemy commander is very powerful this time. We only have 2 ships, but dare to attack them. If we all flee to Parrot Island, he will definitely be suspicious. But what if they come after us? The probability of this happening is very small. The damage to the Swordfish is much more serious than ours, and it has lost 2 masts, which seriously affects its speed. If you were them, which ship would you choose to chase? As if to confirm what Zhang Heng said, the 3 Spanish sailing ships also made a choice quickly, turning around and abandoning the Jackdaw that was retreating in another direction, and instead chasing the Swordfish. The Spanish commander was very angry. He had been in charge of this route for more than 10 years, and no pirates had dared to provoke them in these 10 years. If they let this group of people retreat without paying any price, it would be too easy for them. The Swordfish was once the fastest 3-masted sailing ship in this sea area, but in its current state, it was only running at less than half of its usual speed. and the place where they were fighting was still quite a distance away from Parrot Island. In the past, Brooke would not have taken this distance to heart, but now he felt that every minute was particularly long. Seeing that the 3 Spanish sailing ships were getting closer and closer to his ship, Brooke could not get rid of them. Sweat gradually covered his forehead. The bow of one of the warships was almost close to the stern of the Swordfish. But at this time, the Jackdaw, which was fleeing to the other side, turned back. The chief gunner on the ship operated the bow gun to harass the warship in the front, and won a moment of respite for the Swordfish. Brooke commanded the crew to throw almost all unnecessary heavy objects on the ship into the water. And finally the speed of the Swordfish increased by another half knot. And it was this half knot of speed that saved the Swordfish at a critical moment. The Spanish commander was also angry at this time. Zhang Heng's escape in another direction had paralyzed him to a large extent. In the past, he would subconsciously be alert when encountering islands and other terrains with obstructed vision. But at this time, he was already bloodthirsty. And he had no time to think about it when he saw that he was about to sink the Swordfish. Chapter 211: The Final Battle, and the End. The Parrot Island is long and narrow, with a natural bay in the north, which is U-shaped. You can't see what's behind it without going around the rock wall in front. This is why Black Prince Sam and others chose this place as the ambush site. The Swordfish was desperately fleeing in front, and the other 3 Spanish sailing ships were following closely behind. No one noticed that the Jackdaw was quietly slowing down at this time, gradually pulling away from the 3 Spanish sailing ships. The situation of the Swordfish was now extremely bad. The hull was severely damaged. The cabin was flooded, and the carpenters could no longer repair it. Everything that could be thrown on the ship was thrown away. Even food and fresh water were left. Brooke didn't care about the pain, as long as he could escape this disaster. He could get these things from other pirate ships. If he couldn't escape, then everything would be over. The Spanish commander obviously knew that the Swordfish was at the end of its rope and couldn't give up at this time. Therefore, after seeing the Swordfish turn around and disappear behind the rock wall, he had a sense of alarm in his heart. But he didn't have time to think about it. When the 3 Spanish sailing ships also bypassed the rock wall, what came into view were 4 pirate ships that were close at hand, fully armed, and ready for battle, without anyone reminding them. The guns of the 4 pirate ships roared together when the target appeared. For this operation, Black Prince Sam had made full preparations and borrowed 25 12-pound cannons from other pirates and set them up on the beach. Just for this moment, the 3 Spanish sailing ships were completely stunned by this sudden attack. They did not expect to be ambushed at such a close distance, because they were in a chase state not long ago. They focused all their attention on the Swordfish, and did not pay attention to keeping the distance between the ships. The 3 sailing ships were very close, and it was difficult to turn around when they were suddenly attacked. One of the frigates was extremely unlucky, and was hit directly by a cannonball fired from nowhere. The probability of such an incident happening is very low, and it may not happen once in 100 battles. However, once it hits, it often results in the destruction of the ship and the death of people. The violent explosion directly broke the frigate in half, and the naval sailors who were close were killed on the spot, and the rest fell into the water. At this time, the Jackdaw also came from the rear and joined the battle, except for the Swordfish, which was too seriously damaged before and lost its ammunition during the escape. All the pirate ships gathered together, plus the firepower support on the beach, immediately gained an absolute upper hand. The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse for the remaining 2 Spanish sailing ships. The Spanish commander knew that he had been tricked by someone, but it was too late now. They were at a disadvantage in firepower, and the speed of the treasure ship could not outrun the pirate ships. So he simply gave up the idea of escaping and issued an order to immediately respond to the enemy. He ordered the remaining 2 ships to turn around under the gunfire and began to fight back against the pirate ships on the opposite side. Although they had different positions, this did not prevent Zhang Heng from praising his opponent's courage. The Spaniards were completely at a disadvantage in the current situation. Choosing to fight at this time meant that they had basically given up hope of survival. Black Prince Sam also frowned on the deck. He immediately revealed all his firepower. In addition to giving the opponent a head-on blow, he also hoped to make the opponent realize that they had no chance of winning if they continued to fight, so that they would quickly surrender. But now it seems that the opponent does not seem to have such an intention. These stupid and stubborn Spaniards, the black helmsman muttered, standing on the deck with his upper body naked, wearing a hideous mask on his face and a necklace made of teeth around his neck, which was also his favorite outfit in combat, especially in boarding battles. This cannibal-like outfit can bring a strong sense of oppression to the opponent, and even cause them to collapse without a fight. But in fact, the bright red part of the mask is just the juice of a wild fruit, and the teeth were bought from a dentist on the island. If this continues, our casualties will probably increase. Let's kill the remaining frigate first to give them a warning, the Black Prince Sam said. He came for the goods on the treasure ship and didn't want to kill them, but he had no other choice under the current circumstances. So 5 minutes later, another frigate also sank, leaving only the Spanish treasure ship still holding on. And one of the pirates' ships was seriously damaged and temporarily withdrew from the battle. The battle was already fierce. The Spanish treasure ship was at an absolute disadvantage, with only 1 against 4. However, it relied on its thick hull to withstand wave after wave of bombardment. Although it looked embarrassed, it still did not surrender. During this period, Black Prince Sam tried to organize a wave of boarding with a small boat, but one of the boats was sunk by a cannonball when it was halfway through. When it was about to approach, more than a dozen people were killed by the musketeers behind the porthole. The rest of the people finally managed to climb onto the deck, but in the end, they were stubbornly driven back into the water by the enemy. So the pirates got really angry. Because they were concerned about the cargo in the cabin, they focused their attacks on the deck and destroyed the opponent's masts and rudders. However, the Spaniards didn't care whether the ship could still sail. Their casualties were actually very serious, but their morale was getting higher and higher. The remaining sailors simply gave up the first deck and hid on the second deck to continue fighting back. Under no choice, Black Prince Sam could only order a full-scale attack on the Spanish treasure ship. Soon, the latter was riddled with holes in the concentrated fire of the 4 pirate ships. But the people on board still had no intention of surrendering. The carpenters gave up patching the holes and let the surging sea water pour into the warehouse. Until the last moment, the cannons on the ship were still roaring. Black Prince Sam wanted to send more people on board, but no ship could get close to the target. In the end, the pirates could only watch the Spanish treasure ship slowly sink. After the battle, Zhang Heng received another system prompt and got 20 game points. He anchored the Jackdaw in the harbor and then led his men to Parrot Island. He saw Black Prince Sam bandaging his arm on the beach, who bared his teeth and greeted him. I got information about the cargo in the cabin from the captives, who fell into the water. This treasure ship carried 5,000 pounds of gold. Fortunately, the place where they sank is just in front of the bay. I have sent people to search nearby. Chapter 212 Celebration Party. Black Prince Sam sent a dozen of his best sailors to dive into the area where the Spanish treasure ship had entered, and soon found out where the gold was. But then, they encountered another problem. How to get the gold out of the seabed. The boxes containing the gold fell half a mile from the coastline, and the water depth was about 20 meters, which was almost the limit of diving for ordinary people. In addition to being limited by oxygen, people will bear an additional atmospheric pressure for every 10 meters they dive in the water. If they go deeper, the water pressure will cause obvious symptoms such as nitrogen narcosis and oxygen poisoning. Zhang Heng vaguely remembered that without any equipment, the maximum diving record of humans seemed to be more than 40 meters. I don't know how it was done. The group of people sent by Black Prince Sam all grew up by the sea. Many of them were children of fishermen and were good at swimming. However, they only dived to the place where they could see the box and came up immediately. Only one person actually dived to the bottom and brought up a scattered gold bar. It seems that we will stay on this island for a while. Black Prince Sam smiled bitterly. But no matter what, this joint hunt was a success. Even if the 5,000 pounds of gold were divided among 6 ships, everyone could get a large sum of money. In addition, the ship also carried a batch of tobacco, but it was soaked and could not be salvaged. Even Brooke, who suffered the most losses, was in a good mood at this time. Even if the extra half of the spoils were deducted from the cost of ship repairs and pensions for the wounded, there would still be a lot left. Of course, Zhang Heng and his Jackdaw were even more enviable. He and Brooke acted as bait together. But in the end, the 3 Spanish sailing ships chose the Swordfish, which had weaker defense, as the main target. The Jackdaw was not attacked much after the 2 rounds of bombardment. He also chose a good entry point when the 4 pirate ships in the bay launched attacks before joining the battle. At this time, the 3 Spanish sailing ships had no time to care about him. When making bait before, Zhang Heng every choice and grasp of timing were also excellent. Not only did he successfully confuse the opponent, but he also won the swordfish a chance to retreat. If it weren't for his two entanglements, Brooke and his crew would have been feeding fish on the seabed. Therefore, the captain of the swordfish was very grateful to Zhang Heng. After landing, he came to him in person to thank him. Zhang Heng had not had much contact with Brooke before, but he was not unfamiliar with this name. In addition to the latter's fame in Nassau, it was also because his name was on his joint recommendation letter. And to Zhang Heng's surprise, he found that Brooke was not as cold as he seemed. In fact, he was quite talkative. When discussing the battle plan several times before, he was very frugal with words. He said less than 10 sentences in total. Zhang Heng thought that this was his personality, but now it seems that it is not the case. Sorry, I'm not targeting anyone else. I just have a little conflict with Gunpowder Jarvis. Brooke said Gunpowder Jarvis is the captain of the other pirate ship Warrior in this operation, and is also one of the names on the joint recommendation letter. Zhang Heng remembered that Black Prince Sam said that he had used this incident to mediate the conflict between two friends. So it seems that he was talking about Brooke and Jarvis. Unexpectedly, he actually called the two of them again in this operation. Jarvis and I have been friends for more than 10 years. My friendship with him is longer than Sam's. About 2 months ago, I got a very valuable clue. There was a slave ship departing from Africa and planning to go to Boston. The cargo was of very good quality. They were all young and strong people aged 16 to 18. Healthy and with neat teeth. I led people to the route of the ship in advance. Just when we were about to succeed, a group of unknown guys suddenly appeared. I sent people to negotiate with them, but they didn't follow the rules at all. They killed the people on the ship I sent out, and then attacked me without saying anything. However, their ship was not as fast as mine, and I escaped in the end. Looking back on it afterwards, I always have a feeling that the group of people seemed to be coming for me. So this incident was not a coincidence, but a personal grudge. Brooke paused. But I only told Jarvis about this incident before I went to sea. So when I came back, I went to his residence to question him in person. He denied it, and was very angry, saying that I shouldn't doubt him. I thought I had wronged him at the time. But later I sent someone to investigate, and found that he secretly left Nassau the night before I went to sea. But he was not on his own ship. What's the conflict between you two because of this? Brooke nodded. I just don't understand why he would attack me given our previous relationship. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about this kind of thing. I promise Sam not to attack him. But that's all. From now on, there is no relationship between the two of us. Brooke and Zhang Heng chatted for a few more words. At this time, Eric, the black helmsman on the Vita, came over. Ah, you are here. We are lucky. Ball's people found some wild goats and rabbits on the island. We have some tonight. There is a lot of rum on the ship. Sam suggested that we just have a bonfire party to celebrate the success of this operation. We became the first group of pirates in this sea area to successfully rob the Spanish treasure ship. Celebrate now? But aren't the gold still on the seafloor? Zhang Heng asked. Yes, but they won't run away anyway. Don't worry. We will find a way to fish them out. Eric patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder. Do you have anything edible? You can also contribute it. I can provide 30 barrels of rum and a batch of fresh lemons. Great. I organized some people to fish. And your lemons can be used to remove the fishy smell. Brooke on the other side spread his hands. As you can see, there is nothing on my ship now. It doesn't matter. Captain Sam is already solving this matter. Maybe you can go and thank Jarvis. I heard that he is willing to give you 1/3 of the supplies. Brooke raised his eyebrows. Did he volunteer? Or did Captain Sam tell him to do so? Is there any difference between the two? The black helmsman blinked. Be more generous. Brooke, that thing has been over for so long. Do you still want to worry about it? Will your previous losses be made up when we get the gold on the seabed? Brooke snorted coldly, but didn't say anything else. Chapter 213 The Missing Harry. Great. My first time at sea I was in a battle, and ended up staying in the cabin with a bunch of potatoes. After a few cannon shots, everything was over. Now everyone is having a feast over there to celebrate the victory. And we are here to serve them. Harry complained as he turned a roasted whole lamb on the campfire. Didn't you already have 2 roasted fish to fill your stomach? Cook Ramsay said as he brushed the seasoning on the roasted whole lamb. It's different. Eating by yourself and celebrating with everyone are 2 completely different things. Damn it. I want to be there too. Harry looked at the lively pirates on the other side with envy in his eyes. But when he turned around, he heard Ramsay's reminder. Turn it over again. Harry sighed, and turned the roast lamb on the rack half a circle again. Ramsay continued to brush the seasoning slowly. And Harry's eyes rolled. Mr. Ramsay, have you heard that the gold is now soaking in the sea? And it seems not far from us. So what? Don't you want to go and take a look? Harry asked. I've never seen so much gold. If I can get 2 gold bars from it. Don't even think about it. There are patrols there now. The captains have reached an agreement that each ship will send 1 person to supervise each other and change shifts every 2 hours to prevent anyone from stealing gold bars. Ramsay paused. And didn't you always want to stay on the ship and become a formal crew member? There are rules on the ship that forbid stealing and hiding spoils. Hold this leg, and let me apply some honey. Forget it. That woman just wants to drive me off the ship. Doesn't she think I can't see it? She deliberately arranged for me to clean the toilet and help in the kitchen. Which I don't like. Just to make me get off the ship obediently after I go back. Harry pointed at Warren was. A little frustrated. I still recognize her as the boss and cheer for her when she fights. I think she's doing this for your own good. Okay. Let's switch legs. Yeah. Everyone says that. Harry said absent-mindedly. Then his eyes rolled around again. And he suddenly covered his stomach and cried. Oh. No. I seem to have a stomachache. I can't do it anymore. I have to go to the bathroom quickly. Harry let go of the roasted lamb leg in his hand. And ran away quickly without waiting for Ramsay's consent. The chef's face showed a helpless look. But he also knew that Harry was in a bad mood tonight. Probably stimulated by the laughter in the distance. So he turned a blind eye to his blatant laziness. Harry didn't go in the direction of the sunken Spanish treasure ship. He said he was just going to retrieve the gold out of spite. Even if there were no patrols. He couldn't retrieve the gold. He was not a good swimmer, and couldn't dive to such a deep place. Besides, there was nothing on the beach to block his sight. Whatever he did was clear at a glance. Harry didn't have any goal. He walked blindly towards the depths of the island, just wanting to stay away from the bustling crowd. After walking for a while, he didn't know where he was. The trees on Parrot Island were very lush, and every place looked the same. Harry began to worry about whether he would get lost. So he chose a direction and kept walking. After an hour, he finally saw the sea again. Harry took a deep breath of the sea breeze, and his nervous mood relaxed a little. But then he found that he seemed to have walked to the other side of Cockatoo Island. And he couldn't help but secretly exclaim that he was unlucky. If he walked back to the previous place along the coastline, it would probably take another 2 hours. And it would be the middle of the night when he got back. So his laziness this time would be a complete loss. The more Harry thought about it, the angrier he got. The group of people on the beach were probably still happily eating roasted lamb and drinking rum. No one noticed that he had disappeared. This feeling of being ignored by the whole world made him very unhappy. He kicked a small stone away in frustration, and followed the direction where the stone flew. But he was stunned the next moment. He actually saw a small boat. Harry rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not mistaken. It was indeed a small boat with about 7 people on it, rowing quickly into the distance in the night. Harry felt a little strange. Now, except for the patrol boat, all the pirates were celebrating the success of this operation on the beach. This was not the shipwreck site, and the number of people on the boat did not match what Ramsay said. This was obviously not the patrol boat. Where did this group of people come from? Are there other people on the island? Where are they going in such a hurry? The more Harry thought about it, the more strange it felt. He realized that he should tell Zhang Heng and Annie about this. So he took 2 steps forward, wanting to take a closer look. However, the next moment, someone pushed him from behind. Harry screamed and fell off the cliff. On the other side, Annie drank another guy who challenged her and knocked him down. However, she looked back and couldn't help frowning. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, he walked in front of Ramsay, who was very busy at the moment. He had roasted 2 sheep and more than a dozen hares, and was sweating profusely. Why are you alone? Where's Harry? Is he slacking off again? He said he had a stomachache and went to the bathroom, Ramsay said truthfully. But then he hesitated and added, he's been gone for a while. To be honest, I'm a little worried about him. What's there to worry about? That guy must be slacking off. I asked people on other ships. There are no wild animals on this island. We are the only ones here. What danger can there be? That's true. But it's night now. I'm mainly worried about what will happen if he loses his way on the island. Oh, with that guy's IQ. It's indeed possible. And nodded. Zhang Heng also came over at this time. What's wrong? Harry is missing. I plan to look for him in the woods. The red-haired girl said while moving her wrists and clenching her fists. He'd better pray that I don't find him. I go with you. Zhang Heng said. No matter what. He is always on our ship. That's why I don't want to take him out to sea. This guy always makes trouble. The two then went to find Billy and asked him to select a dozen crew members, who didn't drink too much tonight, and search the island together. Chapter 214 Crisis Strikes. Zhang Heng and Annie have already led people to search half of the island. But they have not found Harry's whereabouts. Why didn't I realize that guy was so fast before? Annie was a little surprised by the result. Logically, the farther away from the beach, the smaller the chance of finding someone. Because most people would not run so far. It seems that he is really lost. After hearing what happened, the quartermaster Dufresne also took the initiative to join the search team. Now there is a distance of about 2 meters between everyone. They walk and shout Harry's name. But there is no gain. At this moment, a sailor on the left side of the team made a discovery. Zhang Heng and others walked over and saw a wooden barrel and 2 wine bottles. Is this left by the people at the observation point? Zhang Heng used a saber to open the lid of the wooden barrel and took a look. In order to monitor the movements of the Spanish treasure ship, 3 observation points were set up on the island. But as far as I know, none of them are in this area. That was left by Ball's people when they were hunting in the afternoon. This time it was Dufresne who spoke. Ball hunted on the west side of the island. And the wild goats were all there. And they would not bring buckets directly. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, the quartermaster shrugged his shoulders. This is what I specifically asked their people tonight. If possible, I want to roast a few sheep and take them on board when I leave. Then it seems that these things were left by the people who came to the island before. Annie said, although no one lives on Parrot Island. It is an island recorded on the nautical chart after all. So it is not unreasonable to have traces of human activities on it. Zhang Heng did not comment. Dipped his little finger in some water and took a sip. The fresh water here is very clean and drinkable. It is not a long time ago. After that, he squatted down again and checked the 2 bottles. Do you mean there are other people on the island besides us? That's impossible, Dufresne said decisively. We did a comprehensive search after we landed on the island. And there is indeed no one else here except us. Then how do you explain this barrel of fresh water? Maybe someone just left before we landed on the island. Dufresne hesitated halfway through his words. Because if that was the case, then these things should have been found during the comprehensive search before. It's our people, Zhang Heng said. And he handed one of the bottles to the red-haired girl. The rum we drink is usually produced by a distillery in North Carolina and shipped to Nassau for sale. Their bottles are very special. Although the distillery's wine is also sold to other parts of the colony. The probability of encountering it here is very small. Wait, why are our people here? The red-haired girl was puzzled. Is it Captain Sam's arrangement? It's unlikely. The location here is not very good. The most important thing is that it is not on the route of the Spanish treasure ship. It is a complete waste to set up an observation point here. And the most important thing is that if he did it, it makes no sense not to tell others. Zhang Heng paused. Everyone better be careful. Something may have happened on the island. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard in the bushes in the distance. Zhang Heng immediately drew out the short musket at his waist. And Annie also drew out her saber. After a while, a figure stumbled out from behind the tree. Almost at the same time, the red-haired girl also rushed over. But the saber in her hand drew an arc and stopped in midair. Harry? Annie! The latter looked extremely embarrassed. Soaked all over. As if she had just been fished out of the water. She was limping and covering the wound on her arm with one hand. However, when he saw Zhang Heng and others, he seemed very excited and shouted, I have something important to tell you. Important things? Why don't you tell me how you got yourself into this state first? The red-haired girl said. It's really urgent, Harry said anxiously. We have actually been betrayed. Jarvis and his confidants have accepted amnesty. They are no longer pirates a few months ago. The reason they are still in Nassau is that he has reached an agreement with the new governor of Charleston to help the latter capture the famous pirates in Nassau. Jarvis. Gunpowder Jarvis? Dufresne frowned and said, Are you sure you want to accuse him? He is a very senior pirate on the island. And he came to the island earlier than Blackbeard. Harry nodded. I heard this with my own ears. I was lazy. Oh no. I ran here when I had diarrhea. There was a cliff not far away. Jarvis's people secretly hid a small boat under it while no one was paying attention. I saw the boat leave there with my own eyes. I wanted to try to see if I could see the people on it clearly. But at this moment someone pushed me from behind and I fell off. Harry was still a little frightened when he said this. There were reefs all below that cliff. But I was lucky and fell into the gap between two reefs. I wasn't hurt much. But I didn't dare to go ashore afterwards. So I swam behind a reef and hid. After a while, the people who pushed me down also came down. They searched the place and didn't find me. They probably thought I was dead. So they relaxed their vigilance. They happened to be standing near the reef where I was hiding. And I heard their conversation. One of them said that they had originally thought that they would have to stay in Nassau for a while. But this time it was easier. Now the most famous pirates in Nassau are almost all on this island. As long as they catch us all, they can complete the mission ahead of schedule. I heard from them that the new governor of Charleston will not only pardon all their previous crimes, but also pay them £20 each in severance pay. They have been planning for a long time, and leaked our information before leaving the port. Harry was very anxious, and his speech speed was getting faster and faster. There is a fleet of navy and pirate hunters behind us that has been following us quietly. That small boat is to contact them. This dinner party was actually Jarvis's idea to create an opportunity for that fleet to take action. John hung hard moved, and he thought of the incident that Man Van Broek had mentioned to him before. He was targeted by a group of people of unknown origin during a robbery. Brooke thought that the other party was pirates from other places. But now it seems that the group of people might be pirate hunters cooperating with Jarvis. Chapter 215 Race Against Time. Considering the difficulty of this operation, there was no need to keep it secret. So Black Prince Sam had already told the 5 captains the route of the Spanish treasure ship the night before departure. If Jarvis really betrayed the others, he would have had the opportunity to reveal the news to the Navy that night. And now thinking back, his warrior was at the back of the line for more than half of the time during the voyage, which also made it easier for him to communicate with the fleet following him. Combined with what Harry heard, it was basically certain that they were being tricked this time. So the question now was how much time they had left. The human eye could normally see ships about 10 miles away. However, to be on the safe side, the fleet should normally follow from a distance of 20 miles away. So if the people on the island went to notify them to take action, it would take at least 5 hours to go back and forth. So the time to launch the attack should be around dawn. John Hung shook his head. I'm afraid the situation is not that optimistic. It's night now, and our line of sight is only 1 or 2 nautical miles. There's no need for them to stay so far away. If fast, the fleet will be here in less than an hour. But this is only the most extreme case. When did you see the ship leave? John Hung said the last sentence to Harry, who was shivering in the cold wind, and said, I don't know. I was very nervous at that time, and didn't pay much attention to how time passed. But it should have been more than half an hour since I fell off the cliff. That means the fleet could appear in front of us at any time. And raised her eyebrows. We must quickly notify the people on the beach. Otherwise there is no need to fight this battle. When the fleet comes, they will directly sink all our ships parked in the port. They don't even need to go to the island. They can starve us to death. Dufresne said seriously. But it took us more than an hour to get here. It will take at least 40 minutes to go back now. The red-haired girl said. Don't act together. You and I will go back first. The others can come later. John Hung took off his coat while speaking and put it on Harry. He gave 3 of the 4 short muskets on it to Dufresne, and only kept 1 for self-defense. He also gave away the saber to try to reduce the weight, and on the other side did the same thing. She only kept a dagger in the end. Then the 2 ran to the beach together. During the time they lived together, and often slumped in the chair like a salted fish. John Hung didn't see her doing serious exercise, but she always maintained a good figure. Every inch of muscle was tight, and she had incredible explosive power and strength beyond most men, except for the fact that her breasts never developed. Her body was almost perfect. When running in the forest, she was like a nimble little deer. However, endurance was indeed Annie's shortcoming. Although the red-haired girl's endurance was better than that of ordinary people, it was still not as good as John Hung, who had been running long distances. In the first 10 minutes, Annie was still in the front, but then she began to fall behind gradually. However, at this time, the 2 of them had almost run half the distance. Annie stopped to take a breath and said to Zhang Heng, "You go first. Don't worry about me. I will catch up later." Zhang Heng nodded. This was not the time to show his gentlemanly manners. If he could get to the beach 1 minute earlier and tell others about Jarvis' betrayal, they could prepare 1 minute earlier for the upcoming battle. Zhang Heng kept his speed and breathing rhythm, running and shuttling through the woods, using his hands to push away the branches that blocked his way. As a result, the next moment, a gunshot suddenly rang in his ears without any warning. Fortunately, there was still some distance between the shooter and him. The accuracy of the musket has always been a problem. And he was moving. The shot finally hit a small tree behind him on the right. Zhang Heng fell to the ground immediately after hearing the gunshot. He remembered the two people who pushed Harry off the cliff before. They should be Jarvis's confidants. Zhang Heng didn't expect that they were still in the woods. They must have heard the people on the jackdaw calling Harry's name before. They knew the location of Zhang Heng and others, and ambushed them on the way back. Seeing Zhang Heng running at full speed, he realized that the plan might be exposed and decisively chose to shoot. Zhang Heng had roughly locked the direction and looked up to see the attackers, who were about 20 meters away from him. One of them was hiding behind a tree and aiming, and the other was busy loading gunpowder and bullets. Zhang Heng pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet accurately hit the person who was aiming. He also rolled up from the ground and rushed towards the remaining man. The latter saw Zhang Heng rushing towards him and looked a little nervous. He spilled most of the remaining gunpowder in his hand. He had no choice but to throw away the musket in his hand and draw out his scimitar to prepare for the fight. When Zhang Heng was about to rush to the target, he threw out the short musket in his hand, which had no bullets. The guy on the opposite side blocked it with a knife, and then Zhang Heng kicked him on the wrist, causing the scimitar in his hand to fall out of his hand. Then Zhang Heng used a backhand straight punch to hit the guy's chin. The latter was obviously a little confused after being hit, and he staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Then Zhang Heng took advantage of the situation and rode on him. However, before he could make another final blow, a black shadow suddenly jumped down from the tree and slashed at his back. This change was beyond Zhang Heng's expectations, because Harry said that there were only 2 people against him. And after being attacked, Zhang Heng immediately found the 2 targets, which seemed to be consistent with Harry's previous statement. So he didn't expect that there was a third person present, which made him a little embarrassed. Although he leaned forward to dodge, he was still hit by the knife on his back, leaving a cut. Fortunately, it was only a flesh wound. But he had to face 2 opponents at the same time, and he had no weapons. Although Zhang Heng knew a little karate, the knife method was the close combat skill he had practiced for the longest time. Moreover, the fleet could arrive at the harbor at any time, so he couldn't stay here for too long. But then, he saw the familiar short red hair in the woods, and he came over after resting for a while and said, "You go to the beach. Leave this to me." The red-haired girl drew the dagger from her waist and licked her lips. "I didn't have much chance to fight in the previous battles. I hope you can make me sweat a little this time." Chapter 216. The dinner party ended. Zhang Heng did not doubt Annie's strength, and handed the 2 guys to the red-haired girl to deal with, while he took off his inner clothes, bandaged the wound on his back, and then continued to run towards the beach. It took less than 25 minutes to run back to the place where the pirates were having a bonfire party. However, the situation in front of him was not optimistic. The banquet had been going on for quite a long time, and most of the pirates were drunk at this time. The successful robbery of a Spanish treasure ship was something that other pirates had never done before, which made everyone, including Sam, feel very happy. In the past, the pirates in Nassau had cooperated with each other, but it was the first time on the island that 6 powerful pirate ships had worked together. This action was a good start, and many people had already begun to imagine the next time they would work together. So they also planned to take this opportunity to cultivate friendship together. Now the gold was just a few hundred yards away from them, almost within easy reach. And so many people together also invisibly enhanced everyone's sense of security. It must be admitted that Jarvis's timing was indeed very good. This was the time when the pirates were most paralyzed. They did not think that danger was approaching, except for the 6 people who were still guarding the gold. Even the people in charge of patrolling and guarding could not help but join the revelry. At this point in the drinking, the crews of each ship were no longer distinguishable from each other. People from different ships were mixed together, and Zhang Heng could not even find the Black Prince Sam for a while. Some people also saw Zhang Heng coming back with a bottle of wine and drunkenly asking for a drink. Zhang Heng did not take the bottle of wine handed to him, but pulled out a short musket from the other party and fired a shot into the sky. The sudden gunshot made the camp quiet for a moment. But then the pirates laughed and cheered again. They thought it was a small show prepared by Zhang Heng to liven up the atmosphere. Some people thought it was funny, so they took off their muskets and fired into the sky together. For a while, the island was filled with gunshots, accompanied by cheers from the crowd. Zhang Heng knew that resistance was impossible when he saw this scene. It was unrealistic to expect this group of people to pick up weapons again and fight against the fully armed and well-prepared navy. All he could do now was to tell the news to several captains and ask them to evacuate quickly. In order to find Harry, Zhang Heng took away a dozen people who had not drunk much. With this group of people, he should be able to barely drive the jackdaw away. As for whether the other ships could gather enough sober people to drive the ships, Zhang Heng didn't know. He had no way to deal with this matter. Zhang Heng first found Billy in the crowd, but the latter was completely drunk and fell asleep on the side. Zhang Heng woke him up, but he seemed unable to think normally. It took him a while to react to what Zhang Heng was saying. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to do now. He was completely different from the calm and reliable helmsman at ordinary times. Zhang Heng knew that he couldn't rely on him at least tonight. He found a few more crew members, but their conditions were not good. The people on the Warrior had been urging them to drink tonight. The group on the beach had been drinking for more than 2 hours, and there were many people who were as drunk as Billy. Zhang Heng looked around and finally found a group of sober people, including the chefs led by Ramsay. They were busy grilling and cooking, so they didn't drink much. Zhang Heng pulled Ramsay over and said to him, "Find all the crew members as soon as possible. Let them gather here. And tell them, forget it. Tell them that I'm going to give them extra money. Those who come late will get nothing. Those who can't walk can be helped over. Remember, you only have 10 minutes. I want to see at least 50 people here in 10 minutes. Do this well, and your share will be doubled when the spoils are distributed in the future." "Okay." Ramsay nodded vigorously, then put down the half-cut mutton in his hand, wiped the oil on his hands on his apron, and hurried to find someone. After arranging the things outside, Zhang Heng found the cooks of several other ships, including the cook of the Warrior, and asked them to invite their captain to come over, saying that he had thought of a way to fish out the gold. The current situation was worse than Zhang Heng had imagined. He thought that the people on the beach might be drunk, but he didn't expect them to be drunk like this. On the contrary, the people on the Warrior were in the best condition, so although the people on other ships had an advantage in numbers, it would be difficult to take down Jarvis and his people in a short period of time if they really started fighting. Zhang Heng's only advantage now is that Jarvis doesn't know that he has already known about his betrayal. The 3 people in the woods took action because they saw him running wildly. Therefore, Zhang Heng changed his strategy and decided to use this opportunity to control Jarvis first. Otherwise it would be difficult for them to board the ship from this beach. Every second of waiting is very painful, especially when you don't know when the fleet will arrive. Zhang Heng took advantage of this time to strip Billy's clothes and put them on to cover his wounds, and then took away the latter's saber and short musket. The first to come was Brooke from the Swordfish. He seemed to be in good condition. He was probably still angry. Besides, many people on the Swordfish were killed and injured in this operation. He didn't eat and drink to his heart's content tonight. In addition, because of the hostile relationship with the Warrior, Jarvis's people didn't harass him much. He came over and greeted Zhang Heng, looking a little surprised. "You found a way to take out the gold so quickly? That's great. I don't have to see Jarvis's annoying face anymore." Zhang Heng shook his head. "No, it's because of other things." Brooke raised his eyebrows. He wanted to ask again, but at this time, the second captain also arrived, Kemp of the Tiger Shark. He was supported by someone and was about to take off his pants from a distance. But fortunately, he was stopped by the cook on the ship. The situation of the other captain was not much better. Black Prince Sam and Jarvis were the last to arrive. The two talked and laughed. Black Prince Sam looked sober, but his steps were a little staggering. When he saw Zhang Heng, he showed his signature friendly smile. "We were just talking about you. Where did you go? You disappeared just after the party started. We had to drink your helmsman. To be honest, I like him very much. If you don't come back, I'm afraid I can't help but dig him onto my ship." However, his voice stopped abruptly the next moment. because Zhang Heng suddenly took out the short musket from his waist and pointed it at Jarvis beside him. I'm sorry. I didn't want to disturb your revelry. But I'm afraid the dinner tonight will end early. Chapter 217 Patience. What does Captain Zhang Heng mean by this? Jarvis looked at the gun pointed at him, put away his smile, and showed a puzzled look. The other captains beside him were also very surprised at this time. As a result, Zhang Heng's next sentence set off another more violent storm. This time when we went out to sea, there was a fleet of navy and pirate hunters following us. They were ready to attack us tonight. As we speak, the fleet is also rushing towards us. In fact, they may appear in front of us at any time now. How is this possible? Black Prince Sam frowned. If someone has been following us for so many days, we can't have not noticed it at all. Unless someone betrayed us and leaked our route to others. Those people can stay far behind. Brooke sneered. No wonder my ship was attacked inexplicably before. It turns out that you have surrendered to those nobles. How about it? It feels good to lick their asses. Jarvis? Jarvis is indeed an old pirate who has been roaming this sea for many years. Hearing this, his expression remained unchanged and he nodded to Brooke. I can understand your anger. You have always suspected that the previous incident was related to me. So you will immediately take the bait when provoked. Fortunately, there are other rational people here. After Jarvis finished speaking, he turned his eyes to Zhang Heng without waiting for Brooke to answer, and said politely, Captain Zhang Heng is now making a very serious accusation against me. Then I want to ask, do you have any evidence to prove what you said? How do we know that it was not you who betrayed others and attracted the fleet? Or do you want to use this method to trick us away so that you can take the gold for yourself? After saying that, he spread his hands. Jarvis' words sounded reasonable and were recognized by most of the captains present. Especially the last sentence, which directly turned the spearhead to Zhang Heng. Even Brooke couldn't help but waver after hearing it. Compared with Zhang Heng, they have known Jarvis for a longer time. The latter is an old man in Nassau. On the other hand, Zhang Heng has risen on the island for a short time. This is the first time for everyone to cooperate in a strict sense. If they really want to trust, they are of course more inclined to believe the latter. No one can guarantee that Zhang Heng is not lying now, using the fleet as an excuse to trick them away from here, and then sneaking back to take the gold away. This is where Jarvis is the best. He thought he had done a perfect job in contacting the naval fleet. But Zhang Heng eventually found out. After thinking about it, he thought the only possibility was that the people he arranged to guard the boat in the woods were caught. However, those people were on the same boat as him, so they would definitely not admit such a thing. Of course, it is not ruled out that they might reveal the truth under the threat of death. However, with a knife on their necks, people would admit even if nothing had happened. So it was actually hard to say how credible their statements were. At this time, Jarvis muddied the waters. Although he did not clear himself of suspicion, he was able to successfully delay time until the fleet arrived. However, he had to admit that Zhang Heng's accusation had indeed caused him a lot of trouble. His original plan was to pretend to resist with the people on the beach when the navy arrived, but then join forces with the other side to hit Sam and others hard in the back. However, it seems that this plan has failed now. With Zhang Heng's reminder, Sam and others will definitely be wary of him. He also has to consider how to protect himself after the fleet arrives. But no matter what, he has at least survived the current crisis. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Heng calmly. As expected. After that, Black Prince Sam pondered for a moment and said, We need to investigate this matter first. Since everyone trusts me, I can arrange for people to monitor the movements in the harbor first. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Heng. You misunderstood me. I am not accusing Captain Jarvis. I am just telling you this news. Whether you believe me or not, you are leaving. You are leaving? Now? Brooke asked in surprise. What about the gold under the water? Do you have anyone who can sail the boat? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Anne, Dufresne and others coming out of the woods. There was still a trace of blood on the dagger held by the red-haired girl. As for Harry, he was carried on the backs of several strong sailors in turn and carried all the way here. On the other side, Ramsay also fought hard for the double spoils in the future. He gathered most of the sailors on the Jackdaw in the shortest time. A group of drunkards were there, laughing and shouting for money. You can keep the gold, Zhang Heng said, and then put the muzzle of the gun on Jarvis' forehead. I'm sorry, Captain Jarvis, let your people put down their weapons. As long as my people are safely on board, I will naturally let you go. Jarvis didn't expect John Hung to be so decisive. He actually had no intention of reasoning with him. Strictly speaking, his men were not at a disadvantage on the beach. If they really fell out, he could keep the people on the Jackdaw who were about to leave. Of course, even if that completely confirmed his identity as a traitor, the people on the other pirate ships would join the battle. Jarvis might not be willing to pay such a price of casualties, but John Hung did not want to gamble on this possibility. John Hung's plan was to control Jarvis and prevent his men from taking action. It had been more than an hour since Harry saw the small boat that brought the message leave. The situation was already very serious. John Hung spent almost 15 minutes on the beach. He did not want to stay any longer. Seeing that, and then others had returned, he asked Dufresne to organize people to start transporting people to the Jackdaw. The ferry boat can carry about a dozen people each time, and it takes at least 7 or 8 minutes to go back and forth. It will take at least half an hour to transport everyone on board. John Hung could not accept this time, but at this time, his eyes swept over the ferry boat of the warrior on the other side, and said to Jarvis, "Lend me your boat." Without waiting for Jarvis to answer, John Hung asked Annie and others to get the boat. However, a group of warrior crew members blocked the red-haired girl, facing enemies with several times more people. Annie did not retreat and directly drew her saber. However, John Hung was faster than her. He lowered the muzzle of the gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Jarvis screamed, and a bloody hole was shot directly on his foot. At this time, John Hung had taken the second short musket from a crew member and continued to point it at the latter's forehead. Don't challenge my patience. Chapter 218. A real man. It was not until the gunshots that everyone remembered the incident that had just happened in Nassau. On the night of the conflict with Wilton, John Hung led his men to attack the latter at night, killing more than 200 people from 2 ships, without sparing anyone. According to people who boarded the ship afterwards, the sailor cabin was full of blood, just like a slaughterhouse. However, during this joint hunting, John Hung had been very low-key. So many people forgot that he was not just a reasonable person. John Hung was not interested in playing the werewolf voting game with Jarvis. He had fulfilled his obligations after notifying Black Prince Sam and others. Whether they were willing to believe him was beyond his control. Jarvis also read John Hung's determination from this shot. So he cursed loudly and asked the crew of the warrior to quickly move aside and give the boat to Anne. He accepted the pardon because he had accumulated enough wealth as a pirate for so many years. But no matter how rich he was, he could not return to civilized society. He was a wanted criminal in all colonies and needed to hide from place to place. Even if he secretly returned to his hometown, he would always be worried. Now he finally waited for an opportunity. If he killed these famous pirates on the island, he could return home in glory. But the premise was that he had to survive first. Jarvis never doubted John Hung's determination, because during this process, Jang's short musket never left his head. And no matter how the Black Prince Sam and others persuaded him, John Hung remained unmoved. And his firm performance finally aroused the vigilance of others. Black Prince Sam planned to arrange people to set up observation points in the forest to monitor the movements of ships outside the island. At the same time, Brooke's face became a little uncertain. Because of his previous experience, he was the person who distrusted Jarvis the most. And now, he was the person who was most willing to believe what John Hung said. But if he chose to leave now, the gold so close to him would have nothing to do with him. It was hard for him to accept that the swordfish paid such a huge price, but got nothing in return. What's more, his ship was seriously damaged in the previous battle, especially the broken mast, which was not easy to repair. But in the end, Brooke made up his mind. No matter how good the gold was, it was not as important as his life. He also learned from John Hung to send someone to notify his crew. But Brooke didn't plan to go too far. He wanted to go out to sea first to see the situation. As for the other 2 captains, they were still hesitating. Especially the one who was so drunk that he couldn't even stand. Even if he wanted to leave, he didn't have the strength to do so. Time passed by minute. At this time, everyone had their own thoughts. However, in order to prevent riots, no captain told the truth to the crew on the beach. In addition, Black Prince Sam did a lot of things. He pulled out the cannons that had been set up on the beach before, and selected a few sober people to go through the woods to set up observation points in another direction. However, This approach is only better than nothing. During the day, due to the good visibility, the target can be spotted from a long distance, and the people at the observation point can also notify the port in time. But now it is late at night, and the visibility drops sharply. Even if they see the ship, they may not have time to pass the message. The terrain of Parrot Island helped them a lot when they ambushed the Spanish treasure ship. But now it has become a problem for them. Because of the obstruction of the rock wall, they can't see what is happening outside the port from the beach. In his heart, Black Prince Sam was actually inclined to believe Zhang Heng. Not only because the two sides had cooperated before, but also because one of Zhang Heng and Jarvis was lying. If Zhang Heng was lying, then the gold on the jackdaw would not be able to escape as long as they watched over it. But if Jarvis was lying, then the problem would be much more serious. Because now there were less than half of the people on the beach who were still able to move, and half of those who could still move were basically unable to think normally. Moreover, they had just experienced a fierce battle, and all the pirate ships were more or less damaged, and the ammunition was not sufficient. In this case, if a Navy warship suddenly appeared, the outcome would be unquestionable. Zhang Heng must have seen this clearly, so he decisively chose to leave. Black Prince Sam did not blame Zhang Heng for abandoning others and being disloyal. With the current state of the jackdaw, the remaining manpower on Zhang Heng's side could only barely drive it, and there was no extra manpower to fight. He had no other choice but to leave. On the other side, the crew members on the jackdaw finally boarded the ship in batches. In addition to Harry, the ship's cook Ramsey also made a great contribution this time. He actually found most of the crew members on the chaotic beach in just 10 minutes. And finally only 2 people were left, who could not be found no matter what. Zhang Heng did not wait any longer. He was the last person to leave the beach. He pushed Jarvis into the ferry, and then got in himself. And several other sailors rowed the boat, while Dufresne temporarily took over Billy's position and directed the people who were still awake to lower the sails, raise the anchor, and prepare to leave the port. At this time, everyone was racing against time. When the boat left the shore, Jarvis finally took off all his disguises and spoke. "Did you find my people in the woods?" "No. Strictly speaking, it was your people who found my people in the woods," Zhang Heng said. "Interesting coincidence. But you know you can't keep running away like this. Right? Even if you can escape this time. What about the next time? Few people in our line of work can have a good ending. Even Honig, who now occupies the fort on the island and no longer has to risk going out to sea to plunder, will also have nowhere to escape if the Redwood Army of England arrives there one day. To some extent, I support your point of view. But this is not a reason for you to betray the group of people on the beach. Many of them regard you as a friend and brother. It always takes a little courage to start a new life, and to say goodbye to the past completely. Only in this way can I live better in the new world. You haven't seen them, but you have seen the way they look at us. That look is like looking at some kind of beast. You see, the focus is not all on the pardon letter. I need to completely wash away this past and leave everything here, so that I can become a real person," Jarvis murmured. "Then I wish you all the best." The ferry boat had arrived next to the jackdaw. Zhang Heng put away the short musket in his hand and grabbed the rope beside it. Just as the jackdaw raised the sail and prepared to leave, a dark shadow appeared not far from the port. Chapter 219 I Take You Home. Seeing the shadow, Dufresne immediately became nervous. What should we do? Should we prepare to meet the enemy? How many sober gunners do we have now? Zhang Heng and Annie were perhaps the only 2 people who could still calm down. The latter looked at the menacing fleet in the distance without fear. "For Mr. Quartermaster smiled bitterly. "But I was also a gunner for a while in the early years. If you need me, this amount of manpower and firepower is meaningless." Zhang Heng shook his head and said decisively, "Let's put down the top sail and rush over before they adjust their formation." Dufresne was shocked when he heard this. "There are 7 ships on the opposite side. How can we withstand this firepower?" "There is no other way. We can only fight this time," Zhang Heng said. "If we stay, we will just wait for death. Once they arrange their formation and completely block the port, we will have no chance at all. As long as we rush into their midst quickly enough, they will be concerned about their companions. At most, only 2 or 3 ships can attack us. With the strength of the jackdaw, we may be able to hold on." After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he looked back at the direction of the beach. The people there also discovered the warships that suddenly appeared outside the port, and they burst into panic and chaos. They were all the best pirates in Nassau. Now they gathered together for the same goal, and achieved a feat that no pirate had ever achieved before. If they were not drunk tonight, and were all on their own ships, they might not be powerless even against the Navy fleet. However, now they seemed to be unable to do anything except shouting and running on the beach like headless flies. The only one who had not given up was Black Prince Sam, who was still directing the men to adjust the artillery on the shore. But he looked a little lonely in the night. Jarvis was sitting in a small boat, rowing towards the shore. But after seeing the Navy ship appearing in the distance, he changed his mind and turned around while waving and rowing towards the leading warship. However, Zhang Heng no longer had time to care about the movements of others. He retracted his gaze and scanned the faces of the people on the deck. He saw anxiety and despair on each face. At this moment, everyone's face was full of helplessness and hesitation, until that deep and powerful voice sounded again in the darkness. "Don't worry. I take you home." The Navy fleet came too fast, beyond everyone's expectations. Even the Swordfish, which was determined to leave, had not yet gathered all the crew members. It was obviously too late to board the ship at this time. Brooke's face was pale. Perhaps the only thing that could comfort him was the jackdaw not far away. Although he'd boarded the ship earlier than them, it seemed that he could not leave this time. However, no one expected that. Even though it had seen the fleet outside the port, the jackdaw not only did not retreat, but rushed towards the other side without hesitation. This almost suicidal move made many people stunned. On the leading naval ship, the naval officer Walden, who was in charge of commanding this operation, stood on the deck, looking at the jackdaw coming alone with a calm expression, and asked the adjutant beside him, "Is this the battleship we lost before? There are changes in appearance. It should have been modified." "But yes, sir. This is the battleship Glory we lost in Charleston." After a careful observation, he said, "What glory is there? The glory of the Royal Navy in this sea area has been lost by that idiot Elmer. And now I have to clean up the mess he left behind." Walden shook his head and said, "Open fire. Don't let anyone go." What's wrong? Is there any other problem? Captain Jarvis's boat is very close to them now. If we open fire at this time, are you a rookie who just graduated from the Naval Academy? Didn't you hear my order just now? When I said don't let anyone go, I meant that everyone, including Jarvis and his group of brutal men with blood on their hands, should not be let go. But, aren't we allies? Captain Jarvis has been passing us intelligence for this operation. Didn't he have an agreement with Earl Lambert? After this, Earl Lambert will give the warriors' crew a pardon and let them return to the Queen's rule." The adjutant was interrupted before he finished speaking. "Open your eyes and take a look, Chris. Right now, right in front of us. The people on the beach over there are not our kind, but a group of beasts. Do you know what they did to Earl Belmont and Governor Wood in Charleston? Oh, and that idiot Elmer. They robbed the Scarborough and then killed everyone on it. That's a full fucking 700 Navy soldiers, not to mention the other civilians in the city." Walden spoke word by word. "Do you know why Earl Lambert asked the Admiralty to send me here to solve the security threat in this sea area, child? Because of your great achievements in dealing with pirates? No. It's because I never compromise and cooperate with those beasts. I know that there are some voices in the upper class recently saying that we should use some more merciful and gentle means. But I can assure you that I am not that kind of person. Do you really think I will let these thugs with blood on their hands wash away their sins so easily? Return to civilized society. Live a happy life. And then we pretend that nothing happened? No such good thing. It won't work with me. So do me a favor and kill everything that moves in front of you now. No one except us will know what happened tonight. We can complete our mission. And Earl Lambert can also save his reputation. Now, are my orders clear enough?" "Yes, sir." Chris swallowed his saliva. "Very good. Let's get started." Jarvis' betrayal on the beach has been confirmed, and the crew of the Warrior and other pirates have also launched an attack, because they were well prepared. The crew of the Warrior didn't drink much tonight, and they kept their heads clear, and their weapons were at hand, so they had the upper hand at the beginning. But this could not erase the difference in numbers between the two sides. As time went by, Black Prince Sam and several other captains had stabilized their positions and began to turn defense into offense. On the other hand, the Warrior was at a loss after the setback in the attack because Jarvis was not there. In addition, they were at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. However, Jarvis obviously did not want to risk returning to the beach to organize resistance. He was still rowing hard towards the warship not far away. Chapter 220 Charge. The farther away from the beach, the safer Jarvis felt. At this distance, Black Prince Sam and others could no longer do anything to him. And his boat and the Navy fleet were getting closer and closer. As long as he could successfully board the ship, he could completely escape danger, bid farewell to the past, and welcome a brand new life. However, just when Jarvis was about to put his heart back in his chest, he saw the gun ports of the warships in the distance open. Jarvis's expression changed, and he immediately turned around and found the Jackdaw speeding towards the port. He didn't expect Zhang Heng and his men to be so bold that they were still preparing to force their way, and even though the naval fleet had already appeared, Jarvis cursed in his heart. He didn't care whether Zhang Heng and his men fought or fled. But the other party's current actions had implicated him miserably. If the Jackdaw rushed towards the naval fleet, the other side would definitely fire, and his current position would be awkward. So Jarvis had to give up the plan to board the ship immediately and began to row desperately to the other side, trying to distance himself from the Jackdaw first. Soon, a ship adjusted its position and fired first, with shells whizzing towards the Jackdaw. Walden did not ask all ships to fire together, which was unrealistic, because there were only 2 Navy ships in this operation, and the remaining 5 were armed ships of pirate hunters, which were definitely not as disciplined as the regular Navy. Fortunately, this battle was also easy. Those pirates had just experienced a big battle and were drunk. They were crowded on the beach like lambs. As long as their pirate ships were sunk first, they would not be able to form any effective resistance. The only surprise was the Jackdaw. But they arrived just in time, and the latter had not had time to leave the port, so Walden would not let it leave. Soon, the second ship also opened fire, and Zhang Heng's mind was more focused than ever before. He did not choose to go in a straight line, although this was the shortest distance. But the blow was more severe. There was no gunner on the Jackdaw now, and there was no ability to fight back at all. Whether he could leave smoothly depended on whether he could break through the enemy's blockade before being sunk. In addition to testing the sturdiness of the Jackdaw itself, it is also crucial to minimize the number of times it is hit. Zhang Heng knows that it is impossible to completely avoid the attack of the shells, but it is indeed possible to selectively withstand some attacks through operation, and avoid those that will cause more serious damage to the hull. However, this requires a lot from the person at the helm. The best person Zhang Heng met was Hutchison, who met when he robbed the spear of the goddess last time, and Brook of the Swordfish was probably the second only to him. As for Zhang Heng himself, his level 2 sailing skills were only above average among all the captains in Nassau. But now he had no other choice. Among all the sober people on the ship, he had the best steering skills, and at this time, he was the only one who could withstand the psychological pressure. Without Zhang Heng saying anything, everyone was ready to be attacked by artillery fire. Only Annie chose to stand beside him. Zhang Heng asked the latter to dodge, but the red-haired girl just grinned at him. Soon, shells landed on the deck, and the huge impact plowed a series of grooves on the deck, and the broken wood planks flew everywhere. In addition, the hull below the deck was also attacked. And this was just the beginning. As more and more ships joined the battle, the pressure faced by the Jackdaw became greater and greater. Although the Navy's fleet did not have a ship as fierce as the Spanish treasure ship before, it was more numerous, and the Swordfish helped to attract firepower before. And it could even be said that the main firepower was taken by the Swordfish. Now only the Jackdaw was left alone, and the firepower it faced increased instead of decreased, and the situation was several times more dangerous than before. However, the more critical the moment, the calmer Zhang Heng was. He concentrated on searching for a ray of hope in the fierce gunfire, and even ignored the system prompt sound in his ear. Zhang Heng did not choose the breakthrough point randomly, but tried to choose the leeward position, which was a taboo in naval battles. Generally, when 2 ships exchange fire, they will try to seize the upper hand to launch an attack. However, the Jackdaw has no offensive ability at all now, and it is meaningless even if it seizes the upper hand. On the contrary, it can use the smoke produced by the firing of the opposite Navy ship to cover its tracks in the leeward position. The Jackdaw was now in an absolute disadvantage, and Zhang Heng had to take advantage of all available environmental conditions. The artillery deployed by Black Prince Sam on the beach also began to fire at this time. Strictly speaking, the timing of firing now was not a good choice. The Navy fleet had just arrived outside the port and was still quite far from the beach. The lethality of the artillery was limited, and the ammunition stored on the beach was also limited. The reason why Black Prince Sam chose to take action at this time was more to help the jackdaw. Zhang Heng told the captains of the pirate ships about Jarvis' betrayal, although it was too late when they got the news, and many people doubted the authenticity of the news at first. Zhang Heng always reminded them anyway, and at the same time, they avoided the danger of being stabbed in the back by Jarvis. Therefore, Black Prince Sam now returned the favor and attracted some attention for the jackdaw when it broke through the naval blockade. In his heart, Black Prince Sam actually knew that even if these shells were left until the warships entered the port, it would not change any results. The people who were still on the beach were actually in danger. But sitting and waiting to die was never his style. After using up the remaining ammunition, Black Prince Sam drew the scimitar from his waist and shouted, "My brothers, are you willing to die on the sea like a warrior, or surrender and be hanged on the colonial dock like animals, leaving your bones exposed to the scorching sun, bitten by mosquitoes and flies, and despised by the world?" After a short silence, a pirate not far from him roared, "Hack the Navy! Fuck Jarvis!" But the next moment, he was hit in the head by a bullet. Although his eyes were still wide open, his body had already gone limp. But then more people roared, and even those who were already drunk struggled to get up from the ground, grabbed the weapons around them, and staggered around Black Prince Sam. They already knew what the end was waiting for them, but no one was willing to die in such a cowardly way. First kill those traitors, take back our ships, and then let these naval bastards taste our power. As Black Prince Sam finished speaking, the pirates also charged towards the area where the warriors' crew were. Chapter 221 perhaps. I can try. The jackdaw had never encountered such a dense artillery attack. Less than 5 minutes later, the hull had become riddled with holes. This was even before Zhang Heng performed at an extraordinary level and avoided most of the damage that could have caused the jackdaw to sink. At this time, they were still nearly 1/3 of the distance from the warships in the port. At the same time, as the distance between the two sides continued to close, the firepower that the jackdaw endured became more and more fierce. "Captain! Captain!" Dufresne shouted anxiously while lying behind the mast. "We can't go on like this. The jackdaw will fall apart before we even get close to them. Then quickly take people to repair the damaged parts. We have no way out. Do you think they will give us a chance to turn around and go back under the current circumstances?" Zhang Heng asked back while holding the rudder. Just now, a shell almost grazed his arm and flew out. The strong airflow made half of his body numb. He and were now standing in the most dangerous position on the ship. Others could still hide, but he had nowhere to hide because he had to steer the ship. Zhang Heng could only pray that the lucky rabbit's foot on his body would work. But even if we break through their defenses, we can't get far with the current condition of the jackdaw. We have already lost one topsail and one mainsail. Dufresne smiled bitterly. "Let's discuss this issue after we break through their defenses first," Zhang Heng said. His words were soon drowned out by the roar of a new round of artillery fire. Dufresne also knew that this was the most dangerous time, so he said nothing more and gritted his teeth to lead the remaining conscious sailors on the ship to repair it. Everyone, including the cook Ramsay, became a temporary carpenter, filling the holes and cracks with everything they could find. However, no matter how hard they tried, the cracks and holes on the hull continued to increase, and everyone felt powerless. However, Zhang Heng's strategy of breaking through the downwind vent finally paid off. After several rounds of fierce bombardment, the sea's surface was filled with smoke. The jackdaw entered the smoke, making it difficult for the opposing navy to aim. Walden frowned. This section of the road was originally the most suitable for them to attack, because the jackdaw was close enough to them, and the damage of the artillery could be maximized. However, when the jackdaw really appeared in front of them, some ships were restricted by the angle and could no longer attack. However, Walden had no better solution at this point. He could only let the ships continue to attack the jackdaw, which was looming in the smoke. However, the pressure faced by the jackdaw was much less than before. At the same time, the battle on the beach also entered a white-hot stage, because Jarvis' betrayal was exposed in advance. The crew of the Warrior was prepared, but they did not have much advantage. After the initial chaos, they gradually fell into a passive situation. Under the call of Black Prince Sam, the pirates began to charge fearlessly at the Warrior's crew. Faced with a huge difference in numbers, the Warrior's crew was immediately in trouble. They could only hope that the other side of the Navy fleet would come to support them immediately after dealing with the jackdaw. However, Their hopes were doomed to fail. Sir, the battle on the beach is about to be decided. The warriors' men are probably about to be unable to hold on. The adjutant put down the copper telescope in his hand and said, if the remaining pirates are allowed to return to the ship, it may cause us trouble. Walden touched his chin. Notify the Miranda and the Courage, and let them continue to deal with the warship we lost. The hull of that ship is seriously damaged. They will be finished with just a few more hits. The rest of the people will start attacking the beach, and give priority to destroying the ships docked there. Got it, sir. Although in the smoke, Zhang Heng still keenly noticed that the naval attack had weakened a lot. But the sound of artillery in his ears did not stop. Zhang Heng guessed that something happened on the beach, and the naval fleet allocated a considerable part of its firepower to deal with the problem there. And this was also the best opportunity for the Jackdaw. Zhang Heng was now very close to the opposing ship, but it would be even more dangerous. At this distance, even if the Jackdaw was protected by the smoke, it would be impossible for it not to be discovered. In fact, Zhang Heng could already see the gun barrel of an armed ship close at hand. The other side also noticed them. The captain decisively ordered to fire. At this life and death moment, all skills had lost their meaning. At such a close distance, it was impossible to make any effective evasion. All Zhang Heng could do was to keep the Jackdaw at its maximum speed and head out of the port without hesitation. In the cabin below the deck, Dufresne led the others to patch up a crack with great difficulty. But the next moment the place where the wooden board was nailed suddenly exploded again, and the shells that flew into the cabin directly smashed the head of a nearby pirate. Before everyone could react, more shells tore open the cabin and seawater poured in. Caught off guard, the pirates were all rushed to the ground, and the back of Dufresne's head hit the wooden barrel next to him, and he fainted directly. But soon the suffocation caused by drowning made him open his eyes again. The quartermaster struggled to get up from the water, reached out, and touched the seawater mixed with blood on his face, looked around blankly, saw the broken wooden boards floating everywhere, and saw the injured and wailing companions, until his eyes moved back to the basin-sized hole on his left-hand side that was constantly filled with water. And then he came back to his senses, shook his head, grabbed a wooden board not far away, and started repairing it again. With Dufresne taking the lead, those sailors who were not seriously injured also took action. They blocked the leaking holes in the shortest possible time. But the water level in the cabin did not drop. There is another hole at the stern, but that place is blocked by the fallen wine cabinet, and I can't reach it, a sailor said anxiously. Everyone worked together to move the wine cabinet away. After Dufresne gave the order, someone immediately helped him, but after a few people tried, they found that the large cabinet was stuck there diagonally and could not be moved at all. At this time, the water level had already submerged their waists. If it continued like this, the Jackdaw would not be far from sinking. Can we saw it open? Dufresne asked a bald pirate beside him, who was also the only real carpenter who was still awake on the ship. Yes, it is possible, but it will take a lot of time. The bald carpenter hesitated and said truthfully, I'm afraid we don't have that much time. Just when everyone felt desperate, a childish voice suddenly sounded. Well, maybe. Can I try? Chapter 222. Jarvis has nowhere to escape. You? Dufresne raised his eyebrows. I am small. Maybe I can squeeze in through the gap, so that I can patch the hole in the bottom of the boat without moving the wine cabinet. Harry volunteered. Dufresne looked at the bald carpenter on the other side. The latter looked at Harry's figure and nodded. Theoretically, it is possible. Let me try, Mr. Dufresne. Otherwise, if the boat sinks, everyone will die here, Harry begged. But the wound on your arm? I was so scared that I broke it when I ran away. It's just a superficial wound. It's nothing serious. Harry moved his arm to show Dufresne. Finally, the latter stopped hesitating and said to Harry, Quick, take off your shirt. Harry took off his coat according to the quartermaster's instructions. Then Dufresne tore off a sleeve from his coat, wrapped the cork in it, and handed it back to Harry. Use this thing to plug the hole. You can adjust the size yourself. If it's not enough, wrap a few more layers of cloth. Understood. Be careful. Haven't you always wanted to be a member of the Jackdaw? If you do this well, I will personally propose to the captain to recruit you as a formal crew member. Harry's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he grinned. Leave it to me. After saying that, he took a deep breath and dived into the water. On the other side, Although Jarvis had wasted a lot of time in order to distance himself from the jackdaw, he was finally rowing to the front of the warship. He could already see Walden and Chris standing on the deck. He had not met the former very often, but had always kept in touch with the latter and knew that Chris was a senior member of the Navy. He had been delivering the intelligence of this operation to the latter on time. Jarvis put down the oars and waved at Chris, but Chris avoided his gaze. Walden snorted coldly. "Are you ashamed?" "No, sir." Although Chris's cheeks were hot, he still stood up straight. Communication with beasts is inherently intrigue and deception. Think about the people who died in their hands. Don't have any psychological burden. Now, I want you to raise your head and look into their eyes. Although Chris was somewhat resistant to this order, he still did it. Jarvis kept waving his hands, and finally attracted Chris's attention. But what he read from those familiar eyes was unprecedented indifference, and Jarvis felt a chill in his heart. After all, he was also a famous pirate in the nearby waters, so how could he not understand the meaning contained in that look? However, having come this far, he had already paid everything and had no way back. After betraying Black Prince Sam and others, he could not return to the pirates, and the crew of the Warrior on the shore were all dead or wounded, leaving him alone. Jarvis originally thought that after doing all this and getting the pardon, he could completely break away from the past, leave the old world, and embrace the new world. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that he had indeed left the old world, but the door to the new world seemed to be closed in front of him. So he became a person with nowhere to go. Very good. Get rid of him, and go back to tell Earl Lambert that Captain Jarvis was unfortunately killed by a stray bullet in the exchange of fire. Walden said lightly. We will fulfill our promise to him and let him return to civilized society. But after he dies, Jarvis saw the muzzle of the cannon on the deck turn towards him. In fact, he still had time to abandon the ship and escape. After all, the Navy's current focus was still on the Jackdaw and other pirate ships anchored in the bay. If he jumped into the water, he would most likely be able to avoid the cannonballs. But Jarvis sat on the ship motionless. He didn't know where he could escape to. Even if he escaped the shells, how would he survive? With Chris's order, the gunner lit the fuse, and the first shell flew past the ferry boat. The gunner took some time to readjust the direction, but unfortunately the second shell still missed the target. The splash caused the boat to vibrate, but Jarvis on it was as unmoved as a petrified statue. The third time, the gunner aimed for an unusually long time, a full half a minute, and finally successfully hit the boat and turned it into pieces. After a while, Jarvis' body floated to the surface, but no one cared anymore. Jarvis' death was just a trivial episode in this war. Then 5 warships from the Navy and pirate hunters, armed ships, launched a fierce attack on the pirate ship anchored in the harbor. Black Prince Sam and others, regardless of casualties, quickly dealt with the warrior crew who were still resisting on the beach, and then rushed to the pirate ship anchored in the harbor. They were now seriously short of manpower, and the gunners who could fire could barely make up 2 ships. So after discussing it, they decided to combine the people from several ships together. However, just as they boarded the ferry boat and rowed towards the nearest pirate ship, the shells of the Navy and pirate hunters arrived there one step earlier than them. The pirates watched their pirate ships being drowned by gunfire. The first to sink was Brooke Swordfish. The Swordfish was already seriously damaged in the previous battle, and the carpenters on the ship only had time to repair a small part of it. These were all recorded in detail in the intelligence provided by Jarvis. So the Swordfish naturally became the first target of the Navy. Even though Brooke was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but turn pale when he saw the pirate ship he had been with day and night being sunk. The Tiger Shark followed the Swordfish. The latter's firepower was second only to the Vita, and it was one of the 2 pirate ships that Black Prince Sam and others wanted to board by rowing the ferry. But before they got there, the Tiger Shark was attacked. However, its hull was stronger than the Swordfish, so it lasted much longer than the Swordfish, which also bought some time for the pirates. Black Prince Sam decided to abandon the Vita, which was too far away, and instead turned around with the people on the ferry and rowed towards Jarvis's Warrior. The crew on the Warrior had obviously considered how to evacuate after the fallout, and the Warrior was also the closest ship to the beach. Unfortunately, an accident occurred later, and they were exposed in advance and suppressed by firepower, so they had no chance to get on the ship again. Now it gave Black Prince Sam and others an opportunity, not a chance to escape. but a chance to fight back. The outcome of this battle had already been settled. But now there is still a group of people who want to fight for dignity. Chapter 223 Fury. Are we safe now? After 2 rounds of fierce bombardment at close range, the Jackdaw miraculously did not sink, but stumbled out of the harbor. The red-haired girl pulled out the splinter of wood stuck in her shoulder and asked. When the armed ship on the opposite side opened fire, John Hung could not move, and Annie decisively stood in front of him. Although the two were lucky not to be hit by the shells, the splash damage caused by the shells falling on the deck was actually the most dangerous for the people on the ship. And this part of the damage was basically borne by the red-haired girl. Not only the wound on the shoulder, but Anne's arms, calves and cheeks were also scratched to varying degrees. But the red-haired girl didn't say a word during this period. John Hung didn't express his gratitude. With the relationship between the two, such things no longer needed verbal gratitude. He took off his clothes to bandage the latter and spoke. I don't think so. If they don't have an advantage in firepower, they might let us go. But now, we don't need so many ships to deal with those people on the beach. So they will definitely send people to chase us. As soon as John Hung finished speaking, the shadows of 2 armed ships appeared in the smoke behind him. They should have just turned around and pulled away from the Jackdaw, but soon sailed out of the smoke. If it were normal, John Hung would not worry about the pursuers behind him. With the performance and firepower of the Jackdaw, it would not be impossible to win even if it was 1 against 2. Not to mention that even if it was in a bad situation, it could easily evacuate with its excellent speed. But now the Jackdaw is in a very bad state. There are not enough people on board. Almost no gunners. At least 3 sails are damaged. And the hull is leaking seriously. Compared with before, the water level has risen by at least 3 feet, and has reached the warning line. In this situation, let alone resisting the pursuers behind, it is even uncertain whether they can sail to Nassau. That is why Dufresne seemed so desperate before. Even if the Jackdaw could break through the layers of blockades of the Navy, it could not run far in its current state. He could not see where this only chance of survival was. But since John Hung wanted to gamble on this, of course, he could not be unprepared. He temporarily handed the rudder to Anne and borrowed the latter's dagger. Then he came to the main mast. When he was on the Sea Lion, he was a student of Roscoe, and worked under the old man for quite a while. He was not unfamiliar with things like climbing masts. Although he had hardly done similar work since becoming the captain, his movements were not completely rusty. He bit the dagger with his teeth and climbed to the top of the main mast as quickly as possible. He saw the scratched area on it, where an ancient Celtic name was originally engraved. John Hung took the dagger out of his mouth. This name was scratched out by him before, but now he engraved it again. In the original plan, John Hung intended to communicate with the so-called Celtic ancient god after getting the wooden box of the Thule tree. This was also the safest way. But now he had no other choice. John Hung had a lot of game props with him, but the only thing that could really help him in this situation was the unidentified shell. However, after he finished carving the last stroke and stopped, nothing special happened. At this time, the 2 armed ships had greatly shortened the distance between them and the Jackdaw, and the gunners on the ship also entered standby mode. John Hung had little time left. He did not think that the Celtic ancient god named Betty had just abandoned him at this time. In fact, John Hung had always suspected that the other party's target on the previous ghost ship was not Seth, but him as the captain. However, Annie's sudden appearance interrupted the plan, and the Celtic ancient god named Betty had to give up on him and chose Seth, who was alone on the other side. However, her goal never changed. She ordered Seth to steal the 3 notebooks. In fact, her motive was not pure, but she deliberately exposed Seth in front of John Hung to attract his attention. But John Hung didn't understand why the Celtic ancient god named Betty never came to him again after he got the shell. John Hung quickly reviewed the conversation with Seth. He remembered the sudden storm he encountered when he returned to Nassau, and the anger that Seth said was needed to control the storm. John Hung frowned. Perhaps because his parents were not around. He was one of those who matured early. Compared with his peers, his emotions were relatively stable from childhood to adulthood. Of course, he was angry sometimes, but after realizing that anger could not solve the problem, he rarely felt angry about anything. When Wei Jiangyong was cheated of money for the first time while working as a tutor, everyone accompanied him to drink to relieve boredom. Later, when he was drunk, he said to John Hung, "John Hung, I think the most amazing thing about you is that you always seem to be able to see this cruel world clearly. But you will not be disappointed by it. How do you do it? It's like a bystander. You are a good person in everything. But sometimes you are too calm, which is a bit boring. Zhang Heng also knew that his SAN value sometimes dropped slowly. But he never thought that this would become a problem for him one day. He reviewed his life and found that there didn't seem to be anything particularly bitter or hateful that made him angry. This was a bit embarrassing, because according to his inference, summoning a storm not only requires anger, but also only continuous anger can maintain the storm. For example, Set's anger came and went quickly, so the storm was also short-lived. And if he wanted to get rid of the entanglement of the two armed ships behind him, he needed a storm that could last at least half an hour. Zhang Heng could only find another way. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Half a minute later, the bows of the two armed ships were approaching the stern of the Jackdaw. At this moment, a thick lightning streaked across the night sky. The lightning just landed on the mast of one of the armed ships. Although there was no one near the mast, the crew was still scared out of their wits by this scene. However, this was just the beginning. Thunder rumbled from the horizon. And at the same time, the lightning became more and more dense. Like a purple electric net, the originally calm sea suddenly became windy. One of the armed ships had clearly approached the Jackdaw. The captain ordered to prepare to fire, but a huge wave hit the side of the ship, knocking the gunners on it to the ground. Chapter 224, Escape. In the cabin of the Jackdaw, everyone was gathered together nervously. It had been a minute and a half since Harry went under the water. The average person could only hold their breath underwater for about 30 to 40 seconds. And people like them, who lived by the sea and made a living from the sea, could hold their breath underwater for 2 to 3 minutes after training. However, considering that Harry's exercise would also accelerate the consumption of oxygen, he should have almost reached his limit now. But there was no reaction under the water. After about 7 or 8 seconds, everyone finally felt that the water level was no longer rising, which also meant that Harry successfully blocked the hole and prevented the Jackdaw from sinking. The crew members clapped their hands in celebration. But after waiting for a while, Harry still did not come up. Dufresne's expression changed, and he dived into the water without taking off his shirt. He saw Harry struggling underwater, and he sealed the hole in the bottom of the boat as expected. Just as he was about to go back, his calf was entangled in a fishing net. Harry tried various methods, but he could not get out of it. Gradually, his strength became weaker and weaker, and his struggle became weaker and weaker. The brain went blank due to lack of oxygen. Harry thought, "Am I going to die here today? I should not have tried to do this earlier." But after thinking carefully, it seems that it is not possible not to do it. If the Jackdaw sinks, there is no way to escape. Harry felt that the world was darkening in front of him. His hands and feet stopped moving, and his memory stopped at this moment, until a palm slapped his cheek and someone pressed his chest hard. Harry spit out a mouthful of sea water, finally came to his senses, and began to breathe greedily. Then he found that he was lifted up by the crowd, and everyone shouted his name together. Is this what it feels like to be a hero? Harry scratched his head. It seems pretty good. But before he could enjoy it for a few seconds, he was thrown back into the water. Not only was Harry confused, but the person who threw him was also confused. Because just now, the Jackdaw suddenly shook violently, and the people in the cabin couldn't stand still. At the same time, the previously repaired places also showed signs of cracking again. Dufresne arranged 2 people to operate the water pump to pump out the water in the cabin, while the rest of the people continued to reinforce and repair the cracks and holes on the hull. And he himself hurriedly ran to the deck after the situation was stabilized. As a result, the scene outside surprised Dufresne. He never thought that he had only been in the cabin for less than 20 minutes. And when he came back, the sea had completely changed. There were huge waves on the sea, howling winds, and lightning from time to time. It was only a few steps away, but the quartermaster took half a minute to walk, and slipped twice during the process. Then he staggered to the rudder and asked, "And who is there? Where is the captain?" Because the wind and thunder were too strong, the red-haired girl didn't hear what Dufresne was saying at all. It was not until the quartermaster repeated it loudly that, and pointed to the main mast behind her, Dufresne saw a vague figure on it. He didn't connect this sudden storm with Zhang Heng. Seeing the ladder on the mast, he thought he was just going to retract the sail. So Dufresne asked, and again, "Where are the Navy men?" As if answering his question, a cannonball landed about 10 meters away from the Jackdaw. Just to the left of the Jackdaw, where an armed ship was also floating in the wind and waves. The captain gave the order to attack. But in the current situation, even those experienced gunners found it difficult to aim. Often, just after adjusting the angle of the cannon, a big wave hit in the next second, and all the previous efforts were in vain. The other armed ship that lagged behind ran into trouble because the storm came too suddenly. The sailors on the ship did not react quickly and retracted the sails too late, causing the mast to be directly broken by the strong wind and fly into the sea. The captain had no choice but to order a return to the port of Parrot Island to avoid the storm. This made the Jackdaw lose a pursuer and reduce the pressure it faced. However, Dufresne's mood did not improve much. Although the problem of pursuers was partially solved, the extreme weather now was a great test for the Jackdaw, which was riddled with holes. And the key was that the person at the helm of the Jackdaw was in. During the time the red-haired girl was on board, she had already conquered everyone with her force. However, people like Dufresne were very clear about her background and identity. They knew that she had no sailing experience before coming to Nassau, so she had no experience in steering. In fact, up to now, she had only held the rudder and followed Zhang Heng's instructions to keep the direction unchanged and sail in a straight line. Dufresne was terrified, fearing that a huge wave would overturn the Jackdaw completely. But strangely enough, the Jackdaw had been sailing for so long and had encountered many huge waves, but they were basically head-on, and had never encountered a fatal huge wave like the one that hit from the side. However, Dufresne did not dare to gamble on his luck again, and quickly took the rudder from in. The armed ship on the left side was still biting them tirelessly. But as the wind and waves became stronger, the people on it obviously began to hesitate. The people on the ship knew that the Jackdaw was at its weakest moment. Maybe just one more round. No, even just a few more shells hitting the opponent would completely eliminate this pirate ship that was already at the end of its strength. This was also the reason why they kept biting it, unwilling to let the fat meat fly away. However, they were only pirate hunters, not real navy. Although Walden gave them the order to deal with the Jackdaw, they did not want to sacrifice their lives to execute this order. In this situation, the danger was beyond their tolerance. There was no sign of stopping the storm. Even if they succeeded in destroying the Jackdaw, their ship would be destroyed in the storm. Therefore, despite their unwillingness, the armed ship had to turn around and return after chasing for a few minutes. At this point, the Jackdaw finally got rid of all the pursuers. However, there was still one biggest enemy at the moment: the unpredictable nature. Dufresne still did not dare to take it lightly. It was not until half an hour later that the wind and waves finally began to gradually decrease, and the situation gradually improved. During this process, the Jackdaw was always safe. Chapter 225: New Crisis. When the wind and waves calmed down completely, only the Jackdaw was left on the vast ocean. I can't believe we actually escaped. Dufresne looked around until he could no longer see any trace of the enemy. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the deck. Since he found Harry and got the news of Jarvis' betrayal, his mind and body have been in a state of high tension. Until now, when the danger has disappeared, his body seems to have been completely drained, and he can no longer feel a trace of strength. Under the situation that the Navy's firepower had an absolute advantage, and the harbor was almost completely blocked. Only a dozen of them, led by Zhang Heng, actually drove the Jackdaw out of the blockade, and then shook off the pursuers behind them, successfully withstanding this terrible storm. During this period, every step was full of danger, and everyone tried their best. But even so, there was still a lot of luck involved in getting to this point, especially the timing of the storm. If it was a little later, the Jackdaw would have been sunk by the two armed ships. It was even more incredible that the Jackdaw could pass through the storm safely in its state. As the sky gradually brightened, the distant sky was pale, and the drunken crew members finally woke up from their sleep. There were more people on the deck, but Dufresne's eyes swept around and finally fell on the silent figure standing at the stern. When that person said that he would lead everyone home, Dufresne thought he was just trying to appease the sailors. After all, as the captain at that time, Zhang Heng must stabilize the situation first. However, he did not expect that the other party actually fulfilled his promise and led the Jackdaw to escape from the desperate situation where there was no hope. What he did last night, no one else in his position could do. This was beyond human ability, enough to be called a miracle, which could be seen from the admiring eyes of the sailors around. However, Zhang Heng's face was not too happy. Dufresne rested for a while, recovered some strength, stood up and walked to Zhang Heng's side, following the latter's gaze, which should be the direction of Parrot Island. But nothing could be seen after sailing so far. Do they still have a chance? Zhang Heng shook his head. The Navy was well prepared this time, and with Jarvis as their accomplice, we suffered a great loss this time. Black Prince Sam and his men had no choice but to retreat to the center of the island if they wanted to survive. But this would be exactly what the Navy wanted. The Navy didn't have to do anything. Just wait for 2 weeks. And then, they would face only a group of extremely weak pirates when they went to the island again. Dufresne was silent after hearing this. In fact, he had already guessed this result, which was why Zhang Heng had to take the jackdaw away no matter what. The result of this battle was already determined before the battle began. Although the two sides were not far apart in numbers and firepower, this was not a fair fight at all. The pirates on the island were ambushed in the middle of the carnival. They were far away from their warships, without any preparation, and their brains were paralyzed by alcohol. They were forced to fight in this state, and the outcome was predictable. As the two were talking, they saw the newly recruited accountant on the ship hurried over. "Captain, Mr. Dufresne, you'd better come and take a look," the latter said nervously. Zhang Heng and Dufresne went down to the cargo hold with the accountant after hearing this. At this time, the seawater inside had been almost drained out, except for being a little damp. It had basically returned to normal. However, everyone looked very serious and gathered around a fresh water barrel. Dufresne reached out and scooped up a mouthful of water from it. But after tasting the salty taste, he quickly spit it out and asked, "How much is it?" We were unlucky. 2 shells fell in the area where we stored fresh water, destroying about 7 or 8 barrels of fresh water, and some of the wooden barrels were damaged. It was not a big deal at first, but once the water entered the cabin, it was all over. In addition, there was not much rum left on the ship, because we took out 30 barrels at the party before. Anything else? The quartermaster saw the accountant swallowing his saliva in the middle of his speech and frowned. The biscuits stored here have also been soaked in seawater. We rescued some of them, but the rest should be inedible. So how long will the food and freshwater reserves on the ship last us? As for food, it's okay. There are biscuits, potatoes, bacon and other things. In addition, the ship can organize people to fish. If we save food, we should be able to make it to Nassau. But freshwater may only be enough for us to drink for another 4 days. 4 days? At the current rate of consumption. Yes. Dufresne immediately realized the severity of the problem. It took the Jackdaw almost 2 weeks to sail from Nassau to Cockatoo Island. And that was with a tailwind. Now the Jackdaw had just experienced a great battle. Fortunately, the mast was not seriously damaged. As for the broken sail, people were already being organized to repair it. However, the current wind direction was not favorable for them, and it would take longer to go back. "Is there any island nearby where we can get fresh water?" Zhang Heng, who had been silent, asked. "There is a small island nearby, which is only a quarter of the size of Parrot Island. But there is no water source on the island," a sailor said. "Then from now on, we must strictly control the rationing of fresh water, and everyone will get a certain amount every day," Dufresne said. Zhang Heng did not comment on this and said to Harry, "Go to the captain's room and give my nautical chart." The latter was eavesdropping on the conversation here, wondering when Dufresne would tell Zhang Heng about his contribution. When he heard Zhang Heng speak, he was stunned for a moment, but he immediately thought of something. A hint of joy appeared on his face, and he quickly rushed to the captain's room. As a result, Zhang Heng captain's room was in trouble. Harry was not familiar with it, and it took him a long time to find the nautical chart on the top of the bookcase and take it down. Zhang Heng spread out the nautical chart, first found Parrot Island on it, and then found another small island that was closest, and then seemed to be calculating something. Dufresne was a little puzzled. "Isn't there no fresh water on that island? What's the point of us going there? We have been chased and beaten by those guys for so long. It would be too easy for them to leave without asking for some interest. Besides, if we want fresh water, we have to rely on them," Zhang Heng said lightly. Chapter 226 Coral Island. After everyone on board woke up, the Jackdaw no longer had the problem of insufficient manpower, and the cannons on the ship finally had a place to use. However, given the current condition of the Jackdaw, although the cracks and holes on the hull have been basically blocked and no longer affect navigation, it will take a long time to completely repair it. The most important thing is that there is a lack of sufficient materials. Subsequent repair work can only be carried out after returning to Nassau. Therefore, it is very dangerous for the Jackdaw to fight again in its current state. Dufresne, Billy, and Harry were all present at the pre-war meeting. Especially the latter. He could only listen to the noise in the kitchen with the cook Ramsay when dealing with the treasure ship before. This became his most frustrating thing. He never thought that he could personally participate in this kind of pre-war meeting that only senior officials could attend. He couldn't help but be excited. Although Zhang Heng ordered him not to speak, he couldn't stop the excitement on his face. In contrast, Billy looked very guilty. He drank too much last night and was useless at the most critical moment. He failed his duties. After sobering up, he wanted to resign as the helmsman. But Zhang Heng and others persuaded him to stay. No one on this ship is more suitable for being the helmsman than Billy. Dufresne still prefers to be the quartermaster. Before this, Billy had always been diligent. We cannot negate all his previous merits because of one incident. Of course, there are corresponding punishments. Billy's spoils will be halved in the next 3 voyages. But he will also have an additional share bonus, which is about the same as that of ordinary sailors. Now he has returned to his work as a helmsman and said, "Are you sure they will come after us again?" "They will definitely do that," Zhang Heng said confidently. "They sent 2 ships to chase us before, obviously wanting to catch us all in one fell swoop. But we escaped because of the sudden storm. But after last night, they must have sunk all the pirate ships on the island. In this case, they only need to leave 1 or 2 ships to keep an eye on the people on the island, and the rest of the ships can continue to chase us. After all, we were severely damaged before, and it has only been less than half a day since we left Parrot Island. If they set out now, it is entirely possible that they will catch up with us halfway. But what if they choose to act with several ships? Wouldn't we be walking into a trap?" Dufresne asked. "This possibility is very small. Judging from the previous battle, the enemy commander is a very powerful guy. He should be able to realize that even if we return to Nassau, we may choose to take a detour to get rid of the pursuers behind us. So their best choice is to search separately. Our hull is seriously damaged. If we fight head-on, we won't be able to hold out for long. Even if they are separated, they can deal with us. In this case, I believe their commander is willing to take a little risk to kill us." Zhang Heng paused and continued, "Coral Island is 200 nautical miles east of Cockatoo Island, just in the same direction as Nassau. But it is further north than Nassau. We will wait here for a day. If my guess is wrong, the Navy will act together, and they should chase directly in the direction of Nassau. So they will pass by us, and we will not encounter any danger. On the contrary, if my guess is correct, they will expand the search range, and a ship will meet us here. At that time, if we capture it, we can solve the problem of fresh water and food in one fell swoop. What to do? My ship is indeed seriously damaged. I doubt whether we can survive a high-intensity battle," Billy said worriedly. "That's why we need an island," Zhang Heng said. "Actually, this is similar to the strategy we used to deal with the Spanish treasure ship. We first dismantle the cannons on the ship and move them to the island. Then we use the Jackdaw to lead the ship into the range of the cannons. Then we can launch an attack directly from the island. This way, we can avoid damage to the ship caused by the battle." Zhang Heng was so sure because of the system prompt he heard before. His sailing skill was upgraded from level 2 to level 3. However, he was too focused at that time and ignored the news. It was not until the storm passed that he noticed the change in skills from the character panel. Before, he drove the Jackdaw to break through the Navy blockade at the port. The huge pressure also forced out his potential. His steering skills made a qualitative leap. After successfully upgrading to level 3, he now felt like he was controlling the Jackdaw with ease. He was confident that he could lure the target to the Coral Island without being attacked. However, the key to the success of this plan is that, in addition to the Jackdaw being able to lure the target into the range of the artillery, the gunner operating the artillery must successfully kill the target before the target realizes that he has been tricked and escapes. After all, once the target runs out of the range of the artillery, there is no time for the Jackdaw to return to the island to reload the artillery and then pursue. "Let's go and see the terrain there first. There should be a way to solve this problem," Zhang Heng said. The nautical charts of the early 18th century were not as accurate as those of later generations. There was no satellite positioning, and the shapes of the islands were also drawn very roughly. In fact, apart from a name and an approximate distance. Basically, no other useful information could be obtained. Fortunately, the jackdaw was very close to the island, and after half a day or so, they arrived at the island. Zhang Heng took Annie and the others to row around the island. The red-haired girl said, "I finally know why this place is called the Coral Island. Speaking of which, there are indeed many more corals here than in other places." Billy also said that they had seen a lot of corals on the way here, in all kinds of colors. But what attracted Zhang Heng more were the coral reefs hidden under the water. "Perhaps we can find a way to keep the ship within the range of the artillery," Zhang Heng said. "You want to use the reefs here to run the ship aground? That's a solution. But we will also face the same danger. We probably don't have time to explore all the reefs now. It depends on the waterline of both sides. Our ships are about the same size. But after removing the cannons, our ships will become lighter. And those gunners will further reduce our weight when they get off the ship. Then we can move all the other things on the ship, including food and fresh water, which will bring weight to the island. In this way, we can safely pass through the reef area." Chapter 227, Meeting on a Narrow Road. It had only been less than a day since the last battle, and the jackdaw had once again been engaged in intense pre-war preparations. But the crew had no complaints. The main reason was that the pirates had been too frustrated in the previous battle, and most of them were in a confused state, not knowing what had happened, and were caught and beaten up by the navy that suddenly appeared in front of them. Obviously, their strength was not weaker than the other side, but they had no power to fight back. This kind of defeat was unacceptable to everyone. Therefore, when they heard Zhang Heng say that he wanted to take revenge on the other side and grab enough fresh water and food to take back to Nassau, they immediately broke free from their low mood and rekindled their fighting spirit. In addition, Zhang Heng had turned the tide several times before, and the trust and admiration of the crew for him had reached the peak. Now no one would question his orders. All the sailors were mobilized and dismantled the cannons on the ship as quickly as possible, leaving only one stern cannon. In addition, the food in the cabin, the remaining fresh water, and all other dismantled items were also moved to the island. In the end, Zhang Heng only left 20 sailors, which was almost the minimum number of people to maintain the normal navigation of the jackdaw. The cabin of the new jackdaw was empty, with nothing left except half a day's worth of food and fresh water. But in return the waterline dropped significantly. The target came faster than expected. Less than 2 hours after the jackdaw left the island, the lookout saw the dark shadow of the ship in the distance. Zhang Heng's previous speculation was correct. This time, the Navy obviously wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. However, destroying 5 pirate ships did not satisfy Walden. Even with such a huge advantage, a pirate ship was still able to escape from under his nose. This was something he could not accept anyway. Therefore, after the storm, he immediately sent people to hunt down the jackdaw. And the person Zhang Heng met near the Coral Island this time was an old acquaintance, the Miranda, one of the 2 armed ships that hunted him the first time. The latter was also the armed ship that persisted to the end, but it had to choose to return due to the strong wind and waves. Although Walden didn't say anything, as Captain Ford, he was still upset. This was the first time in all the years since he became a pirate hunter that the prey had been delivered to his mouth and slipped away. Therefore, he and his Miranda resolutely joined the pursuit team. Ford was eager to capture the jackdaw to prove that he was still one of the best pirate hunters in the sea. However, because the search was dispersed and each ship chose a direction, Ford did not have much hope. But he did not expect that the goddess of luck would favor him again. After discovering the jackdaw, Ford immediately ordered the crew on the ship to enter a state of combat readiness. This time he vowed not to let the prey escape again. At the same time, Zhang Heng also saw the aggressive Miranda. After a while, he put down the telescope in his hand and said to the sailor on the ship, according to the plan. After the Miranda chased for a distance, Ford noticed that the jackdaw began to lower the top sail to speed up, as if trying to escape, but the effect was limited. There was an obvious hole in the main sail of the latter, which should have been left in the last battle, but for some reason it was not repaired. However, this explained why they met the jackdaw in advance. According to Ford's calculations, they would have to catch up with the jackdaw in 1 day at the earliest. Now that the 2 sides met in advance, it gave Ford a surprise. The latter did not intend to waste brain cells thinking about what happened on the jackdaw. Anyway, as long as he took this opportunity to sink the jackdaw, he would have to catch up with the jackdaw. This was the first time in all the years since he became a pirate hunter that the prey had been delivered to his mouth and slipped away. Therefore, after this battle, he immediately sent people to hunt down the jackdaw. everything would be solved. Since Ford dared to do the job of pirate hunter, his Miranda was naturally a first-class fast ship, which was not far behind the Jackdaw. Now that the speed of the Jackdaw could not be improved, it was time for the Miranda to play. The two sides started a new round of competition on the sea. The helmsman on the opposite ship was also very strong. Ford had noticed this when they fought in the harbor before, and the opponent's performance this time was also very good. But there was a natural gap in speed between the two sides, so the distance between the two ships was also getting closer at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ford stood on the bow. Even without the help of a telescope, he could clearly see the busy figures on the deck of the Jackdaw. He could feel the blood in his heart boiling. Like most pirate hunters, Ford was born in the Navy. Later, he was hired as a captain of a merchant ship for a period of time and made a lot of money. However, unlike his peers who became pirate hunters because of being robbed, Ford was not robbed by pirates when he was a merchant ship captain. He became a pirate hunter purely because of the adventurous blood flowing in his bones. In addition to bounties and honors, what he is doing now can remind him of the wonderful experience of hunting in the woods with his father in his childhood. The feeling of constantly fighting wits and courage with the prey and enjoying the harvest afterwards is something he can never experience as a merchant ship captain. But at this moment, the first mate beside him reminded Captain Ford, an island was found ahead. From the nautical chart, it should be an uninhabited island called Coral Island. The first mate hesitated. Do you think they escaped here on purpose? Why? Ford raised his eyebrows. The first mate was speechless. After all, the pirates had just ambushed the Spanish treasure ship on Parrot Island. He was instinctively alert when he saw the island. But then he thought that the Jackdaw had no capital to ambush. 5 of the 6 pirate ships in this joint operation had been destroyed by them, leaving only the Jackdaw to escape by chance. Even if he wanted to ambush, there was no companion to cooperate. However, the first mate thought of another problem. This area is marked as dangerous on the nautical chart. There are many reefs nearby. Could they be trying to lure us to run aground? Ford frowned. This possibility. They don't have time to explore here. Unless there are people on their ship who are very familiar with this area. They will take a greater risk than us if they rashly enter the reef area. But we don't need to fight their luck with them. Tell the helmsman to follow them closely, and only go where they go. In this way, if they want to run aground, they will run aground first. Ford paused, then snorted coldly. They used the storm to get rid of us last time. And this time, they want to scare us away with the reefs. Do you really think we are so timid? If they run away again this time, we don't have to do this business anymore. Chapter 228, A Great Victory. A cannonball brushed the side of the Jackdaw and fell into the water, splashing a string of water. But unfortunately, it did not cause any substantial damage to the target. The gunner on the Miranda slapped the bow gun on the bow in frustration. This was his 5th consecutive miss, which had never happened before. On the contrary, the Jackdaw in front not only dodged all the cannonballs, but also hit the Miranda once with the stern gun on the ship. Ford could feel that the opponent in front had become more difficult than before, as slippery as a loach. Should we say that they are indeed a famous pirate group in Nassau? As expected, they are all very capable. Even in such a situation, they are still so tenacious. However, some things cannot be solved by courage, such as the shrinking distance between the Jackdaw and the Miranda. When the Miranda really catches up and sticks to the Jackdaw, it is time for the broadside guns to start to show their power. Then the Jackdaw will have nowhere to escape. Therefore, when the bow gun missed the opportunity to hit the opponent continuously, Ford did not show too much anxiety. At this time, the spirits of the other people on the ship gradually relaxed. The situation of Coral Island is different from that of Parrot Island. It is very small in size, and does not have a natural harbor like Parrot Island. The surrounding situation can be seen at a glance. After circling the island halfway, the first mate can confirm that there are indeed no ambushing ships nearby. It seems that the other party must have been forced into a desperate situation by them, so they had to choose to risk their lives by entering the reef area. However, as Ford said, as long as they hold on to the other party and do not try other routes, there will be no danger. There were many veteran sailors on the Miranda, who had experienced many battles with pirates before, including some treacherous and cunning guys. The pirate hunters who could continuously win and become famous in this sea area were not ordinary people, and they also had a keen sense of danger. So far, they had not noticed anything unusual, and victory had never been so close to them as it was at this moment. Ford was still immersed in the joy of taking down the jackdaw. But he didn't expect that there was a sudden shock under his feet. And many people on the ship, who couldn't stand firmly, fell to the ground. Ford's face changed. "What happened?" "Captain, I'm afraid we hit a reef," the first mate said anxiously. "Nonsense. Of course I know we hit a reef. Do you need to tell me this? I'm asking how this is possible?" Ford was shocked and angry, no longer as calm as before, and roared in frustration. He pointed to the jackdaw not far away. "They just passed by here before. Why are they okay?" The first mate was also confused when he heard this. As the two were talking, seawater began to pour into the cabin. The big hole made by the reef could not be blocked at all. Soon, the Miranda's hull began to tilt until it reached a 30-degree angle. However, before the people on the ship could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard the roar of artillery fire again. The gunners left on the island by Zhang Heng were already impatient. The Miranda's grounding was the signal for them to launch a general attack. Ford's luck today was indeed not good. In the first round of attack, at least 1/3 of the shells hit the target accurately. The sailors who had finally climbed up were thrown to the ground again before they could stand firm again. The first mate shouted in the midst of the gunfire, trying to gather the gunners to organize a counterattack. However, with the current tilt of the Miranda, the muzzles of the guns could only reach the beach at most, and could not attack the enemies hiding in the woods. Ford was also loudly ordering the sailors on the ship to adjust the sails, hoping to get out of the stranded state. But it was not very effective. He stared with wide eyes and veins on his neck. But no matter how he screamed at the top of his lungs, he could not prevent the Miranda from sinking, until the first mate hugged his body and cried in his ear, "Captain, it's no good. Abandon the ship." Ford still refused to accept what was happening before his eyes. He couldn't understand why the Miranda was sure to win just a few minutes ago. But in the blink of an eye, the situation changed drastically. The second time the two sides fought, the jackdaw was at an absolute disadvantage. But the result was even more unbelievable than the first time. If the first battle was due to caution and let the opponent escape, then this battle was enough to be called a shame. They couldn't even knock down a piece of the decoration on the stern of the jackdaw, and the Miranda was about to sink completely. Why could the jackdaw in front pass the reef safely? Where did the artillery fire on the shore come from? Who cooperated with the jackdaw to ambush them? Ford couldn't find the answers to these questions. He lost this battle inexplicably. Everywhere he looked, he saw faces of fear and frustration. The sailors couldn't stand being beaten one-sidedly like this, and rushed into the sea. Ford didn't remember how he was dragged off the ship by the first mate and dragged all the way to the beach. When he came to his senses, he saw a musket pointed at them. The survivors on the Miranda huddled together on the beach, as if they wanted to get some comfort from each other in this way. They lowered their heads, like a group of lambs to be slaughtered, waiting for the verdict of fate. When the battle was over, Zhang Heng also rowed a small boat to the coral island. Billy greeted them at the first time, unable to hide the joy in his eyes, and said from a distance, "We won a great victory this time." Except for a sailor who was slightly scratched when collecting prisoners, there were no casualties. However, the consumption of ammunition was relatively high. I asked those guys to control the strength of their hands, but it seems that they have been pent up for the past 2 days. Fortunately, they stopped in time, and the ship was not completely sunk. I have sent people to the ship to count and collect supplies. Very good. Zhang Heng glanced at Ford, who was dejected, and was not surprised by the result. The fate of the Miranda was doomed when it was hooked and bit the back of the jackdaw. The process of this battle was not complicated, but the previous arrangement was difficult. After this battle, the jackdaw could also solve the imminent food and fresh water problems. But Zhang Heng did not expect to successfully capture the captain and first mate of the other party this time. In this way, he might be able to know the specific arrangements of the other commander's pursuit operation, understand how many ships the other party sent, in which direction each went, where to meet, etc., and provide more guarantees for the smooth return of the jackdaw. So Zhang Heng said to Billy, "Find me a quiet place. I want to interrogate them." Understood. Chapter 229 A Bold Plan. Zhang Heng interrogated the captain, first mate, bosun and others on the Miranda separately to prevent collusion, and then verified the answers of several people, so as to ensure the reliability of the collected information. Half an hour later, he got a piece of news that surprised him. So he gathered Billy, Annie and others together again. and asked someone to find the chief carpenter on the ship. You want to return to Parrot Island? Billy was shocked by John Hung's bold idea. According to the information we just got from the captives, there is only one Navy ship, the Kent, left on Parrot Island, and their defense is at its weakest. John Hung said, we may be able to take this opportunity to rescue the survivors on the island, and also take back the gold we left there. How to do it? Given the current situation of the Jackdaw, it can't support a complete battle. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. We still have to rely on the terrain of Pearl Island to deal with the Miranda. When we get to Parrot Island, there will be no terrain for us to rely on. This is likely to be a tough battle with no shortcuts, and we have almost no chance of winning. Although Billy was also interested in the proposal to rescue the pirates on the island and retrieve the gold, he still felt that the risk was too great after thinking about it. John Hung did not answer the helmsman's question, but turned to look at Guy, the chief carpenter on the ship. If there is enough material, how long will it take us to repair the ship to a state where it can fight again? The latter was stunned when he heard it. If there is no shortage of materials, and everyone helps together, it can be completed in 6 days. No, 5 days. But where do we get the materials? Dufresne asked. John Hung pointed to the Miranda that had run aground not far away. Let's dismantle it, and use it as materials. Guy's eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately. That's a good idea. But it will take 2 more days. There is no problem with time. The Navy sent 5 of its 6 ships to hunt us down, and we killed one of them. Now there are 4 ships left. They agreed to return to Parrot Island in 2 weeks to deal with the remaining pirates on the island. Now only 1 day has passed, and we have 7 days to repair the ship. The remaining time is enough for us to return to Parrot Island and fight another battle. Billy couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. The Navy couldn't be said to be arrogant. After all, it was not easy for the Jackdaw to reach Nassau in its current state. No one would have thought that they would dare to go back halfway. So leaving only 1 ship on Parrot Island was enough to guard a group of pirates who had lost their ships and supplies. John Hung's plan was indeed bold at first glance, but it was not impossible to achieve if you think about it carefully. Although destroying the Miranda made everyone feel relieved and got enough food and fresh water, it could not make up for the losses they suffered during this voyage. This time, the pirates of Nassau were really badly cheated by the Navy. Not only did they lose both their ships and their men, but the gold they had robbed from the Spanish treasure ship was also stolen by the Navy. If they could get the gold back and rescue the survivors on the island, it would be a real counterattack. I think this battle plan will work. We can start preparing for the next battle soon. The crew on the beach knew about John Hung's battle plan to counterattack Parrot Island. The crew meeting was unanimously passed. It was about the dignity of the Nassau pirates and the ownership of the 5,000 pounds of gold. Without taking a break, they immediately started to repair the work. It was rare to have so many people available, so Guy decided to take this opportunity to clean the hull of the Jackdaw and remove the conchs, seaweed and other debris that were attached to the deck during the voyage. This would also increase the speed of the Jackdaw by half a knot to prepare for the next tough battle. However, when everyone was working hard, John Hung, the captain, disappeared. When Annie found John Hung, he was sitting alone behind a reef, watching the sunset in the distance gradually fall into the sea. He was about 200 yards away from the people sitting around the fire, which made him look like someone from another world. Annie found a piece of sand to sit down next to John Hung and handed him the bottle of wine in her hand. The repair work is going smoothly. It will be almost completed tomorrow morning. Guy said that the repaired Jackdaw will be stronger than before. Very good. We have been on this island for quite some time, and it is almost time to set off again. John Hung took the bottle and drank a sip. Then Annie took the bottle back from John Hung and drank a sip herself. Really? How are you? Are you okay? Aren't you going to talk about the previous storm? The crew said it was a miracle and that we were protected by the sea goddess Thetis. But you and I both know that it's not true. I heard the story of Seth with you. You climbed up the mast to carve that name on it. Right? What was her name? Betty? Oh, don't worry. I won't let the Jackdaw follow the footsteps of the Clark ship, John Hung said. I can't remember the last time I watched the sunset so quietly. John Hung did use the shell in the previous critical moment. He himself did not have any bitter and vengeful experiences, nor was he a so-called angry young man. So he could only use a trick to bring himself into a literary work. He chose the protagonist of Les Miserables. Ran? Valen. The unlucky guy who was imprisoned for 19 years for stealing bread to help his poor sister raise 7 children. Had a strong anger towards the world he lived in because of a series of previous encounters until he met Bishop Muriel. This somewhat sneaky method finally worked. Zhang Heng not only successfully summoned the storm to help the jackdaw escape successfully, but also had his first contact with the Celtic ancient god who called herself Betty. Zhang Heng then realized that the other party did not look for him before. Not because the timing was not right or to create a sense of mystery, but simply because the latter was too weak. After seducing Seth on the ship, she no longer had the strength to show up. It was not until Zhang Heng took over the shell and carved her name on the mast again, and provided a lot of anger, that she recovered a small part of her strength. According to her, her strength is not as good as before. Not only is it not as good as it was in its heyday more than 1,000 years ago, but even 100 years ago when she was on the Carrick ship, she was much stronger than she is now. This is why Zhang Heng cannot truly control the storm like the captain of the Carrick ship, speed up the sailing, or even use it to attack the enemy. The best Zhang Heng can do now is to try to prevent the storm from harming the jackdaw. Chapter 230 Crocodile and Toothpick Bird. Zhang Heng's communication with the other party was only for a short period of time during the storm, and the information he obtained was similar to that obtained from Seth before. The owner of the voice in his ear claimed that he was an ancient Celtic god who could protect sailors on the sea and give believers the ability to control storms. Of course, this ability is now a bit discounted, not only in terms of the control of the storm, but also in terms of the number of times it can be used, and it can only be used once a month. According to Betty, this was because her name was about to be forgotten by the world. She promised that if Zhang Heng could recruit more believers for her, she could also give Zhang Heng stronger abilities. If Zhang Heng could restore her to her peak strength, she could also make the former the true king of this ocean. And this would require millions of believers, which is why Betty targeted Zhang Heng. She saw Zhang Heng's extraordinary leadership ability. However, the latter did not agree to her immediately. In addition to the fact that Zhang Heng would only stay in this world for more than 10 years, even if he became the king of the ocean, it would have no practical significance. In addition, Betty's words also reminded Zhang Heng of the monster named Moresby that escaped from Papua New Guinea before. According to the old man in Tang suit, that thing was a totem worshipped by a certain tribe before. But with the demise of the Alkas tribe, it had to trap itself in a short time loop in order to survive. And when it came out, it was also very weak. And now Betty's situation also made Zhang Heng confirm again that these so-called supernatural beings are also facing a crisis of survival. Even compared with humans, their situation is truly dangerous. It is precisely because of this that Zhang Heng always has a little vigilance against these beings, when even their basic survival is threatened. How credible are their promises? Especially without knowing what happened to the Clark ship. Zhang Heng would not accept Betty's words. But anyway, he did get some useful information through this contact. Whether it is Moresby or Betty, their strength seems to be directly related to the number of believers, and they seem to be afraid of being forgotten by the world. Zhang Heng also heard a lot of mythological stories when he was a child. No matter which mythological system, the gods are inseparable from the powerful majesty. They created the world and created mankind, and they are almost omnipotent. However, it seems that the relationship between the two sides is more like a symbiotic relationship, just like crocodiles and toothpick birds, anemones and hermit crabs. Zhang Heng didn't know if this metaphor was appropriate, but he was watching the sunset alone at the beach tonight, which had nothing to do with the previous events. He just remembered that he had been in this world for almost 2 years in the blink of an eye, and he was getting more and more accustomed to his current life. In contrast, the memories related to his previous life became more and more distant. It was not until he saw the sunset in front of him again that he remembered the bits and pieces of another world again. Perhaps this was the only thing that had not changed in more than 300 years. However, he did not indulge in some kind of nostalgic or sad mood. He quickly pulled himself out of the memories, and silently shared the bottle of rum with Annie, and the two returned to the beach where the camp was located. Billy just walked towards him at this time. I don't know if Annie told you that our repair and cleaning work is almost finished, and we can launch it again at noon tomorrow. Zhang Heng nodded. Everyone has worked hard these days. After repairing the boat, take a half-day break to rest and recuperate. We will set off the day after tomorrow morning. Billy had no objection to this, and soon after he left, Freda came over and gave John Hung a routine report before each voyage. Our food and fresh water problems have been solved. The reserves on the ship are enough for 1.5 months of sailing. However, considering that we still need to collect the survivors on Parrot Island, I hid the remaining food and fresh water in a cave on the west side of the beach. This can maximize our mobility. At the same time, if necessary, we can come back here to take out these supplies. After all, these two places are only a day's journey apart. You did a great job. John Hung praised the quartermaster's work, but the latter did not leave. Dufresne paused and continued. As for shells, we have experienced several fierce battles in a row, and our consumption is relatively large. However, in addition to the shells for the 24-pound cannon, we also found supplements on the Miranda. John Hung frowned. If it really doesn't work, replace the 24-pound cannon with a 12-pound cannon. In fact, what I am most worried about is not the shells, but the gunpowder, the quartermaster said seriously. The gunpowder on the Miranda was not well waterproofed and moisture-proofed, and because we were at war at the time, many gunpowder barrels were dismantled. We salvaged some of them. I opened 2 barrels and thought there was no problem, but I just checked again and found that several of them were seriously damp. Is the amount of gunpowder on the ship enough to support us in a battle? About enough for us to fire 7 or 8 rounds of shells. Dufresne made a simple estimate and answered. This number is still within John Hung acceptable range. 7 rounds of attack can almost determine the winner of a battle. However, the room for error is indeed smaller. But at this point, there is no reason to give up. The Jackdaw has now completed the repair of the hull, and is no longer in the fragile state before. Even if it cannot win, it can choose to escape. After the sailing skill of the sailboat was upgraded to level 3, John Hung was also confident in his steering skills. Whether it was for the 5,000 pounds of gold, the pirates who survived on the island, or to avenge the previous blow, this battle was imperative. John Hung patted Dufresne on the shoulder. Don't worry. We killed them in 7 rounds. Yes, Captain. The quartermaster was obviously unwilling to return to Nassau empty-handed. He just fulfilled his duties, and reported the situation to John Hung truthfully. As for the subsequent decision, it was still up to the captain to make it. No words were spoken that night. The next day, the pirates rolled the repaired Jackdaw back into the sea. Only when they saw the brand new Jackdaw successfully launched into the water did the crowd cheer. Their work over the past few days was not in vain. Not only did they repair the holes and cracks in the hull, but they also used the extra materials to reinforce the Jackdaw once more in preparation for the upcoming final battle. Chapter 231 Black Flag. 9 days had passed since the previous battle. The Navy fleet suddenly appeared outside the port when the pirates were in the middle of their carnival, causing great losses to the pirates, who were caught off guard. At that time, there was chaos on the beach. Under the call of Black Prince Sam, Brooke and other people who were not too drunk and could move freely launched a brave counterattack against the Navy. However, their actions were powerless to change the final result. Brooke was another group of people who acted separately from Black Prince Sam. They successfully boarded a pirate ship and also used the cannons on the ship to attack the opposite Navy fleet. However, their attack only lasted 2 rounds before the ship they were driving was sunk. Some people on the ship died in the sea, while Brooke and the other group swam back to the shore and retreated into the woods. Soon after, they met the second wave of people who retreated. At the same time, they also dragged the drunk people on the beach into the woods. However, due to the tight time and the constant bombardment, they only brought back less than 1/5 of the people, in addition to the people who died in the battle. Brooke now looked around and found that there were less than 100 people left on the 6 pirate ships that had gone to sea together. Moreover, after 9 days of suffering from lack of food and clothing, these 100 people had become extremely weak. Because they retreated too hastily, they took almost nothing with them when they retreated into the forest. Most of the food and fresh water were placed on the boat. As the battle sank to the bottom of the sea, Brooke certainly knew what the Navy was planning. Perhaps it would not be long before the enemy would begin to land and force them to fight a final decisive battle. However, now that they had lost their boats and were trapped on the island, they were helpless. Although Parrot Island is not small, there is no fresh water on the island. These days, they can only lick the dew on the rock wall to quench their thirst like the goats, or suck the moist soil, which makes their mouths full of earthy taste, and Brooke's lips are already cracked. Fortunately, they successfully captured another goat last night. Not only did each person get a piece of mutton, but they also drank the goat's blood, which relieved some of the hunger and thirst. However, a goat is just a drop in the bucket for a team of nearly 100 people. Moreover, the number of goats on Parrot Island is limited. They had already hunted a considerable number of them for the party. Now it is becoming increasingly difficult to catch them. This goat is the only one they have caught in the past 2 days. In addition to the shortage of food and water, medicine and ammunition are also a headache. Now there are only 20 long muskets and 8 short muskets in the hands of nearly 100 people. Even daggers, machetes, and other close combat weapons cannot be provided to each person. The remaining bullets were consumed a lot during hunting. There is no medicine at all. The wounded can only fend for themselves after a simple bandage. It can be said that they have now reached the end of their rope. Of course, the most serious blow was the blow to morale. At this point, everyone could not see where the future was. When they went to bed at night, they listened to the groans of the wounded around them. Many people's already tense nerves completely collapsed. Some people could not stand the desperate atmosphere and jumped into the sea directly. There were people committing suicide almost every day. Brooke stood up from the ground and handed the last piece of mutton to Eric, the black helmsman of the Vita, not far away. The latter had hardly eaten for 8 days, and sat alone under a big tree with empty eyes, no different from a piece of stone. When Black Prince Sam fell into his arms, the pirate leader who frightened the entire Caribbean cried like a child. He even forgot that he was still in a battle. He just held the body tightly until the warrior sank and he fell into the water. But he still refused to let go. Fortunately, the crew of the Witta beside him also dragged him ashore when he was about to drown. The first thing Eric did after waking up was to look for Black Prince Sam's body. After learning that the body had been washed away by the sea, he became what he is now. Even if Brooke handed the food to his mouth, he didn't react. Brooke said hoarsely, "If you don't find a way to survive, you will never be able to avenge him." The black helmsman finally showed a trace of expression on his gray face when he heard it. He opened his mouth and said in a weak and almost inaudible voice, "Revenge? Us? How to do it? I don't know. But if we give up at this time, then everything is really over. It seems that you don't have much experience in comforting people. Right? I've tried my best. If you still insist on dying, I have no problem with that. After all, under the current circumstances, having one less mouth to feed is not a bad thing." Brooke shrugged. "Is there still only one ship out there?" Eric ate 2 bites of mutton, regained a little strength, and finally turned his attention back to the current situation. "Yes, it seems that the Jackdaw successfully escaped that night. So the Navy sent out all the other ships to chase it. It's unbelievable that they could break through the blockade under such circumstances. This should be considered rare good news in these days. But it's a pity that it's still useless to us." Brooke smiled bitterly. "If there was a ship, any ship, we wouldn't be completely hopeless." While the two were talking, the pirate responsible for monitoring the movement of ships outside the island suddenly shouted, "Ships are spotted in the distance." Brooke and Eric looked at each other. They both knew that when all the ships that went out to chase the Jackdaw came back, it would be time for the Navy to land and launch a general attack. This also meant that they didn't have much time left. But the pirates didn't show much fear on their faces. The days on the island were getting harder and harder. Compared to waiting here in despair and starvation, they would rather die in battle. But just as Brooke and Eric were about to call for help and fight the last battle, the pirate on guard showed an unbelievable look on his face and shouted, "It's the Jackdaw! The Jackdaw! The Jackdaw is back! Could it be captured?" Brooke found it hard to believe that the Jackdaw had returned. He took the telescope and thought that if he were in Zhang Hung position, it would be incredible for him to escape. He knew that he would never return to Parrot Island. Moreover, the Jackdaw did not know the current situation of Parrot Island and could not risk being besieged. However, as if to answer his question, the next moment the Jackdaw raised the black flag without hesitation. Chapter 232 Duel. The moment they saw the black flag, the pirates on the island all felt tears welling up in their eyes. Just 9 days ago, they had witnessed the end of the world with their own eyes, and the black flags burned out on the sea. The greatest pirate captain in Nassau, Black Prince Sam, died in battle. The Swordfish sank. The Vita sank. The Warrior sank. There were wailing and screaming everywhere, and the Navy slaughtered their companions wantonly like slaughtering animals. All this was like a nightmare that had been hanging over their hearts. This was the most tragic defeat of the pirates in Nassau's history. And it was also the reason why the atmosphere on the island had become increasingly depressing over the past few days. These men who had experienced hundreds of battles really lost all hope at this moment, and even felt a little fear of those figures in red shirts. Until the jackdaw appeared. The black flag flying on the mast seemed to swear to the opposite navy that this sea did not belong to any country or anyone, and it still favored all warriors who pursued freedom. Walden led his men to trap the pirates, so he certainly wouldn't make the same mistake again. He parked the Kent outside the harbor, which was enough to monitor the movements of the pirates on the island and guard against crises from outside the island. Therefore, when the jackdaw appeared, the sailors on the ship also discovered the enemy at the first time. Chris put down the copper telescope in his hand, looking unbelievable. How is this possible? How dare they come back? In fact, Chris didn't support this search operation. It was not because he was worried that leaving only one ship on Parrot Island might encounter some danger, but according to the bad weather at the time, the jackdaw was very likely to have sunk in the rainstorm. But Walden insisted on the iron-blooded principle of not letting go of a single pirate ship. Besides, since everyone was staying outside Parrot Island anyway, they might as well use this time to search for the jackdaw. Even if they found some wreckage to prove that the latter had sunk, they could get more merits. So no one opposed this plan in the end. Chris didn't know how the jackdaw survived the rainstorm, nor how the latter avoided the search ships outside and secretly went around Parrot Island. And now it seems that the opponent's state is very different from when they left. They are coming with a fierce momentum, and they are no longer embarrassed when they ran away with their tails between their legs. Walden's face was gloomy. They were lucky enough to escape before. Now that they are back, don't leave. Raise the sails and go meet them. Yes. Chris felt ashamed of the panic that flashed through his mind before. As a member of the Royal Navy, there was no reason to retreat at this time. Although the jackdaw on the opposite side was also a warship, how could the military be afraid of a group of pirates with the same firepower? At the same time, Billy was also nervously paying attention to the movements of the other side. Seeing that the Kent was moving, he said, "It seems that the guy named Ford did not lie. The commander of the other side is a very conceited person. Considering his previous resume and record, he does have reason to be conceited. It is said that the area of sea he was in charge of before had much less pirate activities than other places." "Why?" Harry asked on the side. "Because he hanged all the pirates there," John Hung said lightly. Harry was worried when he heard this, but of course he still tried to squeeze out a fearless smile on the surface. The red-haired girl was most familiar with this guy, so she knew that he was actually scared to death. She couldn't help rolling her eyes. Before every battle, this guy was the most active, pestering her to fight. But when his wish was really realized, he was really cowardly. But and didn't have time to care about him now. John Hung said, "Get ready for battle. Remember, our ammunition reserves are not as sufficient as theirs. Wait until we are close enough before firing." "Understood." Billy nodded. Then John Hung asked, "How are the musketeers ready?" "They are in place and ready to attack at any time," and glanced at the row of musketeers on the side of the ship and replied. John Hung specifically learned about Walden, the commander of this fleet, from Ford, and studied his previous resume and combat habits. He knew that the latter was a hardliner in the Navy, and his combat style was as tough as his temper. They liked to shoot closely at enemy ships. This is the most courageous way of fighting. There is no tricks. It is clear who is a real warrior and who is a coward. This is exactly what John Hung wants. The gunpowder reserves on the Jackdaw are not as good as those on the Kent. If the enemy makes a test first, they will be at a disadvantage in saving ammunition and not being able to fight back. If they go straight to the point, there will be no such trouble. However, Walden has his reasons for choosing such a dangerous way of fighting. In addition to a group of excellent gunners, his musketeers were also well disciplined. When the distance between the two sides was close to 70 or even 40 meters, the musketeers on the ship could also participate in the attack. Walden was often able to suppress the opposite deck in the first place with his powerful firepower, causing casualties to the opposite side and taking the initiative, which was why he was invincible. In the past records, he only failed twice. The opponent was a French warship with nearly twice as many artillery as his, and another time he was attacked from behind. But this time he knew the Jackdaw, formerly the Glory, inside out, and knew that the other side would not have reinforcements. So both sides were able to keep their composure and approached until they were about 50 meters away before turning together and facing each other broadside. John Hung was the fastest and seized the opportunity of the first wave of attacks. The Jackdaw fired heavily, and the Kent was hit hard in this round of shelling. However, this also reflected the quality of the gunners on the ship. No one panicked when they were attacked. The injured were carried to the infirmary as soon as possible, and the rest of the people launched a counterattack according to orders. At the same time, Walden's most trusted musketeers were finally put to use. Following Chris's order, the musketeers in red shirts pulled the trigger one after another. However, what they didn't expect was that the pirates had been prepared. The wooden boards removed from the Miranda were not all used up. The remaining part was used as shields by the pirates to block the bullets. When the gunfire from the opposite side became sparse, the pirates began to fight back from the gaps in the wooden boards. At this time, it didn't matter who was steering the ship. John Hung handed the rudder to a sailor and joined the battle himself. John Hung level 2 shooting skill played a role again. This time he prepared a total of 6 muskets for himself, and 3 people followed him to load gunpowder and bullets for him. It only took John Hung 3 minutes to kill all the gunmen on the opposite watchtower, and also killed 2 officers on the opposite side. Unfortunately, Walden was very alert and stopped showing his head after realizing that there was a sharpshooter on the opposite side. Chapter 233. Listen to my orders. Hold on. Hold your post. Billy ran back and forth on the deck and yelled, "Where's the ammunition? When will the next batch of ammunition be delivered?" "On the way. It will be here soon, Mr. Billy." A short sailor ran over with 2 boxes of ammunition. Sweating profusely, "Mr. Billy." 2 more cannons were destroyed and 3 gunners were injured. Someone else reported, "Send the backup personnel to fill in immediately." As soon as Billy finished speaking, a shell pierced the hull less than half a meter away from him and hit the short sailor who was delivering the shell. The latter's arm was completely shattered, and he fell to the ground screaming in pain. "Send him to Vincent. Quick! Others keep firing." After hearing this, someone immediately dragged the wounded away, but the people nearby seemed to be accustomed to this scene, and no one was distracted by it. Most of the sailors recruited by the Jackdaw were experienced sailors, and they have been fighting almost all the time in recent times. Even if there are rookies, they have matured now. Damn, their artillery is more powerful than ours. It would be great if those 24-pound guns were still there. A gunner wiped the blood off his face and said unwillingly, "Try harder. Kill them and get the gold back." The busiest person on the Jackdaw right now is none other than the ship's Dr. Vincent. The young ship's doctor who once dreamed of becoming a botanist has now completely entered his role. The ship's infirmary is full of wounded people, and there are not enough beds. There are people lying on the tables and the floor, and blood is flowing everywhere. Fortunately, Vincent had prepared in advance and scattered the fine sand collected from the beach on the ground, which solved the problem of slipping soles. He had just dealt with a pirate who was shot in the hip when he saw a short sailor with an injured arm being carried in. Vincent made a simple inspection and found that the bones of the other party's arm were completely shattered. In this case, amputation was the only option. He took out a piece of wood for the latter to bite, and then asked someone to hold down the injured sailor's hands and feet. Vincent took out the wood saw for sawing wood. Just as he was about to start, he remembered John Hung's instructions and warmed the wood saw over a candle. He took advantage of this time to remove the wood, let the injured sailor drink a few sips of rum, and then raise the wood saw. "I start if you're ready." The countermeasures discussed by John Hung, Billy and others worked. The musketeers that Walden had always relied on failed to play a sufficient role this time, and were suppressed by the people of the Jackdaw. Walden couldn't even raise his head on the ship now, but his expression was still very calm. Even though the casualties of the musketeers had exceeded half, he never issued an order to retreat, because the Kent had always had the upper hand in the artillery fire. This had nothing to do with courage and the skills of the gunners. It was purely a difference in firepower. The Jackdaw and the Kent were warships of the same model, and the firepower configuration was similar. But because of the lack of ammunition, John Hung had to replace the 24-pound guns on the ship with 12-pound guns, which made it different from the Kent. In fact, the performance of the gunners on the Jackdaw has far exceeded Walden's expectations, even compared with the well-trained Royal Navy. "We will not be able to hold on if this continues." Billy found John Hung on the deck and said worriedly. The latter killed another musketeer in a red shirt and glanced at Annie. "Prepare to implement the backup plan." "Is this possible?" Billy still had some doubts. We have killed 2/3 of the musketeers, and the chance of success is still very high. But I need someone to cover, Zhang Heng said. Are 6 people enough? 2 is enough. More is useless. As Zhang Heng spoke, he sent someone to the captain's room to take out his weapon bag, which contained 4 rifles. Since the rifle he got from Bar played an important role in the seizure of the Scarborough, Zhang Heng realized the strategic value of rifles. However, he was still under Blackbeard at that time, and he was not in a hurry to get 2 more. It was not until this voyage that he bought 3 more from the arms dealer. This time it finally came in handy. Zhang Heng crouched down and came to the side of the ship, holding up one of the guns. At this distance, he actually had a good accuracy with the smoothbore gun. But if he wanted to hit the target every time, the rifle would undoubtedly be more reliable. He aimed at the sailor who was steering the ship. Follow my orders, and move closer to the Kent. The actions of the jackdaw did not escape Walden's eyes. Although he was not afraid of a boarding battle, there was no reason to give up the advantage he had finally gained. So he ordered the helmsman to turn the rudder as well. But as soon as he finished speaking, the helmsman fell to the ground. Walden frowned, but didn't care too much. Such accidents could happen at any time in battle. First Mate Chris immediately arranged for a replacement. But the guy just took over the helm and followed the same fate as the previous unlucky guy. Captain, someone is targeting our sailor at the helm. Chris was shocked and angry. Walden snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? There is only one person on the opposite side. Use a human wall to block the front. As long as we hold on for a while, we can sink them. Chris received the order and immediately called several sailors around him. The faces of those whose names were called were not very good. However, they had been following Walden for quite some time and knew what would happen if they disobeyed his orders. To put it bluntly, being a human wall would not necessarily lead to death. But if they deserted at this time, the fate would definitely be worse than being a human wall. So they still gritted their teeth and surrounded the rudder and the third sailor who was going to steer the rudder. As a result, Zhang Heng killed a guy who was forming a human wall outside first, and then killed the sailor inside as quickly as possible. The amazing gun skills of the other side frightened everyone. Chris urged for a long time, but the 4th sailor was still dawdling. However, Zhang Heng's position on the other side was also exposed and was covered by fierce firepower. A sailor who was responsible for covering him and a sailor who was refilling ammunition for him were both shot. But he had bought enough time for the jackdaw. The distance between the 2 ships was less than 10 meters. Zhang Heng also took advantage of the chaos to move to another place, and continued to harass the opposite turn with the reloaded rifle until the 2 ships were almost completely stuck together. Annie and others hooked the opposite ship's side with claws, set up a boarding plank, and led the vanguard to rush to the opposite deck in the rain of bullets. Chapter 230 For the end of the Kent. The whole battle lasted about 20 minutes. Zhang Heng and others played a key role in killing the musketeers, and the pirates on the jackdaw were eager for revenge. However, even in this context, they still paid a huge price to break into the cabin. Billy was shot for this, but fortunately it was only a scratch. Zhang Heng also joined the battle. He boarded the Kent and began to look for the commander of the opposite side. However, Walden was under the close protection of the soldiers, and the opposite side was also looking for him, wanting to kill him as the captain and collapse the morale of the jackdaw. Both sides were very cautious. Zhang Heng relied on his marksmanship, while Walden had more men and was well trained. Neither side had any advantage. But the stalemate continued, and the navy and other places could not hold on. Walden had no choice but to retreat to the second deck. A fierce tug-of-war broke out at the stairs. In the end, it was and who led the vanguard team to seize the place. Walden led the rest of the people back to the captain's room. Those Navy sailors obviously knew that they had no way to retreat, and all of them burst out with amazing fighting power. Billy organized people to charge twice, but they were beaten back each time, and they also left behind several bodies, which made the helmsman of the jackdaw very angry. However, at this time, the pirates had basically controlled the Kent, with a small group of Navy sailors in the armory surrendering. Only the captain's room was left. Billy shouted outside, asking the people inside to surrender, but he was answered by a series of gunshots. Fortunately, the latter was not standing at the gate, but even so, he was very annoyed. Soon after, Zhang Heng arrived. What's the situation? I originally planned to use up all their ammunition and rush in, but at present, Their firepower has not shown any signs of weakening, Billy said helplessly. John Hung waved behind him, and a young officer with a nervous look was escorted over. Let him tell you. The latter swallowed his saliva. Captain Walden retreated to the second deck and asked me to pull 12 barrels of gunpowder to the captain's room, saying that he was preparing for the worst. Billy was shocked when he heard this. What does he need so much gunpowder for? Obviously, although he lost the battle, he doesn't intend to give us this ship. John Hung paused and continued. Walden should be waiting for us to gather all the people and detonate the gunpowder when we break through. This will not only destroy the Kent, but also cause as much casualties as possible to us. Give up. Withdraw all the people, and only leave a few people outside the door to keep pressure on the people inside. And the rest of the people will go to the warehouse on the bottom floor to move supplies, especially food and fresh water. After we pick up the survivors on the island, these things will definitely become more scarce. We should move as much as we can while the ship is still here. We also need shells and gunpowder, which are also what we urgently need. After a quarter of an hour, no matter whether we have finished moving or not, everyone must return to the Jackdaw. In addition, let the gunners on the ship aim at the captain's room and fire immediately after our people have evacuated. Walden wants to live and die with his warship, so we will fulfill his wish. The pirates strictly followed John Hung orders and withdrew to the Jackdaw after a quarter of an hour. They unhooked the grappling hooks on the side of the ship. As the two ships gradually moved away from each other, the iron cannons on the Jackdaw spewed out flames again. The shells hit the captain's room and caused a violent explosion. The Kent was blown into 2 pieces. As for Walden and the Navy soldiers he led at the center of the explosion, no one was left. However, regardless of the enemy's position, John Hung still admired the former. The identities of both parties destined this to be a life-and-death battle. From Walden's perspective, his command of this battle was also very wonderful, and he made almost no mistakes. It's a pity that his understanding of John Hung is far less than the latter's understanding of him. John Hung squeezed out almost all the information he could from Ford, and based on this, he formulated a corresponding battle plan and finally won. On the other hand, Walden never thought that he would fight with the Jackdaw again, so Walden naturally did not study John Hung in a targeted manner. On the other hand, his past battles to eliminate pirates gave him rich combat experience and also made him conceited. This also indirectly led to his failure and death. Although the battle was over, there were more things to do afterwards. Vincent continued to treat the wounded in the infirmary, and the carpenters led by Guy were also running around to repair and reinforce the cracks and holes on the ship. Dufresne was counting the supplies and looking for ways to transport the gold on board. John Hung brought a batch of food and fresh water and landed on Parrot Island as soon as possible, while the Jackdaw and the Kent were fighting. Eric and Brooke also brought the surviving pirates to the beach. However, they had no boats, and their muskets could not reach such a long distance. They could only watch from afar. When the Jackdaw won the final victory, cheers rang out on the beach. John Hung thought that there might not be many survivors left on the island, but it was still a bit beyond his expectations that there were so few. While distributing food and fresh water, he also heard the news that the Black Prince Sam had died in the battle. He said to the Black Helmsman, "My condolences. What are your plans for the future?" The latter smiled bitterly. "I originally wanted to kill the Kent to avenge him, which was the only motivation that kept me alive on the island. But I didn't expect that ship to be destroyed by you so quickly. But fortunately, there are still 6 other ships left. Well, strictly speaking, it should be 5 ships. The Miranda was also sunk by us a few days ago," John Hung said. "Thank you. This time everyone can survive thanks to you, Captain John Hung, and your Jackdaw." After returning to Nassau, "I plan to find another ship to go out to sea to avenge Sam. I want to make everyone involved in this matter pay the price." Eric's eyes burned with fire. "But I don't force everyone to follow me to revenge." The Vita sank. And most importantly, Sam was not there. The vigilantes were finished. "If possible, I hope Captain John Hung can take in the remaining people." "No problem. If you don't know what to do after you complete your revenge, you can also come to me." John Hung shook hands with the Black Helmsman in a friendly manner. There were less than 20 survivors left on the Vita, half of whom were willing to continue to follow Eric on his journey of revenge, and the remaining half wanted to join the Jackdaw. They were all experienced old sailors, and were invaluable to every ship. More importantly, their number was within John Hung acceptable range. With the current crew composition of the Jackdaw, there was no need to worry about any unexpected situations. Besides, people from the other 2 pirate ships also expressed their desire to join the Jackdaw. As for the Swordfish, since Captain Brooke was still there, no one was planning to leave. Chapter 235 Return to Nassau. After distributing food and fresh water to the survivors on the island, Zhang Heng also focused on salvaging the gold. The time left for them is not much. The Navy agreed to reunite on Parrot Island in 2 weeks. Now more than half of the time has passed, and there are only about 5 days left. However, in fact, the Navy cannot be so accurate, and usually returns 1 or 2 days in advance. So the actual time left for the Jackdaw to transport the gold is about 3 or 4 days. And we also have to consider the problem of leaving after moving the gold, and staggering with the returning Navy as much as possible, which also takes time. With this calculation, if we don't add tonight, Zhang Heng and his team actually only have about 2 days of safe salvage time. But there is also good news. The Kent, which had nothing to do outside the port, was also thinking about salvaging gold. The carpenter on the ship even made a set of salvaging tools. The structure is actually very simple. It is to improve the claw hook. Add 2 more hooks, tie them to the front end with a short rope, and form a triangle with the previous hook to increase stability. In this way, the box can be hooked up from the seabed. Of course, even with this tool, people still need to go into the sea to hook the hook on the box containing gold. Walden originally planned to capture the remaining pirates on the island and force them to do this job. But Zhang certainly couldn't do that. So he asked Guy, the carpenter on the ship, "How is it? Is it difficult?" "It's actually not difficult to copy it. They have already measured the size. Just follow it. There are many claws on the ship. And I can deliver another 10 sets before sunset. I have also selected the salvage people." On the other side, Dufresne said, "They are all the best swimmers on the Jackdaw. But even the best among them can't stay underwater for too long. And the rest can't even swim to the box. That's because they wasted too much energy and oxygen on the way." Zhang Heng said, "When diving, each person should hold a stone, so that they can sink directly to the bottom of the sea without much effort. In addition, tie a rope around the waist, set a time, and pull the person up at the appointed time. In this way, the time saved can be used to install the claw hook." As for the problem of pressure, Zhang Heng did not have a good solution. He could only let the divers overcome it themselves. Fortunately, the depth of 20 meters is not too severe for the body. There will definitely be adverse reactions, but it should not be fatal. Of course, the people responsible for the salvage must also be rewarded accordingly to stimulate their enthusiasm. However, these details were left to Billy and Dufresne to discuss. The quartermaster nodded when he heard this. He first sent someone to do a test. With the successful recovery of the first box of gold, the feasibility of this method was also confirmed. After that, it was a matter of improvement and repetition. By the second night, the Jackdaw had successfully salvaged more than half of the gold. But then, the salvage work also ran into trouble. The Spanish treasure ship was quite strong, and was sunk after many rounds of bombardment. However, inevitably, the cargo hold was also severely bombarded. The boxes of gold had been moved almost completely, and the remaining ones were gold bars scattered everywhere. It was very troublesome to collect this part of gold. The tools made before were useless. They could only pick it up by hand. This naturally reduced the efficiency. In addition, the time they could stay underwater was limited. Divers would be a little tired if they did it too many times. Fortunately, the pirates who survived on the island recovered a lot on the second day. In order to repay the rescue of the Jackdaw, they not only gave up the ownership of the gold, but also were willing to help the Jackdaw salvage it for free. However, even so, by the third night, everyone worked together and only salvaged about 3,000 pounds and 200 pounds of gold. There were still 1,800 pounds of gold left, which were either too scattered or buried under the wreckage of the sunken ship. It was not impossible to salvage it, but it would take a lot of time. Zhang Heng was no longer planning to wait. The battles that the Jackdaw had experienced in the past few days were indeed too intensive. After escaping from Parrot Island, everyone was holding their breath. But after sinking the Kent, they had almost let out their breath. The crew began to feel tired. At the same time, although they also received some gunpowder supplements from the Kent, it was not enough to support the next battle. Therefore, Zhang Heng did not plan to stay any longer. and picked up Brooke and others to return to Nassau. Compared with the time they came, they spent nearly twice as much time on the way back. In addition to avoiding the other 5 ships, there were also more people and goods on the Jackdaw. Fortunately, they had no danger along the way. It was not until they saw the stone walls and fortresses of Nassau again that everyone's hanging hearts were completely put down. However, everyone's mood was different when they saw the land. For the crew of the Jackdaw, although the process of this voyage was full of twists and turns, the final result was another great victory for the Jackdaw. Captain John Hung also continued his legend again. In the nearly desperate situation at that time, the Jackdaw was the only pirate ship that successfully escaped from the encirclement of the Navy. Not only that, but also it completed an incredible comeback against the wind, successively killing the Miranda and the Kent, snatching back most of the gold, and also saving the surviving pirates on Parrot Island. On the other side, however, were the survivors of the other 5 pirate ships. They had lost completely this time. Not only did they get nothing, but their ships were also sunk by the Navy. However, compared with their dead companions, they were lucky. At least they could survive and return to Nassau. After docking, Brooke and another captain hurriedly got off the ship. They had a lot of aftermath to deal with, and they had to recruit crew members and find a new ship. Then Eric said goodbye to John Hung. John Hung first sent people to ferry them to the shore, and then began to command the people on the Jackdaw to unload the gold on the ship. Although there were still more than 1,800 pounds of gold sleeping on the seabed, their harvest this time was still very amazing, especially considering that the other 5 pirate ships had given up their ownership. This harvest alone was enough to make the pirates on the ship quit. Most people would never see so much gold in their lifetime, especially when the Jackdaw unloaded. The whole of Nassau was shocked again. Chapter 236 Broken Capital Chain. The visual impact of the piles of gold bars piled together is quite strong. Except for the people responsible for transporting the gold, the rest of the people were also gathered together by John Hung, and weapons were distributed to maintain order at the dock to prevent accidents. However, with the incident of the skull, now everyone on the island knows that the people of the Jackdaw are not easy to mess with. But no one is dazzled by the bright gold. John Hung sent someone to notify the female businessman Karina to vacate a warehouse to temporarily store the gold. This time the harvest is too much. If all of them are distributed to the crew, safety will become a big problem. Although no one on the island dares to embarrass the people of the Jackdaw, the thieves and robbers behind the scenes can't wait any longer. In addition, the fact that a crew member lost 20 gold coins in a night in the casino also reminded John Hung. Although John Hung does not interfere with everyone's consumption methods in principle, nor does he care what everyone does after getting the money, he will also consider the possibility that the crew of the Jackdaw will be targeted by others if so much money is distributed at one time. So he planned to distribute part of it first, and keep the rest in a unified manner, and establish an account book so that those who need it can withdraw it at any time. After a while, Karina also brought people to the dock, but John Hung noticed that her face was a little ugly. But they couldn't say anything in front of outsiders. After returning to the warehouse and watching boxes of gold being transported in, John Hung and the businesswoman found a secluded place and asked, "How is it? Have you been doing well during the time I was away from the island?" The latter's smile was a little forced. "The situation is not very good." "Huh?" The story goes back to 2 months ago, when John Hung left Nassau. Because of the incident on the skull, the deadlock was finally broken for Karina. With the unstoppable rise of the Jackdaw, the second-hand goods trading office was gradually gaining a foothold on the island. Not only did the captain who had previously cooperated with Karina privately find her, but also ships other than the Jackdaw finally left the Black Market Alliance and publicly expressed their willingness to establish a long-term and stable cooperative relationship with Karina. This was undoubtedly a powerful blow to Malcolm, who wanted to completely monopolize the black market transactions in Nassau. And this was just the beginning. Subsequently, more and more people expressed their intention to cooperate with Karina. This was like a blessing from heaven for Karina, who had been blocked by the Black Market Alliance. The female businessman saw the hope of defeating Malcolm and the Black Market Alliance he led, and signed a cooperation agreement with those pirate ships without thinking twice. In order to take up such a large market share, Karina added another transport ship on top of the 2 existing ones, and also recruited more people. For this, she invested almost all the profits she had earned in the previous few times. However, The progress of things was completely out of her control. Karina's biggest problem was that she actually had no experience in becoming a real black marketeer. When she arrived on the island, she caught up with the changes, and the black market alliance was about to be established. Because her father partners before imprisonment had been divided up by others, she was able to survive in Nassau until she found the jackdaw, and Zhang Heng agreed to cooperate with her. However, she has been facing pressure from the black market alliance since then. Therefore, unlike other black market merchants on the island, Karina has never cooperated with any ship other than the jackdaw. Although she had secretly purchased a batch of goods from other captains behind the back of the black market alliance, it was basically a one-time deal. Real cooperation is much more complicated than this. Although Karina is indeed gifted in business, she also needs to learn and accumulate experience in unfamiliar fields. If it weren't for the pressure brought by Malcolm, she would have enough time to grow. But now she is like a potato seedling, and she must use all her strength to push away the stone pressing on her head. On the other hand, the impact of Ma Long's betrayal began to ferment gradually. The latter was the most trusted person around her father, and the one who was most familiar with the entire process of her father's previous business. Without his guidance and in opposition to other merchants, Karina could only rely on herself to explore. And she found that there were many more problems than she imagined. For example, the purchase price discussed before was to add 0.5% to the price of the Black Merchant Alliance. This price was originally agreed by both parties. But because the Black Merchant Alliance had previously offered different purchase ranges to each pirate ship, some pirates found that for a batch of goods of the same quality, they did not get as much as another pirate ship that also cooperated with Karina according to the new pricing standard. This caused dissatisfaction among some people. And it happened that Karina was negotiating with other pirate captains at that time, because she was worried about the possible adverse effects. Karina finally unified the purchase price according to the highest standard. But this made her profit margin smaller. And this was just the beginning, because she increased the cargo volume. The bribe people at the customs found her and implicitly proposed to increase the bribe, which also increased her costs. Karina originally thought that Malcolm's people were behind it again. But when she changed to another port, she found that she was facing the same thing. She realized that this was actually the unspoken rule that all black market merchants would face. In addition, she encountered troubles when selling goods. Large-scale shipments caused dissatisfaction among local merchants, and she was involved in 2 lawsuits. Although they were finally settled with money, the losses were not small. However, the most serious problem was the funding. Before leaving, Zhang Heng gave Karina a transport ship. After the skull was repaired, the merchant used it as the 3rd transport ship, but she still had to pay for the recruitment and renovation costs. In addition, the expansion of the warehouse and the opening of a new grocery store. When the merchant purchased goods from the pirates, she had to mortgage the property left by her father again to raise the payment. However, it takes a period of time from purchasing goods to transporting them to the port of the colony to find buyers for cash. In Karina's original calculation, the capital flow should be in time. But the reality is not as smooth as imagined. And the time when the pirates return to the port is also uncontrollable. Sometimes there will be several pirate ships selling spoils on the same day, which also brings huge financial pressure to the businesswoman. Karina's capital chain was broken a week before Zhang Heng came back, and she still owed 2 pirate ships money. In the morning, the businesswoman was still trying to appease her partners. However, because she couldn't get the money on time, angry pirates smashed Karina's newly opened grocery store. Chapter 237 Malcolm's Dilemma. The cruelty of commercial competition is no less than that of a real war. Malcolm knew Karina's weakness very well. This time, he changed his previous aggressive attitude and began to give in. The bait he threw was something that the businesswoman could not refuse. If Karina wanted to develop, she could not rely on only the jackdaw. Whether it was to establish a second-hand goods trading office or to trade privately with the pirate ships belonging to the Black Trade Alliance, the purpose was to deal with Malcolm's blockade of her. Therefore, with this ready-made opportunity in front of her, she had no reason to retreat. In fact, if Karina is given another half year, with her learning ability, she can solve most of the current troubles and turn losses into profits. But Malcolm obviously won't give her this time. How much money do you need now? Zhang Heng asked. To get the business running again. At least 700 gold coins are needed. But I don't know what's the point of continuing. We are losing a lot. The business was just not very profitable before. But now we are losing money every day. Every hour. Every minute. Karina's voice rarely revealed a trace of frustration and fatigue. Recently, her business on the island has been the most difficult. And what's more frightening is that although she runs around all day, she can't see the hope of turning losses into profits. Karina encountered problems in all aspects, because the expansion speed was too fast. The talent reserve and capital reserve could not keep up. The original market could not accommodate so many shipments. The customs increased the price, and the local merchants resisted. These are not things that can be solved in a short time. I promise you the additional 800 gold coins that I will give you now. In addition, I can lend you another 200 gold coins, Zhang Heng said. The jackdaw returned with a full load after this voyage. Zhang Heng roughly calculated that as the captain and the first batch of veterans, he could probably get an income worth about 1,200 gold coins, which was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Even if he quit now and bought 2 farms or plantations on the island, he could live comfortably. But considering that Roger Wood also wants to bring a fleet to recapture Nassau, Zhang Heng does not want to rely on the mercy of others for his life and death. Roger, the first governor of Nassau in history, after leading the fleet to occupy Nassau, would finally pardon most of the pirates on the island. But given Zhang Heng's current situation, it would be difficult for him to have a good ending once the British army landed on the island, including the Scarborough. He has now killed 2 naval warships. His current pirate ship, the Jackdaw, was also snatched from the Navy. He also participated in the bombardment of Charleston by the Queen Anne's Revenge, and recently killed Walden, the highest commander of the British Caribbean. Now that Blackbeard Teach is missing, Black Prince Sam is dead, and Honig is retired, Zhang Heng and the Jackdaw he leads have become the most powerful pirates on the island. If Nassau is really taken by Roger Wood, considering that the development of Nassau requires a lot of young and strong laborers, others may be able to save their lives. But Zhang Heng will definitely be the first to be cleared. As long as Roger Wood is not stupid, he will definitely use his head to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Therefore, although Zhang Heng has completed the main task, he cannot take a holiday. Moreover, he is no longer alone. As the captain of the Jackdaw, his subordinates depend on him for food. He has to take care of, and if Karina does not have his support, the competition between her and Malcolm will have been a foregone conclusion. At this point, it is difficult for him to remain aloof or retreat. But in return, my shares will be increased by another 10%. Zhang Heng paused and continued. That's no problem. But are you sure you want to continue? At least in the short term. There is no hope of profit. What if the external threat of Malcolm is resolved? Zhang Heng asked. Considering the huge income brought by this voyage, the sailors of the Jackdaw should have a long period of fatigue. So it should be a long time before the next voyage. After this legendary battle, the Jackdaw's position in Nassau was basically established. Zhang Heng has enough time and energy to deal with the final opponents, the Black Merchants Alliance and Malcolm. Although Karina's business performance during this period was very bleak, she did complete the previous strategic arrangements and brought external pressure to the Black Merchants Alliance. Regardless of whether the current concession was initiated by Malcolm, it is an indisputable fact that it caused a large-scale expansion of the second-hand goods trading office. There may not be no doubts within the Black Merchants Alliance, but Malcolm is strong enough, and he calculated that he can afford it while Karina cannot. However, with Zhang Heng returned with a large amount of gold, the situation has completely changed. On the other hand, the Black Merchant Alliance has lost 5 powerful pirate ships, especially the loss of Black Prince Sam and his Vita, which undoubtedly caused a great impact on the Black Merchant Alliance. Malcolm's current situation may not be much better than Karina's. In the early days of the Black Merchant Alliance, the purchase prices offered to each pirate ship were very favorable, which was the time when the profit was the lowest. Now that the number of powerful pirate ships has dropped sharply, it can be predicted that the valuable spoils will also decrease in the future, which will also intensify the internal conflicts of the Black Merchant Alliance. Zhang Heng then had a secret meeting with the Black Gladiator Larry, and the meeting place was still in the Smoked Fish Alley. The latter also gained a lot during this period. With Leah as an insider, there were almost no secrets in Malcolm's study. Leah took the opportunity to clean the room and quietly flipped through the letters in the study. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Leah did not bring the letters out this time, but selected useful information from them and wrote it down with a pen after returning, and then asked someone to give the notes to Larry. Zhang Heng took the notes and flipped through them. He did find some interesting information on them. In addition, there were also many impressions and analyses of Malcolm by Leah, which helped to fully understand Malcolm. However, the only information related to Karina's father Fagin was the previous letter. Although it can be confirmed from that letter that Malcolm's family did have dealings with Earl Slaughter, who framed Fagin, it was difficult to accuse him without substantial content. On the contrary, there was a letter before that said that Malcolm had secretly invested in a member of Whitehall, and the latter and Raymond's son-in-law were political enemies. Chapter 238 Interrogation. Let's put aside your father's imprisonment for now. The matter of funding political enemies should bring some conflicts between Raymond and Malcolm. In addition, we can focus on investigating matters related to Normand. Normand? Who is that? Karina asked on the side. You know that the current Black Business Alliance is actually the second generation. The businesswoman nodded. I heard from my father that there was a Black Business Alliance on the island 3 years ago. But the final outcome was not good. It only existed for a short period of time, and soon fell apart. Zhang Heng nodded. The president of the alliance at that time was Normand. We all know that Raymond is the most experienced and wealthy black marketeer on the island. But in fact, when Normand was still there, he was the most respected black marketeer on the island. So when the first generation of the Black Marketeer Alliance was established, he was chosen as the president without any suspense, and Raymond was the vice president. However, since the Black Marketeer Alliance did not operate well, Normand's reputation was also consumed, and more people were dissatisfied with him. So after the Black Marketeer Alliance was disbanded, he left Nassau sadly and died at home not long after. Is this matter related to Malcolm? At that time, he had only been on the island for a year. At that time, he had already made a name for himself in Nassau. But it was nothing compared to today. He participated in the formation of the Black Market Alliance, but he always behaved very low-key. But now it seems that he is not as honest as he seems. Zhang Heng handed Leah's notes to the female businessman. Malcolm had secretly instigated the black market merchants to oppose Normand. Why? Isn't he a staunch supporter of the Black Market Alliance? Karina asked in confusion. He is a staunch supporter of the Black Merchants Alliance. But the premise is that he is the one who makes the decisions for the Black Merchants Alliance. Normand established the Black Merchants Alliance a little too early for Malcolm. He had only been on the island for a year at that time, and his position in the Black Merchants Alliance was limited. If the Black Merchants Alliance could really gain a foothold on the island at that time, it would not be a good thing for him. It would hinder his development. However, he did it very covertly and contacted other people through another guy named Eugene. Eugene? The intelligence dealer on the island? Zhang Heng nodded. He was also a black marketeer before. But after the Black Marketeers Alliance disintegrated, I don't know why he changed his career to become an intelligence dealer. We need to talk to him. Normand's reputation among black marketeers was unmatched, although he was later opposed by many people because of the Black Marketeers Alliance. There are still many people who respect him. Raymond and he have been close friends for many years. Raymond helped to organize his funeral. If Eugene can stand up and testify against Malcolm, plus the letters between the two, it should have a greater impact on Malcolm than your father's imprisonment, especially considering the unfavorable situation facing the Black Marketeers Alliance now. If this matter is exposed, it will be a fatal blow to Malcolm. As soon as Zhang Heng finished speaking, someone suddenly rushed into the cellar. It was Kosi, the owner of the slaughterhouse, who said to the Black Gladiator, "Oh no! Something happened at the manor. You'd better go to the central square." A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Heng, Karina, and Larry, who had covered his face tightly, all came to the central square, where many people had gathered. In the center of the square, a naked black man was tied to a wooden pillar. There were whip marks all over his body, and his skin was torn and he was dying. Wallace, the butler who Zhang Heng and others had met at Terrence Manor before, stood aside and said leisurely, "I give you one last chance. Who is the person who is contacting you outside? Who did he ask you to pass the message to? Tell me their names. Not only can I let you live, but I can also give you freedom. How about that? Isn't this what you have always dreamed of? Become a free man." The black man kept his mouth shut when he heard that. So the housekeeper waved his hand, and the supervisor beside him immediately waved the whip again, whipping the black man hard. The latter screamed, and a large piece of flesh and blood on his back was directly rolled off by the whip. He could no longer bear the severe pain and fainted. Then the supervisor picked up a bucket of seawater and poured it on the black man. who was immediately awakened by the pain. His face twisted. The housekeeper squatted in front of him and sighed. You always beg us to be more merciful. More merciful. Now, I have shown you my mercy. You have my promise. So many people here can testify. As long as you give me your name, I will let you go immediately. Not only that, I can also help you call a doctor to treat your injuries. I can even help you buy a set of clothes, so that you can leave decently. You can't find a better deal than this. And all I want is 2 names. So hurry up and give me those 2 damn names. Let's end this farce. The black man gasped when he heard this. But he still didn't say a word after a long while. The housekeeper's eyes were full of disappointment. This is why I always dislike you guys. You guys never think about others, and always make the scene so ugly. After saying that, he stood up and stepped back 2 steps. The supervisor behind him came up again. The black man's breathing became more and more rapid, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. On the other side, the black gladiator in the crowd also clenched his fists, looking angry, as if he wanted to rush over immediately. But the next moment, he was held down by a hand. And Jiang Hung said, Calm down. They chose this place just to show you. If you rush out now, it will be right in their hands. Is the man on the pillar the one who contacted you? Larry nodded, trying to suppress the anger in his chest. His name is Nadia. He is a kitchen helper. He drives a carriage with the cook to the market to buy food in the early morning. And I usually ask him to bring news to Leah at this time. Then how did the news leak out? Every time I met Nadia, I did it behind the cook's back. So it must be another helper. He is not from my tribe. But Nadia said she has dealt with him. Although I tried to meet Nadia when he was alone. The other helper was often not too far away. The people who were released by the butler Wallace to work were more obedient. But he was still worried that someone would escape halfway. So he never let the slaves stay too far away. But I covered my face. So even if someone saw me, people who were not very familiar with me would not recognize me. Chapter 239 Eugene's Secret. Looking at the miserable state of the black man on the pillar, Karina also showed a trace of pity on her face. But the 3 of them could not do anything at this time. The black slaves of this era were no different from livestock. Even if Malcolm ordered all the black people in the manor to be executed overnight, outsiders could not say anything. Not to mention that he must have arranged other people near the square, waiting for someone to rush out. So in the end, the 3 of them could only watch the black man tied to the pillar being whipped to death. Butler Wallace was not very satisfied with the result. He arranged this good show after someone reported that Nadia had colluded with others. However, after waiting for so long, the real culprit did not show up. He could not really beat Nadia to death. Otherwise the only clue would be lost. Seeing that the latter had no sound, he stopped the supervisor from beating her with some helplessness, and said with a sullen face, Find a doctor to bandage him, and we will go back to the manor. Seeing that there was no excitement to watch, and the people in the square dispersed, Jiang Hung asked Larry, What are you going to do? Although Nadia is not a warrior in the tribe, his willpower is stronger than many warriors. He will not betray us. This is not a matter of loyalty or not. Jiang Hung shook his head. Few people can endure continuous torture. He may be able to survive this time. But what about the next time? And the next time? Wallace will always find a way to pry open his mouth. Then what should I do? Maybe you should consider leaving. You have given us a lot of useful information during this period, which is enough for us to deal with Malcolm. Our previous agreement is still valid. I have visited many islands during these few sea voyages, and found a place suitable for you to live. It is far away from the normal merchant ship routes. There is fresh water and dense forests on the island, which can provide you with a hidden living environment. I can also provide you with the weapons you want. In addition, I can also give you a batch of daily necessities. Jiang Hung paused. But like I said, I can only let my people and ships wait for you at the agreed place. I can't get involved in your fight against the slave owners. Otherwise we will be enemies with all the plantation landlords on the island. Larry nodded. I understand. When I leave, I will ask Leah to bring the letters you need with me. After solving the problem of the black gladiators, Jiang Hung and Karina can turn their attention back to the intelligence dealer Eugene. But it is not easy to get the latter to cooperate with them to accuse Malcolm, and was very direct and said, That's easy. Just tie him up and beat him up. We can't use violence this time. Otherwise his credibility will be reduced. We need him to come out and tell the truth of the year to prove that Malcolm will put his own interests above the Black Business Alliance and he is not a qualified leader. Anyway, let's find out his background separately. Billy also joined the operation. And finally the four of them reunited at Zhang Hung residence on the morning of the third day. I go first, the businesswoman said. Eugene became an intelligence dealer shortly after the collapse of the Black Trade Alliance 3 years ago. He had gathered a lot of people to compete viciously with Norman's Black Trade Alliance and poach several pirate ships from the Black Trade Alliance. In fact, judging from the situation at the time, the situation was not so bad that it could not be reversed. After all, Norman had a high prestige and many people were willing to follow him. Until something happened later. What happened? Norman was exposed to have a secret agreement with 2 pirate ships. Norman used his power to help them get a higher acquisition price in the alliance. In return, the 2 pirate ships were willing to give half of the extra income to Norman. It was this incident that ruined Norman's reputation. But now it seems that there are actually many doubts about this matter. Especially the captains of the 2 pirate ships are very familiar with Eugene. And one of them had a cooperative relationship with Eugene before. Can we still find those 2 pirate ships? I'm afraid not. Billy smiled bitterly. I also checked here. But one of the 2 pirate ships never came back after going out to sea. It should have been sunk during the robbery. The captain of the other ship was voted out. He was stabbed to death in a quarrel with someone in a tavern a year ago. The crew of that ship has gone through several rounds of major changes. In fact, it's useless to find the old crew members. Ordinary sailors can only know very little. In short, because of this incident, the Black Market Alliance was disbanded. But Norman had many friends. Eugene was not well received in this circle. So he was forced to switch to being an intelligence dealer. He did well with the connections he had accumulated in the customs. But it was definitely not as good as when he was a black market businessman. Now the question is, why was Eugene willing to be used as a gun by Malcolm when he didn't get any benefits in the end? Do you mean that Malcolm secretly compensated Eugene? Billy asked. I think it's more likely that Eugene has some leverage in Malcolm's hands, the businesswoman said. I've studied Malcolm. He's very cautious. If he really instigated Eugene to frame Norman, it's impossible that he didn't have any means of checking Eugene. Otherwise people like Eugene could frame Norman for their own benefit. And vice versa. They could bite him back for their own benefit. So now we have to find out what leverage Eugene has in Malcolm's hands, Billy asked. I may know the answer to this question. No one expected that it would be, and who spoke this time. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, the red-haired girl shrugged. Why? You have your investigation channels. And I have mine. Harry is very familiar with the kids in several streets. Although they like to fight and kill at ordinary times, they can be useful when they need help. And because of their age, many people will ignore their existence. So they often hear a lot of secrets. Few people know that Eugene may have an illegitimate child. Illegitimate child? How old is he and where is he? He was born to a special worker when he first arrived on the island. It is said that after the special worker became pregnant, Eugene took her out of the brothel and bought a house for them on the island. But later a fire broke out there and Eugene escaped, while the special worker was burned to death. Miraculously, the child also survived. But because of this incident, his relationship with Eugene was very bad, and he left Nassau alone when he was 10 years old. Chapter 240 The Hesitant Self. Has Eugene ever been married? As far as I know, he has a wife in the colony, but she is infertile. So if this news is true, then the illegitimate child between him and that special worker should be his only child, Billy said. So this illegitimate child should be very important to him, especially considering the previous fire. Eugene should feel guilty about this child. Karina analyzed. So Malcolm controlled Eugene's child and asked Eugene to help him do things? And guessed. No. This is not in line with Malcolm's style. Karina shook her head. Malcolm sometimes does use some simple and direct means to solve problems, such as the matter of the skull. But directly imprisoning a person like this is obviously over the line. And he can't imprison a living person for such a long time. So the handle Malcolm has on Eugene is not his son, Billy said. So our problem is back to square one. Is there anything else that Eugene cares about? Sorry, I didn't find anything. His life is very simple now. He basically spends more than half of his time in a fixed tavern every day, buying and selling information to the captain. Apart from that, he rarely does anything else. His life is very regular. Apart from work, he doesn't interact with others. And what he is doing now doesn't conflict with others. The businesswoman said. I think the leverage Malcolm has over Eugene is probably his son. John Hung, who had been silent until now, finally spoke again. It's not such a low-level method as restricting personal freedom. But Malcolm should have shown Eugene that he has the means to hurt his son. So Eugene will obey obediently. I know who we should ask this question. Who? I have investigated Eugene's interpersonal network during this period. I am mainly curious about one thing. He is only in his early 40s. It stands to reason that his body functions have not declined significantly. Men of this age should still have normal physiological needs. But as you said, he has not dated other women since the fire. And he has not visited brothels again. How did he manage to live like a Puritan for more than 10 years? Have you found the answer? Well, Eugene has a backache. He has tried many methods, but none of them worked. Later, he tried the guana-hated folk remedy recommended by others. The treatment takes place in a small manor on the island. He takes one day every 2 weeks to go there. The owner of the manor is a woman named Carmen. I think there is indeed some kind of close relationship between the two of them. No, it should be said that there is a very close relationship. This treatment has lasted for almost 10 years. Their relationship is not just ordinary friends or lovers. Carmen should know a lot of Eugene's secrets. And it is very likely that she also knows how Malcolm controls Eugene. So if we just find Carmen, we can find out what Eugene's handle is. So what are we waiting for? And raised her chin. We are waiting for a friend. Carmen will be easier to deal with than Eugene. But as I said, she and Eugene have been in love for nearly 10 years. If we visit her rashly, it will definitely arouse her vigilance. She will not tell us Eugene's secret. We need to be prepared. This time, Karina and I can go. If there are too many people, she will feel uneasy. After Zhang Hung finished speaking, the sound of a carriage came from downstairs. Zhang Hung took his clothes and went downstairs with the businesswoman. This time the action was not dangerous. Carmen herself had no fighting ability. In order to minimize the hostility of the other party, Zhang Hung did not bring a knife, but only a short musket for self-defense. He opened the door for Karina in front of the carriage. The businesswoman lifted her skirt and got in. Then Zhang Hung also got in the carriage and said to the driver, Go to Hayman Manor. Where is your friend? Karina did not see the third person in the carriage. We have agreed on a time to meet, and he will show up when needed. But hopefully it won't come to that. The businesswoman heaved a sigh of relief only after the door closed, as if she had taken off her disguise, and swept away her previous resolute attitude. She leaned back against the carriage and rubbed her temples with her hands. But then she seemed to remember that she was not the only one in the carriage this time, and her expression was a little awkward, not knowing what to say to Zhang Hung opposite her. It seems that you have been having a hard time during this period. It's nothing. Actually, thanks to the money you provided, all the previous debts have been paid off. The remaining ones are just some minor troubles. To be honest, your side is more dangerous. I heard that you encountered the Navy this time. 6 pirate ships. And in the end only you came back. Not only that, you also brought back most of the gold. I don't think I have congratulated you yet. Compared to that, it must be a very exciting story. Karina sat up straight. There is also a lot of luck involved. Once may be luck, but twice or 3 times is no longer luck. Black Prince Sam is gone, and you and your jackdaw are now the most powerful pirates on the island. When I first met you, I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. You did a good job, facing the pressure from the Black Merchants Alliance and Malcolm. You can still develop your business to this extent, especially as a newcomer. No one believed you could make it this far when you first arrived on the island. Karina smiled bitterly. But I have never won a fight with Malcolm. If you were not here, I would have left Nassau in disgrace. After all, Malcolm has been operating on the island for so long, and now he has the Black Traders Alliance in his hands. It would be abnormal if you could gain the upper hand. But this time we have found his flaws, and now it is our turn to make a move. At Zhang Hung's suggestion, Karina lay in the carriage to rest all the way. When she closed her eyes, she couldn't help but think of the first time she boarded the jackdaw. That night in the captain's room, she seemed to have drunk a lot of wine and kept talking about her childhood and messy and trivial past events. That night, she seemed to want to finish her life's words, but she never had time to say the words she wanted to say the most. Later, she also knew about Zhang Hung and Annie. As a woman, she envied the latter's courage. She must admit that she did hesitate at a certain moment. She was worried that she was just attracted by the mysterious aura of the other party and Jong Hung's identity as a pirate. So she didn't blame Annie for taking the lead. Many things actually have nothing to do with timing. Most people lose to themselves because they are indecisive at that time. Chapter 241 Carmen. When Karina opened her eyes again, the carriage had stopped outside the Heyman Manor. The businesswoman was a person who could let go easily. Although she was depressed for a while after knowing about Jong Hung and Annie, she soon cheered up again and put her energy into the business on the island. In fact, the busyness during this period had diluted the regret in her heart. It was just that now the two of them were in the same small space, which aroused her previous memories. But after a good sleep, her spirit had recovered a lot. Karina got off the carriage and stretched her shoulders. Unlike Malcolm's Terrace Manor, Carmen's Heyman Manor was not very large. Only about 1/10 of the former, and did not grow any crops. Except for the residents, most of the land was gardens and lawns. This place was left by Carmen's late husband Smith, who died in an accidental fall from a horse 1 year after they got married. So the manor now belongs to Carmen. What do you two need? A black man was mowing the lawn, and when he saw this, he put down his scissors and walked over. I heard that the owner here is proficient in the medical skills of the Guanajeda people, so I came here to seek medical treatment. Jong Hung also got off the carriage. Yes, Mrs. Smith is indeed very talented in this area. Her Guanajeda medical skills have even surpassed the Guanajeda people on the island. The black man smiled. However, if you want to seek medical treatment, you need to make an appointment in advance. We need to prepare herbs and corresponding treatment tools for you first. And you have to meditate the night before. Really? But we are already here. At least let me try the effect first. The black man seemed embarrassed. But you came at the wrong time. In half an hour, a guest who made an appointment will come. So, he was interrupted by a female voice before he finished speaking. It's okay, Drew. Let them in. As you wish. The black man stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. Jong Hung and Karina followed him through a small flower bed and walked into the main door. The black man turned around and went to the kitchen to make tea. After another 5 minutes, the owner of the voice came down from upstairs. Before, she was standing in front of the window on the second floor. Jong Hung just took a quick look at her. Now he finally had the opportunity to get close to the owner. According to the information Jong Hung collected, Carmen's age should be about the same as Eugene. And she is also in her 40s. But it is difficult to tell from her appearance. I don't know how she maintains her skin, making her look only about 30 years old. The whole person exudes a unique charm mixed with maturity and innocence. Jong Hung can understand why Eugene is fascinated by her. Drew, do you know who you just turned away? Excuse my ignorance. Ma'am. The black man bowed. Who is the most famous person on the island recently? Mr. Malcolm, who founded the Black Merchant Alliance. And Black Prince Sam, who became the king of Nassau pirates. I often hear people talking about their names. But the most famous one recently is Captain Jong Hung of the Jackdaw. When the black man said this, he obviously realized who was sitting in front of him. After all, Jong Hung's oriental features were still very obvious, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You can't drive the most famous captain on the island, the new king of Nassau, out of your house at any time. Drew, cancel the next appointment and tell Mr. Buffon that the treatment will be changed to tomorrow night. The black man nodded, turned around and served tea, and then walked out of the house. I hope my people didn't offend you. Carmen stretched out her hand. Jong Hung has never liked the European hand-kissing ceremony. This is a custom of the Vikings. Later, it was spread to Europe and popular among the upper class. It is mostly used to show respect to married women. It is still popular among the royal families in Europe in modern times. But it cannot cover up the fact that it is not hygienic. Especially considering the current era. People living in Nassau may not be able to take a bath once a week. And there are definitely a lot of bacteria on their hands. Therefore, Jong Hung just extended his hand and shook it politely. Carmen's face flashed with embarrassment. But she quickly covered it up and turned to the businesswoman and smiled. Let me guess. Since Captain Jong Hung is here, you must be in. No. Miss and has enviable red hair. And you are Miss Karina. Although what you did is not as famous as Captain Jong Hung. It is now well known, especially among the women on the island. Many people are discussing you and Miss N. You have proved that women can still have a place in this world dominated by men. You think too highly of me. I'm just a businessman who wants to make money, Karina said. After exchanging pleasantries, the three of them sat down again. Carmen said, I didn't expect Captain John Hung also knew me. Is there anything I can help you with? There is indeed something that Mrs. Smith needs your help with. It's my honor. I wonder what's wrong with Captain John Hung. Carmen picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip of tea. I heard that you and Mr. Eugene are very familiar with each other. Madam. Sorry? We have no ill will towards Mr. Eugene. In fact, we know that he has been in a helpless situation for many years. We want to help him solve his problems. But the premise is that you can help us first and tell us what is threatening him. I don't know what you are talking about. I am just a doctor, using the medical skills of the Naate people. We know what your relationship with Eugene is. Karina interrupted Carmen. Eugene always comes to you for treatment in the middle of the night and leaves the next morning. His wife is not on the island. And you have been a widow for so many years. Excuse me, Miss Karina. You know nothing about widowhood. Carmen's tone changed. No longer as polite as before. If you are here for this matter, I'm sorry. Our conversation can only end here. Drew, the guests are leaving. The black man walked in from outside. But John Hung and Karina did not stand up. I heard that after your husband passed away, you and your husband's family were not happy. They want to take back his property on the island. Especially this manor. We may be able to provide some help. Carmen's eyes twitched when she heard it. But she finally said, I don't know what you are talking about. I can't help you even if I want to. Whether you believe it or not. Mr. Eugene is just one of my patients. If you come to see a doctor, I welcome you. But I can't do anything else. Chapter 242 Eugene's handle. Persuasion and inducement had no effect. And she couldn't use force directly. Karina looked at John Hung beside her, wondering what else he could do. John Hung didn't get up or say anything, but just sat quietly on the sofa. After a while, another carriage drove in outside the door. The black man showed a look of doubt on his face. Mr. Buffon came earlier than usual this time. However, the carriage stopped, and a pale young man walked down from it. He seemed to be pierced by the sunlight above his head and stretched out his hand to cover his face. The black man's face suddenly changed when he saw the newcomer, and he wanted to close the door. But the young man stood there for a while, and he had come to his senses, seeing the black man and Carmen in the house. His eyes lit up, and he ran over here. But his body was obviously hollowed out, and his steps were also very weak. He started to breathe heavily after running only 2 steps. Carmen's face showed helplessness, and she said to the black man, Drew, go help him. The black man was a little dissatisfied, but he had no choice but to walk up and squeeze out a smile. Mr. Gary. But before he could finish, the latter pushed him away. Don't block the way. The young man cursed impatiently while walking into the house, and said directly to Carmen, I'm a little short of money recently. Please give me some more money. Although Karina was dissatisfied with Carmen's uncooperative attitude, the guy in front of her was too arrogant. The businesswoman had never seen a man who asked for money so confidently. And from his appearance, it was obvious that he had smoked too much opium. Although Carmen was a little reluctant, she still tried to force a smile. Wait a minute. Gary, I deal with the current things and send these 2 guests away, and then we can talk. What? Did I delay your business? The young man was slapped in the face just after he finished speaking. Carmen could no longer suppress her anger, and her chest rose and fell sharply. Karina was also stunned, and whispered to John Hung beside her, Is this the friend you found? Who is he? Carmen's late husband's younger brother, who is useless except for causing trouble. Before Carmen's late husband died, he asked Carmen to help him take care of his brother. Unlike what many people think, Carmen and her husband actually have a good relationship. If her husband hadn't died too early, she wouldn't have to make money in this way. By the way, he is not my friend. My friend is behind. After John Hung finished speaking, an old man holding a pipe in his hand also walked into the room, took off his hat, and greeted Carmen, and then nodded to John Hung. Who are you? Clay King, the owner of the brothel. The old man smiled. Carmen had an ominous premonition in her heart. I wonder what Mr. Clay is here for. Oh, Mr. Gary's consumption during this period. Miss Carmen, please pay for him. How much? A total of 72 gold coins. How is this possible? Carmen laughed in anger. How long has he been in your brothel? Even if he stayed there for 3 months, it wouldn't cost so many gold coins. Of course, I'm just a representative. These 72 gold coins are not only Mr. Gary's expenses with me, but also the casino and the opium den combined. Oh, this is the bill signed by Mr. Gary. Mr. Gary is here, and he can testify himself. Clay handed over the bill. Are you setting a trap for me? Carmen took the bill and looked at it for a while, then turned around and looked at John Hung on the sofa. The latter did not deny. The repayment date is today. If it is overdue, Mr. Gary will be sold to the mine to do hard labor to repay the debt. So the decision is up to you, Mrs. Smith. John Hung is no longer the same as when he first arrived on the island. The Jackdaw is now the most powerful pirate in Nassau. In contrast, John Hung no longer needs to fight alone as usual. His interpersonal network has also become richer. Although core matters such as dealing with Malcolm can only be done by him and Billy and other trusted people, Clay and others are still happy to help with small favors such as dealing with Carmen. Carmen was shaking with anger. It was impossible for her to take out such a large sum of money immediately. Besides, she had no good feelings towards Gary. She even wanted to take this opportunity to solve this trouble. But she softened her heart when she thought of her late husband's request. She and Smith had no children. This was the only thing Smith asked her before he died. No matter how much she hated Gary, she could not watch him being sold to the mine. John Hung reiterated, "We have no conflicts with Mr. Eugene. On the contrary, we also want to help him solve his troubles. You should have heard about the things between me and the Black Business Alliance. And you know my position." Carmen fell silent after hearing this, and finally sighed after a while. "I know what you want to know. If I tell you, will you let Gary go?" John Hung nodded. "You can get my guarantee." Clay didn't want to get involved in the fight between the Jackdaw and the Black Merchant Alliance, so he didn't intend to listen to Carmen's next words. He patted Gary's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go. The store just launched an interesting program. Don't you want to try it?" "Really?" Gary's face showed surprise when he heard this. "Is it specially prepared for me?" "Yes. The girls miss you very much." Gary rubbed his hands. "What are you waiting for? Go back quickly." Since Carmen agreed to handle his debts, he has no interest in the former anymore. And he didn't even say thank you before leaving. But Carmen was obviously not surprised by this result. After letting the black man change the tea for the two of them, he said, "Did you know that Eugene has an illegitimate child?" Karina said, "It is said that he and Eugene had a bad relationship and left Nassau when he was very young. Eugene still attached great importance to the child. He later spent a lot of money to hire someone to find the child." "Did he find it?" Carmen nodded. "He did. The child later entered the Naval Academy and graduated 4 years ago. He became a young officer. He seemed to be doing well. Eugene never bothered him until one day Malcolm found Eugene and threatened him with the child to ask Eugene to help him do things." "How did Malcolm do it?" "Before leaving Nassau, the kid worked on a pirate ship for a short period of time, probably only 2 weeks, to earn money for the journey. But during that time, they robbed a merchant ship carrying cotton. The pirates killed the captain and the first mate, as well as some sailors who resisted fiercely. But there were still about 5 or 6 people left. 2 of them were rescued by a passing merchant ship and survived. Now they work for Malcolm." Chapter 243. There is always an 80% chance. So the reason why Malcolm was able to control Eugene and let him come forward to gather people to oppose and frame Normand was not because he had leverage over Eugene, but because he had leverage over Eugene's son? Annie returned the weapon that she had kept for John Hung to the latter. John Hung took the weapon. "Yes, many colonies have zero tolerance for pirates. If this matter is exposed, not only will his son not be able to survive in the Navy, but he may also face the risk of being hanged. No wonder Eugene is so obedient," Billy said. "So if we want Eugene to help accuse Malcolm, we have to solve his problem first." "Did Carmen tell you who the 2 survivors are?" Karina shook her head. Eugene didn't tell her the specific names, but it should be possible to find out. The customs will have records of people who survived the pirate robbery. I can write a letter and ask the people there to investigate. Then our next job is to find the 2 survivors and find a way to kill them or kidnap them. This matter, I'm afraid it's not easy. If it could be done, Eugene would have done it himself. He would definitely not be willing to be threatened by Malcolm for the rest of his life. Even if he doesn't have the ability, he can pay someone to do it," the businesswoman said. And when she saw Zhang Heng didn't speak, she raised her eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I thought of something," Zhang Heng said. "But I don't know if this road is right yet. Can you lend me 2 people? I want someone to go to the colony to learn something." There is no doubt that Zhang Heng and the crew of the Jackdaw are now on the bounty lists of various ports. Especially himself. Although he has been wandering on the sea frequently during this period, and his skin has been tanned a lot, his oriental features are still very obvious. In fact, Zhang Heng is still very interested in the North American colonies of this era. After completing the main tasks and earning enough money, he would not mind visiting various places if he has the chance. And he can also go to see Roscoe, who is retired. The latter taught him techniques such as sail control and wind direction, and was considered his enlightenment teacher. But the idea only went through his mind for a while before he gave up, mainly because the risk was too high. Although it was a pity. With his current identity, he was destined to have no chance of returning to civilized society in this copy. Of course. Karina nodded and said readily, "You can pick any of my people." Zhang Heng selected 2 guys who looked smart from the second-hand goods trading office, explained to them the matters to be investigated, and gave them 40 silver coins for travel expenses. The 2 were surprised and happy, and set off on the road back to the colony that night. Zhang Heng himself was not idle either, and found the pirate group that Eugene's illegitimate son had been with before. Strictly speaking, that pirate group no longer existed. Like most pirate groups on the island, it existed for a short time and disbanded in less than a year. It was not a big pirate group. Even at its most glorious time, there were less than 30 people, which was about the time when Eugene's illegitimate son joined. The biggest deal they had ever made was the robbery of the cotton merchant ship 9 years ago. Some of the remaining people later joined other pirate groups and died in the sea, while others became fishermen again, with the help of Brooks and others. Zhang Heng spent more than a week and finally found a guy who was on the boat. After asking a few questions, Zhang Heng thanked the other party. At this time, the results of Karina's investigation came out. Karina finally understood why Eugene had to swallow his anger all these years, and couldn't get rid of Malcolm's control. Malcolm actually sent one of the 2 survivors to the Navy fleet, and the other to the governor's mansion as a guard. This way, Billy's previous plan would not work. Unless he bombarded Charleston again, like the Queen Anne's Revenge before. It would be unrealistic to kidnap or kill the 2. The businesswoman felt a strong sense of frustration again. They thought they had found Malcolm's weakness. But after spending so much effort, they ended up in a dead end. The latter was like a monster without any flaws. Karina couldn't help but wonder again, who would be the final winner of the war between her and the other party. After all, even Normand, the president of the first generation of the Black Business Alliance, was defeated by the fledgling Malcolm in the end. In comparison, she was just a newcomer who had just entered the industry not long ago. For days passed, and Karina did not find another solution. She became more and more anxious, until Zhang Heng knocked on her door and said, "Let's go. The person you lent me has returned, and we should go see Eugene. Now? Are you sure you can convince him to give up his only son's life and future and stand on our side?" "There is always an 80% chance," Zhang Heng said. The businesswoman was surprised and said, "How is this possible? This matter is actually not as complicated as you think. I will explain it to you later." The 2 took a carriage to the Heyman Manor again at night. This time, the black man Drew was waiting for them at the door. He led them to the study on the 2nd floor, where Carmen and Eugene were. The latter had just finished reading the letter in his hand, and was very excited. "How can I know that what you said is true? If you have read the letter, you should know that your son did not board any pirate ship before leaving Nassau. His travel expenses were earned by doing odd jobs on the island over the years," Zhang Heng said. "Mrs. Smith said when she introduced you and your son to me that the relationship between you and your son deteriorated very badly shortly after the fire, and there was no contact until now. This is why Malcolm's plan was able to work. Do you think I didn't do any investigation at the time? I found the pirates on the ship, verified my son's boarding, and asked the customs to check the records of the 2 people. They were indeed survivors of being hijacked by pirates. Or do you want to say that Malcolm did these things a few years ago in order to control me? No. Malcolm is not a god. It is impossible for him to have planned it so early. So the survivors are real. The pirate ship is real. And the robbery is also real. But the person on the ship is not your son. Malcolm must have found out about that incident by chance, and after understanding the relationship between you and your son, he found that there is something that can be used. In this matter, there is only one person he really needs to bribe, and that is the helmsman of the pirate ship back then. Zhang Heng paused, and then said, I found the old man on the ship, and it was almost what I expected. At that time, the personnel turnover of the ship was very frequent, which was also a problem faced by all small and medium-sized pirate groups on the island. If they could not grab enough spoils, they would naturally not be able to stay. In fact, many people usually either fished or farmed, and they would flock to join the ship when they heard that it was going out to sea. Most of the people on the ship did not know each other, or they almost forgot about it after getting off the ship after a short time together. But coincidentally, there was indeed a teenager on the ship who was about the same age as your son, which is why Malcolm thought this matter could be used. Chapter 244 Two Sets of Explanations. The helmsman is the person in charge of recruiting people on that ship, and he is also the only one who knows everyone's background. Zhang Heng said to Eugene, when you find someone to verify this matter later, you will definitely find the helmsman of that ship. He will tell you that your son was on that ship. As for the others, because it has been too long, they only remember that there was indeed a boy on the ship. But this seems to further confirm what the helmsman said, and make you believe that your son was indeed on that ship. Karina's face was as surprised as Eugene's. You mean, Malcolm actually didn't have any leverage in his hands? He just created the illusion that he had leverage. Yes. Wait. But how do the two survivors explain why one of them joined the Navy, and the other entered the governor's mansion? If they had nothing to do with this matter, why did Malcolm protect them so much? No. You still don't understand. It wasn't Malcolm who sent them to join the Navy and the governor's mansion. Instead, Malcolm chose them after he found out that they had joined the Navy and the governor's mansion, making the whole plan impeccable and more credible. It's actually very simple to prove this problem. Zhang Heng asked Eugene, when you first learned about this news, had they already joined the Navy and the governor's office? Eugene was silent for a moment, then nodded. After all, it had been 7 years since that incident. I went back to the colony to learn about it myself, and confirmed that they had joined the Navy and the governor's office 2 years ago. When I found out that I had no chance, I naturally thought that Malcolm had done it, and I thought he was so terrible that he had prepared 2 years in advance to plot against me. This made me very desperate and discouraged for a while. So Malcolm knows that the relationship between you and your son is very bad, and he also knows how important your son is to you. So he used a real incident that happened before to forge your son's pirate experience in order to control you. The businesswoman felt a chill. She didn't know what kind of Malcolm was more terrifying, the one who was impeccable without any weaknesses, or the one who played all opponents in the palm of his hand like now. On the contrary, Eugene himself quickly calmed down after the initial excitement. The rope that had been tied around his neck for all these years showed signs of loosening. He seemed to be different from before. He sat on the chair, straightened his back, and his eyes became sharper, looking at Zhang Heng opposite. I have to admit that you have almost convinced me. But so far these are just your inferences. You don't have more direct evidence except the handwritten letter from my son. However, my son and I haven't seen each other for almost 10 years. I can't recognize his handwriting. How do I know that the person who deceived me is not you? Eugene paused. I have heard about the conflict between you and the Black Business Alliance. You two have tried so hard to solve the troubles of an irrelevant person like me. I must need my help to deal with Malcolm. I can agree to your request, but I need more evidence to make sure that my son can be safe after I really become an enemy of Malcolm. This request is not too much, right? In fact, the easiest way is to find your son and talk to him face to face, Zhang Heng said. Eugene fell into silence again after hearing this. This time, the time was particularly long. The 4 people in the room did not speak. The air seemed to be frozen. I don't know how long it took before the intelligence dealer spoke again, smiling bitterly. I'm not sure if I am still qualified to be his father. When the fire broke out, I chose the most cowardly way and ran out of the house alone. At that moment, I had lost him forever. I can't get his forgiveness anymore. Maybe it's just because you never tried to ask him to forgive you. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he stood up from his seat and pushed open the wooden door behind him, revealing the balcony behind him, where a young man who looked very similar to Eugene was standing there, looking at the former with a complicated expression. Carmen, who had been silent on the other side, spoke gently. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you about this in advance. I was worried that you would be reluctant to keep the appointment. But anyway, you finally meet again. So let's leave the rest of the time to you and your son. After that, she got up and left the house first, followed by Zhang Heng and Karina, who closed the door behind them. The three of them went downstairs to the living room, and Carmen went to get wine for the two of them. There were too many surprising things tonight, and Karina hadn't recovered completely. After a while, she asked, "Did you find his son?" Zhang Heng nodded. "Eugene is a very cautious person. He can't help us deal with Malcolm without enough confidence. But it's not easy to get his son back. He and Eugene have a deep prejudice. According to normal development, they should meet again at Eugene's funeral." "Then how did you persuade him to come back?" "I prepared 2 sets of arguments in advance. One from his mother's perspective, and the other from his blood relationship with Eugene." "Which one convinced him?" "Neither. But fortunately I still had a trick up my sleeve. I asked the person I sent to tell him that if he was willing to go back to Nassau, I could pay him 40 gold coins. Zhang Heng said, "Although the Navy provides food and lodging, a low-level officer like him does not earn much. And if he wants to climb up, he needs more funds for activities. And he is unwilling to accept his father funding. Of course, considering my identity, the money will eventually need to be paid through Miss Carmen." Karina took some time to digest all this, and then said, "So now we have one Eugene. If nothing unexpected happens." "Yes, Larry is almost ready. Tomorrow night, I will let Billy take 20 crew members to wait for him on the west side of the island. It is the closest coast to Terrence Manor. There is nothing but shells and sand. Usually few people go there. The jackdaw can take them away from Nassau at night. Once those letters are obtained, coupled with Eugene's accusations, Malcolm will soon lose his reputation. Other black market merchants will not allow a person with so many stains on him to continue to run the black market alliance. Considering the relationship between Raymond and Normand, he can't sit idly by and watch what happened 3 years ago. It will be difficult for Malcolm to turn the tables this time." Chapter 245 New Contact. Recently, there has been a dark cloud over everyone's heart at Terrence Manor. Leah went to the kitchen to get breakfast for Malcolm, and subconsciously glanced at the empty corner. Just 3 weeks ago, there was a familiar face there. But after Nadia was reported, he was dragged out of the kitchen by the supervisor. When Leah saw him again, he had been whipped beyond recognition. The supervisors hurriedly walked outside the house carrying the bloody Nadia. Leah was filled with fear, but she still tried to look calm. However, the truth is that she has nightmares almost every night these days, dreaming that the supervisors are coming for her. In fact, everyone who has had contact with Nadia during this period was called out for interrogation, and many people did not even come back. However, she, who served breakfast to Malcolm every day, unexpectedly escaped, and no one has come to find her until now. Since she was sold to Terrence Manor, Malcolm has always looked at her differently, and other people, including the housekeeper, have also been very polite to her. However, Leah knew very well that it was not because she was so important. Once she lost this different treatment, she would be no different from other slaves in the manor. In the end, their life and death still depended on the mood of their master Malcolm. During this special time, her experience was particularly obvious. However, just when she was in a panic, she got news from Larry. After Nadia was captured, the communication channels between the black gladiators and the people in the manor were cut off, which became much more difficult, especially now that the atmosphere was tense everywhere. The black slaves in the manor were strictly prohibited from contacting outsiders, and even the people who went to buy vegetables were replaced by 2 supervisors. Larry spent a lot of effort to find a new messenger. The latter was not a black slave, but a young pastor of the Gentile Gospel Missionary Association, who would come to preach to the black slaves in the manor every day. Larry bribed the young pastor with a gold coin sponsored by Zhang Heng, and asked the young pastor to help him bring the message in. However, this time, in order to protect Leah, he did not let the young pastor bring the message directly to Leah, but asked him to find another girl in the tribe first, and then let the girl tell Leah and others. Larry set the time of escape to 2 days later, which was also the time when Leah usually cleaned up the study for Malcolm. But this time she wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take out all the letters related to Normand and Raymond. The reason for choosing this day was to reduce the risk of Leah stealing letters. As long as she could hold on until night without being discovered, she could leave the manor. Later, Larry asked the young priest to bring weapons such as daggers and short muskets into Terrance's manor the day before. But this time he was rejected by the young priest. The latter originally just felt sorry for the black slaves and made some extra money by the way. But he didn't expect Larry to make such a big deal. He immediately became scared when he saw those weapons. But it was too late to quit, because he didn't know how long Nadia could hold on. And Larry didn't plan to wait any longer. He didn't have time to find new contacts. If he missed this week, he would have to wait for the next week. Therefore, Larry apologized to the young pastor and kidnapped the latter's brother to threaten the young pastor to cooperate. The young pastor didn't expect that his momentary sympathy would lead a wolf into the house. He realized that he was not facing a good man or a good woman, but a beast with a dangerous aura. Moreover, the other party had a natural hostility towards the white people who enslaved his people. In order to save his people from the fire pit, he would not hesitate even if there was hell in front of him. And he didn't care about the so-called ingratitude. It was too late for the young priest to regret now. For the sake of his brother, he had to bite the bullet and board the pirate ship. He returned to Terrance's manor with a cart of bread under the pretext of distributing food to the black slaves. The housekeeper felt puzzled. It was not that the church had not helped the poor, but generally it did not help the black slaves, because the black slaves were the private property of the masters. The church's actions were equivalent to a silent protest against the masters of the black slaves for not feeding the black slaves. However, the young priest said that everyone was the people of the Creator, and there was no distinction between rich and poor, which made it difficult for the housekeeper to refute. In any case, everyone from Malcolm to the people below were still very polite to these clergy. It is admirable that these people are willing to give up their lives in England or the colonies and run to this barren and backward world. In addition, the young pastor is also a frequent visitor to the manor, so the steward did not check the bread in the carriage and let it go. At this time, the young pastor was so nervous that he almost bit his tongue. He drove the carriage to the open space where he usually preached, and the supervisor cooperated to drive the blacks over. It was almost time for dinner. In order not to delay the work of these black slaves, sermons were usually carried out during this time. But the young priest was probably too nervous today, and his speech was a bit incoherent. Fortunately, the supervisors were not interested in such things, and they were all playing cards on the other side, and did not notice the abnormality of the young priest. The black slaves were the best listeners. Even if they found that the young priest was not able to express himself well today, they just listened silently and did not complain. In fact, most people looked blank, and they did not understand what the young priest said, nor did they care at all. It took about 10 minutes, and the young priest finally finished what he was going to say. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to distribute bread to the black slaves. After making sure everyone had bread in their hands, he picked up the 4 bread baskets at the bottom of the carriage and walked towards the house again. As a result, he was stopped by the guards as soon as he reached the door. The young priest knew that it was the most critical moment, and success or failure depended on this move. Without waiting for the other party to ask questions, he said, "I am here to deliver bread. There must be many female slaves here. Sorry, you cannot enter without an invitation. I have the Queen's permission to preach in this land. In fact, there is no place I cannot go." The young priest tried to make his voice sound justified. However, the 2 guards on the opposite side remained indifferent. Just when the young priest was worried about how to continue, the laughter of the butler Wallace came from the hall. "You can't stop him. Father Tim is the bravest man I have ever seen. I heard that he once walked for 3 days and 3 nights in North Carolina for missionary work. Let him in." Chapter 246. Are you planning to escape? The young priest adjusted his breathing and walked into the hall with a bread basket. Butler Wallace signaled a black maid next to him to get it. But then he heard the young priest say, "Is Daisy not here? Why? Does the priest want to see her for something?" Wallace raised his eyebrows, with a look of surprise on his face. "She asked me a question during the last sermon, and I didn't answer it. But I have been thinking about that question for the past 2 days. Now I have the answer and can tell her. You can tell me, and I will tell her." The black maid smiled. "Sorry. I would rather tell her in person. This is my job," the young priest insisted. The black maid turned around and looked at the butler Wallace, who shrugged. "It's hard to say no to a priest. Call Daisy out." After that, he said to the young priest, "Father Tim, you seem to be very hot. This is the second time I have seen you wipe your sweat in just 5 minutes. Yes, the sun is a bit poisonous today. The young pastor's heart beat wildly when he heard this, and his right hand subconsciously wanted to wipe the sweat. But he retracted it when he stretched it halfway. A gleam of light flashed in Wallace's eyes, and he wanted to say something else. But at this time, Daisy's footsteps were heard. So the housekeeper politely stepped aside, but did not walk far, clearly meaning to listen from the side. The young pastor spent 5 minutes explaining the question of which prayer would be heard by God first. The prayer of black people or the prayer of white people. When he finished the last word, the butler on the other side applauded and said, "This is a very impressive explanation, Father Tim. Is there anything else?" The latter shook his head and handed the bread basket in his hand to Daisy. "Please help me distribute these breads to other children. Then I will send Father Tim away." Wallace made a gesture of invitation. As soon as the little priest's carriage left the gate of the manor, the butler immediately turned back to the house and called 2 supervisors. "Go and take Daisy to the punishment room. Treat her first. I will go there in 10 minutes. What about Father Tim? Don't worry about it for now. Don't provoke those clergy without absolute evidence. Otherwise it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble." The 2 supervisors rushed into Daisy's residence and grabbed her hair, dragging the screaming and struggling Daisy out of the room. Wallace walked into the room later. He first walked to the 4 bread baskets and kicked them over one by one. However, there was nothing inside except bread. The cautious Wallace even crushed the bread with his feet, but found nothing. So he turned Daisy's bed upside down, removed the sheets, and took apart every bedboard, but still found nothing. Wallace frowned, and after searching the closet, he walked out of the room again. At this time, a group of maids were hiding on the other side of the corridor, looking at him in horror. Wallace grabbed a person and asked, "Did Daisy leave the room before?" The latter kept shaking his head, and Wallace's face darkened. "You know what lies will lead to." The maid was so scared that she burst into tears. Wallace pushed her away impatiently and looked at the others. "What about you? Did anyone see Daisy leave the room?" The maids shook their heads together. The possibility of so many people lying together was very small. Could it be that he really made a mistake this time? But Wallace recalled Father Tim's abnormal behavior today. He looked like he had something to hide. Now was an extraordinary period. Wallace didn't intend to let go of any possible risks. Since nothing could be found in Daisy's residence, he could only interrogate her. Wallace didn't delay any longer and strode towards the torture chamber. Leah's room was next to Daisy's. She ran out immediately after hearing Daisy's screams, and saw a terrifying scene. Daisy was the new contact after Nadia was arrested, and she was also arrested when the escape was about to begin. Leah was really panicked this time. Not because Daisy might betray her, but because once Daisy was arrested, the contact between the people in the manor and Larry was completely cut off. She didn't know what message Larry had sent this time, nor did she know what to do next. What she was most worried about was that Larry thought they had received the message and would act according to the original plan. Not only would that fail to rescue them, but it would also trap him. At this moment, someone patted her shoulder. Leah turned around and saw Lola, who was not from their tribe and didn't have a good relationship with her. She was jealous of her being treated well by Malcolm and often excluded her with other maids. Leah didn't want the other party to see the panic on her face at this critical moment. However, Lola's next words made her body freeze in place. "You are planning to escape, right?" "You, what are you talking about?" Leah heard her teeth chattering. "Don't be afraid, Kitty. Daisy asked me to find you," Lola said. "Come with me. I have something to show you." After Lola finished speaking, she walked to a small room not far away where mops, rags and other cleaning supplies were placed. Leah hesitated for a moment and followed her. She had thought that Lola was just using this method to trick her into taking the bait and selling her out to Wallace. After all, the relationship between the two was not good before, and Lola was not from their tribe, so there was no reason for him to help her at this time. However, Leah was desperate at this time. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, she was willing to take a chance as long as there was a glimmer of hope. So she followed Lola into the hut. The latter stood there waiting for her. When he saw her come in, he immediately closed the door, lit the oil lamp, and then lifted a piece of canvas in the corner. There were 2 short muskets and 8 daggers underneath. "These are brought to you by your companions outside. In addition, there is this," Lola said as she took out another letter from her bosom. Leah reached out to take it, but Lola retracted her hand again. "You don't think I just give you the letter like this?" Lola raised her eyebrows. I took a big risk to help you hide these weapons. If I hadn't been cleaning there before, Daisy would have been caught red-handed. What do you want? Leah gradually calmed down at this time and asked back. I want what you want. I want to leave this damn place and breathe the air of freedom again, Lola said. Either let me join you, or you can't leave. Chapter 247 The Real Enemy. After leaving Heyman Manor, Jong Hung and Karina worked with Billy and others to perfect the next steps after getting the letter, including cooperation with Eugene, spreading the news quickly within the Black Market Alliance, gaining wider support on the island, etc. And Raymond's attitude will undoubtedly be crucial in this. As the nominal president of the Black Market Alliance and the most prestigious black market merchant, his every move has a very important impact on other black market merchants. However, it is not easy to convince Raymond to make up his mind to deal with Malcolm. After all, the former is old and it is difficult for him to engage in management work. Without Malcolm, the Black Traders Alliance is very likely to be unable to operate. But the good news is that unlike Malcolm, Raymond does not have such great ambitions. He himself has never been so hostile to Karina and the latter's second-hand goods trading office. Jong Hung and his team have two trump cards. One is the friendship between Raymond and Normand. Almost the whole of Nassau knows that when Normand was in the most difficult time, Raymond was the only one in the Black Traders Alliance who still supported him. In this context, when Malcolm's false accusation against Normand was exposed, it was difficult for Raymond to sit idly by. Another card was that Malcolm secretly funded his son-in-law's political enemies without Raymond's knowledge. In addition, the two had a dispute before, so there was still a great chance that Raymond could be won over. When the discussion was over, it was almost dawn. Karina returned to her residence, washed up briefly, and prepared to take a nap to recover some energy. However, not long after she lay down, a carriage appeared outside her door. The visitor knocked on her door, and then the businesswoman heard the quarrel coming from downstairs. Karina had to put on her clothes again and go downstairs. She saw the two guards she had hired a month ago, pulling out their short rifles from their waists, confronting the people outside the door, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Your people don't seem to welcome me very much, the visitor said, taking off the black gloves on his hands. Karina saw the face of the people outside the door suddenly change. How dare you show up here after doing so many things to me? I should have ordered them to shoot. Then why didn't you give the order? The businesswoman was silent. It seems that you are still clear-headed and know that if you kill me, you won't be able to stay on the island anymore. Very good. I like dealing with rational people, the visitor said calmly. Since you don't plan to let them shoot, shouldn't you invite me in next? Karina didn't like this feeling. Just like the last time in the cafe, her aura was completely suppressed by the other party. Malcolm had the absolute initiative, and it was difficult for her to refute what he said. Logically speaking, there was nothing more to say between the two of them at this point, and the winner would be decided after tonight. But Karina herself didn't know why, and finally gave way. Malcolm walked into the house calmly, as if he was returning to his own residence, and Karina's two guards followed him closely. The businesswoman hesitated for a moment, and finally let them go first. At this point, only Karina and Malcolm were left in the house. The latter pulled out a chair, sat down, and said directly, I suggest a ceasefire between us. Why? Because you can't hold on any longer? The businesswoman sneered. Malcolm unexpectedly did not object. I did make a lot of mistakes. I thought of two possible outcomes when Sam and his men went out to sea. The first was that they succeeded and shared the 5,000 pounds of gold. And the second was that they failed to defeat the Spanish treasure ship and had to withdraw to Nassau. Either way, it would not solve the dilemma you are facing. But I didn't expect the Jackdaw to take more than half of the gold. The appearance of the Navy was unplanned. But I have learned from the previous lessons. You don't really think that these accidental events are the reason why I lost this game, isn't it? If my plan is really strictly implemented, you won't be able to survive until the Jackdaw returns, Malcolm said lightly. It turns out that the ruler of the Black Merchant Alliance has only such a low-level method of scaring people. You don't know who your real enemy is, right? Malcolm put his gloves on the dining table and leaned back in the chair. No. I was very clear-headed about this matter from beginning to end. Karina sneered. You let pirates rob my transport ship. Let that bastard named Wilton humiliate and threaten me. Murder my crew. Plant spies around me. Let the Black Merchant Alliance blockade me. bully me for my lack of experience, and tempt me to overexpand. These are all normal means of business competition. Aren't you also poaching my captain and causing me trouble? I thought you enjoyed this. Enjoy? Karina laughed in anger. You used despicable means to frame my father, put him in jail, and destroyed my family and life. Now you come to me and tell me that we are not enemies. This is simply the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. I finally understand where your anger comes from. Malcolm raised his eyebrows, paused, and then spoke again. What would you think if I told you that your father's imprisonment had nothing to do with me from beginning to end? Hee. Mr. Malcolm, as an opponent, I still have a little respect for you. Please don't let this only respect disappear. I'm sorry. I'm not joking. Malcolm shook his head. I respect your father very much, even though he and I have different positions. As an opponent, I will defeat him mercilessly and drive him out of Nassau. But I won't use such means. After he got into trouble, I contacted the family as soon as possible and asked them to investigate the matter. Unfortunately, it's hard to find evidence for such things. So in the end, I could only find a way to get the family to contact Earl Slaughter, invite him to dinner at home, and also send him 2 boxes of fine porcelain. In this price, he finally opened his mouth and told who asked him to frame your father. Who? You won't believe it. He has always had a good relationship with your father. No. He has a good relationship with all the black market merchants on the island. He is now the president of the Black Market Alliance. Raymond, this is not the first time he has done this. I don't know if you have heard of the name Normand. He was once a close friend of Raymond. The disintegration of the first generation of the Black Market Alliance is inseparable from Raymond. Chapter 248. Nothing to do. Are you taking me for a fool? Mr. Malcolm? Let's not talk about whether my father's story is true or not. Raymond was the vice president of the Black Traders Alliance at the time. What reason did he have to attack Normand? What good would it do him? And as far as I know, when Normand was in the worst situation, Raymond was the only one in the Black Traders Alliance who still firmly supported him. On the contrary, you had just arrived on the island at that time. If the Black Traders Alliance had stabilized, it would have been difficult for you to get your current position. Right? Malcolm's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. It's not your fault. Even I was wrong before. Raymond's ambition is bigger than many people think. As one of the first merchants to come to the island, he has nothing before, and now has both fame and wealth. However, he has always had to live under the shadow of Normand. You were not on the island at that time, so you didn't know how high Normand's reputation was. If Raymond hadn't used this method, he wouldn't have the prestige he has now, and become the leader of the island's black market merchants. Malcolm paused, then admitted directly, As for me, from my own interests, I did not want the Black Market Alliance to continue to exist. I made some efforts through a black marketeer named Eugene, but the results were minimal. Given Normand's reputation on the island at the time, it was difficult to shake his position with ordinary means. So you let Eugene fabricate the story of taking kickbacks to frame Normand? Use this method to destroy his reputation. Karina sneered. Since you can do such a thing, how can you not send my father to prison? It seems that you have also heard about what happened back then. Malcolm frowned. What Eugene did later had nothing to do with me. I didn't ask him to frame Normand. In fact, I only started investigating what happened back then after my father was imprisoned, and found that Raymond was also behind it. Why? You and Normand don't have a deep friendship. Why do you want to investigate this matter? Because I don't want to be the next Normand, Malcolm said calmly. Raymond has always been very concerned about the establishment of the Black Merchant Alliance. But in fact, he himself does not want the Black Merchant Alliance to be established. The reason why he supported the first generation of the Black Merchant Alliance is because he wanted to kill Normand. And this time, it was because he felt threatened by me. He is a smart man. Although he is now the nominal president of the Black Merchant Alliance, and I am only the vice president. If this continues, my prestige will catch up with his within 3 years. By then, even if he still holds the title of president, no one will remember him. If that's the case, why is he willing to come out and form the Black Business Alliance with you? Malcolm asked. Why did he encourage Normand to establish the first generation of the Black Business Alliance? Without waiting for the female businessman to answer, Malcolm continued to talk on his own. Because he has no other way to deal with Normand. If Normand is not the president of the Black Business Alliance, with the latter's prestige on the island, no matter how much Raymond spreads rumors and slanders, He can't make everyone oppose Normand. However, the situation is different after Normand becomes the president of the Black Business Alliance. The news that he accepted bribes will damage the interests of other members of the Black Business Alliance, and naturally arouse everyone's resistance. Similarly, he is also prepared to deal with me in this way. You don't really think that all the difficult situations I have faced recently are caused by you? Malcolm sneered. Your second-hand goods trading office did cause me some trouble. But if it weren't for Raymond's people secretly fanning the flames, how could I be so passive? The most important thing is that Fraser betrayed me. He came to me before and said that there was a conflict between him and John Hung, and he was willing to deal with you for me. But the last incident with the skull made me start to doubt him. Don't you think it was too coincidental that John Hung and his jackdaw showed up that night? He and Wilton's skull arrived at Nassau almost one after the other. This was not an accident, but something Fraser had calculated. According to our agreement, the skull was supposed to sink your transport ship, kill everyone on it except the insiders, and then turn around and leave. But Fraser later told me that Wilton was out of control. Not only did he take our deposit, he also wanted to make another fortune with the crew of the Breeze. But the fact is that we were all tricked by him. He was half of John Hung teacher, and the person who knew John Hung best on the island. He knew exactly what choice John Hung would make under the circumstances at that time. And he knew very well that Wilton and the people on the skull would not see the sun the next day. But I have to admit that he did a good job of disguising himself. Although I suspected him later, I decided to trust him again because there was not enough evidence. I asked him to secretly contact the captains who were dissatisfied with the current distribution plan of the Black Traders Alliance and encourage them to join you. This was also the biggest mistake I made. This should have been a two birds with one stone strategy. If everything went well, I could take this opportunity to get rid of you and your second-hand goods trading office, and at the same time make those captains who were dissatisfied with the Black Trade Alliance become honest. After you were driven out of the island, they had no other channels to sell their spoils, and they could only come back to beg me with their heads down. The person who really destroyed this plan was not John Hung but Fraser. The grudge between him and John Hung is well known to everyone on the island, and it is easy to find out. This is why I was willing to believe him before. But this time his target has never been John Hung, but me. It was not until this incident that I was completely sure that he was Raymond's man, Malcolm said. But if Raymond thinks he can deal with me like this, he is too naive. Since he can find Fraser for help, I can also cooperate with you. The 12 pirate ships you have now will belong to you. I will no longer block your second-hand goods trading office, and I can even provide you with some help at the customs and the local market. When the matter is over, I will also find a way to get your father out of prison. What do you need me to do with such favorable conditions? The businesswoman asked. You don't have to do anything, Malcolm said calmly. We just need to cease fire. I will solve my own problems. You just need to watch quietly from the side. I can also help you avenge your father. Don't rush to answer me. I will give you 3 days to consider. We will meet again in the cafe in 3 days. Chapter 249, Mood. After Malcolm left, Karina sat at the table for another hour without drinking a single drop of water. With a good living environment and good upbringing, Karina had never encountered any real enemies since she was a child. The worst was just jealousy between little girls at a dance. Malcolm was the first real enemy she had ever encountered in her life. The former ruined her life and revealed the cruel truth of life bit by bit in front of her. For the first time, Karina felt strong fear and hatred towards a person. During her days on the island, she dreamed of defeating Malcolm and making him pay for what happened before. However, when this day really came, when all the opportunities were ripe, she was about to achieve the final victory and enjoy the joy of revenge. But Malcolm walked into her room openly, looked into her eyes, and told her that she had hated the wrong person all along. Someone else destroyed her family and put her father in jail. Karina thought that all this was Malcolm's lie, a smokescreen he released after being forced into a desperate situation, a means to confuse her. But somewhere deep in her heart, Karina had to admit that Malcolm's analysis made sense. In fact, she herself had a sense of unreality in recent times. This action seemed to be too smooth. Although she had encountered a lot of troubles before, and was even on the verge of bankruptcy, Malcolm and the Black Business Alliance did not make much movement when she was in the most difficult time. This was not in line with Malcolm's style of doing things. Later, they found that Eugene's process was also smooth, although they spent a lot of effort in persuading the latter. Eugene's resistance to them was not as strong as imagined. Compared with the previous fights, Malcolm did not perform up to his standard this time. But if it was because of Raymond's secret intervention, it could be explained. But Karina found it hard to accept it in her heart, as if she had been trekking towards a goal in the wilderness for a long time. And when she was about to reach the end, the goal suddenly disappeared. However, the conditions offered by Malcolm were indeed very tempting. Not only could he represent the Black Business Alliance to recognize the existence of the second-hand goods trading office, but he was also willing to give her a series of preferential conditions. And more importantly, he promised to help her revenge and release her father from prison. Now that the two had a common enemy, Karina did not have to worry about Malcolm breaking his promise. This made the businesswoman a little excited. Is this your escape plan? Lola looked incredulous. We have to get rid of the 2 guards at the door first. Avoid the night watchman. Then sneak into the torture chamber. Rescue Daisy and Nadia. And pray that no one is alerted in the process. And then avoid the 2 groups of guards. Come to the gate of the manor. Kill a team of well-equipped guards in front of the gate. And finally run all the way to the beach? Excuse me. This is not an escape at all, but suicide. Leah tried to explain. No. Larry will eventually bring people with us to get rid of the guards in front of the gate. And he has also prepared a carriage to take us to the beach. But this still doesn't change the risks we have to face before. You can't pray that the guards will suddenly go blind, or that the guys in the torture room will get drunk. We can't deal with so many people with only 2 short muskets and 8 daggers. We must kill the 2 guards outside the door. I am willing to take this necessary risk. But after killing the guards, we will go directly to the gate. You saw how those people treated the black slaves sent to the torture room. By the time we take action tomorrow night, Daisy has been in there for a day. And the guy named Nadia has been in there for more than 20 days. Even if we rescue them, they can't walk again. I don't want to carry 2 burdens when I escape. They are not a burden. They are my companions, Leah insisted. Without them, we would never have been able to get in touch with the people outside. If it weren't for Nadia and Daisy, we would all be in there now. So either we leave together or no one leaves. Your stubbornness will kill us all, Lola complained. You are like a canary. You have been kept in a cage by Malcolm for too long. And you don't know how cruel the outside world is. So this is still a personal grudge. What about you? Do you know? Leah asked back. Of course I know. Lola took off her coat and pointed to the dense scars on her chest. At least I really ran away. Otherwise, how do you think these things came from? Leah was stunned for a while. And then she spoke again after a while. Sorry. I never knew about this. Of course you don't know. You haven't come yet. Lola put her clothes back on and said sincerely, I ran away myself. And I have seen many other people run away. I know better than anyone how dangerous running away is. You must do everything you can to reduce the risk in order to have a chance of success. I know they are important to you. And I know you don't want to let them down. But sometimes you just need someone to make a difficult decision. Leah was silent for a long time after hearing this. I'm sorry. Either we go together, or we don't go. Lola felt a deep sense of helplessness in her heart, and couldn't help but swear. Fuck. I'm so stupid. I shouldn't have intervened in this matter at all. If you want to quit now, I can understand. No matter what. I will thank you. Without you, we can't get the weapons. And we don't know how to contact the outside world. Leah said politely. You still don't understand. Right? I have no way out. If you fail and get caught, you will betray me sooner or later. Lola punched the shelf beside her with hatred. Then she took a deep breath and tried to adjust her mood. Okay. You win. I give in. We can go to save your companions. But it is definitely not okay to just rush in like this. Then do you have any good ideas? Leah asked humbly. It is impossible to attack the torture room without making any noise. In this case, we might as well make a bigger noise. We can set fire to the barn on the east side of the manor, and the room where firewood is stored next to it. This will lead the patrol away, and we will have time to go to the torture room to save people. But with our current manpower, we can't do this. Right? Leah asked doubtfully. That's right. So we have to convince more people to join, Lola said firmly. Chapter 250 Special Leah. Leah insisted on saving people, making it very difficult to sneak out of the manor. So Lola suggested to do a big deal and encourage more people to join the escape. But she was still very cautious, and did not tell the news to others immediately. Instead, She only revealed it to a few trusted people at lunch the next day to let them prepare. Doing so can minimize the leakage of news in advance. On the other hand, Leah also has important things to do. She wants to take advantage of the opportunity of tidying up Malcolm's study once a week to take out all the letters related to Normand and Raymond in the study. What Leah was most worried about was that Malcolm would still stay in the study when it was time to clean. But the good news was that Malcolm seemed to have something to do that day and left the manor early in the morning. In the afternoon, Leah came to the study as usual and greeted the guard at the door with a smile. As the door closed behind her, Leah breathed a sigh of relief. But after cleaning the house, she didn't have much time to act. Leah walked quickly to a bookcase and opened the drawer below. But there was nothing inside. Leah was shocked. When she cleaned the house last week, the letters were still in it. Could it be that because of the tense atmosphere recently and the incidents with Nadia and Daisy, Malcolm had people move all the important things in the study? But judging from the storage and placement of those letters, Malcolm didn't really value those things. Leah forced herself to calm down from the panic, thinking about various possibilities, while her hands did not stop. And she searched the study, but she still couldn't find any trace of those letters. Leah's heart began to become more and more nervous. But at this time, she made a mistake in her hurry. When she stepped back, she accidentally touched the shorter cabinet on the other side, and the two-handled porcelain vase on it fell down. By the time Leah turned around to catch it, it was too late. The porcelain vase fell to the ground. Fortunately, there was a carpet on the ground, so the porcelain vase was not completely broken. But one ear was still broken. Leah's face was pale. She knew that this was Malcolm's favorite porcelain vase, which was brought back by an adventurer from a distant and mysterious ancient country in the East. It was priceless, and the selling price alone was hundreds of times hers. She was extra careful when cleaning before, but this time, because she was distracted by the letters, Leah didn't notice what was behind her, which led to a big mistake. Before Leah could think of a way to remedy the situation, she heard footsteps outside the study. Those were Malcolm's unique footsteps, faster than most people, but each step was very stable, and the intervals between them were almost the same. Just like him. Efficient, serious and calm. The guard outside the door opened the door for Malcolm, who raised his eyebrows and saw Leah holding the porcelain vase with one hand and wiping the counter with the other. Malcolm seemed to be in a good mood today, and said to Leah, "Don't clean up yet. Go ask the kitchen to grill some veal." "Okay. Haven't you had lunch yet?" Leah turned around, shielded the two-handled porcelain bottle with her body, and tried to force a smile on her face. "Well, I ate 2 bites of apple pie on the way, but the taste was average." Fortunately, Malcolm didn't look at this side. Picking up the bottle, Leah hurried over and poured him half a glass of red wine. Malcolm moistened his throat. "I heard from Wallace that you have a good relationship with Daisy." Leah was shocked when she heard this, thinking that Malcolm suspected her. But then he continued, "Then do you know who she is closer to?" "This." Leah hesitated. "What's wrong? Are you worried that you will be excluded by others after telling me?" "But aren't you already excluded by others now?" Leah was a little surprised. She didn't expect Malcolm to know such things. "Are you surprised? My preferential treatment for you will naturally cause dissatisfaction among others. They dare not hate me, so they have to transfer this hatred to you who is closest to me. But in this way, I can also know who are the unstable elements in the manor. Don't worry. I won't let them hurt you. Haven't you noticed that the people who have the worst relationship with you in these years are gone?" Malcolm drank the red wine in the glass. "And I can rest assured that you can work for me this way." Leah was not happy when she heard this, but a chill rose in her heart. In fact, she felt a little guilty when Larry asked her to read Malcolm's letters before. No matter how other black slaves in the manor looked at Malcolm, at least he had always been good to her. Moreover, after following Malcolm around for so many years, although Leah still had black skin, her thinking was actually closer to the white people on the island. This also made her an outlier in the group. Sometimes, Leah even felt that Malcolm understood her better than her compatriots. The latter played a role similar to that of a father and mentor in her growth. Leah did feel a little warmth in this. However, it turned out that this was just her illusion. Malcolm treated her differently. Not because she was so special, but because he needed someone who seemed a little special. "Okay. I'm hungry. Go to the kitchen to urge the kitchen to cook." Malcolm paused after he finished speaking. "By the way, the weather has been quite humid recently. Before I leave this morning, I have someone take all the letters in the study out to dry them. You can collect them when the sun sets. Okay. Leah nodded and left the study. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. When the clock in the living room pointed to 12 o'clock, Lola woke up another maid in the bed next to her and told her that they were going to escape. At the same time, the same thing happened in another room. In the end, more than 20 black maids gathered in Leah's room. This is almost half of the black maids in the manor. Except for the Larry people. The remaining black women who want to escape are basically gathered together. And those who are worried about being caught and punished are tied up and gagged by Lola and others. First, to prevent them from telling on others. And second, this is also for their own good. Otherwise, once Leah and others escape, they will definitely be punished. As for the male black slaves, they do not live here. And there are other people to organize and lead them. Leah's eyes swept across the faces in the room. And she saw anxiety, fear, and the desire for freedom in their eyes. So the next moment, she no longer had any hesitation in her heart and said, "Let's break the shackles on our necks together. Sisters." Chapter 251 Riot. Malcolm hadn't gone to bed on time for a long time. After realizing that the person who attacked him was Raymond, Malcolm reacted quickly and almost immediately began to plan a counterattack. In fact, the most difficult part for Malcolm was not how to get rid of Raymond, but how to maintain the stability of the Black Business Alliance after getting rid of Raymond. In the eyes of others, the Black Business Alliance was a behemoth at the beginning of its birth. But as one of the founders, Malcolm knew very well how fragile it was internally. No matter how perfect and reasonable the system was, it could not solve all the disputes. And this was the role that Raymond's reputation could play. Black market merchants also have their own circles and factions, some of which are in conflict with each other. In terms of balancing their power and easing their conflicts, Malcolm, who has only been on the island for a few years, is naturally not as good as Raymond, who has been operating in Nassau for so long. This is why, although Malcolm is the actual leader of the Black Market Alliance, Raymond must take the position of president. As long as Malcolm is given another 2 to 3 years, he can completely kick Raymond out. Even if it is only 1 year, he is sure that he can digest most of the losses caused by losing Raymond. If they fell out now, it would be much earlier than he expected. However, at this point, there was almost no possibility of easing the tension between the two. Raymond must have known that the longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. In addition, with the sudden appearance of Karina, Malcolm's rival, it was not a surprising choice for him to take action quietly at this time. However, it was not hidden from Malcolm after all. The latter now had to think about how to drive Raymond out of Nassau and minimize the impact of this incident. Malcolm listed the names of the more prestigious black market merchants on the island, thinking about the candidates to replace Raymond, and returned to the bedroom to change clothes and go to bed late at night. As a result, he was woken up not long after closing his eyes. There were footsteps running everywhere outside the door, and people were shouting loudly. This kind of thing should be strictly prohibited. Malcolm sat up from the bed. And then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Butler Wallace hurriedly opened the door after hearing this. "What happened outside? Why is it so noisy?" Malcolm frowned as he put on his clothes. There was a slave riot. The barn, the woodshed, and a warehouse where cotton was stored were set on fire. How many people were there? It's hard to count for now, but it seems that more than half of them participated. They also had weapons in their hands. In addition to the stones picked up from the ground and the kitchen knives, there seemed to be daggers and muskets. Wallace paused, but there were very few of them. There were only 2 or 3 muskets at most. I have already dispatched another team to protect you. I have also sent people to ask for help from several other nearby plantations. You will be safe when they send people over. Malcolm had already put on his clothes and boots. He came to the balcony and saw the fire not far away. There seemed to be fighting in other places. As Wallace said, there were many black slaves, but the guards were obviously better equipped. They fought against many with fewer people and were not at a disadvantage. At the same time, as the battle progressed, the overseers in the manor also joined the battle. It would be no problem to hold on until the reinforcements arrived. Managing black slaves has always been a headache. Several nearby plantation owners have communicated with each other and would not sit idly by when encountering such a situation. Therefore, Malcolm did not pay attention to the success or failure of this battle. On the other hand, He did not take the losses mentioned by the butler Wallace to heart. Malcolm is now thinking about whether this kind of thing happening at this point is related to Raymond. If so, what is the meaning of the other party doing this? And what is the reason for inciting these black slaves to cooperate with him? In the past, black slaves have escaped from Terrence Manor. But most of them are small-scale escapes by a small number of people, and rarely make such a big noise. In addition to the fact that it is easy to leak secrets when there are too many people, it is also easy to be caught because the target is too big. Even if you can escape from the manor, there is nowhere to hide. Another question is how those weapons got into the manor. However, these issues can only be investigated slowly after the riot is quelled. Now it is certain that Daisy is not the only traitor in the manor. Soon, new news came that the rioting black slaves were moving towards the stable. The guards there were relatively weak and could not hold on any longer. If the black slaves released the frightened horses, the current situation would become even more chaotic. Therefore, after getting Malcolm's permission, the butler Wallace immediately led people to support there. But halfway through the walk, he suddenly stopped. Wallace found that the places where the incidents occurred were in 3 different directions, but the other direction was relatively quiet tonight. In addition to the cotton garden, the torture chamber was also located there. What cunning little things, Butler Wallace muttered as he loaded gunpowder into the gun chamber. He decisively changed direction and led people to the torture chamber. From a distance, he saw the body of an overseer lying outside the door, with several table knives stuck in his back. And on the other side, a black man was walking out of the door with Nadia on his back. Seeing this, Wallace pulled the trigger without hesitation, but the shot only hit a wooden barrel next to him. The black man was startled by the gunshot and sat on the ground. Nadia behind him also fell out. At this time, other guards also opened fire. The black man didn't care about Nadia beside him and fled back to the torture room. Leah also heard the gunshot at this time. She followed the black man, while Lola carried Daisy at the back. In addition, there were 4 black maids and 2 black men who planted cotton. One of the black men and 2 black maids died in a previous battle with the supervisor, and the remaining black maid was slightly injured. This is all the fighting power they have. On the other hand, besides himself, the butler Wallace has 5 guards, 4 of whom have guns. They approached the torture chamber and soon came to the door. When they were about to force a breakthrough, a gunshot was heard. The guard who was running in the front was hit by a bullet on the forehead and fell down directly. This incident also made others become more cautious. But what they didn't know was that Leah only had this short musket in her hand. And after firing this shot, there was only 1 bullet left. Chapter 252 Support. Nadia's life or death is unknown outside, and our side lacks sufficient weapons and manpower. Wallace outside may bring people in at any time. Leah has never faced such a dangerous situation. At this moment, many things flashed through her mind, and she also thought of what Lola said to her before. However, even now, she still did not regret her decision to save Daisy and Nadia. She just felt a little guilty towards Lola beside her. It was her persistence that made the latter now in danger. Lola gritted her teeth, her face full of reluctance, but there was no point in complaining at this point. She could only hold the dagger tightly in her hand and snorted coldly. "Don't say I didn't warn you. You don't want to know what will happen if you are caught. So the best way is to wait for them to attack and die with them. Even death is better than being caught." Although Leah was very scared when she heard this, she nodded and poured the gunpowder into the gunpowder pool with trembling fingers. The next moment, gunshots rang out outside the door, and everyone in the torture room suddenly became nervous. However, after waiting for a while, Wallace and the guards outside did not rush in. Leah immediately realized that they were fighting with other people. At this critical moment, the team that was responsible for causing commotion in other places came back. Among them were not only the remaining black maids, but also many strong male black slaves who joined in halfway. When they saw Wallace and others surrounding the torture room, they immediately attacked them. Leah and the others did not miss this opportunity and rushed out of the torture chamber in the chaos. The leading male slave ran in front, waving a pitchfork in his hand. Leah came to the place where Nadia was lying at the first time, but found that the latter's chest was red and she was no longer breathing. Leah was sad. There were fewer and fewer brothers and sisters left in the tribe before, but she did not have much time to feel sad. In a short while, 2 more slaves fell over there, and Wallace and others took this opportunity to reload their bullets. Leah knew they had to leave, But what she didn't expect was that Lola, who had run the fastest before, suddenly stood there, motionless, and handed Daisy on her back to another black maid. Leah followed her gaze, and saw the butler Wallace not far away. There was anger burning in Lola's eyes. Except for the time when she took off her clothes. Lola had always kept silent about her scars, and never said how she got them. But seeing her current appearance, Leah understood everything. Don't do anything stupid. They have 5 guns over there. You can't come back even if you kill him, Leah said hurriedly. Laura's eyes flashed with hesitation when she heard that. At this time, the two of them had already pulled away from the people in front. Laura suddenly approached Leah, took the short musket from her hand when she was not prepared, and pulled the trigger at Wallace. However, the two sides were more than 20 meters apart, and Laura had never practiced shooting. This shot deviated from the target as expected, but it hit the arm of another guard. Lola showed a look of resentment on her face, but she didn't delay any longer. As soon as they left, Wallace loaded his bullets and started shooting at them. Leah saw with her own eyes that a black maid who came to pick them up was shot in the cheek. Leah and others retreated with the wounded. Wallace didn't dare to push too hard. After all, there were only 5 of them, and one of them was injured in the arm. If they really got into a hand-to-hand fight, the casualties would definitely be large. So Wallace could only watch the group of black slaves disappear into the night. On the other side, Larry also drove a carriage to the gate of the manor. In addition to him, there were Cozy and several other black people. They came from different places, including sailors, fishermen, slaughterhouse owners, etc. But without exception, they had been slaves in the colony, or escaped, or met pirates and joined the gang, and finally got freedom. Because of the same experience, they all had a general sympathy for their compatriots in the plantation on the island. A group of people headed by Cozy even established a secret organization with the purpose of helping those escaped slaves from the plantation. Therefore, when Larry found them, they expressed their willingness to provide help at the first time. However, they all had decent jobs on the island. So in order to avoid being traced and retaliated later, they covered their faces when they took action tonight. Under the leadership of Cozy, they quickly killed the guards at the door. At this time, Leah and others also ran over. Larry was stunned. He found that the movement tonight was a bit loud during the previous battle. But when he received the people, he found that the number of people this time was much larger than expected. Fortunately, in order to prevent accidents, they prepared 2 more horses. In addition, the slaves in the stable also drove out Malcolm's 2 carriages. However, the pursuers behind him came quickly. Cozy and others jumped out of the car, looking for cover to fight back while shouting to Larry, "You go first. I will help you buy time. I am not a slave in the manor. As long as I run to a deserted place and throw away the gun and the mask covering my face, they can't do anything to me." Another black man who was a sailor on the pirate ship also said, "I am a member of the vanguard on the Lion. If they dare to touch me, I have to be careful of the revenge of my brothers on the ship. Now is not the time to be polite. Not only the guards of Terrence Manor, but also the reinforcements from several nearby manors are about to arrive." Larry nodded to Cozy and others to express his gratitude. Seeing that the agreed time has come, although some people have not arrived yet, Larry has no intention of waiting any longer. He decisively pulled the reins, and 6 carriages full of black people broke through the darkness and drove towards the hope and freedom ahead. Zhang Heng did not go to the beach, but chose to stay with and in Karina where he lived, waiting for the final news. He had done almost everything he could do, and the rest could only depend on the situation on Larry's side. Of course, he did not put all his chips on the Black Gladiators. Zhang Heng also made preparations for Larry's failure, but this will undoubtedly complicate things. Besides, Zhang Heng also noticed that Karina was a little absent-minded tonight. "Didn't you take a break during the day?" I couldn't sleep." The businesswoman smiled reluctantly. Zhang Heng handed the brewed coffee to Karina, who thanked him and took the coffee. Before she could say anything else, the sailor who came to report the news rushed in. "Captain, Mr. Billy has received someone, and the jackdaw has left the port. Also, this is what the people over there asked me to bring to you." As he spoke, he took out 5 letters from his arms. Chapter 253. The dust has settled. Recently, major events have occurred one after another on the island. 6 of Nassau's most powerful pirate groups, led by Black Prince Sam, challenged the Spanish treasure ship that no one dared to provoke before. After a fierce battle, they successfully sank the opponent, but were ambushed by the navy afterwards. In the end, only the Jackdaw successfully returned to Nassau with most of the gold. Not long after that, a large-scale slave riot occurred in Malcolm's Terrace Manor. There was a lot of noise that night, and several nearby plantations were alarmed. However, apart from the black slaves who were killed in the battle, only a small number of the remaining escaped were captured. Just when everyone was speculating on how much loss Terrace Manor had suffered this time, the heavy news that Malcolm had framed Normand was revealed. 3 years later, Eugene took the initiative to stand up and confess that he was coerced by Malcolm and colluded with several captains who had a good relationship with him to forge the fact that Normand accepted bribes, which led to the dissolution of the first generation of black business alliances. Normand left Nassau sadly. At the same time, the letters exchanged between the two were also made public. This news caused a great uproar among the black market merchants in Nassau. Although Normand had left Nassau for several years, he still had considerable influence on the island. Almost half of the black market merchants attended his funeral. As soon as the news came out, Malcolm felt a huge pressure. In the afternoon of the next day, Raymond also officially spoke out. On the surface, he was trying to appease everyone's emotions and let everyone remain restrained. But in the end, he finally revealed his true intentions and said that he would investigate the matter. Malcolm certainly knew what the latter was thinking. If Raymond took over the investigation, there would be no suspense about the results of the investigation. However, at this moment, he did not have too many excuses to stop Raymond from intervening. The latter's reputation played a decisive role at this time, especially since Raymond was Normand's closest friend and the current president of the Black Business Alliance. In the eyes of outsiders, he had a good relationship with him. It was undoubtedly fair for Raymond to preside over the investigation. Malcolm had not had time to find a countermeasure for the false accusation against Normand. On the other hand, his 3-day appointment with Karina was about to expire. Malcolm still attached great importance to this matter, especially now that the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable to him. And he also urgently needed to find new allies. Malcolm was even ready to bleed again. The conditions he had offered before were not without the possibility of bargaining. However, when that day came, Malcolm did not see the shadow of the female businessman in the cafe. Malcolm sat at the round table where he usually sat for a whole afternoon until the sun set, and he finally heard footsteps coming from outside the door. Butler Wallace pushed the door open and walked in. Malcolm put down the cold coffee in his hand, raised his head and frowned. "What's the matter?" "There are many rumors outside now, saying that Mr. Fagan's imprisonment is also related to you. Many people know that he opposed you to form a black business alliance on the island before he was imprisoned. Miss Karina is now with Raymond. Please ask him to do justice," the butler said cautiously. However, to his surprise, Malcolm did not change much emotionally after hearing this. It seemed that he was not surprised at all. He just nodded and said calmly, "I know." Butler Wallace hesitated for a moment, and then said, "The investigation of the slave riot that night is almost complete. The leader was Leah. They finally ran to the beach and boarded a ship to leave Nassau. I investigated the ships that left the port that day and the day before, and found that the Jackdaw left the port with a full load of supplies that morning. They may have turned back after dark." So what?" Malcolm asked. "So what happened that night should be related to them. Those letters were probably stolen by Leah. We can tell this to other big landowners on the island. They definitely don't want such a thing to happen to them one day. They will unite to force the Jackdaw to hand over those escaped black slaves." Malcolm didn't comment and pointed to the seat in front of him. "I remember we played together every day when we were young, and you even secretly roasted sweet potatoes for me to eat. But then I went to school, and we didn't eat together anymore. It's you who hired the chef here." "Yes. Alfonso, a Spaniard, has a very stubborn temper and hates pirates. It took me a whole week and twice the market price to convince him to come here to cook. You know, when he first came, he hung a sign at the door saying pirates are not allowed to enter, and was almost strangled to death at night. Well, but the coffee and fried eggs he made are really good. It's almost time to eat. Since you are here, let's eat together. After eating, you can ask him if he is willing to leave with us." "You?" Wallace's face showed a trace of worry. "Don't worry about me," Malcolm said lightly. "I came here empty-handed 4 years ago. In these 4 years, I have made money that most people cannot make in their lifetime. Even if I leave here, these wealth still belongs to me. He paused and continued. If I lose, I lose. I have never been a person who cannot afford to lose. At worst, I can start over in another place. There is more than one way to make money. I have nothing before, but I can still achieve the current situation. Now that I have so much money in my hands, it makes no sense that I can't find a way out. What's more, Raymond may not be able to laugh for long. If he underestimates that woman named Karina, he will pay the price sooner or later. You seem to think highly of her. Malcolm snorted. I was the one who opened the box myself, unleashed the demons in her, and made her face her ambitions and desires. I knew she was a good student, but her growth rate has repeatedly exceeded my expectations. Not long ago, she was still resenting the people who ruined her life. But now she can control her emotions and make the best choices for herself. And even ally with the people who framed her father. Interesting. I made her what she is now. And she also ruined my career on the island. So I guess we are even. In fact, the alliance between her and Raymond is also very fragile. We can tell Raymond that she already knows who framed her father. Wallace hesitated. No. We will do nothing. Raymond is not a fool. He will not fall out with Karina before I leave Nassau. Malcolm took another sip of coffee. I am too old to be loyal to others. Why should I do something that is not good for me? Raymond must be intoxicated with the joy of getting rid of me at this moment. He doesn't know that there is a bomb next to him. Let's leave her there. It's my last gift to my old friend. Chapter 254 Walking. John Hung didn't expect that there would be one more person on board when the Jackdaw returned. He looked at Billy, who was standing beside him. The latter shrugged. It wasn't my idea. She wanted to come back on her own. Leah said politely while carrying her luggage. Can you take me in? I will do a lot of things. Of course you can. But why don't you stay with your tribe members? You finally escaped from that manor. Isn't it to live a free life? I respect Larry very much. He united us in the most difficult times and led us out of a miserable life. He is a greater chief than his father. However, I have different opinions from him on some things. I don't think the way out for me and my compatriots is on those deserted islands. John Hung raised his eyebrows. We may be able to live a peaceful life on that island for a while. But those slave traders will come to us sooner or later. Just like in my hometown. They will still kill the old and weak first. Separate brothers and sisters. And mothers and children. If we can't find a real way out, these things will happen again and again until all black people become slaves. John Hung was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Leah could say such a thing at her age, and with her knowledge. Although she was still limited by the times. In a sense, she had seen further than Larry. John Hung asked. So where do you think the way out is? I don't know. Leah shook her head. I'm still looking. But what I'm good at is of no use on the deserted island. So I want to stay here. Stay in the civilized world. And play my own role. This is not a civilized world. And I have basically completed the recruitment of my crew. You are not a sailor. And you are a woman. John Hung thought for a while and asked Karina on the other side. Are you still short of people? The businesswoman nodded and said to the black girl. I heard that you can read. It just so happens that my grocery store in Boston is about to open. You can go there to help me keep accounts. I will provide you with food and accommodation. The salary is £1 a month for the time being. When the business is good later, I will increase your salary depending on the situation. Leah's face lit up with joy when she heard this. After settling the black girl, the businesswoman continued the topic she had not finished before, briefly telling John Hung about the previous several private meetings with Raymond and the agreement they had reached. And then said, Can you go out for a walk with me? John Hung nodded, and walked out of the house with Karina, and came to the ridge of the field. Today's weather is good. The sun is shining, and there is a gentle sea breeze, which is very suitable for a walk. Karina didn't have a clear direction, so she just found a direction and walked down. The businesswoman didn't speak along the way, and John Hung also remained silent. It was not because there was nothing to talk about between the two of them, but they were both enjoying this rare peace. It had been 3 weeks since the riot at Terrence Manor, and a lot of things had happened in these 3 weeks. But so far, the situation had basically stabilized, and Malcolm had already lost. The latter was straightforward and immediately began to list his various assets on the island for sale. On the other hand, without Malcolm's strong executive power, The elderly Raymond was no longer able to maintain the operation of the Black Business Alliance. Although no official statement had been issued, everyone knew that the dissolution of the Black Business Alliance was inevitable. Soon, the black market merchants on the island will undergo a major reshuffle and return to the fierce competition they had before. Recently, the black market merchants in Nassau have begun to make moves, contacting pirate ships they had previously cooperated with, looking for new partners, and spying on other people's offers. This means a loss of income for some people, but it also means opportunities for others. Malcolm took advantage of the disintegration of the first generation of black market alliances to rise rapidly. And now there are many people who are eager to try to replicate his previous success. Malcolm was undoubtedly the loser in this incident. And although Raymond lost his nominal position as the president of the Black Traders Alliance, his reputation rose to a new height because of his justice for Normand and Fagin. And he was almost catching up with Normand back then. And with good reputation and strong connections, many of the powerful pirate groups in Nassau have now announced that they are willing to continue to cooperate with Raymond after the Black Traders Alliance disintegrates. But the latter cannot respond to these rumors as long as he is still in office. But everyone believed that after the disintegration, Raymond would have more pirate ships than before. The next beneficiary was Karina, who had been on the island the shortest time, but faced the huge pressure from Malcolm and the Black Traders Alliance. She responded well and showed her extraordinary business talent. Her second-hand goods trading office also won her a lot of praise among small and medium-sized pirates. In addition, Malcolm deliberately gave her a wave of powerful pirate ships. If she could successfully digest them, she would become a big black market merchant second only to Raymond after the Black Traders Alliance was disintegrated. But that's all for the future. She didn't want to think too much now. She just wanted to enjoy this stage of victory. The two walked all the way to the beach, and Karina finally made up her mind and said, "Sorry, I'm actually hiding something from you." "The private conversation between Malcolm and you?" John Hung said. Karina's face showed a hint of surprise. "Don't get me wrong. I didn't send anyone to monitor you. But after all, it was the day of the operation. I would definitely pay attention to Malcolm's actions. And in fact, I could probably guess what he said to you," John Hung said. "If you think about Eugene's case carefully, there are too many coincidences. And his attitude is too cooperative. I did suspect Raymond. And your distraught look later confirmed my guess in some ways. Since Eugene's case is related to Raymond, then your father's case is likely to have played a role in it. We had a preconceived notion before. And when we saw the letter stolen by Leah, we thought that Malcolm had attacked your father. But in fact, from the content of the letter now, it can be understood that Malcolm was investigating the matter. The reason why you didn't tell me was because you were worried that you would have no choice after telling me. Because from my point of view, I would definitely suggest that you take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Malcolm, who poses the greatest threat, so that you lose the possibility of joining forces with Malcolm to avenge your father. Why? If you have already guessed it, why didn't you warn me at that time? Because it is your choice," John Hung said. "Although I have invested in the second-hand goods trading office, it is your business in the final analysis. And it is your father who was framed and imprisoned. This should be your choice and must be your choice. Then do you think I am a very cold-blooded person, not avenging my father, and then turning around to ally with the enemy?" Karina asked again. This time John Hung did not answer the question, but said, "One day you will defeat Raymond and become the most powerful black marketeer on the island, just like you defeated Malcolm today. But by that day, will I not even recognize myself?" The businesswoman smiled bitterly. "Maybe you have never really known yourself." Chapter 255 Epilogue. "Have you heard his story?" "Whose story?" the nobleman with a silver wig across the table asked, and he looked a little nervous facing the man in front of him. "The story of the King of the Caribbean. This sea area belongs to England, and England has only one king, King George," the nobleman retorted. But even he could hear the cowardice in his tone. The bearded man across the table didn't care and continued to talk to himself. His voice was low and calm, like a giant whale swimming in the depths of the sea. He had many names. The black slaves called him the liberator of the New World because he often attacked passing slave ships and freed the black slaves on board. The pirates called him the Lord of the Seven Seas. The pirate code he formulated regulated the pirate behavior in the nearby waters. The rule of only plundering goods and not hurting people or insulting women was even well received by merchants. The Admiralty called him the nightmare of the Royal Navy. In the past 10 years, he robbed and sank no less than 10 naval warships and evaded countless joint raids. The pirate hunters called him the Hunter Killer. Wherever his black flag went, even the bravest hunters would retreat. The man paused here and asked, "Do you have any wine?" The nobleman didn't like the situation where the other party had the initiative, even though he had 4 fully armed guards behind him. Being in the same room with the other party still made him feel like he was stepping into a beast's cage. In just a short while, he had loosened his collar more than once. He wanted to warn the other party righteously, and let the bearded man know that he was just a prisoner, not a guest here. But when the words came to his lips, they became, "Give him a glass of port wine." The bearded man took the wine and thanked him, then continued after moistening his throat. 7 years ago, he led the pirates to ambush Roger Wood, the new governor of Nassau, and sank the latter's car in the battle, turning Nassau into a veritable free land. Free land? But we took that place back 3 years ago. The nobleman finally found a place where he could gain the upper hand. Yes, you pardoned all the pirates in Nassau except him, and persuaded the largest black marketeer on the island, his most staunch ally, to betray him. But the reason you really won this battle was because he gave up at the last minute. The nobleman was speechless. He had always had a good relationship with Roger Wood, although the latter was rescued after falling into the water in the battle 7 years ago. He never recovered from it. Whenever he heard the name, his expression would change drastically. Roger Wood also participated in the Battle of Recovery 3 years ago as a naval advisor, but he was very pessimistic about the outcome of the battle. He once told the nobleman in person that even if Nassau could be captured in the end, the Navy would pay a heavy price. However, the jackdaw quietly left the night before the battle, and the Navy finally recovered Nassau without bloodshed with the help of Karina. Roger Wood became the new governor of Nassau, and Karina became his special advisor. It is said that his deeds have spread across the oceans in recent years. His name is talked about everywhere in the streets and alleys of London, Lisbon, and Paris. Even King George has asked people about his legend. So what about you? What kind of person do you think he is? The bearded man raised his head and looked into the eyes of the nobleman. The latter subconsciously looked away, but then he realized that this action was too weak. Out of the honor of the nobility, he quickly moved his eyes back and looked at the opposite side without any hesitation. Some fools and the lower classes call him the King of the Caribbean. Some believe that he is blessed by the goddess of the sea and has immortality and the ability to control storms. But in my eyes, he is just a notorious pirate leader. When he is hung on the gallows and twitches and struggles, we will know whether he is really unkillable as the language says. The nobleman quickly finished the above words, and then his face became serious. He said to the bearded man, "Captain John Hung, I formally arrest you for crimes including but not limited to piracy, murder, looting, attacking the Royal Navy, and contempt for the King of England. Your trial will be held in London, and you can defend yourself then." After that, he stood up and waved his hand. The guards behind him walked towards the bearded man with muskets. "I'm afraid I can't wait that long." John Hung's expression did not change. He glanced at the watch on his hand. The hour hand on it had completed a circle and 2 squares. This also means that he has been in this script for 3,900 days. He can't even tell which side is the real world. I have asked many people, and they said that your family is the most powerful in the new world. So please tell others what you have seen. My request is very simple. Cancel the wanted notice for and other crew members of the Jackdaw. The Navy will no longer take the Jackdaw as the main target. Otherwise, I can also sneak into your bedroom without anyone noticing. Do you know what you are saying? The nobleman raised his eyebrows. You dare to threaten me in your current state? The reason why I have been so polite to you is because of my upbringing. But it does not mean that I will never be a bad person. After saying that, he winked at the 2 strongest guards behind him. The 2 put down their guns, flexed their wrists, and walked towards John Hung. The latter just sat calmly on the chair, when one of them was about to land his fist on his face. The next moment, John Hung's body suddenly disappeared. His eyes went dark, and the familiar reminder sounded again. Return deadline reached. Mission completed confirmed. Cleared the Black Sail dungeon. The 4th round of the game ended, and will return to the real world. TSK. TSK. You look terrible. And like a different person. The bartender at the bar prepared a glass of whiskey with skillful techniques, and pushed it in front of John Hung. But, she paused, and changed her tone. I quite like you now. You look like you have a lot of stories to tell. Girls always have no resistance to such men. Zhang Heng took the whiskey and asked, "What time is it now?" He was not used to his current voice. Just like he was not used to this young body. Welcome back to January 21st, 2018. If you don't believe it, you can check your phone or watch tomorrow's morning news. Chapter 256: The Dinosaur That Broke into the Chicken Coop. Zhang Heng took out his cell phone and took a look. The date displayed by the automatic time synchronization was exactly the same as what the bartender said. This also meant that he had spent a full 3,900 days in the Caribbean in the 18th century. But only 2 hours had passed in the real world. You seem to have gone on a long journey this time. The bartender leaned against the wine cabinet and looked at someone with interest. Zhang Heng took a sip of whiskey and subconsciously wanted to wipe off the foam on his beard. But he touched his smooth chin. After a pause, he asked the bartender opposite him, "What is the longest time for each round of the game?" No one knows. But it is said that a player once stayed in a certain scenario for 6 years, which is also the longest known record of staying in a copy. Moreover, the copy he was in was not much different from the real world. After coming out, he had to spend a long time to distinguish which things happened on that side and which things happened on this side. So is all this really just a game? Why? Why do you ask? The bartender blinked. I have some historical knowledge and have looked up a lot of information. So far, the copies I have experienced are almost the same as the history. Of course, because of my arrival, it did deviate from the original history at a certain point. Zhang Heng opened the Baidu browser app on his mobile phone. Entered keywords such as Nassau and pirates in the search bar, and quickly browsed the search results. It was found that there was no change compared with the previous historical records. Roger? In 1718, Wood was still appointed as the governor of Nassau by George I. He came to New Providence with his fleet in high spirits, drove away the pirates on the island, and rebuilt the order there. Blackbeard Teach was killed by the Navy shortly after bombarding Charleston, and was captured by the Navy, but was eventually redeemed by her father, and spent her later years in seclusion in the colony. And all the legends about him disappeared. His name did not appear in any news records, which should be impossible. In fact, Zhang Heng himself had already had some guesses after experiencing the Mannerheim Line scenario. This time, with the help of the Black Sail Journey, he also intended to spread his reputation further in the last few years, just to verify his guess after leaving the dungeon. And now he seems to have come to a conclusion. During the second round of the dungeon, I thought about whether I was traveling through time, but the possibility is too small. The bartender made a questioning sound through her nasal cavity. Because in a dynamic system, any small change in the initial conditions may lead to a long-term huge chain reaction of the entire system. Butterfly effect. The bartender snapped her fingers. Yes, if you really send all the players back to the past, then our current history would have been completely changed. I participated in the auction instance, and there were only 4,000 or 5,000 players in that instance. So the number of players is conservatively estimated to be tens of thousands. So many butterflies will bring about unimaginable changes. Maybe the people in the world line don't know that the world line has changed. The bartender shrugged. It's possible. But I left a lot of traces in the script this time. So it's impossible that the real world has not changed at all. And I remember these two different histories clearly. Wow. It seems that you really did a lot of big things this time. The bartender was amazed. So now I am more inclined to believe that you have intercepted a historical time node in each copy to make a game. My question is, why do you do this? Why do you choose real human history? What message are you conveying? And what will happen to the people in the copy when I leave it? What makes you sure that it is only the history of your human race? The bartender said meaningfully. And after a pause, she said, as for the second question, you can use the game points to purchase an extra round of game service. Go back and see for yourself. You have a permanent membership card, and it is still very cost-effective with a 20% discount. Then give me an extra round of games. Zhang Heng thought for a while, and said that he had been in the Black Sail instance for more than 10 years, and the accumulated game points reached an astonishing 342 points, which was more than 100 points more than expected. This was because he had done a lot of big things. Whether it was the battle with the Pride of the Royal Navy Scarborough, when he was still on the Sea Lion, or later robbing the Spanish treasure ship with the Black Prince Sam and others, and fighting Roger? Wood's fleet that recaptured Nassau. as well as the wealth and fame he earned from sailing across the ocean, brought him a lot of points. Add to that the remaining 700 points from selling Molesby's bone, and now he has more than 1,000 game points. Spending 400 points to buy an extra game opportunity is not too extravagant. However, he had just finished a long experience and did not plan to start a new journey immediately. So Zhang Heng spent 400 points to buy an extra round of game service, but did not use it for the time being. He handed the prop Betty's shell he got from the game to the bartender for identification, and then left the sex and the city bar. Walking out of the lounge door, there was still electronic dance music that was enough to penetrate the eardrums, and men and women swaying wildly to the melody. Every night here is so lively, as if the city never sleeps. Zhang Heng walked down the iron ladder. In the past, his figure would quickly be submerged by the surging crowd. But this time, those young people who were immersed in hormones and music subconsciously stepped back a few steps after seeing him, making room for him. Even those rebellious teenagers, who liked to show off their masculinity in front of their female companions, did not dare to show off their power. They didn't know why they couldn't help but want to step back after seeing a guy who looked like a college student. After so many days, basically everyone who often came here knew that the two strong men in suits and sunglasses by the iron ladder should not be provoked. But now the two strong men in suits are as harmless as Mei Yangyang and Lazy Yangyang. Zhang Heng frowned. He could probably guess what was going on. He had been a pirate in the Caribbean Sea for more than 10 years in the 18th century. And he had become a nightmare that frightened the whole of Great Britain and even Europe. Although he didn't like killing, his hands were still stained with blood in order to survive in the cruel environment. Even he himself couldn't remember how many people he had killed and how many people died because of him. His temperament also changed dramatically in a subtle way. For these young people who indulged in nightclubs and spent their youth in peacetime, he was just like a dinosaur that broke into a chicken coop. Chapter 257, We Take You Out to Play. Zhang Heng didn't stay for long. Put on the hood of his down jacket and walked out of the bar with his head down. He didn't go back to school, but found a public toilet nearby. It was past 2 in the morning, and there was no one else in the public toilet. But the lights were still on, and the air was filled with the smell of cheap detergent. Zhang Heng walked to the sink in the men's bathroom. The faucet on his right was broken and still dripping. But Zhang Heng's attention was on the mirror behind the sink. Previously in Sex and the City, he felt that he had become younger again. But only now did he have the opportunity to really check himself. The beard on his face disappeared, and the bronze skin under the wind and sun returned to normal skin color. The calluses on his hands and the scars on his body disappeared. Now he really returned to the appearance of 10 years ago. But he was a little strange in this way. And most importantly, he understood what the bartender meant when she said that he looked like a different person. Although his appearance returned to 10 years ago, he still retained the temperament of a pirate in Nassau in the 18th century. This was actually quite a troublesome matter. It would be fine for other people, but those who were close to him would definitely notice his changes at a glance. Especially now that the spring festival was approaching and he would be going home soon. His parents, who had been having a blast in Europe, might not be able to notice anything different about him. After all, they even got his birthday wrong. Even if they found someone of similar height and age to go back with him, they probably wouldn't be able to see any difference. However, his grandfather, who had raised him since he was a child, would definitely notice his changes. The most important thing is that he is in such a state that his ID card will be checked whenever he goes out on the street. Just as he was thinking about it, a group of young people rushed in from the toilet door. They seemed to be hooligans hanging around nearby. Zhang Heng had seen them outside the bar several times. They had dyed hair and smoked cigarettes. Many of them were descendants of nearby demolition households. There were originally 2 relatively large villages here, but as the city continued to develop, they spread out one after another, and eventually many of the nearby villages became the current industrial areas or residential areas. This is also a happy thing. The villagers received compensation and high-rise housing. Many people's jobs changed from farming to playing mahjong and collecting rent. However, there are also troubles. The sudden wealth not only made many people lose their goals in life, but also made their descendants lose the motivation to struggle. Anyway, they can eat enough just by collecting rent. So many young people in the 2 villages naturally became gangsters in the neighborhood after graduating from high school. Of course, even if it is a trouble, it is a happy trouble for ordinary people. These young people who dress themselves up like the gangsters in Hong Kong and Taiwan movies of the last century have nothing to do every day but wander around, play games in game halls, play games together in internet cafes, or bully nearby small vendors, immersed in the beautiful dream they have woven for themselves. At night, they like to hang out in front of nightclubs or bars. In addition to helping nightclub and bar owners solve some problems that security guards cannot solve, they also pick up the bodies of drunk girls on the roadside. This is very different from what you find with money. It can bring men more unpredictable excitement and the pleasure of conquest. However, this kind of thing is illegal after all, and it is easy to run into some troubles. Some honey trap gangs will deliberately take advantage of the hunting psychology of some men. Let young women pretend to be corpses to be picked up, and then the corpse pickers will have to choose between huge extortion and imprisonment. However, these local gangsters don't have to worry about such things. They are familiar with several nearby honey trap gangs, are very brave, familiar with the surroundings, and retreat after playing, so there are very few accidents. They walked into the public toilet with an unconscious young girl, chatting and laughing, and were stunned when they saw someone in the toilet. Although the location of this public toilet is not too far from the bar, it is definitely not close. There is another public toilet in between. Most people will not come here even if there is no place to relieve themselves in the bar. When this group of hooligans walked into the toilet, John Hung had already put on his hood again to cover his face. I don't know if it was the change brought about by 10 years of pirate life. John Hung felt that he seemed to have become more cold-blooded. He didn't react much after seeing this scene. And this is different from the situation he encountered that time when the wall swallowed the scavengers. At that time, he rushed to rescue them immediately because the old man and child who were scavenging had done nothing wrong and were pure victims. He was willing to lend a hand when he could. But the situation this time was different. In essence, single men and women who go to bars and nightclubs are all to release excess hormones. They are all adults. Even women who are in a weak position should know very well what will happen after getting drunk in bars and nightclubs at 2 o'clock in the morning. Even so, there are many dead or half-dead young girls outside the door of sex and the city every night. In John Hung's opinion, this kind of thing can neither be controlled nor meaningful. Everyone has the right to choose the life they like. But at the same time, they must be responsible for the life they choose. So he just glanced and retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and walked out the door. But the next moment an arm blocked his way. "Brother, it's your turn to be lucky today." The leader, a gangster wearing a leather jacket, said with a smile. "What do you mean?" The gangster stretched out his hand to pinch the girl's chin and lifted her face up. "See, top-notch stuff. Absolutely a 9-point beauty. If you ask for WeChat from others and don't drive a BMW, they won't take you to play at all. But it doesn't matter. All people are brothers. Meeting is fate. If she doesn't take you to play, we will take you to play." John Hung knew what the other party was up to. All the talk about brothers in the world and meeting each other is predestined was all nonsense. The group didn't expect to bump into other people in the toilet. They were worried that he would call the police after leaving. So they used this method to make him an accomplice. And at the same time, it would make the corpse collection more exciting. At this time, no matter how much you explain, it is meaningless. Even if you say that you won't call the police, these gangsters won't believe it. So John Hung was very straightforward. He put the phone back in his pocket and punched the head of the leather jacket on the cheek. He has been working out in the gym recently, and with the bonus of 48 hours, his strength has long exceeded that of ordinary people. With this punch, the gangster was knocked down without any preparation. Chapter 258: The Superpowers of Ordinary People. The gangsters were used to bullying others in this area. They relied on their numbers to act tough and bully others. This was the first time they were bullied. John Hung's punch came too suddenly. There was no sign before. The leader, the leather jacket, was still inviting him to join the party. The other gangsters also thought that this way of playing was quite novel and exciting. And they grinned. Unexpectedly, something more exciting happened afterwards. The student dress guy on the opposite side started fighting without saying a word. The leather jacket was hit by this sudden punch, and then his head hit the floor again. His eyes went dark, and he fainted before he could even say fuck. The other hooligans were also stunned by this scene. They stood still and forgot to fight back. However, reality is not a turn-based game. John Hung did not intend to be polite with them. After killing the leather jacket, he immediately grabbed the collar of the second man and threw him directly behind him with an over-the-shoulder throw. This guy was even more unlucky. During the fall, his forehead hit the sink, bleeding, and he lost his combat power instantly. Having lived in the Caribbean for more than 10 years, John Hung not only upgraded his sword skills to level 3, but even without a sword in his hand, his melee ability is still considerable. The over-the-shoulder throw just now was one of Annie's tricks. John Hung learned it when they were practicing. In addition to his rich combat experience, it is difficult for him to meet an opponent in such a street fight. In just 5 seconds, John Hung defeated 2 opponents. However, after this period of time, the remaining 3 gangsters finally woke up from their dreams, let go of the girl, and shouted to cheer themselves up while taking out the switchblade and waving it in front of John Hung. This trick of theirs was usually quite effective in scaring ordinary people. But unfortunately they ran into John Hung today. Just by looking at their knife-holding posture and the steps they took, John Hung knew that these gangsters had not undergone any systematic training. Basically, they had flaws all over their bodies. It was okay if they didn't move, but those flaws became more obvious when they moved. However, sharp weapons like switchblades are still quite dangerous in battles, especially in melees. This is why John Hung chose to knock down 2 people at the first opportunity. It was easier for him to deal with the remaining 3 people. The whole fight lasted only 1 minute from the beginning to the end. John Hung held back among the 5 thugs, except for 2 who were knocked unconscious by him right at the beginning. The remaining 3, although each of them was hit by a few punches, were still conscious. The most tragic one rushed forward but failed to stab John Hung, and was pushed into the urinal by the latter, and kicked in the back. This intensity of battle was not even a top priority in John Hung's pirate career. He didn't even sweat. After that, the 3 hooligans who were still able to move uttered a few meaningless harsh words, and ran away, with the unconscious leather jacket, and another companion with blood all over his face. John Hung symbolically chased them for 2 steps. But those guys were too scared, and tripped over the steps on the sidewalk, and fell into the green belt next to them. After that, this group of people became much more honest, and no longer dared to talk nonsense. They just kept running away desperately. John Hung had no interest in chasing after him. But when he returned to the public toilet, he could not help but frown. There were still traces of the previous fight in the public toilet. There was a pool of obvious blood on the ground, left by the unlucky guy who hit his forehead on the sink, and saliva left by the leather jacket that was knocked unconscious. A sneaker from someone unknown, 3 switchblades, and a small dent on the stainless steel handrail of the urinal. Everything was almost the same as when John Hung left 2 minutes ago. The only difference was that the unconscious girl on the ground was gone. Did she leave by herself? Before, John Hung's attention was focused on the gang of hooligans, and he didn't notice what happened in the toilet behind him. If the girl took advantage of this moment to leave, it was not impossible. This public toilet was designed with 2 doors, one in front and one in the back. He and the hooligans went through the front door. There was also a back door. Not far from the back door was an open small park with lush vegetation. It would take less than 2 minutes to jog over there. Although the girl looked unconscious when she was brought here by the gangsters, John Hung could not determine the extent of her drunkenness from this point alone. In addition, the previous fight was quite noisy, so she might have been awakened in the middle. If she was smart enough, she might continue to pretend to be drunk until all the men left, and then escaped into the park. After roughly deducing what happened after he left, John Hung had no intention of chasing her. He had no other thoughts about the girl herself, and he didn't care whether she thanked him or not. The reason why he fought with the gangsters had nothing to do with them, but because he couldn't leave without fighting in that situation. Since the girl escaped by herself, it saved him a lot of trouble, and he didn't have to find a way to contact the latter's relatives and friends to pick her up. John Hung simply cleaned up the bloodstains and a few switchblades on the ground to avoid unnecessary trouble, and then got up and left the public toilet. The dormitory door was locked at this time, and John Hung didn't want to bother the dormitory manager downstairs to get up. As usual, he found a chain hotel and booked a single room. Most hotels nowadays are equipped with facial recognition equipment. When facing the camera, John Hung had to take off the hood of his down jacket and raise his face. So as expected, his appearance also scared the receptionist. The latter swiped his ID card twice in a row, but did not get any matching information about the online fugitive. This should have been good news, but the receptionist still seemed reluctant to believe it. Finally, John Hung had to take out his student ID and campus card to show the other party. The receptionist was very surprised. When she returned the ID card and room card together, she couldn't help but ask one more question. Are you really only 19 years old? Well, it's still a while before the Chinese New Year. So yes, I should still be 19 years old. John Hung took the room card. Until he got on the elevator. The receptionist downstairs was still immersed in an incredible mood. She had been in this position for 2 years. During these 2 years, she had met many people of all kinds because of her work. In order to pass the boring work, she also invented some small games to entertain herself. Among them, her favorite one was guessing the guest's occupation. When a person walked into the hotel, the receptionist would simulate and imagine the other person's occupation in her mind, and then confirm it in the chat when the other person was issuing an invoice or checking out. She has always enjoyed this little game. After 2 years of training, she can now do 70% to 80% of it. This is probably a so-called superpower of ordinary people. But this time, her superpower that she was proud of seemed to be completely ineffective. Student? How could it be possible? This kind of temperament. Well, if you insist, it is a bit like those pirate leaders who kill without blinking an eye in movies and TV series. But the next moment, the receptionist laughed at her own whimsical idea. Now it is the 21st century Xia country. How can there be such a weird thing? Chapter 259 Peeping. In terms of comfort, the mattresses in chain hotels can only be considered average. But they are much better than simply laying some fabric on the bedboard, or making do with straw. John Hung hasn't slept on a mattress for a long time. In the Black Sail dungeon, he spent almost half of his time at sea, and basically slept in a hammock at that time. After landing, there was a bed to sleep on, but it was just 2 layers of blankets and cotton cloth directly on the wooden board. It is said that the royal family and nobles in Europe have mattresses made of feathers. But pirates are not so particular. John Hung also suffered from insomnia for several nights when he first went there. This was his first night back in modern civilization. After a quick wash, John Hung turned off the lights and went to bed. He slept until almost noon. The sun shone through the gaps in the curtains into the room and fell on his cheeks. John Hung got up from the bed and felt a little thirsty. He took a sip of the free mineral water on the table. There were still some fragments of dreams in his head. The turbulent sea, the salty sea breeze, and the short red hair like a flame. Everything in the past was like a long dream, which turned into bubbles when he opened his eyes. John Hung picked up the phone beside his pillow and looked at it. There were 2 unread messages in WeChat. One was from Wei Jianyang, saying that he and his girlfriend were already in Qingdao and planned to spend 2 or 3 days there. They would go to the seafood wholesale market to buy some seafood before leaving. He asked John Hung if he had any needs. He could tell him the seafood he wanted to buy and send it directly by express delivery. Another one was from Hayes Osaka, saying that she had booked a flight back to Japan on the 1st and asked John Hung if he had time to go shopping with her before she left. She wanted to buy some souvenirs for her family. John Hung replied to Wei Jianyang first, then set WeChat to Japanese, and replied to Hayes Osaka. The latter's message came the fastest. Hayes Osaka seemed to be guarding the phone. As soon as John Hung sent the first message, her second message came immediately. It just so happens that I haven't had time to thank you for the doll thing last time. You haven't had lunch yet. So how about an hour later? Let's meet in Shidon. I treat you to dinner. The text message was followed by a smiling face emoticon of Rilakuma. John Hung doesn't want to wander around the streets now. But this is not the first time he has encountered such a situation. When he came back from the Soviet-Finnish War, his temperament and personality had changed a little, and he still had a lot of small habits left over from the battlefield. Several people in the dormitory could feel his difference. But as he reintegrated into daily life, this situation was gradually improving. So if he wanted to minimize the traces left on him by his 10 years of pirate life, the best way was to interact with more people. John Hung thought about it and replied okay. He then put down his phone, took a shower in the bathroom, went downstairs to check out at the front desk, and bought a 3M mask in the drugstore next door. With the development of industry, many cities, especially those in the north, often encounter smog, and many people wear masks on the streets. So his outfit is not noticeable. However, when John Hung paid with Alipay, he always had a strange feeling, as if there were a pair of eyes behind him watching him all the time. But when he turned around, he only saw an old lady who was picking cold medicine for her grandson. The latter had just taken out her reading glasses and was struggling to read the drug instructions. So she could basically be excluded. The area of this small drugstore was not large. And there was no one else except a shopping guide who was arranging medicines, a little girl in charge of the cashier, and 2 customers. However, it was already late before the agreed time. So Zhang Heng did not investigate further, and took the subway to Shidon at the agreed time. Hayes Asuka fully demonstrated her attitude of treating studying abroad as a trip. Perhaps she was not satisfied with taking photos with her mobile phone. So she bought a Polaroid camera and happily took photos of passers-by and street scenes in front of the subway station exit, making people wonder if her camera paper was free. "Ah, it's great that you can come." Hayes Asuka put a photo that had just been spit out of the camera into her small bag, rubbed her nose tip that was a little red from the cold and said happily, "I was still worrying about what to bring back in the morning. Mom asked me to buy red oil fermented bean curd and tea. And Dad asked for white wine." "Ah, really? People of this age don't know how to shop online. And they also said that they must buy it locally to be authentic. But I have no knowledge of this kind of thing. Fortunately, you are here. But before that, let's go to eat first. Is there anything you want to eat? I don't have any particular preference in food. How about this? Tell me what you want to eat, and I can take you to a restaurant with better taste." Zhang Heng said. "Really? Wouldn't it be a bit inconvenient? You are the guest." Hayes Asuka said this, but her body was honest. She took out a folded flyer from her bag. "What is the food on it?" "It looks delicious." Zhang Heng took the flyer and looked at it. "Spicy hot pot? Come with me. There is a popular one nearby." However, Zhang Heng still stopped where he was after he finished speaking. He had just come to the area to buy things more than half a month ago. But now everything in front of him became a little unfamiliar to him. He was even a little unsure of which direction the hot pot restaurant with the best business was. So he could only search it on Yinping. This was also one of the sequelae left by the long time in the dungeon. People's memory is limited. While accepting new knowledge, they will slowly forget some past things. Zhang Heng could only be thankful that he entered the Black Sail dungeon after the final exam. Otherwise, if the exam was held today, he would probably not be able to pass. It was lunchtime when the two of them went there, and there were already many people waiting in line outside the hot pot restaurant. Zhang Heng went to the receptionist to get a number. But at this moment, he had a strange feeling of being spied on. If the one time in the pharmacy was just an accident, the 2 times were enough to make Zhang Heng alert. With his current strength, he was not worried about being targeted by ordinary pickpockets or gangsters. But when he went to the auction before, both the professor and Ding Si had reminded him that the gamer circle was not always peaceful. Humans are the most complex animals in the world. As long as the base number reaches a certain level, there will be all kinds of people in any circle. Ding Si once said that some crazy players would hunt other players for game props. But Zhang Heng has been in a single-player state so far, and has always been very low-key. He has not revealed his identity to other players. It stands to reason that he is not likely to be targeted by other players. Chapter 260 Kumaman. After getting the number, Zhang Heng carefully observed the crowd in the waiting area. This time the situation was much more complicated. There were not only students, couples, but also couples, fathers and daughters, colleagues, etc. About 20 to 30 people in the waiting area of the hot pot restaurant. Zhang Heng even saw 2 suspected gay boys among them. The slightly fatter one had a sexy Hello Kitty pink hairpin on his left ear. It was difficult to tell who was peeping at him just from the appearance. Although there were indeed a few high school students who were still looking over here. They were basically peeping at Hayes Asuka. When he was queuing before, Hayes Asuka was standing on the other side waiting for him. So the people who were peeping at him were not these high school students. In addition, the mall is an open area, and passers-by pass by from time to time. In theory, it is possible that the person who peeped at him before was not in the waiting area. Zhang Heng frowned. It was not a good feeling to smell something was going to happen in advance, but not know what would happen. Just then, someone patted his shoulder. Then Zhang Heng heard Hayes Asuka beside him exclaimed well. And he turned around and saw a Kumaman bear. Many large shopping malls will specially hire people to wear similar doll costumes to act cute and mean. This is also a way for shopping malls or store merchants to attract customers, especially popular with girls and children. As expected, Hayes Asuka was pleasantly surprised when she saw Kumaman. "Oh, so cute. Can I see Kumaman in Natsu country?" As she spoke, She took out her Polaroid camera from her bag and said in an expectant tone, "Can the three of us take a photo together?" John Hung nodded. Being interrupted, he couldn't look for the peepers anymore. He found a couple who were closer to them, and asked the boy to take a photo of the two of them and Kumaman. However, Kumaman didn't leave afterwards. Instead, he stood there and stretched out his hand to Hayes Asuka, making a coquettish gesture to ask for a hug. The latter laughed and gave Kumaman a big bear hug. When the two separated, Kumaman had another rose in his hand. He pointed at John Hung and then at Hayes Asuka. Hayes Asuka blushed, but she didn't know whether it was because she was shy or because she couldn't speak Chinese. She took the rose and said nothing. Kumaman then made a heart shape with his hands, then waved and turned away to find the next couple. After this incident, Hayes Asuka seemed a little absent-minded. After a minute, the Polaroid photo came out. She didn't even bother to look at it when she got it. She hurriedly opened the small bag and wanted to put the photo in. But the next moment her action stopped there. "What's wrong?" John Hung asked. Where's my wallet? I remember it was in there when I took the photo." Hayes Asuka muttered as she turned over her small bag again, but still couldn't find her wallet. She then searched her pockets carefully, but still couldn't find her wallet. At this time, Hayes Asuka was a little panicked, because there was not only cash in it, but also her bank cards and campus cards in China and Japan. But worse things were to come. Then she found that her passport was gone. It was almost time for her to go home for the new year. Her flight ticket had been booked, and she would not be able to board the plane without her passport. If Hayes Asuka was not mistaken, her wallet was still quietly lying in the small bag on her shoulder before she took the Polaroid camera. And the only thing that had physical contact with her during the period of time afterwards was the Kumaman. Less than 3 minutes after the other party left, John Hung said to Hayes Asuka, who was about to cry, "Wait for me here. Don't walk around. I'll be back soon." After saying that, John Hung chased in the direction where the Kumaman left. But he ran to the end of the corridor in one breath, but still didn't see the shadow of the Kumaman, with the other party's speed of movement in a doll costume. It is impossible for him to run farther. John Hung stopped a few passers-by and asked them if they had seen a Kumaman. He also deliberately asked people coming from different directions, but the answer he got was that he didn't see it without exception. The Kumaman seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Later, John Hung saw the service desk not far away and ran over. "Sorry, sir. I don't have the right to disclose the personal information of our part-time staff in the mall to you." The guy there felt that John Hung was more like a criminal, and said nervously, "Then do you think that if the police and the media come and make it known to the whole city, and it's everywhere in the newspapers and on the internet, when you hold similar events in the future, other people's first reaction will be to take care of their wallets first? Or is it better for you to catch the person now, get the wallet back, and we can not call the police? Or call the police but not contact the media?" John Hung asked back. "Don't say I didn't remind you. He just left a few minutes ago. It's very likely that he hasn't left the mall yet, perhaps intimidated by someone's momentum." The guide swallowed and said, "Please wait a moment. I will ask our leader." Half a minute later, she put down the phone again. "Sir, I just asked the colleague in charge. He said that our mall didn't hire anyone to dress up as Kumaman to attract customers today. What about the stores in your mall? Did they hire anyone?" "I don't know about that." The guide hesitated and added, "But generally, if there is such an activity, the merchant will report it to us." But before she finished speaking, John Hung rushed to the escalator on the other side. While the guide was talking, John Hung found the Kumaman again on the second floor. Not only did the latter not show any signs of wanting to escape, but he was squatting outside the store door of only and teasing a little girl of 6 or 7 years old. It used the same method to hug the little girl, then turned into a lollipop for her, and then touched her head. At this time, John Hung had already jumped down from the escalator, which he had only sat halfway. Amidst exclamations, it took him only a dozen seconds to get from the 5th floor to the 2nd floor, and he landed steadily on the ground, staring at the two girls drinking milk tea not far away. After that, the girls seemed to have thought of something, and excitedly took out their phones to record this stunt-like scene. But John Hung stopped playing the elevator jump and ran to only on the opposite side. The straight line distance between the two sides was not far, but there was a hollow skylight in the middle. So John Hung had to walk half a circle along the corridor to get through. The Kumaman bear had obviously noticed him, But it didn't show any panic. It just stood in front of the store, with its hands on its hips, and looked at Zhang Heng. Its cracked mouth and 2 blushes made it look particularly annoying. Chapter 261 Thanks from International Friends. Kumaman waited until Zhang Heng ran past 7 or 8 stores, and was less than 30 meters away from him. Then he slowly turned around and walked into the only behind him. Once again out of Zhang Heng's sight. But this also left him with no way to escape. The only on the second floor had no back door, which meant that if Kumaman wanted to leave again after entering, he had to exit the same way he came. A few seconds later, Zhang Heng ran out of the store, which meant that he had completely lost the possibility of escaping again. Zhang Heng saw Kumaman open the door of a fitting room and walked in. So he rushed to that fitting room as well. This action scared the saleslady beside him. Only as a women's clothing brand. And few men come to shop there. Even if there are, they usually accompany their girlfriends. A guy like Zhang Heng rushed in aggressively, and people who saw him would instinctively feel scared. But other people could hide. But it was difficult for the saleslady to hide. She could only grit her teeth and walk up to him and said, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" However, before she finished her words, she saw Zhang Heng's footsteps not stopping, and he stretched out his hand to pull the curtain of a fitting room. The saleswoman was immediately frightened and almost screamed, thinking that she had met a pervert. Only's fitting room is the most common design. A small compartment of 2 square meters, with a curtain in front, which can be used for customers to change clothes. But the curtain only covers the important parts, and the upper and lower parts can still be seen. Before Zhang Heng pulled open the curtain, he could clearly see Kumaman's calves and soles of his feet between the hem of the curtain and the ground. And the person inside should be taking off the doll costume on his body, and lifted Kumaman's head above the top of the curtain. As a result, when Zhang Heng pulled the curtain open, he saw an empty fitting room. Kumaman's doll costume seemed to lose support suddenly, and fell to the ground under the action of gravity. The salesgirl following behind was about to scream, but at the last moment she stopped and asked in surprise, "Where is the person?" Zhang Heng did not answer, squatted down, picked up the doll costume on the ground and shook it, and a small note flew out of it. Zhang Heng unfolded the note, and saw a line of handwritten small words on it. "I've returned the things to you. Friendly reminder. The mall security will arrive in 1.5 minutes. Try not to be caught as a pervert." And followed by a Japanese sentence, "Come on." At almost the same time, Zhang Heng also received a message from Hayes Osaka on his phone. "I found the wallet. How strange. Why is it on someone else's desk? I obviously haven't been to other places. But the most important passport is not found yet." Zhang Heng thought of the words on the note. The other party used the words "return it to you" instead of "return it to her." So Zhang Heng touched his pocket, and found Hayes Osaka's passport in it. But at this time, he also heard footsteps coming from outside. He had already attracted the attention of the security guards when he jumped off the elevator and ran wildly. But the most troublesome thing was that he rushed into the women's clothing store and opened the curtain of the fitting room. Now the wallet and passport have been found, but the guy in Kumaman is missing, which makes things difficult to explain. So Zhang Heng sent another message to Hayes Osaka. "The passport is with me. Let's meet at the subway entrance." After sending the message, Zhang Heng did not delay. Put the phone back in his pocket, put on his hood, and walked straight out of the only store. He noticed 2 security guards rushing to the right, and at the same time, several security guards were preparing to surround him in front of the escalator on the first floor. Zhang Heng did not panic. He walked along the glass fence for 2 steps. Just when the 2 security guards showed joy on their faces and felt that they had won the game, Zhang Heng turned over and jumped directly from the glass fence. During the fall, he grabbed the bottom of the fence with his palms, cushioned it, and then let go and landed easily. Before entering the script of Black Sail, his rock climbing skills had already broken through to level 1. In the past 10 years in the Caribbean, he did not deliberately practice rock climbing skills. But when practicing knife skills, he did also practice muscle control. In addition, the perfect balance given to him by life at sea made it not difficult for him to make such movements now. The 2 security guards upstairs had heard about someone jumping off the elevator before, but they didn't know what it meant. Now they saw it with their own eyes. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Usually they just helped to deal with disputes between customers and merchants. And at most, they would pay attention to the existence of thieves and scoundrels. They had never seen someone with such skills. It felt as incredible as watching a movie in a movie theater. After receiving the notice, the security guards at the side door also went to block the escalator. So no one stopped Zhang Heng after he landed. And he walked out of the mall directly. As the Spring Festival approaches, many people come to Shidon to buy local specialties and prepare for the new year. Zhang Heng's figure is quickly submerged in the crowd. When the security guards rush out, they can no longer find him. After Zhang Heng went out, he walked around again to make sure that no one was following him. Then he came to the subway station again. Hayes Asuka was already waiting for him there. The latter stood in front of the glass fence on the 5th floor and witnessed what happened below. During this process, her little mouth remained in an O shape. She even forgot that she had lost her wallet and passport. It was not until he received another WeChat message from Zhang Heng that he hurriedly ran out of the mall. Zhang Heng returned the passport in his hand to Hayes Asuka. However, the latter's mind was no longer on this. He looked at someone up and down with a curious look as if they were meeting for the first time. And then said seriously, "Zhang-san, please tell me, is your real identity Superman?" I just keep running long distances." Zhang Heng also realized that what happened just now was a bit out of line. He was no longer in Nassau in the 18th century. But he was not just trying to get back Hayes Asuka's wallet and passport. This time, the other party was obviously coming for him. And he didn't know the other party's identity and purpose. If he could catch the guy in Kumaman, he might not have to be so passive anymore. Speaking of which, the other party's action was completely meaningless. He stole Hayes Asuka's passport and wallet by using the flower transformation, but did not take them away. Instead, he returned the passport and wallet in another way, just like a boring prank by a naughty child. However, it is certain that the other party should also have at least one game prop. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain what happened in the fitting room. And judging from the handwriting and tone on the note, the other party is likely to be a woman. Hey, does long-distance running have this effect? I also got up every morning to run when I was in high school. But I'm still clumsy now. Hayes Asuka took 2 steps back and tilted her head to think for a while. But you said it. So just believe it for now. By the way, I feel that you seem to have changed a lot when I met you this time. When I first saw you before, I almost didn't recognize you. But fortunately, you are still as reliable as before. Which is great. Hayes Asuka patted her chest after speaking, and suddenly stepped forward to give Zhang Heng a hug, and said shyly, just regard it as a thank you from an international friend. Chapter 262 Charity Organization. I can't go back to the mall for the time being. Zhang Heng took Hayes Asuka to another place to eat spicy hot pot, and then helped her buy fermented tofu, tea and white wine to take home. In addition, Hayes Asuka also picked 2 small gifts for her 2 little nieces, and bought herself an off-season short-sleeved shirt. It turns out that when girls go shopping, they are like a Harmony train that has forgotten to install a brake system. When Hayes Asuka finished the shopping trip, it was already dark. The 2 simply ate a bowl of ramen nearby. And then Zhang Heng sent Hayes Asuka back to her school, and then walked back to the dormitory along the road. The final exams of each department were different, so the holidays were different. However, by this time, even the last department had almost finished the exams. For example, in Zhang Heng dormitory, only Ma Wei and Zhang Heng, who were still working part-time to earn money, were left, so the campus became much quieter. Zhang Heng walked for a while, but he saw a familiar figure under the street light again. Shin Sisi. Zhang Heng had not seen her since the dinner party ended unhappily that night. The last back view she left to everyone was when she got on the black Mercedes-Benz that came to pick her up. Given the family background of this girl, there was no need for her to work part-time. Zhang Heng thought she had already gone home, but he didn't expect that she was still in school. And the other figure standing next to her was the young man who drove the Mercedes-Benz to pick her up before. But the 2 seemed to have a quarrel now. I can't accept this plan, Shin Sisi said firmly. We can't take risks with an innocent person. It's not a risk. We are not far away. If something really happens, we can rush over in time to ensure her safety, the young man said. Guarantee her safety. You? Or Yang Zai? Forget it. So far, we don't know what that thing is. And we don't know how to deal with it. We can't even protect our own safety. How can we protect her? The young man spread his hands. So what do you think we should do? If we don't get in touch with it, we will never find a way to deal with it. And right now, as we speak, someone might be killed. I told her. I told her about the possible dangers. And I got her consent. And I also gave her some compensation. No. She didn't know what she would encounter. Shinsisi suddenly shut up here. And the two noticed John Hung coming from the other side. Then the young man raised his eyebrows provocatively at John Hung. Shinsisi frowned. Last time when the two dormitories had dinner together, she had clearly asked the former to wait a little further away. But she didn't expect the young man to drive the car directly to the entrance of the dinner, and even open the door for her on his own initiative. It was just that the situation was urgent at the time. And Shinsisi couldn't say anything. She was not unaware of the rumors about her in the school during this period. She never explained it because although these rumors were unpleasant, they could provide a reasonable explanation for her sudden departure from school at various times or staying out all night. But this does not mean that she will feel comfortable. And now the rumor has spread. Her goal has been achieved. Shinsisi does not want to see the rumor get worse, especially when facing John Hung. Although she does not have any subtle feelings like men and women for the latter, it is undeniable that John Hung left a good impression on her. This is also one of the few people in the school that she can feel comfortable communicating with. And because of recent events, she doesn't have many friends anymore. So she said to the young man, "Let's stop here tonight." The young man withdrew his provocative gaze towards John Hung and nodded. "Okay. I send you a WeChat message later. Huang Yu." Shinsisi paused. "I mean, we should all calm down tonight and think about whether there are other ways." The young man named Huang Yu raised his eyebrows. But he heard the unhappiness in Shinsisi's tone. Since he and Shinsisi first met, the latter's emotional intelligence left a deep impression on him. No matter when, Shinsisi behaved very properly and was very considerate of the emotions of his companions. This also means that when she spoke in this tone, she was really unhappy. So Huang Yu did not deliberately make those actions or say things that could easily cause misunderstandings as usual, and nodded and walked towards the parking lot. After Huang Yu left, Shinsisi turned to John Hung and said, "Sorry, I want to drink a cup of milk tea. Do you want to join me?" John Hung also saw that Shinsisi was not in a good mood tonight, so he did not refuse. The two walked out of the school gate and came to the cocoa milk tea shop next to the bus station. Shinsisi bought 2 cups of milk tea and handed one of the less sugar cups to John Hung. "You seem to have changed a lot since before." However, the two were just nodding acquaintances, and Shinsisi was not very familiar with John Hung. After a casual remark, she shifted the topic back to the previous matter. Shinsisi inserted the straw into the milk tea cup. "Huang Yu. I met him when I participated in a charity organization outside of school." "Charity organization?" "Yes, but our direction is relatively unpopular. We are a charity organization specializing in researching and solving the invasion of alien species." Shinsisi took a sip of milk tea. "You know about the invasion of alien species, right? I've heard about this in biology class in high school. Invasive species can bring disasters to the local environmental system, not only causing economic losses, but also leading to the extinction of local species, and in serious cases threatening the lives of nearby residents. Our country is one of the countries with the most serious invasion of alien species." Shinsisi paused. "The government has been solving these problems. But after all, manpower is limited. There are also some public welfare groups in our society helping. We are one of them. Usually, based on some residents' reports or online consultations, we will visit places where suspected alien species are found and provide free identification services." John Hung nodded. "It sounds like what you are doing is meaningful." Shinsisi's words seemed to explain the quarrel between her and Huang Yu before. But if you think about it carefully, there are still many vague details, such as what kind of alien species they are dealing with, and why they need to risk the lives of innocent people. However, it is also possible that John Hung misheard. After all, there was still a distance between the two parties before. But Shinsisi didn't seem to want to dwell on this issue, and didn't say anything more after explaining it. Chapter 263 Repairing a Car. Shinsisi and John Hung were just ordinary friends after all. Although they added each other on WeChat after the camping party, they rarely contacted each other in normal times. After Shinsisi briefly introduced the charity organization she joined and her usual activities, the topic of the two turned to the final exam. However, this obviously touched John Hung's blind spot. For John Hung, the exam a week ago was more than 10 years ago. He could no longer remember many details, so he could only echo Shinsisi's words. Shinsisi could hear the politeness in the words, But the two of them didn't have much in common. And there wasn't much else to talk about besides the final exam. At this time, Shinsisi had already finished half of her milk tea. So the two decided to say goodbye. However, before leaving, Shinsisi hesitated and said, "Be careful recently." "Be careful?" John Hung stopped. "Yes. I mean there are a lot of people during the Spring Festival travel rush. So be careful on the way back." Perhaps realizing that what she said before was a bit abrupt, Shinsisi added. John Hung nodded. "You too." Back in the dormitory after a long absence. Ma Wei was still tutoring and hadn't come back yet. John Hung turned on the light, put down his backpack, sat at the desk, and took out a pen and paper, as usual, to organize the information he got from this round of the game. This time, because the game time was long enough, he still had a lot of disposable time after completing the main task, most of which he used to improve his skills, and also confirm some of his previous guesses. In addition to what he said to the bartender, what John Hung wanted to know most was where things like Moresby and the wall that swallowed the old scavenger came from, what relationship those game props with supernatural powers had with them, and what secrets were hidden behind the mysterious game he was involved in. Counting Moresby's bone, Betty's shell was the sixth game prop John Hung got. At present, it is also the most powerful one, which can change the weather in an area of the sea. But at the same time, unlike the previous props, it seems to be full of dangers when used. John Hung was skeptical about whether the crew of the Clark ship was really lost in greed and anger as Seth said. However, combined with the previous incident with Moresby, John Hung could be sure of one thing. That is, these game props were indeed related to those ancient myths and legends. Putting aside the unknown origins of Shadow Moment and Shadow Key, rabbit feet represent luck in many folk legends, and the necklace Simon gave him is related to Tapio, the forest god in Finnish folk mythology. According to the old man in Tang suit, the monster Moresby was once the guardian of a tribe called Alkes in Papua New Guinea. The arrow of Paris on him came from Greek legends, and in the Black Sail instance, he encountered an ancient god that seemed to be from Celtic mythology. Unfortunately, when they met each other, the ancient god named Betty was always in a weak state. John Hung later tried to help her develop some believers, but for some reason, the former could not recover her strength as she said. So John Hung could not communicate with her in more detail. On the other hand, he did see things like LV bags and iPhones at the auction, and the escape dagger that was sold at a high price of 2,000 points. Seemed to be a well-known item in a certain game just by looking at the introduction. In this way, his conclusion now seemed incomplete. John Hung drew a circle on each of the folk tales and myths, and put a question mark next to them. In another blank space, he wrote the names of Shinsisi and Huangyu, and marked the word suspected player behind them. John Hung had just put down his pen when Ma Wei pushed the door open. He took off the gray knitted gloves that were a little untied at the wrists, rubbed his fingers that were a little red from the cold, and said, "Hey, you're back." "Yeah. How was your day? Did the tutoring go well?" John Hung closed his notebook. Ma Wei shook his head. "That kid is hard to manage. His father is a middle-level leader of a central enterprise. His mother is the president of a bank branch. And his family owns 2 houses in the 3rd Ring Road, 1 in the 4th Ring Road, and 1 in the 5th Ring Road. I told him that your family is so well off. As long as you study hard and your parents pave the way for you, it will be easy to succeed in whatever you want to do in the future. As a result," he replied to me, "my parents are so rich that they can't spend it all. Why should I succeed? It doesn't seem to be wrong." Ma Wei sighed. "The child's parents are very busy. They have social events every day and come home very late. He is the only one at home with the nanny. The nanny doesn't dare to mess with him. He can eat imported snacks at will. He is only 13 years old and weighs 120 kilograms. It is said that he is also a troublemaker in school. His mother paid me to help him with his homework. I pay 150 yuan per hour. If his midterm and final exam scores can improve, I will reward him 100 yuan for each place improvement. So how are his grades?" "Still the same. No change." Ma Wei also seemed very depressed. After all, this item also attracted him when he was discussing the salary with the employer. The little fat boy had a poor foundation, but this also meant that he had a lot of room for improvement. For this reason, Ma Wei also put a lot of effort and summarized a notebook just for study methods. As a result, the little fat boy sneered after receiving the notebook. What's the use of studying well? If you study so well, you still have to be my tutor. This matter was a bit heartbreaking. Ma Wei didn't tell others. In fact, if it weren't for the high salary offered by the employer, he would have wanted to find someone else to tutor him. Especially since the little fat boy had a girl he liked recently and was thinking about how to pursue her. It is estimated that his grades will decline next semester. Ma Wei picked up the thermos beside the bed and poured some hot water into the cup. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Zhang Heng, "By the way, can you repair a bicycle? What's wrong? When I rode back at night, I felt that the chain was a little loose." Ma Wei said, "I always feel like I'm stepping on empty space. Let me take a look with you." Zhang Heng said that he had learned some knowledge about car modification in the copy of Tokyo Drift. The transmission system of a bicycle is much simpler than that of a car, so it should not be difficult for him to repair it. Zhang Heng took a flashlight from the drawer, went to the next dormitory to find someone who had not left yet to borrow a screwdriver, and went downstairs with Ma Wei to the place where the bicycles were parked. Chapter 264. You are a little too proud of yourself. The streetlight downstairs in the dormitory building broke down a few days ago, and most of the people living in the building have gone home. There are not many dormitories with lights on, which makes the light outside the dormitory building darker at night. Zhang Heng turned on the flashlight, and a strong beam of light came out from the LED lamp head. He found the parked bicycle in the direction pointed by Ma Wei. It was a Fei Good brand bicycle, which had been manufactured for a certain period of time. Ma Wei bought it from his former fellow student. Every year during graduation season, there are many graduates setting up stalls in front of the dormitory building, and everyone sells off the things they don't need or can't take away at a low price. Ma Wei bought this bicycle at that time, and it only cost less than 100 yuan. And when he graduates, he can sell it to the next or the next year. So it is still very cost effective. He rides it when he goes out to tutor part-time. Zhang Heng took a quick look and found that the chain was a little loose, as Ma Wei said before. The solution to this problem is also very simple. Just loosen the rear axle screw, pull the rear wheel back, tighten the chain, and finally tighten the screw. Zhang Heng can fix this minor problem now. So he squatted down, and at the same time, Ma Wei behind him also showed a somewhat weird smile. Zhang Heng's attention is now on the bicycle, and Ma Wei is standing outside the beam of the flashlight. Unless Zhang Heng has another pair of eyes behind him, he can't see the expression on the former's face at this moment. Ma Wei. Now his eyes were like those of a little birthday boy waiting to open his presents at a birthday party, full of anticipation and joy. The hand that Zhang Heng stretched out was almost close to the rear axle of the bicycle. But the next moment, it suddenly stopped there, and at the same time, his other hand let go of the flashlight in his hand, grabbed Ma Wei's wrist, and said, "I say, you are a little too proud of yourself." Ma Wei's expression changed, and before he could say anything, Zhang Heng had already stood up from the ground and put the screwdriver in his hand to his throat. "What do you mean? Even if you don't want to help me fix my car, you don't have to do this." Ma Wei's face turned a little ugly. "I should be the one asking you this," Zhang Heng said. "Why did you target me? What's your purpose? The easy bear in the mall before was you, right? How did you disappear in the fitting room? And how did you pretend to be my roommate now? Where is the real Ma Wei? Did you harm him?" Ma Wei's eyes rolled, and before he could lie, a huge force came from his wrist again. Ma Wei, taking a breath of cold air, he said with gritted teeth, "It hurts. It hurts. You are not only violent to boys, but also unfriendly to girls. You have no gentlemanly manners at all." Zhang Heng's expression changed. "Are you the drunk girl whose body was picked up in the public toilet last night?" During this period, he had experienced many battles, big and small, but they basically happened in the dungeon. The only time he fought with people in the real world was last night, and there were no other witnesses at the scene. When he drove away the gang of hooligans and returned to the toilet, the drunk girl on the ground was gone. Now that I think about it carefully, this is very similar to the situation he encountered in the mall. The fake Ma Wei did not answer this question, but asked curiously, "How did you find out that I was fake? Although I don't know how you did it. There are indeed no flaws in my appearance and voice, and there are no major problems with my movements. However, it seems that you don't know Ma Wei, because of his family background. He has a very strong personality. Usually, he is very enthusiastic when others ask him for help, but he rarely troubles others. For things like repairing a car, He usually figures it out by himself. Even if he asks me for help, it must be after he has tried and failed several times. Moreover, Zhang Heng paused. He doesn't like to drink hot water. Usually he drinks it after it cools down. Not like you who just pours it out of the thermos and picks it up right away. There is another reason Zhang Heng didn't say. He finished the Black Sail dungeon and his temperament has changed a lot. As someone who has been together for more than a year, even if Ma Wei didn't ask, it doesn't mean that he didn't have a surprised expression on his face. However, when the fake Ma Wei pushed the door in, his mood changed little when he saw him, and he just greeted him normally. This is because Zhang Heng had the temperament he is now when they first met last night. It was because of this that Zhang Heng began to doubt Ma Wei's authenticity. Humph. If it wasn't for the lack of time, how could I make such a low-level mistake? The fake Ma Wei curled his lips. To be honest, this action was quite strange on the face of a Shanxi man. I didn't do anything to your roommate. I just helped him bring his wallet and bicycle back first. The fake Ma Wei's words indirectly admitted that he came for Zhang Heng. Is there any conflict between us? Zhang Heng frowned. What do you think? I came out to have some fun last night. I finally set up the stage and caught 5 small fish. I was just thinking about having some fun. But you chased them all away, making all my efforts go to waste. The fake Ma Wei said dissatisfiedly. If you have a need, wouldn't you go to the club and spend money to solve it? Zhang Heng said indifferently. For the first time, the fake Ma Wei was choked and speechless. After a long while, he said, You seem to have misunderstood something. I didn't mean to have fun. However, she was interrupted by Zhang Heng before she finished her words. Also, even if I accidentally ruined your plan, didn't you retaliate in the mall before? We are even. Right? Why are you still chasing me? Even? It's still a long way from being even. You don't have the normal human reaction after being tricked. The fake Ma Wei looked very unhappy. Just thinking about this makes me angry. Zhang Heng was stunned. In fact, he could feel that the other party didn't have much ill towards him in the mall before. Although she used Kumaman as a disguise to steal Hayes Osaka's wallet and passport, she returned them in the end. In addition to the note she left behind, the whole process didn't have much malice, but was more of a prank. Of course, if Zhang Heng was caught by the mall security guard as a pervert in the end, she would only be happier. You seem to like pranks very much, and you pay attention to the results. Zhang Heng asked. Why? Is it important to you? Chapter 265. Then you just wait here. The fake Ma Wei shut up on the most crucial question, and seemed not to want to answer. At the same time, her appearance and body shape were also changing little by little. In about 10 seconds, she changed from Ma Wei back to the girl in the public toilet that night. But her dress was slightly different. She no longer wore the purple wig and false eyelashes that night, and the tattoo on her arm was gone. As for her, she definitely didn't want to reveal her true face. So there was only one possibility in this situation. That is, her disguise effect was limited in time. Is it some kind of game prop? Zhang Heng couldn't be sure. In the dungeon, as long as you touch the game prop, you will get a system prompt. However, in the real world, there will be no prompt sound. However, the items carried by the other party are limited. As long as you identify them one by one, you can always try to find out a game prop that can be transformed at will. Even if there is a time limit, is at least C-grade quality. If it is auctioned, it will be at least thousands of points. Zhang Heng heart moved. He was cheated by Kumaman in the mall before. Thinking back, he always felt that the other party's method had a sense of déjà vu. Now he finally remembered where this sense of déjà vu came from. In the interval between the 3rd and 4th rounds of the game, he went to participate in a year-end auction. In addition to meeting some other players and gathering intelligence, he also bought Arrow of Paris and Key of Shadow at the auction, and witnessed an accident at the end. The mysterious sunglasses girl who appeared last used a few pieces of plasticine to fool a group of guild leaders, and then bought the only B-level item Death Dream that night at a high price of 100,000 points, and fooled the 3 major guilds. The method used was exactly the same as the guy in front of him, although the 2 people have different looks and figures, and there is a certain age gap. But considering the ability to transform, it is not impossible that they are the same person. Even if they are not the same person, there should be some kind of connection between them. However, this matter has nothing to do with Zhang Heng. even if it is confirmed that the guy in front of him is related to the woman at the auction. Zhang Heng does not intend to intervene in the feud between them and those big guilds. But on the other hand, his attitude has indeed become more cautious. Not only because the other party can stir up trouble at the auction and get away with it, but also because the other party or his companions may still hold a powerful weapon like Death Dream. This made things tricky. Zhang Heng stretched out his hand, intending to search the fake Ma Wei first. However, the next moment he thought of something, and his finger stopped in midair again. What's wrong? The fake Ma Wei blinked. Did you finally remember that I'm a girl? What would happen if I touched that bicycle just now? Zhang Heng suddenly asked an irrelevant question. The fake Ma Wei shrugged. It doesn't matter. It's nothing that happened anyway. What a pity. I was looking forward to seeing the result. Whatever your trick is, it seems that it can only be triggered when I touch the bicycle. In other words, there may be other traps on your body that are triggered in a similar way. That's why I haven't been in a hurry since you were caught by me. Because you have the ability to disguise. You know that I will definitely search you. And then another trap of yours will be triggered, allowing you to escape. The fake Ma Wei raised his eyebrows. Have you always been so cautious? TSK. Then your daily life must be quite boring. Zhang Heng ignored the other party's sarcasm and continued. Of course, it is also possible that you really have no way out now. So you deliberately act so calm to bluff me, so that I will mistakenly think that you still have some trump card and dare not search you. Then which situation do you think is more likely? The fake Ma Wei became interested. We will know soon. Zhang Heng said something that made the fake Ma Wei a little confused. Just as the fake Ma Wei was trying to think about what Zhang Heng meant, Zhang Heng also looked at the starfish in his hand. It was still 1 hour and 40 minutes before midnight. When the hour hand and minute hand overlap at the top of the dial, the world will come to a standstill. And then it will be his 24 hours. By then, Zhang Heng will have plenty of time to slowly study the fake Ma Wei and the things on her body. The fake Ma Wei stood there for a while, a little impatient. Since you don't want to kill me and become a murderer, and you don't dare to search me, can you let me go? Zhang Heng did not comment, and asked, if I let you go, will you still come to trouble me? The fake Ma Wei rolled his eyes. Of course not. There is no such thing as a third time. You are such a boring person. Even if you are fooled, you don't react at all. Why should I keep staring at you? I would have found something else to do. Very good. Then you stay here. Zhang Heng did not give up his vigilance against the fake Ma Wei, but he did remove the screwdriver from her neck. The fake Ma Wei obviously did not give up the idea of escaping. Her eyes kept roaming around until she saw 2 boys coming out of the test study room not far away, and her eyes lit up. However, just as she opened her mouth, and before she could shout the word pervert, she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Zhang Heng calmly retracted his elbow, moved away from the body that was blocking her, squatted beside her, patted her back and said with concern, Baby, are you okay? I told you not to eat so much spicy hot pot at night. I take you to the hospital. The 2 boys saw the fake Ma Wei suddenly squatting on the ground, holding his belly, and thought something had happened, which aroused their desire to protect him. However, after hearing Zhang Heng's words, the 2 souls of the Motherborn Solo felt that they had received a critical hit of 10,000 points. And they didn't want to stay for a moment, especially when their eyes swept across the fake Ma Wei's face. They couldn't help but have a resentment shared by all men for thousands of years. Why are the good cabbages taken away by other pigs? But such an excellent self is not favored by cabbages? The fake Ma Wei couldn't close his legs in pain, but he still gave Zhang Heng a thumbs up. However, Zhang Heng also realized that it was not safe to wait here. After all, it was downstairs of the dormitory. Although there were not many people in the school now, there would still be people coming in and out occasionally. So Zhang Heng said to the fake Ma Wei, Let's go. Let's go to another place. Hiss. How could such a bad bastard like you have such a cute Japanese girlfriend? The fake Ma Wei rubbed her belly frantically. And what made her even more angry was that even at this time, Zhang Heng still didn't let go of her other hand, and didn't give her any chance. If you can walk, stand up quickly. And Hayes Asuka and I are just ordinary friends. Zhang Heng said lightly. Chapter 266. Is it necessary to go to this extent? Ordinary friends? The fake Ma Wei curled his lips. From the assists I gave you before, that girl doesn't treat you as an ordinary friend. But then he seemed to think of something, and the fake Ma Wei became gloating again. Oh, I know why you dare not fall in love. Are you worried that she will return to China, and you will be separated, and become the kind of unfortunate couple in raincoat who obviously like each other, but can only watch each other get married and have children, and live a dull life? Only when you take out the raincoat you gave her in your dreams at midnight can you recall the sweet and immature memories buried deep in your heart. John Hung patted the fake Ma Wei on the shoulder, pointed to the building with light in front and asked her, "Do you know where that is?" "Yes. It's a 24-hour supermarket. A roll of transparent tape. There is only 2 yuan. Do you think I am willing to spend 2 yuan to exchange for the quietness of the world?" John Hung brought the fake Ma Wei to the gate of the playground. It usually opens at 6:30 in the morning and lasts until 10 o'clock in the evening. However, the final exams are over and the school is on vacation, so the playground is locked early. However, this did not stop John Hung. He inserted the campus card into the crack of the door and easily opened the door of the duty room. The fake Ma Wei on the side could not help but say, "I can't tell that you are not very obedient in school. It seems that you have done a lot of bad things." John Hung did not explain after hearing this. These little tricks were all trained by him in the static world, and they were generally only used in the 24 hours that belonged to him. Most of the time, he was still very law-abiding and rarely violated the school's regulations. John Hung took out the key to the playground gate from the duty room, unlocked the iron lock on the door, and then walked in with the fake Ma Wei. The latter was in a relaxed state of mind, and even had the mood to look around curiously. "Is your school's playground newly built? It feels pretty good. By the way, I have a friend who is also from your school. She took me to eat your school's braised chicken before." John Hung ignored the fake Ma Wei's chattering and took her to the wall on the west side of the playground. There was no one here now. Directly opposite was the school's 3-story gymnasium, and the lights were currently turned off. Behind the wall was a residential area for family members, and they could see the situation on the playground. But the two of them were now standing under the wall, blocked by the wall, which was a visual blind spot. In addition, John Hung had locked the gate of the playground again, so theoretically it would be difficult for the fake Ma Wei to come up with any tricks. Is it necessary to do this? The fake Ma Wei couldn't help shrinking her neck when the cold wind blew, although she still wanted to maintain her nonchalant attitude. The two of them were now in a semi-enclosed environment. There were no other people within a radius of dozens of meters and within her sight, and the playground was pitch black, which was different from the situation downstairs before. At that time, she was not worried about John Hung doing anything, but now, she was a little unsure. After waiting for a while, the fake Ma Wei said in a negotiating tone, "Hey, if you let me go, I can give you a game prop. How about that? So you are really a player?" However, unexpectedly, the fake Ma Wei shook his head and said, "I am not a player. Or I used to be a player. But for some reason, I can't enter the dungeon anymore." "Huh?" The fake Ma Wei had no intention of continuing this topic, but John Hung guessed that her ban from entering the dungeon might be related to what happened at the auction. Speaking of which, John Hung always felt that the mysterious sunglasses woman at the auction had a bit too strong a disguise ability. It was fine if she could deceive Ding Si and other Chamber of Commerce leaders, but she could even deceive the system display, which was just like a bug. John Hung still doesn't know how she did it. The fake Ma Wei sniffed and complained, "You are too stingy. You were the one who ruined my plan. Then I ran into you by chance in the mall and played a joke on you. I also gave you an assist as compensation. Didn't you see the way your Japanese girlfriend looked at you when you were chasing me? TSK. As a girl, I can tell you for sure that you have conquered her heart. Brother, blow the horn of attack." The fake Ma Wei patted John Hung's shoulder with his remaining hand while speaking, but after 2 awkward laughs, he found that the latter did not react. "I'm curious. What else is left in your mouth besides lies?" John Hung said. "You obviously had your eyes on me when you were in the pharmacy, and you were thinking about how to do it at that time." "What pharmacy?" The fake Ma Wei was stunned when he heard it. "I rented a set of Kumaman doll clothes and played with them all day today." Passerby. "I changed several shopping malls in the morning, and just when I arrived in Shidon, I saw you and your Japanese girlfriend. So I gave her a rose, and then I was chased all over the ground by some bastard. By the way, where is my doll clothes? I also left a deposit of 200 yuan. John Hung had to admit that lying is also a talent. When ordinary people lie, they usually have physiological reactions, or are accompanied by some unnatural small movements and micro-expressions. However, the guy in front of him lied as easily as eating and drinking water, without any flaws. I don't know how she practiced it. She doesn't look very old. Could it be that she has been thinking about how to lie since she was a child? John Hung opened his mouth and was about to say something. But the next moment, the feeling of being spied on in the pharmacy and the mall came to his mind again. This time, John Hung could clearly feel the strong malice contained in it. At this time, the fake Ma Wei in front of him was still staring at him with a puzzled expression. When she took the ladder, she saw John Hung suddenly stretched out his hand to grab her chest. And the fake Ma Wei's face changed. She was really scared this time and was about to scream. But the next moment, she saw John Hung grab her collar and pulled her to him. I have AIDS. Brother. The fake Ma Wei screamed. And when they were about to collide, John Hung suddenly let go of his hand and turned sideways. The fake Ma Wei fell heavily on the plastic track. This time, her palm supporting the ground was directly rubbed off a layer of skin. Less than a quarter of an hour later, the fake Ma Wei took a second breath. You are sick. Are you addicted to abusing people? However, when she turned around, she saw a scene that terrified her. She saw that the wall she had just stood close to melted like chocolate. Chapter 267 Run. What the hell? The fake Ma Wei was so frightened by the sudden horror that his teeth chattered. On the other side, John Hung was already in danger, because he had witnessed a similar thing swallowing an old scavenger before. John Hung noticed the change of the wall at the first time and pulled the fake Ma Wei, who was still unaware, away from the danger zone in time. Yet he was just suspicious when he first encountered it. Now John Hung can basically confirm that this unknown thing is indeed intelligent, because the other party will use strategies when hunting. Before, the wall was boiling like boiling water, attracting John Hung's attention. He rushed to save the fake Ma Wei before the black juice fell. However, this was just a feint of the thing. Its real target was John Hung behind the fake Ma Wei. The thing seemed to be able to control the melting speed at will. The liquefaction speed of the corner of the wall was faster than the wall. When John Hung grabbed the collar of the fake Ma Wei, his left foot had been wrapped by the black juice without knowing it. John Hung had seen the hunting process of the thing. The last time it devoured the old man who was picking up rubbish. It took less than 10 seconds. So this time, he would not have much time either. At the critical moment of life and death, John Hung was as calm as ever. He first turned sideways and threw the fake Ma Wei aside, then tried to break free from the thing on his foot. However, as he expected, this thing could switch freely between liquid and solid forms at will. After it wrapped around his ankle, the part on the ground immediately turned into cement and bricks. So now his left foot was like being wrapped by a cement wall. This was also the reason why John Hung couldn't drag the old man out when this thing wrapped around him. Now it was his turn. And John Hung immediately realized that this force was not something that the flesh could resist. And the black liquid spread very quickly, going up along his ankle without any hindrance. In the blink of an eye, his calves were solidified. If this continued, he would be built into the wall alive. This was definitely a horrible way of death that no one wanted to experience. The fake Ma Wei was surprisingly loyal. Although he was scared to death at this moment, he did not run away immediately after getting up from the ground. Instead, he trembled and shouted to John Hung, "What is its weakness? What should I do?" As a result, John Hung just glanced at her, pointed in the direction of the playground gate, and uttered one word: "Run!" If it was a Cheongyao drama, the fake Ma Wei should have been pierced through the heart by this tough guy character. Holding John Hung's other thigh and crying, shouting loudly with Ma's roar, "No, I won't leave. If we die, we will die together." However, in reality, she just hesitated, looked at John Hung deeply, turned her head, and ran towards the door with 2 long legs. At this time, there was no time to question. She could only trust her companion's judgment. There were 2 possibilities for John Hung to let her run. One was that the action of running could have an effect on the thing in front of her that came from nowhere. Another possibility was that John Hung knew that she was beyond saving and didn't want her to lose her life. So he wanted her to leave quickly while she was at it. However, after the fake Ma Wei ran a distance, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She cried while running, "Brother, but I don't have the key." John Hung had brought her into the playground to prevent her from doing anything else, and then locked the iron lock on the door again to prevent other unrelated people from coming in. The key to the iron lock was naturally still on John Hung himself. The fake Ma Wei looked back with a last glimmer of hope. But this look made her heart completely cold. Because Zhang Heng's figure was no longer there where he stood before. And instead, a wall appeared out of thin air, standing in the middle of the runway. At first glance, this scene felt a bit like a black comedy. But the fake Ma Wei couldn't laugh at all. She was now shocked and scared. And she didn't even care about feeling sad for Zhang Heng's death. Because the thing behind her had just swallowed a person. But it didn't seem to feel satisfied, but became more irritable. However, after running for a while, the fake Ma Wei also found that the movement speed of the black liquid was not fast. Basically the same as her fastest speed. The reason why the thing was able to succeed when hunting was because it was sudden enough. Most people would feel safe when approaching the wall, and subconsciously think that the danger came from other directions. In fact, if you are prepared, you can still dodge. And the thing that the fake Ma Wei is most worried about did not happen. That thing does not know the heavenly demon disintegration method, splitting itself everywhere, and coming up with a fatal killing move of surrounding the center with local areas. It seems that it can only remain in a state of unity, and a part of its body must be connected to the wall. However, it can indeed move freely on different walls. But the prerequisite is to restore the wall that it possessed before to its original state. During this time interval, the fake Ma Wei can also take a breath. But she still couldn't see any hope of survival. In fact, she felt terrible now. For some reason, she couldn't do too strenuous exercise. She hadn't run so hard since the physical examination of the high school entrance examination. She felt that her lungs were about to be vomited. But if she didn't run, she would die. The fake Ma Wei even suspected that if she continued to run like this, she would be exhausted to death before being caught by the unknown thing. In fact, she had begun to feel a tightness in her chest and shortness of breath. The things in front of her eyes became more and more blurred. Just when she wanted to give up, she heard that familiar voice again. This way. Hurry up. Zhang Heng, who she thought was dead, was resurrected. He had reopened the gate of the playground at some point, and was standing by the gate shouting at her. But she was not the only one who saw Zhang Heng. The unknown monster also discovered Zhang Heng's existence. The wall behind the fake Ma Wei was quickly recovering. This was her chance. When the wall was fully recovered, the thing would definitely move to the walls on both sides of the iron gate. By then, it would be too late for her to leave. The fake Ma Wei felt that she had used up all her strength, and moved her legs that felt like they were filled with lead. Stumbling towards the gate, she almost squeezed out all the strength in her body and rushed to the gate as fast as she could. But at this time, the nearby wall also began to show signs of melting. There was a hint of despair in her eyes. And just when she thought she would be swallowed by those black things, a pair of arms hugged her around the waist. Chapter 268 I Understand the Truth. At the critical moment, Zhang Heng picked up the fake Ma Wei, who was much lighter than he expected. Probably less than 100 pounds. Which was not proportional to her height. But now is not the time to pay attention to such things. Zhang Heng carried the fake Ma Wei on his shoulders, and ran out of the playground. Even with a person on his back, his speed was still much faster than the fake Ma Wei. In addition to the natural advantage of gender, and his persistence in exercise, the difference in physical strength between the two was also obvious. Compared with the fake Ma Wei who ran like a little white mouse for 3 minutes. Zhang Heng was at ease, and opened the door without much effort. The fake Ma Wei swallowed back the nausea in his chest. Then thought of something and burst into tears again. You tricked me. You used me as bait to attract the attention of that thing. But you ran away. Right. Sorry. Zhang Heng apologized. It's the effect of the props. But objectively I do need someone to attract its attention when I open the door. In that situation, Zhang Heng could not find any other way to escape except using Moment of Shadow. He could only enter the shadow state, and abandon the existence of his body, to escape from the wrapping of the concrete wall. Once he used Moment of Shadow, he could not cancel the state midway. He could only watch the fake Ma Wei being chased around by the monster. And he could do nothing to help. But what Zhang Heng didn't say was that he could actually lead directly through the iron gate at that time. And sacrificing the fake Ma Wei was the safest choice for him. However, Zhang Heng was willing to take this risk for her, because the latter did not run away immediately when he was swallowed by the monster, but asked him if he needed any help despite the fear. Of course, the premise of all this is that the fake Ma Wei can survive the 3 minutes of the shadow state and let him open the door. Otherwise Zhang Heng can only leave silently. So in a sense, The fake Ma Wei's Ironman marathon is actually fighting for her own chance of survival. The latter rested for a while, and her heartbeat, which was about to catch up with the love-struck girl, slowed down a little. However, she obviously had no intention of getting off and running by herself. Instead, she changed her posture and continued to lean on John Hung back like a koala. John Hung knew that the former had consumed a lot of energy before, so he didn't want to drive her off. However, after running for a while, John Hung's right shoulder suddenly hurt, and he frowned and said, "Hey, can you be honest? We are still running for our lives." The fake Ma Wei snorted, and paused for about 2 seconds before reluctantly removing his teeth from John Hung's shoulder. Looking at the teeth marks left there, he said contentedly, "I understand the truth, but I can't swallow this breath without biting you." After doing what he wanted to do for a long time, but didn't dare to do, the fake Ma Wei finally turned his attention back to the business and asked John Hung, "What was that just now?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" The fake Ma Wei raised his eyebrows. "That thing is coming for you." No longer needing to spend energy on running, she can finally put her energy back into thinking. The fake Ma Wei is a very smart person. After recalling what happened before, it is easy to come to this conclusion. We met it once before, and I saved a child from it. It probably targeted me because of this incident. John Hung paused and asked, "What do you mean by weakness before? Are you a new player?" The fake Ma Wei was a little surprised. "But you don't look like one from your strength. This kind of thing is not a secret. Most old players know it. These supernatural monsters generally have weaknesses. As long as you find the right weakness, even a powerful guy can theoretically be killed by a primary school student who just put on a red scarf." "Weakness? Like Achilles' heel?" The fake Ma Wei nodded. "It's something like that. To deal with this kind of monster, you usually have to find its origin or legend first, because the method to deal with it may be hidden in those inconspicuous stories that are passed down by word of mouth." "What else?" John Hung asked again, with the previous experience of the lucky rabbit's foot and the forest god Tapio. John Hung did search for information about the wall-swallowing people on the internet, but unfortunately he did not get any useful clues, and now there is obviously not enough time to search further. Other than that, we can only use force. Physical elimination methods can work for most monsters, but this time, I'm not sure. How about you wait until it attaches itself to the wall and then smash it? John Hung knew that this method was probably useless, because the thing could easily switch between solid and liquid states, which made it much more difficult to deal with it. John Hung had been trying to stay away from the walls when he was escaping, but the city was full of reinforced concrete forests, which was the natural home of the thing. It could move around between different walls, which made it almost impossible to destroy it. However, the weakness mentioned by the fake Ma Wei before made John Hung think of something else. But before he could open his mouth, he ran into another acquaintance in front of him. John Hung did not choose the main road, because there were dormitory buildings and other buildings nearby, which were not only the perfect hunting grounds for the other party, but also might bring danger to the people in the buildings. He carried the fake Ma Wei on his back and passed through the small garden in the northeast of the playground. It was usually very lively here, and there was an artificial lake. It was one of the favorite places for couples after dinner. But now the school was on vacation, and it was past 10 o'clock in the evening. John Hung did not expect to meet other people, and it was Shinsisi, who had just broken up with him not long ago. She must have something on her mind tonight. She was hanging out outside for so long, and had not returned to the dormitory yet. She stood up from the bench by the lake when she heard footsteps in the distance. She was surprised when she saw John Hung, but then she heard the fake Ma Wei on John Hung back shout, "Run! Run!" Shinsisi raised her eyebrows, a little puzzled, but when she saw the black liquid behind them, her pupils shrank suddenly, and her face was not surprised but happy. John Hung originally thought that Shinsisi would ask questions. After all, normal people would try to figure out the situation first when encountering such things. But Shinsisi did not drag her feet at all, and ran away immediately after hearing the words. She ran side by side with John Hung, asking, "Where did you find this thing? What means of attack does it have? Is it related to the wall?" Chapter 269, This is Too Real. "Do you know how to deal with this thing?" Before John Hung could speak, the fake Ma Wei on his back poked his head out first. "Tonight is also the first time I have met it face to face. Recently, scavengers and stray cats and dogs have disappeared in the city. We have received news that someone saw black liquid and flowing walls in the places where those people disappeared. My people and I have been tracking its whereabouts for some time. But it is very cunning. From the targets it has chosen before, we can see that its targets are basically those vulnerable groups on the margins of society and stray animals. Even if they disappear, it will not arouse the vigilance of the society. I don't know why it ran to the school this time. But this is also our best chance to kill it. Shinsisi made a phone call while running, notifying Huang Yu and others to come to the school to meet up. When she put the phone back into her pocket, Zhang Heng also spoke. Does your charity club that deals with species invasion even deal with such things? Sorry. I lied to you before. Shinsisi apologized. If you don't see it with your own eyes, basically no one will believe it. And it's hard for us to explain it. Charity club is usually our unified statement to the outside world. The subtext is that she doesn't think you can help. The fake Ma Wei whispered in Zhang Heng's ear. What's going on? Doesn't this woman know that you are also a player? Have sadistic tendencies? And like to use your companions as bait? Stay still. Zhang Heng warned someone. Ah? Shinsisi was stunned when she heard this. You're not talking about me. I know you're not talking about me. The fake Ma Wei nodded in agreement with a serious expression, and then looked at Shinsisi. Beauty. When will your people arrive? At this time. They are basically staying at home. But some live close by and some far away. Even if the farthest one can successfully arrange a special car to come, it will take an hour and a half. If it's close, it should arrive in about half an hour after receiving my call. Great. At least someone has come to collect our bodies. Although the fake Ma Wei's words were unpleasant to hear, they also indirectly showed that the three people were not in a very good condition. Although Zhang Heng had no signs of physical decline for the time being, he was carrying a person on his back after all, and it was difficult for him to maintain such a long time of high-speed movement. Shinsisi could see that she usually kept exercising, although she didn't show her good figure because she usually wore thick clothes in winter. Her performance was obviously much more reliable than the fake Ma Wei, who started to feel weak in his legs and had stars in his eyes after running for less than a minute. At least until now. Her breathing was very even, and she didn't seem to be falling behind. However, it was hard to say after 10 minutes. Now the fake Ma Wei was the most relaxed among the three. But she was not idle. The thing was moving on the wall. There were signs when it moved from one wall to another. The fake Ma Wei looked around with wide eyes. And if there was any change in the wall, she would immediately remind Zhang Heng under her. This is not a solution. After running for a while, Zhang Heng said, the speed of the three people was about the same as that of the thing behind them. But their moving path was predictable. Basically, they could only run on a fixed road. At the same time, the road was not always straight. Sometimes there would be buildings in front of them. At this time, the thing could use its ability to move on the wall to directly pass through the building, shorten the distance with them, or even surpass them. In this way, the three people could only turn around and run back. Shinsisi was silent for a moment, and finally made up her mind and said, this thing is not something that ordinary people can deal with. I have a way to attract its attention. You guys should take this opportunity to run away first. As she spoke, she took out her wallet and pulled out a red card from it. Zhang Heng glanced at the card and felt a little familiar. He quickly remembered that this was a trap card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle Maniac. Card type, normal trap usage restriction, unlimited rarity, silver R effect, can only be activated during the preparation phase of the opponent's turn. All face-up monsters on the opponent's field are changed to attack position, and the position cannot be changed this turn. In addition, the opponent's monsters that can attack this turn must attack. With a previous experience of Escape Dagger, Zhang Hengtai was not surprised that Shinsisi took out this item that existed in the game. He could probably guess Shinsisi's intention. In the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing this card will force the monsters on the opponent's field to counterattack against you, which is equivalent to a taunt. Shinsisi didn't lie. She really intended to use this method to attract the monster on the other side, creating an opportunity for Zhang Heng and the fake Ma Wei to escape. Considering the previous quarrel between her and Huang Yu, it seems that she was obsessed with hunting this monster not just to get game props from the other side's corpse, but more importantly, she didn't want to see innocent people being killed again. Wow. Look at his ideological awareness. And then look at you. When we first met, you watched me being raped by those little hooligans and didn't care. You just kept your head down and walked out the door. TSK TSK. The difference is too obvious. John Hung didn't refute what he said, but suddenly stood still and said to the fake Ma Wei on his body, "Get down." "No way. Are you angry like this?" "I just said it casually," the fake Ma Wei muttered, but still slid down from someone's body honestly. Mainly because Shinsisi played the battle frenzy, and the two of them were temporarily safe. However, the fake Ma Wei was not optimistic about the situation on Shinsisi's side. From the latter's tangled expression before, it can be seen that she was not sure that she could hold on until the reinforcements arrived. But even so, she resolutely taunted, and did not stop running, trying to lead the monster away from the two of them. "We should do something too." Looking at Shinsisi's receding back, the fake Ma Wei scratched his head. "Very good. Then you go and help her. If she survives, I won't pursue our previous affairs anymore." "What about you?" the fake Ma Wei asked. "I have something to do. I have to leave for a while," John Hung said lightly. "This is too real, isn't it, big brother? I always go up." The fake Ma Wei rolled his eyes when he heard this. "Why are you like my junior high school class teacher? When students come to help when they have difficulties, you are only more active than anyone else when picking peaches for the year-end bonus." John Hung had already turned around, leaving only one sentence. "Remember, you must hold on until I come back." "Wait, what if you don't come back?" the fake Ma Wei asked hurriedly. But John Hung had already run far away and couldn't answer her. The fake Ma Wei was shivering in the cold wind by the lake, and tightened her collar. But just like the choice she made when John Hung was entangled by that thing on the playground before, she finally gritted her teeth and chased in the direction where Shinsisi fled. Chapter 270. Well, I just keep running. In the darkness, Shinsisi could only hear her own breathing and heartbeat. 5 minutes had passed since she played the Battle Mad card. This degrade game item had worked, attracting the attention of the unknown monster to her. But the next step was the biggest test for her. She couldn't last more than 30 minutes if she kept running aimlessly. But after this period of pursuit, Shinsisi also felt some of the movement patterns of that thing. Its characteristics were obviously the same as wall. In other words, the farther she is from the wall, the safer she is. Less than 1 kilometer outside the school, there is a Free People's Park, which is probably the farthest place from the reinforced concrete forest in the city. Shinsisi planned to go there to deal with the other party, and wait until Huang Yu and others arrived. However, when she ran to the east gate, she found that the thing was already waiting for her there. Shinsisi had no choice but to turn around and run to the north gate again. But her intention was obviously guessed by the other party. This time, she was overtaken by the thing again after only running halfway. After a little thought, Shinsisi finally gave up the last south gate. First, the distance there is longer, and she can't outrun that thing all the way. Second, the door is usually locked at 9 o'clock in the evening, so it's useless even if she runs there. Shinsisi finally chose to retreat to the small garden where she was alone before. This is also the farthest place from other buildings in the school. Shinsisi can play hide-and-seek with the other party around the small artificial lake inside. But after running for so long, Shinsisi's body began to release fatigue signals to her brain. Shinsisi is a girl after all. Although she started to exercise and strengthen her physique after becoming a player, and achieve certain results, she is only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, unlike Zhang Heng, a single player who has always played single-player games, Shinsisi is a team player. In order to improve efficiency and cope with various complex situations, team members need to have their own characteristics, and their skills and abilities should not overlap as much as possible, but complement each other, and everyone has a set development path. Shinsisi's role in the team is the leader and brain. The battle is the responsibility of other members. She needs to improve her leadership and decision-making abilities, which means she can't spend too much time on physical exercise. In addition, the limitation of vision at night also caused her a lot of trouble. The small garden can certainly be distanced from the building, but the environment is more complicated. And it is not without reason that this place is known as a holy place for lovers, because there are only 2 street lamps in such a large area, one of which was broken a long time ago. If you are in love, the atmosphere is really good, and you can hug each other. But for Shinsisi now, it is a bit fatal. She doesn't know how the thing behind her can observe the surroundings without eyes. Its vision is obviously not affected by the sky. On the other hand, her vision will definitely be affected in the dim place, which makes it impossible for her to grasp the other party's movements in time. In fact, If it wasn't for conserving her energy, Shinsisi didn't want to risk running here and give the other party a chance to attack her. She stopped by the lake and took a breath. At the same time, she leaned against the artificial lake and was alert to the movements in the other three directions. Her strategy was simple, but also very effective. Standing under the street lamp that was still glowing, she could see the roads on her left and right. There was a lake behind her, and no buildings to guarantee safety. The only trouble was the direction in front of her, which was blocked by trees. But fortunately, it was winter, and the leaves of the trees had basically fallen off. This is also the area where Shinsisi's attention is mainly focused. If that thing really attacks her from this direction, it will be difficult to escape her eyes. At this moment, Shinsisi's nerves are completely tense, because the opponent is a supernatural monster. Even with her usual calmness, she is a little nervous at this time. At this time, the mobile phone in her pocket vibrated again. Shinsisi quickly glanced at it. It was a text message from Huang Yu, with only a simple sentence, "Wait for me. I'm nearby and will be there soon." I have to admit that this message did calm Shinsisi down a little. It seems that the situation is better than she expected. Although Huang Yu is not the main attacker in the team, his fighting ability is also very strong, second only to Yang Zai. However, the latter lives the farthest. He is the person Shinsisi mentioned before. It will take at least an hour and a half to get here. He can't be relied on for the time being. Shinsisi calmed down. After getting the news from Huang Yu, her mind became active again. She didn't just want to escape passively. She also hoped to collect more useful information in the process of escaping to prepare for dealing with this thing later. However, just as she was thinking about the next strategy, the rockery in the artificial lake behind her began to melt quietly. This couldn't be blamed on Shinsisi's carelessness, because the thing had been watering on the concrete wall before, and Shinsisi had been deliberately keeping a distance from the buildings on campus. She didn't expect that the wall of the rockery could also be used by that thing. When the black liquid quietly flowed behind her, it was too late for Shinsisi to react. But at this time, the fake Malwei also arrived. She had gone to find Shinsisi before, ran 2 steps but stopped again, took out a piece of plasticine from her pocket, and rubbed it with a bitter face. It was not until 2 minutes ago that she finally finished the task. She hurried to the artificial lake, and saw the thing behind Shinsisi. She threw the plasticine in her hand. The plasticine fell in front of Shinsisi and the black liquid. The next second, a wall rose out of thin air. Shinsisi was startled and thought that the fake Ma Wei had a grudge against her and wanted to use the hand of that thing to kill her. But the next moment, she saw that the thing was indeed blocked by the wall, and its characteristics seemed to have disappeared. "Why are you still standing there? Run!" the fake Ma Wei shouted. "My plasticine wall won't last long." Shinsisi immediately took a step forward and asked in surprise, "Are you a player too?" "I guess so." The fake Ma Wei sighed as she answered. What she hated most was exercise. Now that Zhang Heng was gone, she also lost her human vehicle. She could only pinch her nose and continue running with Shinsisi. However, after running 2 steps, she thought of something and stopped again. She was happy. "Yes, I almost fainted. Why should I run? Doesn't that thing only attack you?" However, Shinsisi's words poured cold water on her again. "My game prop also has a time limit. It is effective for 15 minutes. And now there are less than 2 minutes left." The fake Ma Wei burst into tears. "Well, then I keep running." Chapter 271 I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. The fake Ma Wei's plasticine wall didn't stop the thing for too long. The two were now running towards the parking lot because Huang Yu sent another message to Shinsisi, agreeing to meet there. Although Shinsisi focused her main attention on the thing behind her, it didn't mean that she stopped thinking about other things. After running a few steps, the fake Ma Wei found that Shinsisi's eyes always fell on him from time to time. "Ask whatever you want. I don't necessarily answer anyway." The fake Ma Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead and panted. "Sorry. The incident at the auction has spread throughout the player's circle. After that, everyone has increased their vigilance. But many people still fell for it, especially members of the 3 major guilds. And those who were deceived often found a ball of plasticine on their bodies afterwards." Shinsisi paused. Now the 3 major guilds and the chambers of commerce that were deceived before have offered a lot of money to find the whereabouts of the liar. "I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." The fake Ma Wei immediately denied 3 times, and then warned, You won't tell others about seeing me using plasticine, will you? I was trying to save you at that time. No. Shinsisi shook her head. But, do you plan to do this in the future? Let's not talk about others. The strength of the 3 major guilds is still very strong. If you continue like this, they will find you sooner or later. Moreover, I think it's better for you to return the death dream, a B-level item, which is likely to cause you trouble. I've already said it's not me. The fake Maui wailed. That woman was making trouble outside. But in the end, I have to take the blame for her when I did nothing. I haven't even seen the shadow of death dream. What can I give back? That woman? The fake Maui had no interest in explaining this question. After complaining, he said, Anyway, you just need to know that I have nothing to do with her. Well, okay. There is still a little relationship. Thanks to her, I can't enter the dungeon now. Shinsisi wanted to ask about the relationship between the fake Maui and Zhang Heng. But at this moment, a warning suddenly came to her mind. The two were about to run to the parking lot. But the wall of the foreign student building in front of her left was already showing signs of melting. Shinsisi made a prompt decision. Change to the Chintzy building and lead it over. What Chintzy building? The fake Maui was mad. Hey, I'm not a student of your school. Oh, sorry. This way. Shinsisi took the fake Maui's hand and took the latter, who was already exhausted and about to collapse on the ground, to change the route directly. That thing just didn't want them to leave the school, so it was guarding the school gate very strictly. However, the parking lot was still some distance away from the school gate, so it didn't care too much. Seeing the two people running towards the front of the Chintzy building, it immediately followed them. Shinsisi made a circle, took advantage of the gap between the two walls to fake a shot, and rushed towards the parking lot again. There was nothing wrong with her plan itself, but she didn't take into account the physical strength of the fake Maui. If she had witnessed the latter's 3 minutes of desperate life, like Zhang Heng, she would probably be amazed that there were people in this world with such poor physical strength. The fake Maui was already a little confused when she rushed to the Chintzy building. She couldn't tell the directions. She was being dragged by Shinsisi. She was about to reach the finish line, but she didn't expect that this section of the road was just a warm-up. There was a big meal waiting for her later. The fake Maui really couldn't move her legs this time. She stopped and squatted on the ground, holding her chest, shaking her head like a drum. I won't run anymore. Don't worry about me. Go ahead. Shinsisi was also helpless. No matter how light the fake Maui was, he was still a living person. She couldn't carry him on her shoulders like Zhang Heng did. But the other party had saved her once before, so she couldn't just leave the fake Maui here. During this time of delay, the thing behind him had already caught up. But at this moment, the headlights in front of him were shining in this direction. Huang Yu and his black Mercedes finally arrived. The two sides were less than 30 meters apart. However, because an off-campus vehicle hit a girl on campus, a conflict occurred between the car owner and the students. Later, the school did not allow off-campus vehicles to drive on the campus roads. 2 iron piers were installed in the middle of the road connecting the parking lot and the campus. From then on, even the school staff could only park their cars in the parking lot and walk to the office or classroom. But this thing obviously couldn't stop Huang Yu. He saw Shinsisi in danger, and drove his modified Mercedes-Benz to this side quickly. At the same time, he turned the steering wheel sharply to the left, and the black Mercedes-Benz directly rode on the flower bed next to it, and rushed over dangerously along the side of the iron pier. At the same time, Shinsisi pulled the fake Maui and rolled to the side, and the black Mercedes-Benz directly hit the pool of black liquid behind them. As a result, the next moment, the front of the black Mercedes-Benz was dented, and the pool of black liquid turned itself back into a solid state in the shortest time. Huang Yu's black Mercedes-Benz crashed directly into a wall, which had cracks on it, but those cracks were quickly repaired by the black liquid, leaving nothing behind. Huang Yu was not seriously injured because he jumped out of the car in advance. He rolled on the ground twice and got up again. Seeing this, he was stunned. He didn't care about his beloved car. His expression changed drastically and he said, "It's such a foul. How can we kill it? Physical attacks have almost no effect on it. We must find its weakness." Shinsisi said, "We couldn't find its legend and origin anywhere before, which means that this thing is not very powerful, which is inconsistent with its current performance. It must have some weaknesses." Seeing that the wall began to melt again, the fake Maui smiled bitterly. What weakness does the concrete wall have? A bulldozer? Wang Yu's mind was full of heroes saving beauties before, and his appearance was indeed cool enough. But now, he regretted coming too early. In fact, he has never been very supportive of Shinseisi's proposal to solve those supernatural threats. The game copy is already dangerous enough, and now he has to worry about the real world. Ordinary people wish they would never encounter such a thing, although they have a better understanding of the real world than ordinary people, and many of them have game props. They are still flesh and blood, and the risk of fighting such a thing is too great. However, the latter has always had a high reputation in the team, and the decisions she made have always been supported by most members. Even if Wang Yu is dissatisfied, he can only bury it in his heart. Not to mention that he has a good impression of Shinseisi. However, if he can get through this incident smoothly, he also needs to reweigh the pros and cons. Chapter 272 missed the target. Zhang Heng ran all the way into the dormitory building and looked at the elevator. During the holiday, only one of the 2 elevators in the building could be used, but it was now parked on the 9th floor. It would take a long time to wait for it to come down, and it was unknown whether it would stop at other floors in the middle. Therefore, Zhang Heng directly chose the safe passage on the other side. It was unknown how long Shinseisi and the fake Ma Wei could hold out, so he had to seize every second. Zhang Heng only took 47 seconds to climb to the 11th floor where the dormitory was located. When he opened the door, he saw Ma Wei, who was sweating profusely. He was sitting at his desk with a dull look on his face, holding the wallet on the table and muttering, "How is this possible? I clearly brought it with me when I went out. And I also bought 2 buns at noon. How could it come back before me?" Ma Wei had never encountered such an incredible thing as today since he was a child. After finishing his tutoring in the evening, he was about to return to the dormitory, but he found that his wallet and bicycle were missing. Ma Wei searched everywhere nearby, but couldn't find any trace of him. He felt dizzy. His wallet contained not only his ID card and bank card, but also more than 4,000 yuan in cash, which he earned from tutoring for a month. But now it was all gone. He used WeChat to transfer money to a nearby supermarket and exchanged 4 yuan in change. He took the subway back to school, but he was in a daze all the way. Unexpectedly, he found his old bicycle downstairs in the dormitory, and then found his missing wallet on his desk. Not only was there no missing money, but there was 400 yuan more. Ma Wei's mood was like a roller coaster, surprised and happy, but at the same time he felt puzzled. He didn't even notice Zhang Heng rushing into the dormitory. When he looked up, Zhang Heng had already rushed out the door again. He only caught a glimpse of Zhang Heng back from the corner of his eye. Seeing the SF recurve bow on the ladder, he was stunned for a moment. Practicing archery? So late. Zhang Heng took the bow and arrow, and also took the telescope he had just bought online from the cabinet. He didn't bother to say hello to Ma Wei, and hurried into the washroom next to the dormitory. He used the telescope to search for Shinseisi and the fake Ma Wei in front of the window, and saw them escape from the lake and run towards the parking lot. Zhang Heng chose a small copy shop located between the parking lot and the artificial lake, which was also the closest to the boys' dormitory building. He arrived there in advance and climbed up the sycamore tree next to it. He had just chosen the ambush site when he saw Shinseisi and the fake Ma Wei not far away. However, the 2 did not notice him at this moment. Their full attention was on the pool of black liquid behind them, and they were desperately running away. Zhang Heng took a deep breath and pulled out the arrow of Paris from the quiver behind him. The fake Ma Wei mentioned before that most supernatural monsters have the so-called Achilles heel, as long as their Achilles heel is found. Even those monsters that are so powerful that they are invincible can be easily killed. And Arrow of Paris is the legendary prop associated with Achilles' heel. Zhang Heng ran back to the dormitory before just to take it out. This is not the first time Zhang Heng has used this game prop. But before, he just regarded it as an enhanced version of the arrow with an automatic angle correction function. This should be his first time to use Arrow of Paris to deal with supernatural creatures, and he didn't know how effective it would be. Zhang Heng put Arrow of Paris on the bowstring of the SF recurve bow. With the level 2 archery skill, Zhang Heng easily locked the target. He was not in a hurry and waited until Shinseisi and the fake Ma Wei passed by him before releasing his fingers. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. Arrow of Paris not only failed to find the weakness of the pool of black liquid, but also missed the target in a rare way. Zhang Heng had been practicing archery for so long that he could hit more than 8 rings within a range of less than 10 meters. Even against a moving target, there was basically no possibility of missing the target. Moreover, the volume of the black liquid itself was larger than the target he usually used for practice in the archery hall, so it was even less likely to miss the target at the moment when the bow and arrow left the string. According to his previous experience, this should also be a good arrow. But it was as if there was a force in the dark that forcibly changed the flight trajectory of the arrow. Zhang Heng saw with his own eyes that the arrow of Paris deviated and flew over the black liquid and disappeared into the darkness. Except for Zhang Heng, who shot the arrow. The 2 people and the monster below did not even feel the existence of the arrow. Zhang Heng frowned. First looked at Chen Sisi and the fake Ma Wei, who were fleeing to the distance. But even if he caught up with them now, he would probably still be unable to do anything with that thing. The characteristics of the latter determined that it was almost immune to all physical damage. So Zhang Heng hesitated for a moment and decided to go and see the arrow of Paris that was shot off. He remembered that the arrow flew to the southwest. Zhang Heng jumped down from the tree and ran in this direction. After running about 120 meters, he saw the arrow of Paris that he had shot before. It is now stuck in the soil of the flower bed, and it is quite deep in the soil. Zhang Heng felt a little puzzled. The weakness of that thing could not be the soil on the ground. Moreover, even if it was soil, there was a lot of it under the tree before, and the arrow of Paris did not need to fly here. There is only one explanation for this situation. That is, the arrow of Paris used up its kinetic energy before hitting the monster's weakness. However, Zhang Heng is also an old hand in archery, and he has a good understanding of his own strength. Generally speaking, an arrow shot by his recurve bow can fly at least 200 meters. Even considering the influence of wind resistance, it doesn't make sense that it can only fly 120 meters. In addition, the angle at which the arrow entered the soil was also very strange. Zhang Heng hard moved, and he thought of something, looking up at the building not far ahead. That was the school library, a total of 7 floors high. If the arrow's target was upstairs, then everything could be explained. The lost part of the kinetic energy was because it was converted into gravitational potential energy. But it was not enough for the arrow to reach the target, so it finally fell from midair and pierced into the soil on the ground. However, it also completed its mission and pointed out the direction for Zhang Heng. Although Zhang Heng didn't know why the weakness of that thing was in the school library, he knew that the answer to solving the crisis tonight might be in it. Zhang Heng pulled out the arrow of Paris on the ground, put it back on the bowstring, and then carefully walked into the dark library in front of him. Chapter 273 3 Arrows. The library is the place Zhang Heng is most familiar with in the school, even above the dormitory building where he has been living. In his static world, the 2 places Zhang Heng goes to most often are the gym and the library. In order to facilitate entry and exit, he also took the time to get a staff key, which can be used now. Zhang Heng entered from the side door used by the librarian. First went to the underground first floor to turn on the power supply device. Then came to the elevator, pressed the buttons from the 2nd floor to the 7th floor, and then exited the elevator. He didn't know what the things in the library were, or whether they were alive, but the location chosen by the other party did give him some associations. The library was a building in the center of the school, with 7 floors, and was an excellent observation point. People upstairs could clearly observe almost every corner of the campus, assuming that the things inside were really alive. Then his actions before entering the library might have been seen by the other party. Even if the other party didn't notice him, he would be reminded that someone had entered the library if he turned on the power switch now. So Zhang Heng used this method to confuse the other party, so that the people upstairs couldn't guess which floor he was on. And then he went upstairs from the safety passage, because the landing angle of Arrow of Paris had proved that its target was upstairs. In order to save time, Zhang Heng decided to search from the top floor downwards. He went directly to the 7th floor and opened the door. The borrowing area was pitch black. Zhang Heng fumbled on the wall with his memory to find the switch of the LED light above his head, but there was no response after pressing it. Zhang Heng immediately became alert. The other party destroyed the lighting equipment on this floor, which also meant that the target of Arrow of Paris was likely on this floor. Zhang Heng pulled the bowstring tight. His biggest problem now was that he didn't know what he was looking for. Arrow of Paris at the last moment. He was exhausted and only pointed out a rough range. Now Zhang Heng and the pool of black liquid were far apart, and it was impossible to shoot again. At this moment, a rustling sound came to Zhang Heng's ears. The sound was not loud, but it was particularly eye-catching in the empty and silent library. Zhang Heng judged that the sound came from behind a bookshelf, not too far away from him. He approached there with a recurved bow, in order to avoid stepping into a trap. He took a detour. Just when he was about to approach the bookshelf, a masked black shadow suddenly rushed towards him from inside. At this distance, Zhang Heng was prepared, and with the arrow of Paris on the bowstring, it was impossible for him to miss. His fighting instincts, which had been honed in the dungeon, allowed him to aim at the target immediately. However, at the moment when the arrow left the string, Zhang Heng suddenly raised the recurved bow in his hand and quickly turned his eyes. In the end, the arrow finally rubbed the masked man's cheek and nailed it into an English document. Zhang Heng moved sideways to avoid the masked man who rushed over. After that, without having time to check on the other party's condition, he quickly pulled out the second arrow from the quiver, put it on the bowstring, and shot it at another black shadow who was fleeing towards the safety exit. The arrow hit the target's calf, causing the black shadow to stagger and fall to the ground. He seemed to be seriously injured, and let out a miserable cry, and lost his ability to move. Zhang Heng did not waste this opportunity. Less than 2 seconds later, he shot the third arrow. However, at this critical moment, the wall on the left side of the black shadows suddenly melted, and Zhang Heng saw the black liquid again. This time it completely wrapped the black shadow and took him into the wall and disappeared. Zhang Heng did not choose to chase after it. He knew the characteristics of that thing, whether it was an elevator or a safe passage. It was too dangerous in such a narrow range. Moreover, there was not much time left before midnight. Zhang Heng glanced at the watch on his wrist, held a recurved bow, and stood guard for a while. After confirming that the thing would not come back, he turned around to check the masked man behind him and took off the mask on his face. The guy with the mask seemed to be a student in the school, but his hands were tied behind his back and his socks were stuffed in his mouth. He looked very terrified, until Zhang Heng untied the rope on her hands. She crawled under the desk not far away while crying, and her body was still shaking. Zhang Heng picked up the campus card on the ground and saw the name on it. Li Xingwei. It's okay. It should have run away. Zhang Heng put the SF recurved bow in his hand aside, and then handed the campus card to Li Xingwei under the table. However, the latter was still shaking. Until half a minute later, she suddenly woke up from the nightmare, took the campus card, and asked in a doubtful tone, Zhang Heng? Do you know me? Zhang Heng was a little surprised. I don't know you, but it's here to find you. Li Xingwei shivered. What happened tonight was beyond her understanding. Even now, she still felt abnormally frightened when she recalled it. However, she still tried to tell Zhang Heng what she knew. After the exam, the closing time of the library was changed to 6 p.m. I wanted to go there to read some books in the afternoon. As a result, I saw a child outside the library. He was about 7 or 8 years old. He wanted to go into the library to read comics, but he couldn't get through the access control gate. It happened that the teacher at the lending office was not there, so I quietly opened the door for him. I saw him go to the comics area on the 2nd floor with my own eyes. I told him to come to the 7th floor to find me after he finished reading, and I would send him out. As a result, I just read a book for a while. And he came to me again and asked me if I knew a person named Zhang Heng, saying that the owner of this name was also in our school. I smiled and told him that there were many people in the school and I couldn't know everyone. As a result, his face became gloomy the next second. Li Xingwei recalled the previous scene and was still a little frightened. I have never seen such a cold and terrifying expression on a child's face, as if he would kill me in the next second. But he didn't say anything afterwards and walked away. I started to feel a little scared from then on, and I couldn't concentrate on reading anymore. I sat for another 10 minutes and planned to leave the library, but when I went down to the comics area on the 2nd floor, I couldn't find him. Actually, after that, I searched the entire library and every floor, but didn't see him again. I thought he left the library with someone else. But to be safe, I tried to stay in my seat until the library was about to close. Before leaving, I went to the bathroom, and I saw from the mirror on the sink. I saw. Li Xingyu's voice trembled violently when she said this. Did you see the wall melt and turn into a pool of black liquid? Li Xingwei nodded. The pool of black liquid fell on my shoulders, then crawled along my neck to my face. I felt like I couldn't breathe and struggled to run out. But I couldn't lift my legs. It felt terrible. And then I fainted. And when I opened my eyes again, I found myself tied up here. Chapter 274 Lawful Neutral. Zhang Heng suddenly went back to her dormitory building and happened to receive a WeChat message from Shinsisi, saying that the black liquid suddenly gave up attacking them and disappeared, and asked him where he was and what the situation was like over there. Before Zhang Heng could reply, he received another friend request. The name is You Always Look Unhappy. Zhang Heng clicked on the rejection, and 2 seconds later, the same name sent another request, and added a line of words in the remarks. No one can reject me twice. No. Zhang Heng glanced at it, and clicked reject again. As a result, the third application was sent almost at the same moment, with a note, as smart as I am, I knew you would click reject. I guessed it right. Right? Huh? Zhang Heng clicked accept this time, and then typed, Is it interesting? Yes. You always look unhappy. He replied in seconds, and then said, No. 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 Don't rush to block me. I got your WeChat from Shinsisi and added you for a serious matter. You are cold-blooded and ungentlemanly, but you are still quite trustworthy. You didn't take the opportunity to escape. Did you kill that thing? It has nothing to do with you. TSK. I'm doing this for your own good. Okay? You don't know how dangerous we were just now. We were just a little bit away from being wiped out. This is a golden opportunity. Just now Shinsisi asked me where I went after we separated. If I tell her the name of the person who saved us, you might be able to increase the number of people in your crystal palace by 1. Doesn't your stomach hurt anymore? Zhang Heng asked. I feel much better, but I still have some after effects. I have to go to the people's hospital for an emergency checkup later. You always look unhappy, she replied seriously. But soon she sent another message. Don't worry. I know you don't like to be in the spotlight. So I told her I didn't want you to know that I'm a gamer, and persuaded you to hide in the park. She didn't know you were also a gamer. Oh, by the way, I told her that our relationship was that we met online while playing games, and you invited me to eat spicy hot pot. Don't forget it. Zhang Heng replied to Shinsisi, saying that he had nothing to do. The latter told him that the thing had escaped, and that she didn't know what happened yet. She also told him to be careful in the near future. If he encountered a similar situation again, or if someone around him encountered a similar situation, he could contact her directly, and she would arrive as soon as possible. Zhang Heng typed a thank you, and this thank you was sincere. So far, Zhang Heng has also met many players, most of whom are relatively friendly. For example, Ding Si and the professor have provided him with some help. But this friendliness is relative. They are willing to make good friends with other players without harming their own interests. There are very few players, like Shinsisi, who are willing to risk their lives to help others, especially ordinary people. Many people, especially those who have been oppressed by powerful forces and treated unequally for a long time, do not pursue the fairness and justice they have always longed for after gaining power, and rescue the weak like themselves. Instead, they complete the transformation from victims to perpetrators. And after taking revenge, they begin to use this power to oppress ordinary people who are weaker than themselves. So what they hate is never injustice, but why they are not the ones who bring injustice. Shinsisi is rare not only because of the way she chose to use this power, and because she was willing to use the game props that are precious to every player in order to save 2 ordinary people, but also because she has been able to survive until now after choosing this most difficult path, and has gathered a certain number of followers. After all, there are many players, and there are also people like Shinsisi who are kind and have a sense of justice. But reality is different from fairy tales. In fairy tales, justice always defeats evil, and light always eliminates darkness. But in reality, a strong sense of justice and morality also means additional risks and a lower survival rate. People on this road either died at the beginning or gave up painfully after walking for a while. Shinsisi's persistence proved that she had extremely firm beliefs, strong leadership, and outstanding personal charm. As for Zhang Heng is another existence. According to the camp classification in D&D, he should be closer to the lawful neutral camp, with a stable and mature set of values, acting in accordance with his own personal beliefs and principles, and not being shaken by the temptations and opinions of the outside world. Sometimes he would lend a hand to people in trouble, But he would not put himself in danger like Shinsisi to help ordinary people, or even strangers, unless that person was very important to him. In short, he and Shinsisi were not on the same path, or he was not on the same path as anyone else. However, this did not prevent him from appreciating Shinsisi, nor did it rule out providing some help to the other party when necessary. After all, it was not a bad thing to have more people like Shinsisi in the world. In fact, if Wang Yu and others were not behind Shinsisi, he would not mind telling the other party about his identity as a player. After replying to Shinsisi, Zhang Heng put away his phone and looked at the starfish in his hand. There was less than a quarter of an hour left until midnight, and his activity time was finally coming. Zhang Heng did not intend to let that thing go. The other party was obviously coming for him tonight. Although he was injured and escaped, he also exposed his weakness under the arrow of Paris. However, given the characteristics of that thing, if he did not take this opportunity to get rid of it, it would still be very troublesome to deal with it in the future. Moreover, Zhang Heng's school address had been exposed, and he did not want to live in fear in the future, always worrying that the wall would melt and swallow him up. Before leaving, Zhang Heng returned to the dormitory, said hello to Ma Wei, and then took some things, and then went downstairs again. When he took the elevator to the first floor, the hour hand and minute hand overlapped at 0 again. The elevator door opened, and Zhang Heng, carrying a bow and arrow, walked straight past the dormitory manager, who was wrapped in a down jacket and wearing cotton slippers to close the door. The latter had just raised the U-shaped lock in the air, and a yawn was still hanging on the corner of her mouth. Zhang Heng had long been familiar with this static world. Although he was still curious, he no longer had the strong sense of freshness that he had the first time. In a sense, it was like walking into an extremely realistic wax museum. But this time, he had something extra to do. Chapter 275 I've Got You. Zhang Heng followed the blood trail in the library all the way to a children's welfare home. The whole process was not easy, although the Shadow's calf was seriously injured. With the help of the black liquid, he didn't need to rely on his legs to escape. However, being trapped in the concrete wall was obviously not a pleasant experience. He needed to come out of the wall from time to time to breathe. This would leave blood on the ground, and the blood was still quite recognizable. It was thicker and darker than ordinary people's blood, close to dark black, and exuded a rancid smell. However, even so, it was still not an easy task to track the traces of a target in such a big city. Zhang Heng carried a recurved bow, held a flashlight in one hand, and a mobile phone in the other. He opened the Gauda map on it. Except for tonight's actions, the behavior pattern of that thing has remained highly consistent. It avoids appearing in crowded places and attacks vulnerable groups, so it is rarely seen by witnesses. Now that he is seriously injured, he must be more cautious. Zhang Heng first used the electronic map to exclude some areas where there are still many people at this time, such as some main roads and food streets that are open until the early morning. He selected several remote routes and sorted them in order of probability. Then he conducted a comprehensive search until he found that special blood on the ground. Then he used this as a starting point and continued the previous steps. This search method is quite time-consuming, especially when he is alone. However, as long as he finds 5 or 6 bloodstains, he can basically determine the direction in which the black shadow escaped, and then things will become much simpler. Of course, it still took Zhang Heng a long time to circle the final area. He has searched a nearby boarding elementary school and hospital. The most likely place left is the children's welfare home in front of him. However, including the daytime, he has not slept for more than 30 hours. Zhang Heng did not rush in, but went to the convenience store next to him to get a bottle of coffee, and left the money on the cashier's table as usual. After drinking coffee and regaining some energy, Zhang Heng put on gloves, wiped the saliva on the bottle mouth and the fingerprints on the bottle with a tissue, and then threw the bottle into the trash can half a street away, and then climbed over the iron fence outside the main gate and entered the children's welfare home. At this time, most of the staff in the welfare home have gone home, leaving only the guards on duty and some caregivers, a doctor, and 4 nurses. The guard was playing cards in the duty room. The doctor was preparing for the psychological counselor exam in the office. The remaining nurse was taking a nap, and the other 3 were playing King of Glory together. In addition to the emergency room and the duty room, there were also observation isolation rooms, children's restaurants, staff restaurants and a multi-purpose hall on the first floor. But there was no one inside. John Hung didn't find anything unusual here, and soon came to the second floor. This floor was the dormitory of the welfare home. Most of the children adopted by the welfare home lived here. In addition, there was a lounge and activity room for caregivers. John Hung didn't gain anything in the latter two places until he came to the dormitory and noticed a lonely bed in the corner on the west side. The children in other beds seemed to be afraid of the person in the bed. Even when sleeping, no one wanted to get too close to him. So the bed seemed to be isolated on the other side of the world. It should be bedtime at the children's welfare home. But the bed was empty. John Hung lifted the back of the bed with his gloved hands and found a roll of medical gauze underneath, which was stained with black blood. This also meant that he had finally found the real owner. John Hung put down the quilt in his hand and stepped back half a step. He looked at the name on the head of the bed. It belonged to a child named Zhang Jingli. From this name, it can be seen that the staff of the welfare home hoped that Zhang Jingli could grow up to be a quiet and polite person. However, unfortunately, this wish did not seem to be realized. Zhang Jingli in the photo had a gloomy face and gloomy eyes. He had a violent aura that was totally inconsistent with his age. However, compared with the horrible things he had done, the face in the photo looked a little cute. "I caught you," Zhang Hung whispered, and took the photo off. After being injured, Zhang Jingli fled back to the children's welfare home where he was hiding. He stole gauze from the emergency room to treat his wounds. He also knew that he fled in a panic and might leave a lot of clues, so he didn't dare to stay in bed. However, Zhang Hung speculated that it was unlikely that he would escape from the children's welfare home again. After all, his leg was seriously injured. As the person who shot the arrow, Zhang Hung knew the trauma caused by the arrow to the other party. Therefore, Zhang Hung was not in a hurry when he didn't find anyone on the bed. He finally found Zhang Jingli in the ultrasound room on the third floor. The latter was hiding in the corner behind the ultrasound machine. Curled up, Zhang Hung walked over and untied the gauze on his leg, and saw the arrow wound on his leg and the black blood on the wound. At this moment, Zhang Jingli seemed more fragile than ever. In the static time, he could no longer control the pool of black liquid to wander between the walls, swallowing innocent lives one by one. And he couldn't even move a little finger. Now he looked no different from an ordinary evil child. If Zhang Hung wanted to kill him, he could do it with just a utility knife. This was also Zhang Hung's first time killing in a static world, after experiencing the baptism of Mannerheim and black sails. Although Zhang Hung still didn't like the feeling of taking lives, he would not have too much psychological fluctuation when doing such things. Moreover, the target he wanted to kill now was most likely not a human. But the next moment, the utility knife in his hand stopped in front of Zhang Jingli's throat. Zhang Hung frowned. He could see the undisguised hatred for the world in Zhang Jingli's eyes, as well as tension and uneasiness. Unlike Li Xingyue's previous situation, Zhang Jingli's eyes were the only one without fear, which meant that he was not coerced. In addition, the wound on his leg and the black blood all proved that he was the one who attacked Zhang Hung and Shen Sisi in school not long ago. But there was one thing that always concerned Zhang Hung. According to Li Xingyue, Zhang Jingli came to school in the afternoon, which meant that he left the children's welfare home at that time. This was certainly not a complicated matter for him, who could change the shape of the wall. But after he left the children's welfare home, it was impossible for no one to find him until the evening. However, the staff in the welfare home that Zhang Hung met before, whether it was the doctor reviewing for the exam or the nurse playing King of Glory, did not show any sense of urgency about the child's loss. Chapter 276. It's about time to get some fresh air. Zhang Hung moved the utility knife in his hand downwards, cut Zhang Jingli's thumb, and saw the flesh and blood underneath. In a static world, living things do not follow the rule of touch and take effect, so the blood in the blood vessels will not flow. But after cutting, the color of the blood inside can still be clearly seen. Unlike the black blood on Zhang Jingli's calf, the blood flowing in the blood vessels on his hand is the same red blood as ordinary people. For the sake of caution, Zhang Hung scraped off the blood scab on his calf and found that only the upper layer was black. At this point, Zhang Hung can be sure that Zhang Jingli is not the thing he encountered before, but just an ordinary child in the welfare home. However, he should have a certain relationship with that thing. Otherwise he would not volunteer to take the blame, hide gauze on the bed, and even insert the arrow into his calf. Even an adult may not be so cruel. But he obviously didn't know what the price of doing so was. If Zhang Hung hadn't realized the abnormality of the welfare home staff, Zhang Jingli would have had a hard time surviving if he had pressed the box cutter a little more. Zhang Heng put away the box cutter in his hand. His target tonight was that monster. Not the cynical kid in the children's welfare home. But if Zhang Jingli was not the one who attacked them tonight, then where was the one who attacked them tonight? It had been more than 20 hours since he entered the static world. In about 2 hours, the hour hand of the starfish would have completed a full circle. If the time to go back was also calculated, he should only have about an hour and a half left to move. At this moment, Zhang Heng had almost searched the main building of the children's welfare home. Apart from Zhang Jingli, he did not find any suspicious targets. If the other party just bandaged the child in the welfare house and left, it would undoubtedly be the worst-case scenario for Zhang Heng, because it would be difficult to conduct the large-scale search as before in the remaining time. However, Zhang Heng did not think that the other party chose the welfare house by chance. Children like Zhang Jingli who live in the children's welfare house rarely come into contact with the outside world, and many of them do not trust outsiders for various reasons. However, the current situation of the children's welfare house does not seem to have just happened to have a child lost. So there is only one possibility left. Zhang Heng returned to the archive room not far from the ultrasound room and found the adoption records for the recent period. He looked up the files of the children who had been adopted recently according to the names on them. Zhang Heng thought it would take some time, but when he saw the photo on one of the files, he was stunned because he actually knew the person on it. Zhao Xiaotian. This name was new to the welfare home, but Zhang Heng was not unfamiliar with the person in the photo. It was the child he saved when he first encountered the monster that could melt the wall. At that time, he tried to save the old woman who was picking up rubbish when he passed by that remote alley. But he failed. In the end, he only had time to take away her little grandson standing beside her. He later went to the police station to report the case and left the child there. According to regulations, if the police station could not find other relatives of the child, they would send him to an orphanage. So Zhao Xiaotian entered the orphanage about a month ago. Coincidentally, on Christmas Eve a few days later, Zhang Heng saw Zhao Xiaotian again in a corner of the amusement park. But he only saw his back in the crowd. He did not connect that back with Zhao Xiaotian at the time. In addition, Hayes Asuka and the boy who was chasing her came out of the haunted house to distract him. So Zhang Heng did not take the matter to heart. But looking back now, there are actually a lot of suspicious points about Zhao Xiaotian. Based on preconceived ideas, both Zhang Heng and the female police officer in charge of recording the confession at the police station thought that Zhao Xiaotian was the grandson of the murdered scavenger and played the role of the victim in the previous incident. But in fact, there is no evidence to prove that there is a blood relationship between the two. Among this group of low-level homeless people, in order to get rid of loneliness and overcome difficulties together, many people who have no relationship with each other will also accompany each other. Especially when the black liquid swallowed the old scavenger. Zhao Xiaotian just stood aside and watched quietly, without crying or making a fuss. Zhang Heng thought he was scared. But in fact, his behavior could also be interpreted as a hunter admiring his masterpiece. Shin Sisi once said that the targets of that thing were all scavengers on the edge of the city. What could be easier to approach them and let them down than to become one of them? In addition, given Zhao Xiaotian's age, most scavengers would not be wary of him. He was like a wolf, with its tail between its legs mixed in with the flock of sheep. No one discovered his true identity. And he could also choose his dinner leisurely. So now there is only one last question left. That is, where is Zhao Xiaotian? Zhang Heng saw in the file that Zhao Xiaotian was adopted by a middle-aged couple who could not have children 2 days ago. The other party's address is in a middle-class community on the 4th Ring Road. But Zhang Heng was not in a hurry to leave. Zhao Xiaotian was the most cunning opponent he had ever met, and he was very good at disguising himself. So far, he had made Zhang Heng misjudge 3 times. In addition to Zhang Heng treating him as a victim when they first met, he also tried to use Li Xingwei to confuse Zhang Heng on the top floor of the library. But the preparation time left for him was too short at that time. Zhang Heng turned the target of Arrow of Paris at the critical moment. After that, it was this confrontation at the Children's Welfare Institute, with Zhang Jingli, who was willing to cooperate with him. His layout this time was more confusing. Zhang Heng believed that Zhao Xiaotian's inducing him to kill Zhang Jingli was definitely not the end, but the beginning of a counterattack. He should have subsequent arrangements. If Zhang Heng really fell into the trap, he would probably be charged with murder. although Zhang Heng possessed some game props with supernatural powers and rich life experience. This was not Nassau in the 18th century. Personal power could not compete with the state machine. Even if he could avoid subsequent investigations, he would have to live in darkness for the rest of his life. This is consistent with the characteristics of that thing. He knows human society very well. Not only has he been hunting carefully, avoiding the public eye and the attention of the authorities, but he also uses the rules of human society to resolve his threats. The only thing he missed was that he didn't know that Zhang Heng actually had an extra 24 hours a day. Based on Zhang Heng's understanding of that thing, when he made a hunting plan, he usually didn't leave, but hit on the spot. On the one hand, it was more conducive to him controlling the direction of things. And on the other hand, he seemed to like to see the prey's futile struggle and resistance with his own eyes. But this time, he obviously played with fire and got burned. Zhang Heng took out the design drawings of the children's welfare home from the archives and searched the welfare home again with the design drawings. This time he finally made a new discovery. The length of the corridor on the second floor was about 50 centimeters shorter than the design drawings, and there were no windows on the design drawings. In other words, the structure of this section of the wall was changed. It's about time to come out and get some fresh air. Zhang Heng left the children's welfare home and turned to the construction site next door. When he came back 10 minutes later, he had an iron hammer for demolishing the wall in his hand. Chapter 277 ending. The red Volkswagen Polo stopped at parking lot number 6. The bartender turned off the engine and got out of the car. Her khaki Martin boots made a rustling sound in the snow on the ground. Nanhazy Country Park is the largest wetland park in the suburbs, with a total area of more than 11 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of 4 summer palaces. It includes the former Royal Hunting Park. In addition to various vegetation, there are also wild elks and various water birds. However, because it is relatively far from the city and it is winter, there are not many tourists on ordinary days. Now it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and there will be even fewer people here. In fact, there was only one car in the parking lot number 6, and there was no one around. However, the bartender did not show any fear or uneasiness on her face. She took out half a pack of Marlboro from her pocket, took a cigarette out of it, put it in her mouth, lit it, took 2 deep puffs, and then pinched the burning cigarette with 2 fingers, and typed on the phone with the remaining thumb. "Come out. There are no cameras here." 5 minutes later, Zhang Heng came out of the park dragging a travel bag, frowned, and said, "The body collection service actually costs 20 points? Please, I asked someone to take my place at the game center and sneak out to handle this for you. It's a long drive, and the fuel consumption is quite expensive. And don't you want to add the service of separating the game props from the body?" The bartender opened the trunk of the Polo, spread a layer of plastic sheet on it, and then signaled Zhang Heng to bring the things over. She opened the travel bag with her other free hand and took a look at the body inside. "Oh, it's this guy. Do you know him? When adults have a party at home, they always attract the greedy kids next door." The bartender took 2 more puffs of her cigarette, then threw the butt aside and took out a pair of medical gloves from her pocket and put them on. Zavierza, if I remember correctly, should be a creature in a Slavic fairy tale, but his name is almost unknown even in Russia. His story was originally used to scare children to go home quickly after sunset, and not to play with strange children casually, especially not to go to their homes with strange children, because Zavierza will use his evil thoughts to manipulate the walls of the house to melt and swallow them in one bite. The bartender took out a scalpel from her toolbox while she was talking. "You are quite capable. Although this thing is weak and has little combat power, its evil thoughts are very powerful, especially in a big city with tall buildings everywhere. If you only focus on its evil thoughts and ignore its true body, it is easy to be killed by it. As far as I know, Zavierza happens to be very good at disguising himself." The bartender picked up one of the corpse's legs, just like holding a ham to make soup. "By the way, do you want to take a photo or something? The body will be incomplete after I do it." "No, thank you. I don't have that kind of hobby." The bartender shrugged. "Okay then." The scalpel cut off the second toe of the corpse neatly, and then the toe that was still bleeding black blood was placed in a tule box that the bartender carried with her. As usual, the identification results will come out in 3 days, and I will send the things to you. You don't have to worry about his adoptive parents and the orphanage. I will help you with the follow-up matters. I guarantee that every point of your 20 points will be worth it. After that, she closed the trunk of the polo and took off her gloves. Okay. Now that the business is over, I have to go back to the bar later. Do you want me to give you a ride? If it's not too much trouble. The bartender restarted the polo. And Zhang Heng on the other side also opened the passenger door and got in. Tonight was undoubtedly a very long night for him. He was chased by the monster named Xavierza before. The two had a brief fight on the top floor of the library. When the time came to midnight, Zhang Heng began to track the monster's trail in the static world. This process lasted for more than 20 hours. Until he used a hammer to demolish the wall at the end of the second floor of the welfare home. And finally found his target tonight behind the wall. After confirming that Zhao Xiaoyan was the thing that attacked them tonight, Zhang Heng cut his throat. However, because he could not be sure whether this method was enough to kill him, and did not want to attract the attention of the police and bring extra trouble, he later put the body in a large travel bag and brought it to this park. Nanhazi Country Park has no walls on all sides, and Zhao Xiaotian's best method has lost its effect. Even if he survived after his throat was cut, it would not cause any trouble. When the time stop ended, Zhang Heng contacted the bartender on his mobile phone and consulted about the body collection service. After the two sides negotiated the price, the bartender drove a polo to the park and took the body away. At this point, the matter was finally concluded. Zhang Heng got a new game prop at the cost of 20 points. He no longer had to worry about being attacked by someone when walking under the wall in the future. At the same time, it also indirectly solved the problem of missing scavengers in the city. Would you like some tea? I treat you. The bartender set the navigation, then opened the glove box in front of the car and took out a bottle of Oriental leaves. This is the drink you left for yourself. I have a thermos cup. The bartender's simple words once again confirmed that no matter how cool a young person is, whether he is a financial executive driving a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz, or a literary youth who lives like the wind, or the various gods and myths and legends, one day, they will begin to take the path of health preservation with wolfberry to prolong life. Zhang Heng was no longer polite after hearing this. He was thirsty. So he took the bottle of Oriental leaves, opened it, and drank 2 sips. In fact, he had a lot of problems in his mind. Not only Zawirza, but also Molesby before, seemed to indicate that the world he lived in was undergoing some changes. If these things have really existed in this world for a long time, then what made these monsters originally scattered all over the world suddenly gather here? Is it this game? Or something else? And the supernatural creatures Zhang Heng encountered, whether in or outside the copy, seemed very weak and hungry. How did they fall to this point today? Will there be new things to fill the gaps they left? However, unfortunately, the bartender lady did not seem to want to discuss this issue. When Polo climbed up the elevated platform, she also took out her headphones and put them on, listening to Gwidi Gang's crosstalk. Chapter 278 Betty's Shell and Wall of Evil Thoughts. After the incident in Zawirza ended, Zhang Heng finally had a real vacation. He got off the bartender's red polo and slept until noon in the dormitory. After waking up, he sent a message to Yu, who always looks unhappy, asking her to tell Shinsisi that the monster's trouble has been solved. You always look unhappy, replied to the message in seconds and agreed immediately. Then he started asking him where he was, whether he had just had a big fight with that thing, how the battle went, whether he took a picture with his mobile phone, what props he got, and whether it was fun. Zhang Heng actually felt a little conflicted about you always looking unhappy. He still didn't know the other person's name. The first time they met was in the public toilet outside the bar. Zhang Heng accidentally ruined the former's plan. Not long after that, the two met again in the mall. You always look unhappy, pretending to be Kumaman to play a prank on him, and Hayes Asuka was not so much to avenge the previous things, but to satisfy some kind of bad taste of your own. Unfortunately, it didn't get the desired result. So this guy got even worse, pretending to be Ma Wei and asking him to come downstairs to fix the car, intending to do another job. But this time he failed miserably. If it weren't for the things that happened later, Zhang Heng originally planned to use the 24 hours of stillness to get a good feel for her. However, she behaved quite well after Xaviercha appeared. Seeing Zhang Heng being swallowed by the wall, she did not run away immediately, but wanted to help. In addition, she also saved Shinsisi according to Zhang Heng's request. According to the previous agreement between the two, the grudge between them was also written off. and Zhang Heng was not in a position to pursue it further. But there is one thing that Zhang Heng cannot avoid. That is, his identity as a player has been known by you always look unhappy. However, for the time being, this will not bring him too much trouble, because Zhang Heng has always been in single-player mode. He has not established any enemies among the players, and he does not have any particularly valuable game props. It stands to reason that even if his identity is leaked, it will not be targeted by too many people. On the contrary, you always look unhappy. It seems that she has a close connection with the mysterious sunglasses girl who has been popular in the player circle recently. Those big guilds must be very interested in her information. Zhang Heng did not reply to the series of questions sent by You Always Look Unhappy, and put his phone aside. In the following week, he returned to his previous life. On the one hand, he continued to exercise and study, and on the other hand, he added some activities to reintegrate into society. For example, he went to the surrounding hills to collect materials with the remaining few people in the photography club, and also participated in several group activities of the rock climbing club. In addition, the test scores he had participated in before were also released one after another. Log into the campus network to check your grades and rankings in each subject, which is much more convenient than in high school, and you don't have to be publicly punished in front of the whole class, because there is plenty of time to review. Zhang Heng is in the top 5 in all the required subjects except English, and he got all the paper scores in the advanced mathematics exam. But because he skipped classes before, he was deducted 5 points from his regular grades. Because many of the electives are essays and open book, the grading will be more subjective. But the worst is only the 12th place in happiness, and he got the only full score in another critical thinking. But Zhang Heng found that it seems to be useless after learning critical thinking, because even if you have established a very complete logical system, it is impossible to convince a person who has no logic in a debate. This is why no one will ever be convinced in online debates, and they all end up thinking that the other party is a fool. As for English, because it is linked to the score of level 6, the result will not be known until the end of February. But with Zhang Heng English level, it should be no problem to get 609 points. Even if he does not have the usual score, it is enough for him to get credits. In addition, the 2 game props he had previously deposited with the bartender for appraisal were also sent one after another. Zhang Heng opened the express delivery, and actually felt the same as receiving goods purchased on Taobao. Name, Betty Shell. Quality, E. Function, consume your anger to summon a storm on the sea for 15 minutes. The level of the storm is related to the degree of anger. This is the game prop he got in the copy of Black Sail. In fact, after returning to the real world, he contacted the Celtic ancient god named Betty as soon as possible. But the other party did not respond, which also gave Zhang Heng a bad premonition. Because of the opponent's weak state, the several exchanges with him in the copy were very brief. But during the exchanges, Zhang Heng also confirmed one thing. That is, the Celtic ancient god named Betty, like the other people in the copy, did not know that she was in the game. This was further verified by her choosing Zhang Heng, hoping that he could gather believers for her. Zhang Heng's experience in Black Sail confirmed that the copies he had experienced so far were just copies of historical fragments, and would not affect the real world. Considering the state of Betty when Zhang Heng met her, and the time between the Black Sail copy and the present, it is very likely that the Celtic ancient god named Betty has disappeared or died. And this shell is just a game prop left by her, placed in the Black Sail copy by the game's organizing committee. The other item was freshly taken from the body of Zavierza, who had attacked him before. Considering its strange appearance, Zhang Heng was a little unsure whether he should carry it with him. Name, Wall of Evil Thoughts. Quality, D. Function, reconstruct the structure of a wall, and switch it between solid and liquid at the same time. Use ×4 after getting the Wall of Evil Thoughts. Zhang Heng used it once immediately to verify the effect. The result was much better than Zhang Heng imagined. With a previous experience of Moresby, generally speaking, game props separated from monsters will be weakened to a certain extent compared to their original abilities. The Wall of Evil Thoughts is no exception. It does not have the powerful offensiveness when used by Zavierza, but it can still play a very good effect in quickly passing through some restricted area mazes and transforming building structures to block enemies. Of course, there are also disadvantages. That is, when using it, a wall must exist. This is not a problem in the city, but in some open areas, the effectiveness of the Wall of Evil Thoughts will undoubtedly be discounted. But overall, John Hung was quite satisfied with these two props. Chapter 279 Apollo Project Training Camp. Although the Spring Festival is still about 2 weeks away, the bar has already started to warm up in advance, and has started to hang New Year decorations on the windows and walls. In the lounge on the second floor, the bartender also placed a small ornament to celebrate the new year on the bar counter. John Hung raised his eyebrows. Lucky dog? It's the year of the dog. So when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The bartender was chewing gum while fiddling with her New Year's special drink. Today is the first day of February. The lounge looks empty. There are very few people in the first half of each month, because the dungeons drawn are random. So every time a player goes to a dungeon, it's like a closed book final exam. Of course, everyone wants to have more time to review, so the end of the month is often the peak period of traffic. But John Hung had started his winter vacation last month, and it will last until the beginning of next month. He has already booked a ticket home and will leave in a few days. Although he can also find other game locations in his hometown, they are not as familiar as Sex in the City. And he also needs to play in the dungeon to kill some of the marks left on him by his 10-year pirate career. Therefore, John Hung decided to use up the number of games this month in advance. But in this way, his plan to return to the previous dungeon will be postponed for some time. Happy New Year. John Hung came to the booth, set the alarm clock with ease, and put it on his chest. Happy New Year. Have a nice trip. The bartender threw the dry ice on the clip into the cocktail glass without looking up. And soon, white smoke filled the glass. About a quarter of an hour later, the time set on the alarm clock arrived, and John Hung had once again felt the familiar dizziness. And at the same time, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Player identity verification. Verification passed. The 5th round of copies are being randomly drawn for player number 07958. Drawing completed. The current copy is the Apollo Project Training Camp. Some people will ask, why? Why the moon? Why choose that place as the goal? They will naturally ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why? 35 years ago, fly across the Atlantic? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon and achieve other goals in this decade. Not because they are easy, but because they are difficult. Because this goal will make us organize and measure our abilities and skills to the best of our ability. Because this challenge is exactly what we are willing to accept, what we are unwilling to postpone, and what we must win. Mission objective. Try to look at the Earth from a different angle. Mode, single player competition. Time flow, 240. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 10 days in this game. After 60 days, the player is forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder. The game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. The information in this instance is unprecedentedly rich. There is no other way. The main reason is that the Apollo program is so famous. When John Hung first heard about the Mannerheim line and New Providence, he was stunned for quite a while before he reacted. After all, the Soviet-Finnish War and the Pirates of Nassau are unfamiliar to most people. But the Apollo program is almost known to everyone. As the first human to land on the moon, Armstrong has recorded his name and the ambition of mankind in the history of world space travel, and is well known along with Gagarin, the first astronaut to enter space. Although the space race has its complex political and historical background, it is undeniable that it has played a significant role in promoting the development of human technology and our exploration of space. Many technologies have since been transformed from military to civilian use, and artificial satellites have changed everyone's lives. More importantly, this period of history also demonstrated the fearless courage and endless spirit of exploration of mankind, and also inspired China, India and other countries to join the team of space exploration. The passage in the background of the copy is an excerpt from Kennedy's famous moon landing speech in 1962. But John Hung's attention was not on this for the time being, but on the forward single-player competition in the mission mode. Unlike most players who prefer team games, John Hung has played all the dungeons so far. But in the previous 4 rounds of games, he was the only player in the huge dungeons. And there was only one type of single player in the mission mode. Now that competition is added to the end, does this mean that he will also encounter other players for the first time in this dungeon? The 5-second preparation time is very short, and John Hung did not have time to think about too many problems before the game started. The first thing that caught his eyes was a beam of white light, which was a bit dazzling. John Hung turned his eyes away from the spotlight above his head and noticed that he was standing in a sealed building. There were 6 people wearing blue uniforms, like him, around him. Zhang Heng lowered his head, and saw the NASA logo on his left chest. On his right chest was his black ID card, with a name written in English. David. Zhang Heng was not surprised. The organizing committee has always done a good job in protecting the privacy of players. In the copy where other players appear, the names will definitely be processed. If nothing unexpected happens, his appearance should also be modified to a certain extent. However, he did not have a mirror at hand, and could not confirm this. In addition, Zhang Heng could feel that his body was still basically the same, and there had not been much change in strength and agility, which was good news. Zhang Heng had no time to observe the other players around him for the time being, because his attention was now attracted by the huge and strange instrument in front of him. Multi-axis training instrument. The design of the instrument will simulate the situation where the 3-axis connection points can rotate arbitrarily. This training ritual is to help you familiarize yourself with the possible situations in space in advance. Once the driver sits on it, it will start to rotate wildly. If you still don't understand, you can imagine yourself as a cat. And then you can imagine the feeling of being thrown into a high-speed rotating drum washing machine. Your task is to stabilize the instrument before you faint. A man who also wore a blue uniform and looked like an instructor said. Then he glanced at the 7 trainees in front of him and paused. The first victim. Anderson. The 7 people present looked down at their ID cards on their chests. And the fat man with Anderson written on it changed his face. No way. So cruel right from the start. What the hell is this? There is not even an operating instruction. Chapter 280 Dinner and Multi-Axis Trainer. The fat man named Anderson said this in Chinese. Although his voice was not loud, the other players present could hear it. At the same time, he looked at the people around him for help. Hey, do any of you know how to operate this thing? The answer to him was silence. The Apollo program was in operation from 1961 to 1972, and it has a history of about 50 years. It is an early space project. At that time, the United States had just completed the first generation of manned spaceflight, Mercury. The plan was to send astronaut Shepard into space, and the training facilities used were quite different from those now. People who are interested in astronaut training may have heard of things like centrifuges and neutral buoyancy laboratories, but facilities like multi-axis trainers were the first time Zhang Heng and others had seen them. And from the instructor's previous description, it would definitely not be comfortable to sit on this thing. Especially since many people noticed that the word he used in the last sentence was victim. Yes, Zhang Heng confirmed that there should be no problem with his hearing, which means that the training ahead will definitely not be easy. And everyone has just entered the dungeon, and has not yet fully understood their current situation. In summary, the first person to go up is undoubtedly at a great disadvantage. Everyone wants to use Fatty's reaction to see how the instrument works, and how difficult this training is. Perhaps only Fatty himself, as a guinea pig, does not think so. But seeing that the instructor who walked to the instrument has become a little impatient, he also knows that he is delayed for a long time. At this point, he had no other options. Seeing that he had nowhere to turn and no other player was willing to replace him, he could only walk over and sit in the seat of the training device. A staff member immediately stepped forward to fasten his seat belt for him, and then retreated to the operating platform not far away. The sweat on the back of the fat man's neck soaked his collar. He swallowed and said, "Can I? If you have anything to say, let's talk after the training." The instructor interrupted expressionlessly, and then signaled the staff beside him to flip the switch. With the sound of mechanical friction, the multi-axis training machine immediately began to rotate, and Zhang Heng and others also understood what the so-called cat thrown into the washing tub meant. The fat man in the central seat rolled over with the machine with a horrified face, and his body kept spinning in the air. This was just the beginning. Half a minute later, the instructor said again, "Speed up." The fat man was so dizzy that he couldn't tell the directions at all. This feeling was 100 times more exciting than being tied to the front of a roller coaster. He had long forgotten what he was doing here and just wanted to get through this torturous training as soon as possible. However, things did not go as he wished. He did not expect the instrument to stop, but the rolling became more and more intense. Zhang Heng silently stepped back 2 steps. But at this moment everyone's main attention was still on the multi-axis training instrument. Zhang Heng's small action was not noticed by many people. Only a girl with glasses followed him and retreated to the back. Then the fat man on the multi-axis training instrument could no longer control himself. His face, which had been suffocated to blue, relaxed instantly, and at the same time a large amount of vomit spurted out of his mouth. All the people standing in the front were in trouble, being drenched by the rain of gastric juice and food falling from the sky. One of the guys was the most unlucky. He opened his mouth the widest, and was thinking about what to do when it was his turn. Unexpectedly, he tasted the bitter taste in advance. The staff noticed the fat man who had fainted, and was worried that he would choke on his own vomit. So they stopped the training device immediately. At the same time, the medical staff who had been on standby also rushed up immediately, unfastened the seat belt, and dragged the fat man off the chair. While the staff was cleaning the equipment, the instructor started to call the roll again. Next, Anthony. The player named Anthony's face was not much better than the fat man's before. Although someone had been the first to eat crabs, the people behind him were more nervous after seeing how fierce the crabs were, compared with the fat man before. The guy named Anthony had a great body shape and obviously exercised regularly. The muscles on his arms bulged, and he should have good fighting ability, which also gave him more choices. He glanced at the stairs not far away and the door on the stairs, but he hesitated for a moment and sat down on the training device honestly. This was not the first time for him to enter the game. It was too risky to rashly resist and escape from the room when the situation was not clear. Moreover, their main mission this time required entering space, which was not something that could be done by one person with a flying monkey. In addition to the astronauts themselves, a large number of scientists, backup, and ground control were needed. No matter how fierce the multi-axis trainer was, it would not threaten life. There was no reason to choose to resist with force just because of such a thing. Therefore, Anthony also obediently experienced the pleasure of his body rolling and rotating in the air. He performed better than the fat man before, and persisted for half a minute longer. He didn't vomit until he got off the trainer and held on to the escalator next to him. Livingston. The instructor called the third person's name as if he hadn't seen it. The player named Livingston was the oldest among all of them, probably nearly 40 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Unlike Anthony, he looked very gentle and should be an intellectual. He had a bitter smile on his face. He had just cleaned the vomit on his glasses and handed the glasses in his hand to the staff on the side. Great. At least we will soon know what everyone had for dinner. The girl who had retreated with Zhang Heng before whispered. Her words basically represented the helplessness of all the players. Everyone present had now understood that today, no one could escape. The roll call was carried out quickly. After all, the people who went up also came down quickly. In particular, the middle-aged man with glasses set an example for the players behind him. When the multi-axis training machine accelerated for a short time, he shouted to stop. The man who looked like an instructor did not embarrass him and asked the staff to turn off the machine. Although the middle-aged man was still staggering after coming down, he managed to hold it until he reached the bathroom and vomited while holding the toilet. So the people behind him also learned their lesson and stopped trying to hold it. When they felt they couldn't stand it anymore, they asked to stop. Finally, they were not so embarrassed. However, Zhang Heng noticed that the instructor's brows were getting more and more furrowed. In the end, Zhang Heng was the only one among the 7 who had not yet boarded the multi-axis trainer. Chapter 281 Unprepared. David, get ready and start. When Zhang Heng was downstairs, he had seen the others test ride the machine, but it was completely different from sitting on it in person. Zhang Heng noticed that there was a small display screen in front of him on the right, which could display the deviation. In addition, there was a control joystick in front of each hand. The operation did not seem that complicated. However, when the multi-axis trainer started, Zhang Heng knew how difficult it was to stabilize the seat. The precision of the force and angle was very high. He had just started to learn some operating skills when the multi-axis trainer started to accelerate. Zhang Heng felt like he was thrown into a fast-spinning blender. He tried to use the joystick to stabilize the seat, but to be honest, he didn't even know if it would work. He could see the whole world shaking upside down above his head. 1 second he could see the spotlight on the ceiling, and the next second the scene in front of him switched to someone's calf, and the next second it turned into pipes on the wall. The undigested dinner was also churning in his stomach at this time, except for the player who went up before Zhang Heng and was still vomiting in the bathroom. The previous few people had recovered a little. They gathered not far away and looked at Zhang Heng on the multi-axis trainer, with more or less gloating expressions on their faces. After all, everyone's performance was quite embarrassing before, and seeing someone join in would make them feel better. However, After watching for a while, the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses changed his face first and asked, "How long has it been?" Everyone looked at each other after hearing this. They had just come out of a nightmare. Although they had been observing the surrounding environment, their attention was basically on the man who looked like an instructor. It was reasonable that no one would try to time others. Who knew that at this moment? A voice suddenly said, 2 minutes and 52 seconds. He has exceeded our average time by more than twice. And twice the shortest record. The one who spoke was the only girl among the 7 people. She had short hair and looked very capable. She seemed to be very interested in Zhang Heng. She had been staring at him since Zhang Heng took the initiative to retreat, and was now counting the time. Thank you for the reminder. The fat man had been treated by medical staff and had woken up from his coma. However, because of the food fountain he had performed before, many people now looked at him unkindly, and there was a hint of being excluded. He was now standing a little further away from the crowd, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and smiling bitterly. What is this guy's job? A pilot or an acrobat? Said the sturdy man named Anthony. Who knows? I think he's more like a professional killer, said the girl, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. While they were talking, Zhang Heng finally stopped the multi-axis trainer. When his feet touched the ground again, the dizziness in his mind did not completely disappear. So he had to reach out and hold the handrail of the stairs beside him. Thanks to his previous 10 years of pirate experience, he had driven the jackdaw through many storms, and his sense of balance was trained, much better than that of ordinary people, which is why he could last longer on the multi-axis trainer. But then he went into the bathroom like everyone else. And when he came out of the bathroom, the 6 people outside had regrouped. The man who looked like an instructor spoke again. In order to prevent any of you from forgetting, I will introduce myself again. My name is William Kenthouse. You can call me Kenthouse. Or Captain. Whatever you want. As you know, we just launched Apollo 10 3 days ago. This plan is the first time we bring the lunar module into the lunar orbit for testing. And it is also a rehearsal for the subsequent lunar landing. So far, everything has gone well. If nothing goes wrong, they will be back in 5 days. And then it will be our highlight. The captain paused here and said, we will use Apollo 11 to send our people to the moon. But there is a problem now. Just a week ago, someone in the mission team was infected with a new infectious disease. Although our medical team worked hard to control the source of infection, we still lost a group of astronauts. In their current state, they can no longer perform flight missions, including the official members, who will be carrying out the Apollo 11 mission, the substitute members, and the support team. In short, we have no astronauts now. Zhang Heng and other players were listening quietly. NASA had never had such a large-scale epidemic in history. This was obviously an emergency inserted by the dungeon to help them get promoted. But what was more important was how things would develop. The captain continued. In short, we are very short of manpower now. The director proposed to the president to postpone the moon landing, but the proposal was rejected. Sputnik 1. Gagarin. The Soviet Union is ahead of us in every important space exploration achievement. The current situation is 2 o'clock, so we must win the next round no matter what. Personally, I prefer to select astronaut candidates from experienced Air Force pilots. But the president and the director both recommended you. I don't know why. In my opinion, you are not as good as my grandmother who participated in World War I. But since this is NASA's decision, I can only obey orders. So put away the half-dead expression on your face. I will be responsible for your future training. If you are lucky, when the astronauts of Apollo 10 come back and they can recover to a good level in the future, you will join the next mission as a substitute and support team, instead of going to space to die. Okay. Do you have any questions now? All the players used this time to quickly digest the information they had just received. In fact, when they opened their eyes and saw what they were wearing, most of them had already guessed their identities. However, the captain's words made their situation clearer. Everyone was a little confused now. Most of them had experienced many game dungeons. They should have seen a lot of storms and had dealt with all kinds of difficult situations. However, it was the first time that they were notified that they were going to the moon right at the beginning. Before entering the dungeon, all the players thought they were mentally prepared enough. But no one was really prepared for flying out of the atmosphere. Everyone looked at each other. But what they saw in each other's eyes was more nervous than when they boarded the multi-axis trainer. Chapter 282 Circle of Destiny. Less than 20 minutes after the show of strength on the multi-axis trainer, John Hung and his group of candidate astronauts were transported to the next place by the transport vehicle. Through the car window, John Hung saw a white main building, with the American flag on the right and the NASA logo on the left. There was also an abstract sculpture of a rocket taking off on the side of the road. The Kennedy Space Center is located on Meter Island on the east coast of Florida in the eastern United States. Construction began in 1962. The name was changed to commemorate the late President Kennedy. A boy who looked like a high school student said excitedly, "According to the distance, we should have been at Cape Canaveral Air Force Base." The Mercury project, Gemini project and early Apollo missions all started there, because it can launch rockets into the ocean to avoid danger to populated areas. At the same time, it is closer to the equator and can make full use of the Earth's rotation to give the rocket greater thrust. However, because it cannot match the Saturn V rocket, the Kennedy Space Center later built a new launch base. Wait, was Kennedy already dead at this time? The fat man asked. Yes. He was assassinated in Dallas in 1963. Although he gave the famous moon landing speech, he did not see American astronauts step on the moon with his own eyes. The boy who looked like a high school student shrugged. Everyone, do you need me to remind you that we are not here to travel? Shouldn't we be more concerned about our own situation now? The strong man named Anthony frowned. Yes, it seems that the main mission this time is to land on the moon, or at least reach outer space. But as far as I can tell, there is actually not much difference between the two. Why do you say that? The only girl in this round of the copy asked. When she got on the bus, she didn't know if it was a coincidence that she chose the seat next to John Hung. Don't you know? The boy who looked like a high school student raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. Apollo 10 took off at 12:49 on May 18, 1969. The captain said before that the rocket was launched 3 days ago, which means that we entered the copy on May 21st, 1969. So? The girl blinked. The boy leaned back in his chair and smiled at the girl. Apollo 11 was launched on July 16, 1969, and Apollo 12 was launched on December 14, nearly 5 months apart, considering our deadline this time. So, didn't you say before that the United States also had the Gemini project? The Gemini project was a transition between the Mercury project and the Apollo project. It started in 1961 and completed 10 Earth orbit manned flight missions. It ended successfully in 1965. The middle-aged man who looked like an intellectual said, "So if we want to complete this main mission, we only have one chance, which is to board Apollo 11. His expression was very solemn. As soon as he said this, everyone's face changed, and the atmosphere in the car suddenly became very strange. Only the fat man was still confused. What's wrong? Is Apollo 11 dangerous? Dangerous? The boy who looked like a high school student grinned and pointed at the NASA driver in front and said, "Yes. After all, this is the first time for humans to challenge landing on the moon. Not only do these ordinary people feel unsure, but even the scientists, engineers and astronauts in NASA who are carrying out the mission are panicking. But as latecomers, we know very well that the final result of this mission is a great victory. So the real problem we face is how to board Apollo 11. How many astronauts can take Apollo 11? The girl asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. The boy who looked like a high school student raised 3 fingers. Everyone knows. Commander Neil Armstrong. Lunar Module Pilot Buzz Aldrin. Command and Service Module Pilot Michael Collins. This time, even the fat man's face changed. And he said in a lost voice, 3? But we have 7 people now. Is this your first time participating in a single-player competition copy? The sturdy man named Anthony sneered. Don't you know what competition means? I have always been with a team before. This is my first time entering a dungeon alone. The fat man said with a sad face. The difficulty of a single-player dungeon is too high. More than half of the elimination rate, from small to large, in all the competitive projects. My ranking has never even entered the middle. Then why did you choose to act alone this time? The girl asked with interest. Because? The fat man hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't explain it clearly. In the end, the strong man named Anthony ruthlessly exposed his scars. Because you were too weak and dragged your team down. You were kicked out by your team members. And you couldn't find another team willing to accept you. So you had to play alone. Although the fat man didn't admit it, his instantly pale face proved that Anthony's words were correct. Lucky. This way we have one less competitor in this copy. The boy who looked like a high school student put his hands behind his head and smiled. The middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses shook his head. You are a little too optimistic. In history, Apollo 11 successfully landed on the moon. But don't forget that it was Armstrong and his team who carried out the mission. If it were us, what would be our chances of winning? His words also caused the carriage to fall into silence again. After an unknown amount of time, the sturdy man named Anthony said, Look at it from the bright side. We still have at least 60 days of training time. Strictly speaking, it's 55 days, because Apollo 11 will be launched on July 16th. And minus the quarantine period before the launch, our training time is only 48 days. The boy who looked like a high school student said, By the way, a professional astronaut usually trains for 2 to 3 years. And future deep space exploration missions may even reach 5 years. Payload experts and scientist astronauts are slightly better. But the shortest is more than half a year. Why do you know so much about these things? The girl asked curiously. No matter how much you prepare, you won't go out of your way to collect such unpopular knowledge. You can even remember the launch time of Apollo 10 so clearly. And it's accurate to the minute. Because I'm an avid space enthusiast. So this game is my destiny. The boy who looked like a high school student smiled confidently. Chapter 283 Not Half. In the conference room of Building 12 of the Kennedy Space Center, 7 people held the study manuals that NASA had just distributed. With different expressions. This thing of more than 60 pages is just a catalog. The fat man felt extremely frustrated. We need to learn basic rocket physics, aerodynamics, orbital dynamics, jet propulsion, astronomy. I can understand these. But what about life sciences, geology and material science? And I can't even understand the title of this electronic engineering. How can we learn so much in 55 days? Remind you, these are just theoretical parts. The boy who looked like a high school student said. What else is there after that? The fat man said desperately. Physical training. EVA. Space orientation training. Spacesuit training. Familiarization training. Driving training. Emergency escape training. Anything is possible. After all, Apollo 11 was a space project 50 years ago. To be honest, I am not completely sure what kind of training there is in this era. The boy who looked like a high school student said. His face was not very good. He was the most excited player among all the players. For a space enthusiast, there is nothing cooler than flying into space in a spacecraft. Not to mention participating in one of the most important events in human history. Although it is a bit of a pity that he can only plant the American flag on the moon. It is only in a game after all, and will not affect reality. However, when he really got the manual and thought about how much astronauts have to learn, it was hard to laugh. Destiny Circle? The sturdy man named Anthony raised his mouth and showed a sarcastic smile. Then you should be able to go to the sky directly. There is no need to be so pessimistic. The middle-aged man, with an intellectual look, pushed his glasses on his face. There are 3 positions on Apollo 11. Which means that in addition to the skills that astronauts must master, each of us can purposefully give up some training, choose a main direction, and complement each other. However, he was interrupted before he finished speaking. A tall and thin young man who looked a little listless said, Forget it, Uncle. Since everyone except the fat guy over there is playing solo, it's better not to treat others as fools. He yawned and said lazily, Don't tell me you didn't notice that Captain William Kenhouse had a small notebook in his hand. He wrote something in the notebook when each of us got off the multi-axis trainer. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be grading our performance. And these scores must be related to who among us can go on Apollo 11 and who will be the substitute. You let us purposefully give up some training and focus on some training. But 360 points added up is much higher than 180 points. The middle-aged man with an intellectual look pushed his glasses and said calmly, I'm just providing you with a plan to increase your chances of survival after the launch. That's based on the premise that we have to be able to sit in the command and service module of Apollo 11 first. Right? Said the high school student. Actually, if we really want to calculate, our chances of being selected are still very high. The middle-aged man, with an intellectual look, said leisurely. A 50-50 chance is just normal. The sturdy man named Anthony frowned. Not half. The high school student seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. What? The listless young man turned the pen in his hand. The high school student turned his eyes to the only female player in the dungeon, who raised her eyebrows. What? I'm sorry. You may have entered the wrong dungeon this time. If our game difficulty is difficult, then your game difficulty this time is likely to be hellish. Why do you think so? You don't know much about the United States in the 1960s. Right? The middle-aged man, with an intellectual look, smiled gently. Marilyn Monroe. The Beatles. Bob Dylan. Is there anything else worth mentioning in this era? The girl asked back. Although the Civil Rights Act of 1964 has come into effect, unfortunately, discrimination still exists. Not only against people of color, but also women. This is why the feminist movement was so frequent in the 1960s and 1970s. Women were rarely allowed to join juries, and the loans they received from banks were only half of those received by men, and the interest rate was half as high. The high school student took over the conversation. Few people know that NASA implemented a plan in 1960 to determine whether women could become astronauts. 25 female pilots were invited to undergo the same examinations and assessments as the male astronauts of the Mercury project, and 13 of them passed. What happened to them later? Although these 13 women received the same assessments and training as male astronauts, the official never announced that they were candidate astronauts, nor did they arrange for them to enter the spaceflight plan. It is said that this is because NASA's management believes that female astronauts will waste precious resources and distract the public's attention from male astronauts. If they are injured or killed during the mission, it will also have a negative public impact. So NASA terminated the training program for female astronauts in 1963. The high school student paused. It must be mentioned that in the same year, the Soviet Union sent Valentina Tereshkova, the first female astronaut in the world, into space. The comparison is very ironic. So if I want to board Apollo 11, I must not only perform well, but also pray that Captain Kenthouse and the top executives of NASA who grade us are forward-looking and have no prejudice against women. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that's the case. That's really too bad. The girl tried to force a somewhat forced smile on her face. She was sitting very close to Zhang Heng. After hearing this, she moved her, but closer to Zhang Heng, almost sticking to him. 5 into 3. So our luck is pretty good this time. The sturdy man named Anthony showed a hint of joy on his face. Time is so tight this time. I suggest that we live in peace in this copy, and everyone relies on their own abilities. Whoever gets the highest score in the end will win the main task. The middle-aged man with an intellectual look finished speaking and looked at the only person in the room who had not spoken. The strong man named Anthony and the high school student also turned their eyes to Zhang Heng. Although the young man who looked like he had not woken up did not turn back. The pen in his hand that had been spinning stopped at this moment. Zhang Heng had been sitting in the corner, quietly flipping through the study manual. Hearing this, he finally raised his head, closed the manual in his hand, and said lightly, "I refuse." Chapter 284, Delayed Class. This was the first time Zhang Heng encountered other players in a dungeon. Before this, he had always been alone in the game. He only needed to think about how to use the environment and resources at hand to complete the main task without having to think too much about other things. However, there were 6 other players who entered the game with him in the Apollo Project training camp. They did not know each other, and their identities, backgrounds, skills, and game props were unknown. 7 people compete for 3 places. Even if everyone can reach a short-term peace at the moment, it is actually meaningless, because those who lag behind will definitely not sit there and wait for death. Of course, Zhang Heng opposed the Glasses Man's proposal not for this reason. Just as the Glasses Man may not know that his proposal is meaningless. Anyone who has played the killing game knows the importance of personality. The danger of this round of the game not only comes from the outside, but also from the players. As the game progresses, players not only need to collect information about the task and find ways to get good results in training, but also need to collect information from other players to know who are potential threats and who are allies that can be formed. An obvious fact that no one has mentioned is that those who rank behind in training must defeat the players ahead if they want to board Apollo 11. Therefore, usually, the earlier the person stands out, the better he performs in training, and the easier it is for him to become the target of others. But the actual situation is not entirely so, because there are 3 places to board Apollo 11. It means that you don't need to defeat all the players who perform better than you. In fact, when making a real choice, players need to weigh many factors. In addition to the training results, they also need to consider the strength of the other party, the relationship between each other, and the role of the other party in the subsequent moon landing process. This is why the high school student chose to share the information he had with other players. And the glasses guy tried to become the team leader. As for John Hung, he chose another path. Influenced by the Black Sail dungeon, he had a more fierce temperament than ordinary people. When he first entered the new dungeon, he could clearly feel the other players' vigilance against him. Except for the girl who had always been interested in him. Even the fat guy who was obviously excluded did not dare to get too close to him. At this time, it would be a thankless task to spend energy and time to change everyone's views. And it might not have much effect. John Hung simply confirmed this personality and told those who intended to target him that they had better carefully weigh the risks. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the strong man named Edward and the high school student looked at him differently. And the middle-aged man, with an intellectual look, also frowned. Along the way, they all found that John Hung might be difficult to deal with. So the middle-aged man, with an intellectual look, was actually using this question to test John Hung. Unexpectedly, the other party was tougher than they thought. At present, John Hung is undoubtedly the most difficult player to deal with among the 7 players. And the opponent clearly has no intention of paying attention to other players, which makes it difficult for them to collect too much useful information from John Hung. So they have to reevaluate the possible threats from the opponent and their subsequent strategies. Only the only female player among the crowd was not surprised but happy. Her eyes lit up. But the next moment, the captain pushed the door back in. Okay. You should have read the study manual and know what knowledge you need to master. The Bureau has specially arranged experts to teach you. Classes start at 4 p.m. every day and end at 6 p.m. The second class starts at 6:30 p.m. and ends at 8:30 p.m. The third class starts at 12 p.m. and ends at 2 p.m. Sorry. The high school student raised his hand. You mean the third class? From 12 noon to 2 p.m.? Shouldn't it be counted before the first class in terms of time sequence? No. You have other training tasks during that time period. The third class I'm talking about is from midnight to 2 a.m. The captain maintained his usual cold expression. I believe you also know that we don't have much time left. We must seize every minute and every second. So I hope you won't waste the little time left with such stupid questions next time. The fat man opened his mouth wide when he heard this. Looking shocked. Studying in the early morning. The college entrance examination is not that much. The captain stepped aside and let an old man with oil stains on his shirt collar and messy hair, who looked like he hadn't washed for several days, walk in. Dr. Steve. From the manned spaceflight office. He will personally explain to you the structure of the Saturn V launch vehicle and basic rocket physics. Now? The middle-aged man who looked like an intellectual was also stunned. According to convention, shouldn't we first visit the Space Center? Learn about the current space program. Get to know the logistics staff working with us. And how to solve our accommodation and food problems. Don't worry. Food and accommodation have been arranged for you. As for the tour, it will be arranged at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The captain said after flipping through something like a schedule in his hand. Wait. You seem to have said before that the third class will not end until 2 o'clock in the morning. And then we have to get up at 6 o'clock again? It's a gathering. Sorry? The strong man named Anthony thought there was something wrong with his hearing. It's a gathering. Gathering at 6 o'clock? Not getting up. The captain corrected. Also, don't waste your class time. What you learn here will determine whether you can survive in space. So do yourself a favor and work harder. Don't be distracted during the lecture. The captain stopped answering any questions and nodded to Dr. Steve beside him. Let's get started. Doctor. He left the meeting room and closed the door behind him. Before leaving, the nearest high school student heard him mutter, "This class of newcomers." The old man handed out a textbook of more than 600 pages, and then picked up the chalk. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to meet you. Today we will study the first chapter, the physical principles of rocket propulsion. After 45 minutes, the bell that everyone was looking forward to did not ring. In fact, although Steve's health was not good, and he was a little shaky when he walked, he stood there for 2 hours and didn't look tired at all. Not only did he not mention taking a break, but he was still talking non-stop after the get-out of class was over at 6 o'clock. Who said that there is no after-school delay in capitalism? The fat man with dull eyes muttered. Chapter 285, are you sure? After the class, everyone felt the same as when they just got off the multi-axis trainer. They were all dizzy. Steve spoke very fast, like a machine gun, and he wanted to cram all the research results related to the Saturn V launch vehicle into the heads of the students in just 1 hour. The fat man looked like he was about to cry after less than 10 minutes of class. He didn't even have time to pick up the pen cap that fell on the ground. But this time, there was someone with a worse face than him. The strong man named Anthony had been sweating on his forehead since he got the textbook. He wiped it again and again. The middle-aged man who looked like an intellectual kindly handed over a piece of paper. But the sturdy man named Anthony did not take it. He stared at the 3-stage rocket structure diagram on the page with his eyes fixed on it, looking lost and depressed. In fact, it was not just him. The high school student was no longer as high-spirited as before, and kept scratching his head. The girl next to Zhang Heng was even more straightforward. She closed the book directly, leaned back on the chair, and complained in a low voice. TSK. It's full of professional English vocabulary. And there's not even a translation at hand. Who can understand it? Players who dare to choose a single-player dungeon generally have a certain language foundation. And English, as the world's first universal language, is naturally the first language that players will learn and master. However, everyone's mastery level is different. Everyone is okay in daily communication. But like now, once it involves relatively obscure content, it is time to test everyone's vocabulary reserves. The high school student's English level is undoubtedly much better than that of his peers. And he himself is also a space enthusiast and knows the spelling of many professional vocabulary. However, he still has a little difficulty in Dr. Steve's class. But compared with him, the strong man named Anthony has completely entered the stage of groping in the dark. Only the middle-aged man who looked like an intellectual remained unchanged, still in his leisurely manner. But what surprised Zhang Heng the most was actually the young man who had been listless. He was the most serious one among the 7 people, and was still taking notes quickly. The girl next to him saw Zhang Heng paying attention to the young man, and leaned over. At this time, Dr. Steve was writing the J2 engine's bore pressure and oxidant consumption rate on the blackboard with his back turned. The girl's chest pressed against Zhang Heng's shoulder intentionally or unintentionally, and the air exhaled from her nose made Zhang Heng's neck a little itchy. Is this true? It's not just for show, right? There might only be some obscene stick drawings in his notebook. The weak young man seemed to have heard what the girl said, and turned his head to grin at her, revealing a somewhat frivolous smile. The latter was startled and immediately shrank back behind Zhang Heng. After a while, he whispered in someone's ear, I don't like him. He may not be a good person in the real world. And the uncle over there. I have seen many guys like this in the workplace. On the surface, he looks gentle and considerate. But I know what he is thinking. Zhang Heng's eyes were still fixed on the blackboard, and he said nothing. The girl continued, but I can see that you are different from them. Although you look the most ferocious, you are actually a good person deep down. Are you sure? Zhang Heng finally moved his eyes from the blackboard to the girl, and said lightly, Unfortunately, I have killed many people, including underage children, dying elderly people, young soldiers whose wives are still waiting for them to come home, and fishermen who make a living on the sea. In fact, I can't remember how many people I have killed, and how much blood is on my hands. To be honest, I don't care much in the end. The girl's smile became a little forced. But those are just things that happen in the dungeon. Right? You have to do it. But in real life, you don't know what kind of person I am in real life. Just like I don't know what kind of person you are in real life. Zhang Heng interrupted the other party without hesitation. Paused. But I can probably guess what you want to do. I can only say that you chose the wrong target. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my time on me. In addition, if you don't mind, please keep quiet. If you don't want to listen to the class, there are others who want to listen. Just as Zhang Heng finished the last word, Dr. Steve turned around and scratched his messy hair. Well, the data of the J2 engine is like this. You can compare it with the F1 engine at the tail. Now let's take a look at the interstage ring. It contains 8 small rocket engines that can separate the ring from the second stage rocket. It is an important part of the Saturn V. In the next hour or so, Zhang Heng finally got the long-lost piece. His warning seemed to have worked. The girl no longer pestered him. Without those vague physical contacts and whispers in his ears, Zhang Heng could finally focus all his attention on the textbook in his hand. By the time Dr. Steve finished his lecture, it was already 6:22 in the afternoon. The old man had been in class for 22 minutes. Let's stop here today. After saying the last sentence that everyone had been waiting for, He closed the lesson plan, opened the door of the conference room, and left. The players in the conference room also felt relieved. Even the young people who seemed to be listening very seriously could not hold on any longer. After more than 2 hours of intensive study and constantly filling their heads with new knowledge, everyone felt tired. The sturdy man named Anthony stood up from his seat and stretched his body. At this time, a short bald man walked in from the door. In the dull eyes of everyone, he erased the physical principles of rocket propulsion on the blackboard, but left the first chapter. Then he picked up the chalk and wrote a few words about the introduction of space flight engineering technology. Smiling, "Hello everyone. I know you are short of time, so I will skip the self-introduction. Welcome to the engineering class." Wait a minute. Did you go to the wrong place?" the weak young man said weakly. The bald man looked at his watch. "Oh, there are still 7 minutes. But there is a lot of content today. I think we can start a little earlier. But the problem is, we haven't had dinner yet." The middle-aged man, with an intellectual look, smiled bitterly. As soon as he finished speaking, a dining cart was pushed in from outside. "It doesn't matter. You can eat while listening to me," the bald man said considerately. Chapter 286 Team Building. After 2 classes, the conference room turned into a crematorium, and the atmosphere among the players was low. However, compared with Dr. Steve before, the bald man did not delay the class, because at 8:30, the captain appeared at the door on time and clapped his hands. "I know you are a little tired of learning theoretical knowledge, so the next part is the physical training session that can help you clear your mind." This time, all the players wailed in unison. When the captain introduced the schedule of theoretical courses, some people had doubts in their hearts. Why the third class and the second class were separated by 3.5 hours? After all, you have to know that they have classes scheduled even in the early morning, and it doesn't make sense to give them such a luxurious long vacation in between. As expected, the captain ignored the players who were wailing and said, "Meet in the gym in 7 minutes. The last person to arrive will do 5 more pull-ups." Before he finished speaking, all the players had already rushed out of the classroom. However, after running for only 2 steps, the only female player cried out. The fat man running in front of her hesitated for a moment and wanted to reach out to help her, but he seemed to think of something and finally retracted his fingers. He stopped and said, "Are you okay?" "It's okay. I must have accidentally stepped on someone. You go first." The girl smiled with some difficulty, took off one shoe, and checked her ankle against the wall. The fat man knew that this was not polite, but it was difficult for him to take his eyes off the girl's feet. He swallowed his saliva and mustered up the courage to say, "Do you want me to carry you? You are so kind. But I don't have anything to do here. You should go to the gym quickly. Otherwise you will fall behind others." The girl said considerately, "Hey, no matter how fast I run, I can't outrun others." The fat man smiled bitterly. He probably didn't have much contact with the opposite sex, especially beautiful ones, in his daily life. This was the first time in his life that he was so close to a girl. He felt a little nervous and wiped the sweat on his palms on his pants. "How about I help you?" "Thank you," the girl said, and generously put her arm on the fat man's shoulder. After a pause, she added in a low voice, "Jinyo." "Aw?" The fat man was shocked when he heard it. "My name." "Oh, sorry." The fat man blushed, not knowing why he was apologizing. At the end, he quickly introduced himself. "Jia Lai, which is also my real name. I am an employee of JD.com in the real world. It's a Fortune 500 company. A big company." Jinyo widened her eyes and said enviously. Jia Lai himself was a little embarrassed. No. Actually, I am the owner of a small grocery store. I just joined JD.com supermarket. I changed the sign at the door. I still run it myself. I have only seen Brother Don on TV. Anyway, I think it's not easy to be a boss." Jinyo didn't look down on Jia Lai at all, and said sincerely, "Then if I want to eat snacks in the future, can I go to your store?" But her voice became smaller and smaller at the end. "Brother Jia, do you have a mission failure exemption card? 800 points. Who can afford it except those big guilds?" The fat man shook his head. He knew what Jinyo meant, and his eyes dimmed. "It seems that we are destined to be eliminated this round." Jinyo sighed. The fat man comforted Jinyo at this time. "I still have some self-knowledge. I know that I can only go so far. But you still have hope. Don't give up. Discrimination against women may just be a scare to you. Don't they always say that foreigners are the most free? And the Soviet Union has already sent a female astronaut to space. The United States may not be willing to lag behind. Brother Jia, you are so kind. What did you do in the team before? Why did they give up on you? What's the use of being kind these days? Jialai laughed at himself. I learned first aid in the first dungeon. Because I often drive to transport goods. I also have a level 1 car driving skill. In addition, my cooking skills are also very good. I am still learning Russian. But it seems that it is useless. Who said it's useless? Jinyo looked into the fat man's eyes, and his expression suddenly became serious. Brother Jia, can I trust you? Of course. Jialai felt a warm current rushing from his spine to the back of his head, and blurted out those 2 words without hesitation. Then let's form a team. As long as you don't mind me holding you back. Jinyo said. We can advance and retreat together. Either go to Apollo 11 together, or stop in this dungeon. Fatty hesitated for a moment. Of course I'd love to. But you should be able to find a better teammate than me. This is your first time playing solo. Brother Jia, it's hard for you to trust other players in a competitive dungeon. I would rather be teammates with kind people than be used and abandoned by others. In fact, it's the same in multiplayer dungeons. I started playing solo because I was betrayed by my teammates. I don't want to experience that kind of bad thing again. So I ask you again. Can you look me in the eye and tell me that you can be trusted? The fat man nodded vigorously and looked into Jinyo's eyes. At first, he just wanted to show his sincerity. But after staring at each other for a few seconds, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. His attention began to shift from Jinyo's eyes to her nose and her lips. Especially the latter. Jinyo's lips had a beautiful curve and a hint of luster. The 2 people's cheeks were getting closer and closer unconsciously, and they were about to touch each other. But in the next moment, Jinyo hurriedly dodged as if she had just woken up from a dream. Fatty felt a sense of loss in his heart, and hurriedly explained, No, I didn't mean it. Jinyo bit his lip, lowered his head, but didn't say anything else. Fatty didn't know how he walked all the way to the gym. It wasn't until he reached the door that Jinyo spoke again. Brother Jia, you go in first. Jialai shook his head like a drum. You go in first. They must have arrived. You sprained your ankle. How can you do pull-ups? Jinyo laughed. Pull-ups rely on upper limb strength and waist strength. Sprained ankle doesn't affect it. Fatty scratched his head. You go first anyway. We are all teammates. I should take care of you. Don't be polite to me. Brother Jia, don't fight with me about this matter. I sprained my ankle. I definitely can't train today. And there is no punishment. Jinyo insisted. It took Zhang Heng and others less than 5 minutes to reach the gym on the 2nd floor. Looking at the surrounding environment, NASA's gym is not much different from ordinary gyms. Of course, this is based on the gym in the 1960s, which is not too large. In addition to various equipment, there is also half a basketball court and a rock climbing wall. Many people breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Chapter 287 Elvis Poster and Space Suit Training. There were no strange instruments in the physical training, but the intensity made many people feel that basic rocket physics and space flight engineering technology were not so boring. Unlike the previous theory class, this time the strongman named Anthony performed the best, ranking first in bench press and clean and jerk, followed by Zhang Heng, and the young man who looked weak ranked third. Judging from his proficiency in various equipment and physical fitness, he should have had some experience in fitness in his daily life. The high school student's performance was not satisfactory, and he was still behind the middle-aged intellectuals. However, considering that he should be taking the college entrance examination soon, it is understandable that he has a heavy workload. Even if he wants to exercise more, he probably doesn't have time. In addition, the fat man is still at the bottom. His performance seems to prove why he was kicked out of the original team. I don't know where he got the ambition from before. He dared to let Jinyo go first even though he could only do half a pull-up. Fortunately, Jinyo insisted on choosing to enter the gym last. But she soon regretted it. Although she didn't have to participate in this training because of her sprained ankle. The captain said that the amount of training she owed this time would be evenly distributed to the subsequent training. In addition, Jinyo was not idle afterwards. If she couldn't exercise her lower limbs, she could exercise her upper limbs. After all the training content was tossed, it was already 11:50 p.m. The 7 people dragged their tired bodies, and even more tired brains, back to the meeting seat upstairs, and began to study flight lessons non-stop. Because they were not Air Force pilots before. According to the captain's requirements, they needed to board the T-38 trainer within a week to familiarize themselves with flying. This time, all players, including Zhang Heng, were completely exhausted. Fortunately, the accommodation prepared by NASA for them was not bad. Not only did everyone have a room, but also the toiletries and clothes were fully prepared. According to the routine, Zhang Heng would check his character panel at the beginning of each new copy. But when he opened the door of his room at 2:15 in the morning, he didn't want to do anything except fall headfirst on the bed. 3.5 hours of sleep could not completely relieve the mental and physical fatigue. But the alarm clock on the bedside still woke Zhang Heng up from his sleep on time. He took a cold shower in the shower room in the shortest time, then opened the curtains and had time to look around the room he was in. Zhang Heng didn't know what other people's rooms looked like. His room was not too big, about 40 square meters, but the furniture inside was complete, including a single bed, a wardrobe, a desk, a sofa, and a TV and refrigerator. It is worth mentioning that there were color TVs in the 1960s. But of course, the picture quality was that of a romantic action movie, which was incomparable to the digital TVs of later generations. It also looked a bit strange. It was square with a thick frame, more like a microwave oven or an aquarium. There was also a poster of Elvis on the wall behind the TV. It should be from the musical love movie Pink World starring him and Anne-Margaret. The two of them leaned back to the camera together. Zhang Heng took out another clean NASA uniform from the closet and put it on. He also saw a note in the basket below, saying leave the clothes you need to change here. Zhang Heng followed the instructions on the note and left the previous uniform in there. Before he had time to check what was in the refrigerator, the captain's voice sounded again outside the door. Assemble. I will take you to visit the Space Center. Eat at 6:20. And then start space suit training at 6:30. After the first day of torture, the players were mentally prepared for this tight schedule, and did not react much. Of course, it may be because they were still asleep or numb. Only the high school students showed some anticipation when they heard about the space suit training. The space suit used in the Apollo mission was the A7L space suit upgraded from the Gemini program. There were also improved versions for the later Apollo-Soyuz and Skylab missions. In science fiction movies, astronauts can often be seen putting on and taking off spacesuits quickly. But in reality, this is simply impossible. Take the A7L as an example. This spacesuit weighs nearly 70 kilograms and contains 5 main layers. The liquid cooling suit close to the skin is the innermost part that Zhang Heng wears. After that, there is a layer of nylon to ensure comfort. On top of the nylon is a pressure airbag to facilitate joint movement. Outside the airbag is another layer of nylon to fix the airbag. Finally, there is the outermost layer of a mask, which is worn outside the pressure suit for heat insulation and protection. The helmet and gloves are connected to the pressure suit through a closed metal ring. And that's not all. Zhang Heng also has to carry a portable life support system on his back to provide oxygen for breathing after leaving the cabin, as well as cooling functions. There is also a VHF antenna on the upper left to support two-way voice communication. This is why astronauts need good physical strength. Most ordinary people can't move at all after wearing this thing. Of course, it will be much better after entering space. NASA has prepared 3 sets of this space suit for each person. 1 for missions, 1 for training, and 1 for backup. With the help of the trainer, Zhang Heng put on the famous fish tank helmet, and the world seemed to be isolated on the other side. However, the helmet was not completely quiet. He could hear a comfortable humming sound and the sound of the fan turning, which came from the life support system. The trainer helped Zhang Heng learn how to use the urine bag and read the life support system control unit on his chest, which can monitor and adjust the liquid and electrical energy in the portable life support system. This was a very fresh experience for the 7 people present, although it was still hard. Compared with the boring pure theoretical learning and high-intensity physical training, spacesuit training could undoubtedly bring some fun. In fact, if it weren't for the cruel pressure of survival hanging over their heads, for 99.9999% of the world's people, becoming an astronaut and riding Apollo 11 to the moon would be an unprecedented extraordinary experience. You should know that in 2001, a wealthy American paid a staggering fee of $20 million for a seat on the Soyuz in order to become a space tourist, in exchange for an 8-day tour of the International Space Station. However, Jinyo noticed that Zhang Heng's eyes always fell on the clock not far away during training, intentionally or unintentionally, and he seemed to be waiting for something. Chapter 288 Transitional Instance. After Zhang Heng got the starfish watch, the time of the day changed from 24 hours to 48 hours. Every time it was midnight, he would enter the static world on time no matter where he was. This had been verified many times in the month after he got the watch. And when he stepped into this mysterious game a month later, the time law on him was still in effect. The extra 24 hours would also be converted according to the time flow rate of the current instance and accumulated into his game time. But the premise is that he is always playing the game alone. From the nameless deserted island on the equator to the Caribbean Sea in the 18th century, Zhang Heng was the only player in the entire copy of the first 4 rounds of the game. It was not until this Apollo Project training camp that he unexpectedly matched with 6 other players. Therefore, Zhang Heng did not know what would happen when the starfish in his hand reached 0 o'clock. He had always chosen to play alone to avoid such a situation. According to the usual practice, Zhang Heng entered the copy at 11:55 in the middle of the night. There were only 5 minutes left until 0 o'clock. These 5 minutes were 20 hours according to the flow rate of the copy. Now it has been almost 20 hours since he entered the copy, and the starfish in his hand is about to point to 0 o'clock. Zhang Heng told the trainer next to him that he wanted to go to the bathroom. The trainer kindly reminded him that he could actually use the urine bag equipped with the space suit to adapt to the feeling of peeing in space in advance. Zhang Heng thanked the suggestion, but still insisted on going to the bathroom, no matter what would happen at that time. He didn't want to carry the 70-pound equipment, so the trainer had to spend another 15 minutes to help him take off the space suit. After Zhang Heng pulled his right leg out of the space suit, he looked at the starfish in his hand again. There was less than half a minute left before the 0 point in the real world. He also noticed that Jinyo, who was not far away, had been secretly peeping at him, and the fat man next to Jinyo was also peeping at him. However, Zhang Heng had no time to care about such things for the time being. When the second hand of the starfish pointed to 24 o'clock, the movements of everyone in the training room stopped in the next second, and the expressions on their faces were completely frozen. The world turned into a huge wax museum. This was also the result that best matched Zhang Heng's speculation. He had previously tested it with PC games. According to the contact recovery principle, he could run standalone games on his computer during the static time, but games that required networking could not, although it could not be explained by science. The mysterious game he was participating in was still essentially just a game. Therefore, the copies that belonged only to him before could still run in the static world. But his game time was extended. After joining other players, the game became connected to the internet, and when it reached 0 o'clock, it stopped with the world. But before Zhang Heng could do anything, he received another system prompt. Alert! Alert! Abnormality in the target copy. Serious time error. Error reporting. Second level permission is enabled. Audit failed. Suspected cheating by players detected. Emergency plan activated. Parallel copy is enabled. This copy is the transition copy of the Apollo training camp. Number of players, 1. No mission target. Time, 240 days. Players please pay attention. Zhang Heng frowned. And the next moment the Beatles Yesterday automatically played in his ears. And at the same time, his eyes suddenly fell into darkness again. This was not the kind of darkness that comes with turning off the lights in the room, but the darkness that makes it impossible to see anything after depriving all light sources. Zhang Heng had only encountered this situation every time he first logged into the game, which allowed him to focus all his attention on the system prompt sound beside his ear. This was the first time it appeared in the middle of the game, a bit like reloading in an online game. Fortunately, this darkness did not last too long, and Paul McCartney sang, "The past is coming back to my mind." Zhang Heng opened his eyes again. He was no longer in the NASA training room, and there were no other players around him. In fact, he was now standing on a huge runway, with the roar of airplane engines in his ears, and a jet flying over his head. Zhang Heng saw a blonde beauty waving at him not far away, looking a little anxious. Jim doesn't like newcomers running around. Let's go quickly now that you've seen enough. The people in the laboratory are still waiting. Laboratory? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Yes, all the other students from your school have already gone there. Except you, the blonde beauty said, And can you get off the runway first? Otherwise, it will be bad if the airport manager sees us. Sorry. Zhang Heng walked off the runway. He didn't want to compete with the plane to see who was more stubborn. He had encountered the dungeon alarm once before. It was in the novice dungeon. The time law on his body took effect for the first time. And it also triggered the dungeon alarm. However, after the second level authority was started, the review was cancelled and the error was permanently removed from the judgment sequence. Zhang Heng once guessed that this was related to the mysterious old man in Tang's suit. Since the latter chose him to participate in the game, he must have known what would happen. The so-called second level authority was obviously to deal with such things. But for some reason in the multiplayer copy, the second level authority was invalid, and the game system determined that he was suspected of cheating. In a sense, this is not a false accusation, because in the static world, the only person who can move is him. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible. Monsters like Xaviercha, Shun Cece and her team are helpless. But in the static world, Zhang Heng easily solved this threat with just a utility knife. Similarly, he didn't need to spend much effort to deal with the other 6 players. The system obviously realized this, and in order to protect other players, it temporarily opened a transitional copy and threw him in. Because the process was so hasty, this copy didn't even have any task set up. However, Zhang Heng didn't know whether the copy itself was dangerous, like the Soviet-Finnish War. So he asked the blonde beauty, "What time is it now?" "Time? 10:35. The blonde looked at her watch. "What's the date?" "February 12th. "What year?" "Are you kidding?" "Of course it's 1955. The blonde said. "Hey, I don't know if you MIT students like to use weird behaviors to show off, but I need to remind you that if we are late again, your internship at Lewis Flight Dynamics Laboratory will be cancelled." Chapter 289A Foreign Feeling. The Apollo training camp was held in 1969. If the blonde was not lying, he was now 14 years before the start of the Apollo program. If Zhang Heng remembered correctly, NASA had not yet been established at that time. But its predecessor, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, was established in 1915. In fact, after following the blonde to the laboratory and meeting other interns and the laboratory supervisor, Zhang Heng finally understood what the Lewis Flight Dynamics Laboratory was. It is the third laboratory under NACA, formerly known as the Aircraft Engine Research Laboratory. It was originally established to solve the backwardness of engine manufacturing in the United States. World War II broke out in 1939. Europe's liquid-cooled engines had speed and height advantages over the United States' air-cooled engines in combat. Some knowledgeable people realized that the United States lacked national engine research facilities. So they pushed Congress to approve a proposal in 1940 to build an engine research center near the Cleveland Airport in Ohio. The Aircraft Engine Research Laboratory was established under such a background. In 1948, it was renamed the Lewis Flight Power Laboratory to commemorate the deceased NACA Aeronautical Research Director George W. Lewis. But it is more widely known as the Glenn Research Center, an important research institute of NASA, specializing in the research of aerospace engines. Although this transitional copy was forcibly opened by the system to deal with the bug created by Zhang Heng, it did not completely break away from the main copy of the Apollo project training camp. Instead, he was given the identity of an MIT graduate student and thrown into the Lewis Flight Power Laboratory 14 years ago. If nothing unexpected happens, he will return to the copy of the Apollo project training camp after the time stop ends. In terms of the result, this is of course not as good as stopping directly. He can eliminate his competitors in the static world, which is equivalent to clearing the level in advance. However, judging from the previous prompt sound, because it is impossible to determine whether he is cheating, the system has also made certain compensations to him on the premise of protecting other players. The Lewis Flight Dynamics Laboratory is an important laboratory under NACA. The people working in it are all top scientists and engineers in the United States at that time. After NACA was disbanded and merged into NASA, the focus of these experts' work also turned to aviation technology. Although Zhang Heng cannot directly learn future aviation knowledge here, he can make up for the previous physics, engineering and aerodynamics knowledge in advance. Moreover, the Lewis Flight Dynamics Laboratory was right next to the Cleveland Municipal Airport in Ohio. Although he could not complete the main task of seeing the Earth from a different angle in advance, if he was lucky, he could at least fly the plane around in the sky. The T-38 trainer used for Apollo training had not yet been developed. But its predecessor, the T-33, was introduced into flight training in the early 1950s. The jet plane Zhang Heng saw on the runway before was, if nothing unexpected happened, the T-33. But before that, he had to solve a problem. The system gave him the identity of a graduate student at MIT. And soon Zhang Heng knew why the Lewis Flight Dynamics Laboratory was recruiting a group of graduate students for internships. Because NACA launched a hypersonic research engine program. The X-15 directly uses a rocket-powered engine, with a maximum speed of 6.72 Mach, nearly 6 times the speed of sound, and a maximum flight altitude of 107.8 kilometers above the ground. It directly broke through the Kármán line and entered space. Until the 21st century, it was still the fastest manned aircraft in the world. In 1955, the X-15 R&D program was officially launched, and the Lewis Flight Dynamics Laboratory also participated in it. Zhang Heng and other MIT graduate students were recruited to assist the engineers and scientists in the laboratory in conducting relevant research. However, the problem was that Zhang Heng's master's degree was given by the system. He hoped to learn relevant knowledge in the laboratory. But once he revealed that he had no foundation, he would most likely be sent back to school. And even if the situation developed in the best direction, he could still stay in the laboratory. With such a heavy scientific research task, who would be willing to tutor him from scratch? Before Zhang Heng had time to think of a countermeasure, the blonde beauty in charge of manpower had already started to assign these interns to the engineers in the laboratory. Of course, if the engineers wanted someone in particular, they could just name them. Among them, 2 engineers should have had contact with some of the graduate students and directly picked the ones they wanted. However, most people just told the blonde beauty what they needed and waited for the manpower allocation. Zhang Heng didn't expect to see a yellow face among them. You have to know that this is not the future. In the 1950s, there were not many Asians in the United States, especially in top scientific research institutions. Moreover, judging from the other party's appearance, there is a high possibility that he is from Xia. Therefore, Zhang Heng tried to greet the other party in Chinese. The latter showed a hint of surprise on his face, and obviously understood Zhang Heng's question. However, Zhang Heng's appearance has been corrected by the system, and the characteristics of Europeans and Americans are more obvious. So the Xia engineer was a little surprised. Zhang Heng had to speak again. Hello. Can I be your assistant? What's your major? I'm doing research on impeller machinery flow theory. I wonder if you're interested. Economics. Sophomore. Zhang Heng felt ashamed. He couldn't hide this kind of thing. Instead of telling it after the assignment, he might as well confess it now. The other party was obviously stunned by this answer. He couldn't speak for a long time. He wasn't sure if this was some kind of American humor or some kind of hidden discrimination. After all, he had been discriminated against in the United States for so many years. Sorry. I need to stay in the lab for some reasons. And if possible, I hope to learn some engineering knowledge. If you really find it troublesome, I can try my luck with other people. Because the above conversation was conducted in Chinese, no one except the 2 of them could understand it. So Zhang Heng was not worried about other people hearing it. He was also not too worried that the other party would tell others about his details. Because Chinese people abroad generally hold the attitude of less trouble is worse than more trouble. However, if the other party refuses him, it will be difficult for him to slack off in the lab. Fortunately, I don't know if it was because Zhang Heng's fluent Chinese touched the other party, making the other party feel a sense of familiarity in a distant foreign country. After hesitating for a moment, the man spoke again, with only a simple word. Okay. Then he walked to the blonde beauty and asked for Zhang Heng, plus another MIT female student who was assigned to him. These are his 2 assistants. After the matter came to an end, he returned to the laboratory and stretched out a hand to Zhang Heng. I don't think I have introduced myself yet. Wu Xinghua. Xiaoguoren. Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng also reported his real name, paused, and then added, Xiaoguoren. Chapter 290. Let's have a drink. Life in Lewis Flight Power Laboratory was probably the simplest period of Zhang Heng's life in the dungeon. Except for the blonde beauty, who was in charge of both human resources and administration, and Jim, the director who went to Congress every day to argue about the budget. The people in the laboratory were all pure and enthusiastic scientific researchers. There was not much intrigue between them. In addition, there was no main task in the transitional script. and there was no threat to survival. So Zhang Heng's life was also very simple. Every day, he followed Wu Zhonghua to learn engineering knowledge. In addition, he used the internship salary to invite airport pilots to go to nearby bars and nightclubs to have fun. Zhang Heng successfully boarded a plane in the 2nd month. And in the 4th month, he successfully touched the T-33 and experienced subsonic flight as a passenger. If this continues, it will not be long before he can fly a plane alone. However, Wu Zhonghua submitted his resignation request to Naka at this time, claiming that he preferred the living environment of the school, and that his next stop was to be a professor at the Polytechnic University of Brooklyn, New York. This matter even alarmed Glennon, the chairman of Naka. After failing to retain him, everyone in the laboratory held a small farewell party for Wu Zhonghua. Zhang Heng did not attend the farewell party, but drove a borrowed Chevrolet to send Wu Zhonghua and his wife to the station when they left. He was one of the few people who guessed Wu Zhonghua's true intentions, although it was more beneficial for him to keep Wu Zhonghua in the laboratory. And strictly speaking, this was just a game. No matter where they were, in what time and space, and after how many reincarnations they experienced, there would still be people who would make the same choice. So Zhang Heng did not persuade Wu Zhonghua to stay. Moreover, Wu Zhonghua had helped him a lot, although he was still not as good as those genuine MIT graduate students who graduated from the engineering department. After all, more than 4 months had passed. He had already developed engineering skills and was familiar with Wu Zhonghua's research. Things like collecting data and filling in ready-made models were no problem. Even if someone else took over Wu Zhonghua's work, he could continue to stay in the laboratory and slack off, watching the train carrying Wu Zhonghua and his wife go away. Zhang Heng was not in a hurry to return to the laboratory. He heard that the engineer who took over Wu Zhonghua's work was transferred from Langley Laboratory and would not arrive until tomorrow. Therefore, Zhang Heng and the other female assistant had nothing to do before that, which was equivalent to a holiday. Zhang Heng drove a borrowed car around Cleveland. He bought 2 Patty Page vinyl records, a hamburger and a taco, and unexpectedly lit up an achievement and got 3 points. After that, he fed pigeons in the city park and returned to the laboratory before sunset. As a result, as soon as he got off the car, he was stopped by the blonde beauty, who rushed over in a hurry. Great! The lab has recruited a new test pilot. He has arrived and is sitting in the corridor on the 1st floor. However, there is an emergency at the Congress, and I have to rush over with Mr. Jim. So I can only ask you to take him to visit the airport and the lab first. She spoke very quickly, and at the same time, she stuffed a large pile of documents in her hand into Zhang Heng's arms. Also, please give these things to Dr. Maggie for me. As she spoke, the black Jaguar XK120 in the distance kept honking its horn to urge her. The blonde beauty blew a kiss to Zhang Heng. I treat you to coffee the day after tomorrow. It's a deal. After that, she pulled up her skirt and ran to the car in her high heels without waiting for Zhang Heng's answer. Zhang Heng became the receptionist of the laboratory inexplicably. He came to the corridor with a pile of things, and there was indeed a person sitting on a chair waiting there. He didn't look very old, only in his early 20s, but unlike other young people of this age, he had an innate quietness, as if he was always thinking about something. And at the same time, his gestures also revealed the temperament of a soldier. Zhang Heng was not too surprised by the last point. Many of the test pilots recruited by the laboratory were from the military. Seeing Zhang Heng coming, he was very polite and stood up from a seat. Hello. I'm David, an intern in the laboratory. You must be the new test pilot. Jane asked me to show you around your future work location. Thank you, the man said, extending his hand. Neil Alden Armstrong, a former naval pilot. His voice was steady and firm. Zhang Heng paused for a moment while shaking hands with the other party. What's wrong? Nothing. Nice to meet you, Mr. Armstrong, Zhang Heng said. Me too. If you don't mind, I send these documents to Dr. Maggie first, and then we start our tour. Armstrong nodded. Zhang Heng didn't expect to meet Armstrong, who would become the first man to land on the moon in 1955. In fact, there was a period in his resume when he worked as a test pilot in a laboratory under Naka. At that time, Mr. Astronaut looked particularly young. According to the time calculation, he should be only 25 years old now. After completing his naval service, he returned to campus to complete his university education. But he had not yet obtained a master's degree in aeronautical engineering. After his successful moon landing, he kept a very low profile, taught at a university, lived a reclusive life, rarely accepted media interviews, and never wrote an autobiography. Many people don't know that Armstrong never took a photo of himself on the moon. The widely circulated moon landing photo was actually of his teammate Buzz Aldrin. We can only barely see Armstrong's shadow in the reflection of his helmet. And the famous moon landing footprints also came from Buzz Aldrin. Unlike his teammate who loves to show off, Armstrong is a very humble and low-key person. Especially his experience when he was young, which is probably only known to those who have come into contact with him. However, John Hung is more interested in Armstrong's aircraft driving skills. It is said that he got a pilot's license at the age of 16. Before he got his driver's license, he had flown more than 200 different types of aircraft before joining NASA. This is also an important reason why NASA chose him to be an astronaut. But John Hung was not sure whether this encounter in 1955 would affect another copy 14 years later. After handing the documents in his hand to Dr. Maggie, John Hung returned to Armstrong. "So, you just came to Cleveland?" "Yes. I applied to the Dryden Flight Research Center at Edwards Air Force Base. But there was no vacancy there. So I was arranged here," Armstrong said. "In that case, let's go for a drink after the tour."